Unlocking the Azu template. The incessant ringing of an alarm clock echoed through the room. With a decisive grip, a large hand silenced the cacophony. Just 10 more minutes. 5 more minutes. 1 more minute. Just. The sound of deep breathing filled the air as Luya Parker succumbed to slumber once more. Evidently, the 3-alarm set had failed to rouse him from his dreams. At that moment, a series of footsteps resonated from outside, and the door swung open. "Darling Luya, why are you still in bed? The school bus is about to leave." Though May was no longer young, she still managed to dash up the stairs. Observing Luya, who remained blissfully asleep, May felt a mixture of exasperation and affection. "All right, I'm getting up," Luya murmured, extending a lethargic hand to push himself upright. Entering the bathroom, Luya gazed into the mirror at his tall frame, still somewhat incredulous that so many years had passed since his arrival in this world. Upon learning of his brother, Peter Parker, and his guardians, Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Luya realized he had traversed into the Marvel Universe. Luya's imposing figure was quite distinct from Peter's, which was only natural, as he was a child adopted by Ben in his youth. To Uncle Ben and Aunt May, however, Luya Parker was their own child, just like their nephew Peter Parker. In the bathroom, Luya brushed his teeth while contemplating his reflection. He then activated the panel in his mind. Indeed, as a traveler, Luya possessed his own system. Yet for the first several years, the system had remained in a loading phase, only now unlocking successfully. This was also the reason for Luya's fatigue. He had spent the night counting down to the system's activation. System loading successful. Now randomly selecting a template. Luya watched as images flashed across the system panel, fervently hoping for a powerful template. "Please, dear system, template selection successful. Congratulations, host has obtained Azu template. Azu template unlocked degree 10. The unlocked degree will increase as the host performs actions in accordance with Azu's persona." A surge of potent energy coursed through Luya's body, enhancing his already formidable physique. The Azu template. Luya felt a mix of astonishment and joy. While Azu had often been referred to as a little Superman, it was undeniable that he possessed remarkable strength. Yet, actions in accordance with Azu's persona? Am I to venture to the Crescent Moon Bay? Alas, when it came to Azu's characterization, that was the memory that lingered most vividly in Luya's mind. Could it be that the system intended for him to become a great villain? In this Marvel universe, there were no shortage of superheroes. Not to mention, his brother Peter Parker was likely to soon transform into Spider-Man. Do not let the possibility of not unlocking the full potential of Azu lead to your premature demise. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Descending the stairs, Luya discovered a breakfast meticulously prepared for him, a sandwich and a glass of milk laid out on the table. "My dear young man, I firmly believe that rising early and retiring early is a commendable virtue. Don't you agree?" Uncle Ben, his silver hair glistening, sat comfortably in a chair, a newspaper in hand. "I shall be more mindful next time, father." Luya nodded, seizing the glass and downing the milk in one swift motion. "Oh, Luya, do take your time. The school bus does not depart for another 2 minutes. You wouldn't want to choke." Luya nodded once more, grasping the sandwich. "Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye." With that, Luya opened the door and shut it behind him. Clang! Oh no! Outside, Luya stood frozen, staring at the door frame that had cracked from his forceful closure, his hand still gripping the doorknob. Blast! I completely forgot that I had unlocked 10% of Azu's power. Though 10% may seem insignificant, it greatly depends on the nature of the ability in question. For a native of the homeland, even a mere 10% could equate to tremendous strength. I hope my parents are not too upset. With the clock ticking and the threat of tardiness looming, Luya hastily set the doorknob aside and sprinted toward the street. It was not fear of facing his father's ire that propelled him, but rather the urgency of attending school. Indeed, that was the case. Inside the house, following Luya's vigorous door slam, a cloud of dust descended like delicate snowflakes. Ben Parker stared incredulously at the damaged door. Is he expressing his dissatisfaction towards me? He assumed Luya was angered by his earlier admonishment. Yet May chuckled, offering reassurance. That is most unlikely. Luya has never exhibited anger towards us. Has he? This was indeed true in the presence of Ben and May, who had adopted and nurtured him since childhood. Luya genuinely regarded them as his own kin. Moreover, Ben and May were inherently virtuous individuals, making it difficult to harbor any resentment towards them. Perhaps, but who knows what thoughts might swirl in the mind of a young man at that age. Maybe I should have a talk with him when he returns tonight, Ben mused, rising to inspect the extent of the door's damage. Meanwhile, on the roadside, a slender yet genteel young man awaited anxiously. The youth was none other than Peter Parker, and the school bus behind him was on the verge of departing. Upon spotting a familiar figure in the distance, Peter exhaled in relief. Finally, Lua, why did you wake up later than I did today? Typically, it was Lua who rose early, while Peter lingered in bed. Today, however, the roles had reversed, leaving Peter intrigued. I had a bit of insomnia last night. Lua casually fabricated an excuse, and as he passed Peter, noticing the bus was about to leave, he swiftly pulled him aboard. Huh? Peter appeared bewildered, unsure of how he had suddenly found himself propelled into the vehicle. Fortunately, at this stage, Peter was somewhat disoriented and did not dwell on the earlier incident. As he gazed at the crowded vehicle, his social anxiety began to resurface. With each double seat already occupied, he found himself at a loss for words. However, Leah was unconcerned with such matters. The seats were not private, and one could simply sit wherever they pleased. Spotting the nearest vacant spot, Leah promptly took a seat. What was the name of the girl with the chestnut brown hair sitting next to him? Was it Liz or Neezy? Never mind, it wasn't significant. On the other side, Neezy suddenly felt the presence of a boy radiating an aura of intensity as he settled beside her, causing her cheeks to flush. Does he like me? Surely, with so many seats available, he chose to sit next to me. In reality, it was merely a matter of proximity. To Luya, it was as simple as that. Chapter 2. The Oppressive Presence of Luya. In this moment, Peter was still struggling to find his place. He was quite reclusive at school, speaking to almost no one apart from Luya. Consequently, no one was inclined to sit beside him. In fact, Luya, too, appeared solitary in the eyes of others. However, with his robust physique and handsome demeanor, coupled with a reputation for having single-handedly confronted 3 street bullies, his image was far more favorable. Upon boarding the school bus, nearsighted Peter suddenly spotted his goddess, Mary Jane, affectionately referred to as MJ. Yet, at that moment, Jane was nestled in the arms of another boy. She seemed to have just finished discussing an amusing topic, her smile still lingering. This scene shattered Peter's heart into a million pieces. The boy holding Jane was named Thompson, who had once mockingly dubbed Peter as insignificant Peter. In truth, Peter excelled academically, yet the label of weakness had relegated him to his current predicament. Observing Peter's bewildered and helpless expression, Thompson tightened his embrace around Mary Jane and uttered, "Truly insignificant Peter." With those words, laughter erupted throughout the bus. Whether genuinely humorous or not, Thompson's popularity as a star player on the school's football team ensured that no one dared to offend him. However, just as Peter pondered his next move, a voice rang out. I say Thompson suddenly felt the light around him dim. He looked up to find a burly blonde boy standing before him. Thompson, you ought to mind your tongue. Otherwise, I wonder if it will be able to speak again. This defender of Peter was none other than Luya, who, as Peter's brother, could not turn a blind eye to his sibling's torment. Is there such a delightful occurrence? Luya was astonished. Merely threatening Thompson had inexplicably increased the unlock percentage of his homeland template by 1%. It appears that completely unlocking it to 100% may not be as challenging as I presumed. This revelation vastly exceeded Luya's expectations. Seated, Thompson glared at Luya, surrounded by a circle of students eagerly spectating. A vein throbbed on Thompson's forehead, and he chose not to endure any longer. Hey, kid. Ignoring Jane's attempts to restrain him, he sprang to his feet. Do you know who I am to speak to me in such a manner? He lunged at Luya, grasping for his collar. As the situation threatened to escalate into violence, others began to fidget uncomfortably. This was, after all, a school bus. If it veered out of control, it would not be a matter to take lightly. Crack. In midair, Thompson's hand was seized by a stronger grip. You. Thompson gazed at Luya with disbelief, the immense force emanating from his wrist continuously stimulating his nerves. That damned fellow. Thompson, as if afflicted by a hypermasculine syndrome, contorted his face and struck at Luya's face with his other hand. Frankly, if an ordinary person were to receive a punch from Thompson, It would either lead to an untimely demise or at the very least a concussion. One must not underestimate the strength of a football player. Their physique is unparalleled by that of the average individual. Beside him, Jane had already begun to scream. Unable to fathom that her newly acquainted boyfriend might actually send a classmate to the hospital. Behind them, Peter clumsily attempted to intervene, realizing that his brother Luya had provoked Thompson solely for his sake. In the front row of the school bus, a girl watched the unfolding drama with deep concern. Crack, crack, crack. A sound that sent chills through the spectators erupted, accompanied by Thompson's anguished cries. What is he doing? The crowd looked on in confusion at Thompson's distorted visage, wondering why his body had suddenly begun to convulse. Only those near Thompson, including himself, were privy to the truth. The faint cracking sound had originated from the wrist that Luya had firmly grasped. At that moment, Thompson felt that if Luya exerted even a fraction more force, his wrist would be utterly incapacitated. Next time, be more mindful and refrain from speaking recklessly, or today will be far from simple. With that, Luya released his grip. Thud. Thompson, feeling a wave of relief, collapsed onto his seat. The onlookers quickly processed what had transpired. In the recent altercation, it was evident that Luya had gained the upper hand. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. How is this possible? This is Lightning we're talking about. How could he yield so easily? Lightning was Thompson's moniker, symbolizing his swift presence on the football field. Typically, football players represent the strongest students in the entire school. Not to mention, Thompson was a star athlete, highly sought after. Yet, the reality was undeniable, before the eyes of all. Thompson had been subdued by Luya with a mere hand. Wow, how did you manage that? Peter gazed at his brother in astonishment, utterly perplexed by how Luya had become so formidable. Though Luya had always been robust and taller than his peers, it was hard to believe he could completely overpower Lightning Thompson. TSK, Luya cast a glance at his younger brother. There's an old saying in the East. Oh, I know, it goes, when the West is covered, the military is outstanding. Foolishness, as the saying goes, after 3 days apart, one must view others with new eyes. Regrettably, due to the inelegance of translation into English, Peter could not grasp the profundity of this phrase. He merely scratched his head in confusion, watching Luya's silhouette, towering over him by a considerable margin as he turned away. If I could possess such a physique, perhaps I would capture the attention of the young ladies. Peter is not a fool. Rather, he is quite perceptive. From the moment he entered the vehicle, he noticed the distinctly different glances cast upon him and his brother by the other passengers. Particularly, the girl seated beside his brother, Neezy, was leaning against him with an infatuated expression. Peter glanced over at Jane, who was presently at a loss due to Thompson's anger. In truth, although Jane is the radiant light in Peter's heart, she is also a somewhat insecure young woman. Her parents have treated her poorly, often resorting to harsh words and physical reprimands, which have fostered a sensitive disposition within her. Agreeing to be Thompson's girlfriend was merely a means to integrate into the group, as she did not wish to feel isolated. Casting a glance at Peter, Jane then turned her gaze towards Luya. If only I had a brother like that, she mused. Surely then, she would no longer be a target for bullying. Chapter 3, Amateur Boxing. A series of system prompts echoed in Luya's mind. He sensed that although his physique had not increased further, the strength coursing through his body had undeniably intensified. Simultaneously, his vision became notably sharper. The mild nearsightedness he once experienced had vanished, rendering his surroundings astonishingly clear. He wondered when he might unlock his laser vision. While not as potent as Superman's heat vision, it remained a highly destructive skill, capable of effortlessly piercing through ordinary steel. Before long, the school bus arrived at its destination, and the students began to file into the school. The hours of study were invariably tedious for Luya, leading him to spend much of the day in a state of semi-slumber. Following a day filled with tension and excitement, the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. As Luya gathered his belongings, he noted with satisfaction that Thompson had not troubled Peter again. Hey! Suddenly, a blonde girl greeted Luya. Luya, there's a party at my house tonight. Will you come? Oh, Gwen. Upon encountering the striking blonde with her impressive figure, Luya nodded. I'll try to make it. He couldn't guarantee his attendance, as he had other plans for the evening. Initially, Luya had been quite surprised by Gwen's appearance. Their acquaintance was purely coincidental. In the cinematic versions of Spider-Man, no iteration featured both MJ and Gwen Stacy simultaneously. Moreover, Gwen should not have been present during their high school years. However, in the Marvel Universe, with its myriad parallel realities, such occurrences were hardly surprising. Nonetheless, Leah did not decline Gwen's invitation. After all, who could resist a stunning blonde? That night, Peter arrived alone at Gwen's home. In truth, Gwen was well-connected, and although they were not in the same class, many of Leah's classmates had also received her invitation. This world's Gwen resembled the comic version, spirited and bold. By the time Peter reached Gwen's house, the party was nearly underway, with many guests bustling about. Suddenly, a red-haired figure caught his attention. "Hey, MJ." This time, Peter seemed to awaken, no longer standing idly by. He graciously accepted the fruit platter from MJ's hands. "Good evening, Peter." When MJ saw him, a glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. She was perceptive by nature and understood Peter's feelings. However, Peter remained too timid to express his emotions. "Hey, Peter, isn't your brother joining us tonight?" At that moment, Gwen approached, exuding a fiery aura in her shorts. She assumed that Lua would come along with Peter, but to her surprise, she only caught a glimpse of Peter as she looked around. My brother," he said. "He would arrive later." Gwen's attire had profoundly impacted Peter's youthful heart, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Is that so? Then I shall prepare the party supplies. Feel free to enjoy yourselves." Gwen winked and then turned to leave. As she departed, Peter wiped the sweat that had begun to bead on his forehead with his sleeve. His brother truly attracted the admiration of girls. He wasn't naive, he had no close ties with Gwen. Her invitation to the party was solely due to his brother Lua. Meanwhile, Lua was strolling down the street, holding a newspaper. This must be the place. Gazing at a door plastered with graffiti, Lua compared it to the address on his newspaper and finally confirmed he had arrived at his destination. Amateur boxing. In the original film, Peter had come here to fight for money after becoming Spider-Man. The registration fee was $50. As long as one lasted 3 minutes in the ring, even in defeat, they could earn $3,000. At the bar, the organizer glanced at Lua's physique and nodded in approval. The previous applicants had been too scrawny. They struggled to last even 10 seconds, let alone 3 minutes. "What if I win?" Lua slammed a handful of coins onto the table, representing all his savings accumulated over time. He had been impoverished. However, this underground boxing venue was the perfect opportunity to earn his first pot of gold. "Win?" The middle-aged organizer shot Lua a dismissive glance, saying, "If you win, it's $5,000. In truth, whether winning or losing, the payout was $3,000. But the organizer did not believe Lua stood a chance, casually tossing out a figure. "Excellent." Lua nodded in satisfaction, watching Lua's figure enter the arena. The organizer shook his head, thinking, young people today have no idea what kind of opponents they are up against. Upon entering the arena, Lua noticed the previous amateur fighter being carried past him on a stretcher, his body battered and bruised. 2 men in black suits lifted him and discarded him like a dead dog on the ground. Turning his gaze to the center of the ring, or rather, the cage, he saw a colossal figure roaring and wildly pounding its chest. The man was entirely covered in fat, and Lua estimated he stood over 2 meters tall and weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds. The audience was fervently cheering. "Fat Hammer, I adore you. When's the next match? Let's get the show on the road." The spotlight shifted to the host, who announced, "Please welcome our next challenger to the stage. May I ask, what is your name?" The spotlight then turned to Lua, revealing him to the crowd. Fortunately, Lua had casually purchased a Stars and Stripes mask before arriving. Donning it now, no one could discern his identity. "I am." As Leah pondered momentarily, the host, taken aback, muttered, "What on earth is this absurd name?" However, his duty was to ensure the atmosphere remained lively. "Ahem, compatriots. Our new contestant title is Compatriot." The mere utterance of the term seemed to cast a spell, sending a shiver through the audience. Strange, why does the air suddenly feel so chilly? Compatriot? Why does it evoke such a sense of coldness? Luya smirked slightly, sensing that this title was destined to thrive in another world. "Hey," I said, "hurry up." Luya seamlessly immersed himself in the role, directing a gaze at the host that was equal parts impatience, frostiness, and menace. With 15% of the power of a compatriot coursing through him, his eyes turned fierce. Okay. The host, feeling an inexplicable flutter of anxiety, called forth, "Let us welcome the compatriot contestant to the stage." Compatriot template unlocking increased by 1. Compatriot template unlocking decreased by 16. Chapter 4. The Patriotic Warrior. As Luya stepped into the arena, a wave of exhilaration surged within him upon witnessing the chains that enveloped the ring. Could the essence of the Patriotic Warrior truly influence me? Uncertain, Luya donned his mask, a gesture that felt akin to unveiling his true self. Within the ring, the so-called Fat Hammer had already dispatched 5 opponents that very night, leaving each either lifeless or gravely injured. He was indeed one of the champions of this underground boxing arena. As the robust Luya entered the cage, a glint of bloodlust shone in Fat Hammer's eyes. True to his name, Fat Hammer was as corpulent as a swine, and his fist resembled colossal hammers, a clear indication of his rigorous training in the art of combat. "Are you prepared to meet your demise, little one?" he taunted. Such arrogance elicited a slight raise of Luya's brow beneath his mask. "In that case, I shall hold nothing back. In the realm of underground fighters, few possess noble intentions." And Fat Hammer, who treated life with such disregard, warranted no moral hesitation from Luya. "Prepare for your end, you bloated beast," he declared, giving a thumbs down and a defiant gesture. The audacious scene provoked a frenzy in Fat Hammer, stripping him of his composure. With Luya having stepped onto the stage, the match had officially commenced. "I shall pound you into oblivion." The audience erupted in cheers. What were they there to witness? Naturally, they had come to see Fat Hammer's prowess in combat. With an explosive charge, the corpulent figure of Fat Hammer surged forward, his fist, akin to a massive cooking pot, clenched tightly, descending towards Luya's head with lethal intent. A mere mortal struck by such a blow would likely find themselves in the embrace of the afterlife. This was precisely why the stakes in this arena were so high. 3,000 for a mere 3 minutes, regardless of victory or defeat, was no trivial sum. However, these stakes were insignificant to Luya, who possessed 16% of the Patriotic Warrior's capabilities. He would not cower before Fat Hammer. "Feel my fist," Luya proclaimed, facing the oncoming strike head-on instead of evading it. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing reverberated through the arena. Fat Hammer stared in disbelief at his now limp fist, only to be overwhelmed by pain moments later. "Ugh! Aya!" A scream erupted, more piercing than the previous roars, a sound that echoed the anguish of a slaughtered creature. The pain of broken bones was far more excruciating than mere surface wounds. It could be said that Fat Hammer had never endured such a severe injury in all his reign over the underground boxing scene. Outside the ring, the spectators were left in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that amidst such a stark disparity in size, someone could confront Fat Hammer head-on and emerge victorious. "Patriotic Warrior! Go, Patriotic Warrior!" they chanted, fervently cheering, "Patriotic Warrior! Obliterate that fat pig." The audience cared not for the victor. They were drawn to strength, rallying behind the mightiest fighter. As Luya soaked in the increasingly thunderous applause, he spread his arms wide, relishing a sensation that felt exquisite. A surge of tremendous energy erupted within Luya, and his eyes began to flicker with a faint crimson glow. "It won't be long now. Perhaps with a mere 30% increase, I shall unlock my laser eyes." Meanwhile, Fei Chue observed the once supportive crowd turn against him, now rallying behind Luya, his own eyes beginning to redden. "No, I am the strongest." With a fierce roar, Fei Chue propelled himself into the air after a brief sprint. "I shall crush you." The entire arena creaked under the pressure of his leap. Luya looked up at the darkened sky above, unfazed by the gasps of the spectators, standing utterly still. Has he lost his mind? No. Fei Chue weighs at least 400 pounds, and he doesn't even try to evade. What I initially thought was a formidable newcomer turned out to be nothing extraordinary. Boom. Fei Chue finally descended, but contrary to his expectations of overwhelming Luya with his weight, he found himself suspended in midair. "You're quite hefty, Fei Chue." Luya's voice resonated beneath him. At that moment, Fei Chue finally felt fear. He could not comprehend how his weight combined with the force of gravity could be resisted by a mere human. Regrettably, this was his final thought. In Luya's hands, Despite Fei Chui's massive stature, he was merely a larger toy. With a swift bend of his back, Luya unleashed a thunderous crash, slamming Fei Chui onto the arena floor. In an instant, Fei Chui lost consciousness and fell into oblivion. As he hit the ground, the arena could no longer bear the strain and began to collapse. The crowd gazed at the dust-laden arena, their hearts filled with astonishment. One could only say the ticket was worth it. As the dust settled, Luya emerged from the shattered chains as if the battle had merely been a trifling warm-up. Not a single bead of sweat adorned his brow. Of course, while Luya's prowess astonished the masses, a few discerning eyes took note of him. Amid the exhilarated crowd, a man clad in black received a voice in his earpiece from a middle-aged man. Investigate his background. See if he can be of use to us. Yes, boss. Unbeknownst to Luya, his performance that evening had drawn the attention of certain individuals, marking him as a target. However, even if he were aware, it would not concern him. For though his physical strength could not be deemed invincible, he was at least impervious to blades and bullets. Luya estimated that his body could withstand ordinary firearms. Glancing at the collapsed arena, he shook his head in resignation. He had initially intended to participate in more matches, especially since the official at the entrance had mentioned a reward of 5,000 for each victory. Yet, it seemed that possibility had evaporated. Nevertheless, 5,000 was still a substantial sum. In this era, 5,000 yuan can even procure a reasonably good second-hand luxury car. Approaching the dozing manager, one cannot fathom how he remains undisturbed amidst such commotion. Awaken, it is time to settle the bill. Is it over? Upon witnessing the unscathed figure of Luya before him, the middle-aged manager expressed astonishment. This fellow has somehow survived. Could it be that Fat Hammer has changed his ways today? He was well aware that since Fat Hammer's emergence, no challenger had ever exited through that door upright. Consequently, he has profited immensely. After all, when a person is on the brink of death, how could they possibly come here to settle their account? Observing Luya's attire, straining against his muscles, and casting another glance at the security personnel within the venue, the middle-aged manager muttered reluctantly as he extracted 10 green bills. Here, this is your reward for tonight. Luya scoffed coldly. Life returns once more. Chapter 5. A Surprising Joy. The middle-aged manager wore a pained expression, as if he had suffered a tremendous loss. I recall we agreed on a prize of 5,000 for winning the match, did we not? Luya's voice carried a hint of frost. However, the manager remained oblivious to the unfolding events, entirely unaware of the formidable presence he had provoked. To him, offering a mere 1,000 was already a generous concession. Considering Luya's imposing stature, were it someone else, a mere 100 would suffice. So what will it be? If not, then so be it. With that, the manager retracted his hand, seemingly intent on reclaiming even that 1,000. Having spent considerable time in this boxing arena, he had encountered all sorts of people. Judging by the young man's appearance, it was impossible that his entire outfit cost more than 200. Boom. Luya would not tolerate such indignities. Did he dare to pilfer his hard-earned money? With a resounding crash, the counter before them was shattered in two by Luya's punch. Gulp. The manager stared at the shocking scene, swallowing hard. Why, you are a mutant. Having worked closely with the owner behind the scenes, he possessed some awareness of the extraordinary powers in this world. Yet, Luya paid little heed to his thoughts. Every individual must bear the consequences of their actions. I say, Luya remarked, pulling up his stars and stripes mask slightly, you have soured my mood quite a bit, haven't you? Shouldn't you compensate me for my emotional distress? He emphasized the word compensate heavily. At this moment, the manager dared not utter a single refusal. His legs trembled as he stammered, Understood. Let us first escort this menace away and then report to the boss. Snap. Luya snapped his fingers, beaming, I relish dealing with straightforward individuals. So, how about a casual sum of 100,000 or so? He had observed a box brimming with cash beside the manager. Creak. How much? The manager glanced at the box, realizing that the 100,000 inside was intended for Fat Hammer. He shuddered at the thought of the repercussions he would face if he lost that money. However, he had little time to contemplate further, as a large hand swiftly reached over him, seizing the money box. This shall suffice as your apology, Luya proclaimed, opening the box to reveal the 100,000 within. Not bad. It's even more than I anticipated. Patriot Template Unlock Progress. 3. Patriot Template Unlock Level. 23. Luya mused at the system's notification. How can this count? Am I not merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me? You cannot take that money. The manager was genuinely alarmed now, his corpulent body lunging towards the box in Luyua's grasp. Return it at once. If Fat Hammer finds out, he will annihilate us. The manager was unconcerned about whether Fat Hammer would indeed eliminate the young man before him. However, having lost his money, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Suddenly, the door to the fighting arena swung open with a clang, and several bodyguards clad in black emerged. Upon witnessing this scene, the manager realized that the match would likely conclude prematurely tonight, as the formidable Fat Hammer was about to make his entrance. Consequently, he felt an urgent need to reclaim the money box from Luya. Alas, he was merely an ordinary man, and before Luya, who possessed 23% of Az's strength, he was as fragile as an infant. Seeing that he could not retrieve the money, the manager resolved to abandon the effort. Kid, you've gotten yourself into quite the predicament. Do you understand? Just wait. He shouted towards the inner arena. Hammer? Hammer. H. His call was abruptly cut short as an unforgettable scene unfolded before his eyes. The once invincible Fat Hammer was now being dragged like a lifeless pig by several bodyguards. They were headed towards the rear of the arena, a place the middle-aged manager knew all too well, where all severely injured and incapacitated fighters were taken. With great difficulty, he turned his head, only to see a figure adorned with a stars and stripes mask and a smirk that seemed to taunt him. No wonder he was so brazen. No wonder the match had ended so swiftly. The middle-aged manager realized that Fat Hammer had been utterly defeated by this very individual. Did he not observe the sheer terror etched on the faces of the bodyguards at the sight of him? He chuckled dryly, silently stepping aside to clear the exit. This boxing venue is rather impressive. I shall return another time. With the money box tucked securely at his waist, Luya sauntered out of the arena with an air of nonchalance. The adage rings true: a man of wealth is a man of strength, while a man without riches is rendered powerless. Even the system cannot conjure money from thin air. One must rely on their own efforts. As Luya gazed into the depths of the boxing venue, a thought struck him. If he could seize control of this establishment, he could lounge at home and reap the rewards. Yet, the moment this notion emerged, he shook his head. I am not a thief. Furthermore, we live in a society governed by law. How could I possibly take what belongs to others? Strolling down the street, he realized it was now well past midnight. Suddenly, Luya recalled that he seemed to have forgotten about a gathering. Unfortunately, at this late hour, the Gwen family's party had likely concluded. In truth, high school parties differ vastly from those in college, even if students hold gatherings. They typically do not extend late into the night unless there is a particular purpose behind the festivities. Upon returning home, Luya observed the brand-new doorknob and the repaired doorframe. Letting out a sigh. I wonder how my father will react. I broke the front door today and returned home so late. He was already contemplating how to explain his predicament. Creak. The door swung open, revealing his mother, May. Oh, Luya, you're finally back. It's quite late. Ah, yes. Luya pondered what excuse to conjure. However, the conflicted expression on his face was interpreted by his mother, May, in an entirely different light. Oh, don't be embarrassed, my child. What? What is there to be embarrassed about? Luya inquired, perplexed. You know, at this age, developing feelings for a girl is hardly a matter of shame. Yet, something seems amiss. Luya finds himself perplexed, suspecting that Peter must have said something to his mother on his behalf. Your father has already retired for the night. Please be quiet as you ascend the stairs, so you do not disturb him. The silver-haired May gazes affectionately at her robust son, her fondness for him evident. Though her husband has indicated that he intends to have a serious discussion with Luya this evening, she is well aware that her son has always been obedient. Today's behavior is merely a trivial occurrence typical of any adolescent. Good night, dear mother, Luya sighs with relief, feeling a twinge of guilt at the thought of deception. Chapter 6. Gwen's invitation. As he ascended the stairs, Luya entered his bedroom and gently closed the door behind him. The $100,000 earned from the underground fighting ring could not be used openly. Being a person of utmost integrity, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken if he discovered that his son's money stemmed from such illicit activities. Luya concealed the money beneath his bed, saving it for unforeseen circumstances in the future. The following day, at Midtown High School, Luya strolled through the campus when suddenly a golden figure obstructed his path. Luya, why didn't you come to my party last night? Gwen, with her golden hair, stood before him, her expression clearly reflecting her displeasure at his absence. It was no surprise. Gwen was unlike other girls. She was fiery and alluring, generous to a fault, which was evident from the opulence of her home that others had witnessed the previous day. Luya, however, was unaware of the comparisons, as this Marvel universe was evidently different from the cinematic world he had previously known. Well, something came up last night. Luya replied simply after pondering for a moment. In his mind, the pursuit of strength far outweighed the allure of women. Gwen, however, seemed less than satisfied with his response. Is that all? She regarded Luya, whose casual demeanor belied the earnestness of his explanation, a charming smile gracing her lips. Was this excuse insufficient? Luya cast a surprised glance at Gwen. What else should I say? All right then. Gwen nodded, yet the spark of excitement in her eyes only intensified. At school, Gwen was surrounded by numerous admirers of all types, yet none captured her interest. To her, those who pursued her were either smugly self-assured or dim-witted brutes. There had been instances where individuals attempted to approach her under the guise of aloofness, only to reveal their true selves under her playful teasing. Yet, Liao was different. Gwen observed his confidence and nonchalant grace, which seemed deeply ingrained in his essence, not a mere fade to win her favor. This piqued her curiosity immensely. She could not fathom why the personalities of Luya and his brother Peter, raised in the same household, diverged so dramatically. With a smile, she responded, All right, Luya, may I inquire if you are free this evening to accompany me for a stroll? Feeling no need to decline Gwen's invitation, Luya agreed, eager to learn more about this girl destined for peril in the original narrative. At that moment, Peter Parker, future Spider-Man and Luya's younger brother, shuffled by, looking utterly dejected, his expression akin to that of a defeated canine. In fact, just that morning, while seated on the school bus, Peter had been lamenting and puzzling over why Mary Jane had not shown up. As the bus traveled midway, he caught sight of Mary Jane, seated in Thompson's new car. At this moment, Peter's heartache from unrequited love reached its zenith, despite the fact that he had never been romantically involved with Mary Jane. He simply believed that perhaps if he possessed a car, he might win her favor. Unfortunately, his family was not affluent, especially since Uncle Ben had informed everyone that he had lost his job that very morning. Even a second-hand sports car would require several $1,000s in this era, a price that an ordinary family could scarcely bear. Furthermore, at this stage, Peter had yet to be bitten by the fateful spider. Even if he wished to earn extra money, he lacked the means. Isn't that your brother? Gwen inquired, glancing at the sorrowful Peter as he walked by, addressing Ruya. This was an obvious rhetorical question. Ruya, observing his younger brother's despondent expression, felt somewhat at a loss. He could surmise that Peter's demeanor was due to Mary Jane. Yet, despite her residing next door, Peter rarely spoke to her, and he had squandered the opportunity that proximity afforded him. Moreover, Ruya did not hold Mary Jane in particularly high regard. Peter's fascination with her was largely a product of the idealization she represented in his heart. In reality, Mary Jane's acceptance of being Thompson's girlfriend was quite straightforward. She simply wished to avoid exclusion from Thompson's social circle. Additionally, due to the circumstances of domestic violence, the affluent and popular Thompson, a star of the school's football team, provided Mary Jane with a sense of security. Ruya shook his head in frustration. If it were not for the fact that Peter was destined to become Spider-Man, perhaps there would be no future connection between him and Mary Jane. But you are slender. You could always work out, he suggested. Much like Ruya himself, who, despite being naturally tall, was not initially very muscular. It was the prevailing circumstances in the Marvel universe that instilled a constant sense of urgency within him, prompting him to engage in regular fitness training, which ultimately resulted in his robust physique. In fact, the school's football team had even extended an invitation to Ruya. In a normal world, he might have genuinely considered pursuing a career as a football player. Regrettably, the Marvel universe is one teeming with superhuman abilities, rendering ordinary individuals somewhat akin to ants. Just as during the Avengers' confrontation with Thanos, a mere snap of his fingers could erase half the population from existence. Returning to the present, Rhea witnessed Thompson driving Mary Jane onto campus. This confirmed the specific source of Peter's sorrow. Indeed, it was due to Mary Jane. In class, Rhea perused the data on his system panel. Homeland template unlock progress, 23 TSK. This progress is rather slow. Rhea pondered where he might expedite the unlocking process. Yet, throughout the school day, he could not devise a suitable plan. The timing was rather awkward. The notion of light coexisting with darkness and the coexistence of black and white was palpable. Before Peter became Spider-Man, the supervillains of New York had scarcely begun to emerge. Forget it. During class today, the teacher announced a visit to the General Electronics Laboratory tomorrow. If my memory serves me right, that is the very place where the fateful spider that bit Peter resides. At this moment, Luya's only concern is whether her presence might inadvertently stir the wings of a butterfly, thereby preventing the chosen spider from biting Peter. However, Luya believes this to be a trivial matter, as she has not significantly interfered in Peter's life over the years. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations erupted from her classmates. Wow, she is truly stunning. If only she could be my girlfriend. Dream on. I've heard that no one in our school has managed to win over Gwen Stacy yet. Today, Gwen donned a strappy dress for her evening date, and with her golden hair, she radiated an ethereal glow. Chapter 7. Conflict in the classroom. At the back of the classroom, Lightning Thompson paused, preparing to head to the rugby field for practice. Thompson, what's wrong? Mary Jane also halted, having been invited by her new boyfriend to watch his rugby training match. Following Thompson's gaze, she spotted Gwen. In that moment, Mary Jane's expression hardened. No one relishes the thought of their boyfriend being enamored with another girl. Although Mary Jane often indulged Thompson, fearing exclusion should she lose him, she could not tolerate her boyfriend's blatant interest in another girl before her eyes. Immediately, she positioned herself in front of Thompson, fuming as she obstructed his view. Thompson snapped back to reality, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his face, quickly masked by indifference. He smiled lightly, wrapping an arm around Mary Jane. Hey, Jane, you know. Thompson's countenance bore a smile, yet his tone was icy. You cannot interfere in my affairs. We agreed on this from the start. Have you forgotten? Thompson's feelings for Jane were superficial, akin to an admiration for a Cinderella, a beautiful girl hailing from humble beginnings. Did she truly consider herself a swan? Unaware of the pain his words inflicted, Thompson continued, leaving Mary Jane momentarily stunned. Soon, her eyes welled with tears as she questioned whether choosing to be Thompson's girlfriend had been a prudent decision. Such humiliation was unbearable, and no amount of self-deception could render it inaudible. Consequently, she broke free from Thompson's embrace. You bastard, Thompson. Yet, Thompson merely spat in disdain before pulling her back into his arms. What, have you forgotten all the things I bought you these past few days? You think you can take advantage and walk away? Such fortune does not come easily. Upon hearing this, Mary Jane, who had been struggling, ceased her resistance and closed her eyes in anguish. Hadn't she prepared herself for this all along? This scene did not escape Peter's notice from a distance. Witnessing his beloved goddess being mistreated, her eyes reddened. He was suddenly filled with an inexplicable courage. Thompson, do not bully Jane. Peter stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Thompson. Instantly, the attention of the entire class shifted to Peter, including Gwen. Taken aback by the unexpected outburst, Thompson was genuinely startled. However, upon realizing that the one confronting him was the insignificant Parker, a surge of anger and humiliation flooded his heart. How could he be threatened by such a worthless opponent? Thompson regarded Peter, who stood a head shorter, his gaze glinting with menace. Meanwhile, Mary Jane felt a flicker of gratitude. In her moment of utmost embarrassment, Peter had chosen to speak up for her, stirring profound emotions within her heart. However, she soon beheld in terror as her boyfriend seized Peter by the collar. With a resounding thud, Thompson forcefully pinned Peter against the door, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Oh, look at our pitiful little Peter, he sneered, as he lifted Peter several centimeters off the ground with his powerful arms. Remember this, Peter. Mary Jane is my girlfriend. If you dare interfere again, I shall show you what true cruelty is. With another violent thrust, Thompson slammed Peter against the door once more. Are you not going to help your brother? At that moment, Gwen approached Luya, acknowledging that this was a necessary step in Peter's journey of growth. Peter's strength is forged through the trials he faces, Luya remarked. Once he becomes Spider-Man, he will naturally repay Thompson for today's events, provided Thompson does not overstep his bounds. After all, Luya harbored a certain disdain for Peter's excessive kindness that rendered him weak. Well, you two brothers are quite peculiar, Gwen commented, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Luya's sentiments. However, it was Thompson's next words that ignited Luya's fury. I suppose only your pathetic Uncle Ben could raise such a worthless coward. Ha ha ha. The anger boiling within Thompson led him to utter those words. Yet Uncle Ben's position remained irreplaceable in the hearts of many, especially Luya. As an orphan in his past life, he felt a profound connection to his father, Ben Parker, whose selfless love and careful nurturing rendered Luya intolerant of any insults directed towards them. How dare he? How dare he? Nearby, Peter had already surged forward in fury. Lunging at Thompson, you shall not insult Uncle Ben. With a forceful shove, Thompson dismissed Peter, whose frail frame careened through the classroom door, tumbling outside. Mary Jane, unable to bear the scene any longer, wrestled with her conscience, yearning to help Peter. However, upon witnessing Thompson's domineering demeanor, she sadly relinquished her intention. She could no longer endure the violence. Offending Thompson would subject her to a far more painful form of torment, cold indifference from their classmates. Thompson laughed heartily, reveling in his strength, seeking to draw more attention to himself. He glanced at Gwen, eager to gauge her reaction. Yet, what met his gaze was an increasingly menacing fist. With a thunderous impact, Thompson lost his balance, toppling sideways and crashing into several desks. You. Thompson scrambled to his feet, glaring menacingly at his assailant. At that moment, his left cheek was already swollen, the result of Luya's restraint. Otherwise, given Luya's current strength, it is likely that a single blow could obliterate Thompson's head. Before Thompson could utter any harsh words, Luya coldly interjected, I recall having cautioned you to be mindful of your words. It appears my warning has not been heeded. In the classroom, all eyes turned once more toward them. Could it be that Lightning is about to engage in a confrontation with Luya? Lightning is Thompson's nickname, a tribute to his swiftness on the football field. However, it seems to me that Thompson may be at a disadvantage this time. Surely, Thompson is regarded as the strongest male student in our school, is he not? Did he not suffer a setback on the school bus last time? I had assumed that was merely a fluke, while Luya has previously triumphed over 3 delinquents outside of school. No one believed that Thompson would be incapable of doing the same. Gwen observed Luya's frostbitten expression, licking her lips. She had never witnessed Luya in such a state. Whenever she encountered him outside the classroom, he always wore a stoic visage. This only intensified her curiosity regarding Luya. Chapter 8. An Obstruction. Thompson recalled the scene from the previous day on the school bus, and now his wrist seemed to throb with lingering pain. He chuckled, am I wrong? He provocatively glanced at Luya, believing that he had only fallen due to a surprise attack. In a fair confrontation, he was confident he would not be bested by anyone at school. As Thompson stubbornly refused to acknowledge his mistake, Luya's expression grew increasingly frigid. In his eyes, a crimson light flickered, gathering a palpable heat. Remarkably, without the system being unlocked, he had inadvertently activated his laser eyes. An overwhelming intent to kill surged within him. And at that moment, Luya felt an impulsive desire to obliterate Thompson with his newfound power. Patriotic Template Unlock Progress increased by 2. Patriotic Template Unlock Progress increased by 2. Patriotic Template Unlock Progress increased by 3, as Luya's murderous intent swelled. The unlock progress of the Patriotic Template on the system panel steadily climbed, ultimately stabilizing at 30. Patriotic Template Unlock Skill, Laser Eyes. The system provided a clear notification. The laser eyes had been successfully unlocked. In truth, a 30 unlock rate was insufficient for access to the laser eyes, but due to Luya's intense murderous intent, they had been prematurely activated. At that moment, Thompson suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of malice approaching him. Oddly enough, he had never believed in such murderous intent before. Yet, at this instant, he distinctly felt it emanating from Luya's gaze. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as the two fell into an eerie silence. Unbeknownst to Thompson, his life now hinged on Luya's fleeting thoughts. What are you doing? The commotion in the classroom finally prompted a student to summon the teacher. Luya cast a deep glance at Thompson, dispersing the intense heat that had accumulated in his eyes. He was reluctant to commit an act of violence in front of others unless absolutely necessary. Amidst the chatter of the onlookers, the farcical scene gradually came to a close. With cold sweat beading on his brow, Thompson exited the classroom, heading towards the football field. Behind him, Mary Jane silently followed, glancing back at Ruya with a mysterious expression before leaving the classroom. At that moment, Gwen stood beside Ruya, even linking her arm with his, their demeanor resembling that of a couple. Feeling the softness and warmth of her arm, even Ruya couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Hee, I thought you were truly an ice block, uninterested in women, Gwen teased, noticing the subtle change in Ruya's expression, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She had done this deliberately to gauge his reaction, and from the look on his face, it seemed her charm had not waned. Ruya cleared his throat. He was not devoid of emotion. It was not the case that he had no feelings for women at all. Yet, he maintained his expression. I never said that. What? Are you disappointed? Gwen was astonished by Ruya's candor, and her interest in him deepened. Of course not. Do you remember our agreement from this morning? She inquired. Certainly. I am free tonight. Where would you like to wander? The two linked arms, their affectionate demeanor quickly capturing the attention of the entire class. Was Gwen seeking out Ruya? My heavens. Could it be that Gwen was about to be won over by Ruya? This shouldn't come as a surprise, right? A girl nearby remarked. With someone as strong and handsome as Ruya, it's only natural he would be well-liked. In truth, while Ruya seldom engaged in conversations with others, his popularity among the girls had always been considerable. He was so striking that he effortlessly drew the gaze of admirers without lifting a finger. At the edge of the classroom, a red-haired girl watched the sweet interaction between Ruya and Gwen, her heart filled with unspoken sorrow. Ruya is undeniably mine. Liz Allen, or rather, the girl, thought to herself as she observed their retreating figures. Brother. Peter returned to the classroom, witnessing Ruya sent Thompson flying with a punch. And he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. However, having been raised in the same environment, Peter also experienced a pang of insecurity regarding his brother Ruya's strength. If only I could be as strong as my brother, Peter wished again, though regrettably, no magical lamp responded to him. Ruya glanced at his younger brother with a sigh. Peter, remember to cover for me when Dad asks where I'm going tonight. With that, Ruya turned to leave with Gwen. Peter opened his mouth to speak but swallowed his words instead. That night, on the streets, Gwen's idea of shopping was far from Ruya's expectations of a typical retail experience. In fact, it was a deliberate choice on Gwen's part. She was aware of Ruya's family circumstances, unlike her father, who was the police chief. Ruya's father was merely an ordinary worker. Therefore, she thoughtfully refrained from asking him to purchase anything for her. In reality, Ruya was not short on money at that moment, though he would never voice it. Gwen's shopping style was unique, as she deliberately chose to traverse dimly lit alleyways. Observing Gwen's cheerful demeanor, Ruya remarked, I believe your family has warned you that such places might harbor dark elements. Gwen was certainly aware of this, especially since they were in the Nigo community, where her father had specifically cautioned her against venturing. However, after witnessing Ruya's strength earlier that day, she felt less fearful about these surroundings. Although Gwen had a police chief for a father, she had developed a rebellious spirit. She craved excitement and yearned for the scenes of superheroes vanquishing evil that she often saw on television. Thus, with Ruya's company, she felt emboldened to explore these shadowy locales. All right, as long as you enjoy yourself, Ruya agreed, thinking that if they were to encounter a robbery or similar incident, they could treat it as an adventure for the night. Just as they were conversing, a figure nearly blending into the darkness suddenly materialized. A young woman stands here, her skin a deep ebony, the only contrast being the sparkle of her teeth illuminated by the dim streetlight. From the shadows emerges a man clad in seemingly expensive yet soiled and ill-fitting attire, a knife gripped firmly in his hand. Hand over your money, and then this young lady can leave. You can go. This man possesses a notable physical prowess, towering nearly to the height of Ruya. Could it be that they are truly facing a robbery? Ruya raised an eyebrow, glancing at Gwen beside her. However, Gwen's expression betrayed her unease. Her bravado was merely superficial, for the reality of a robbery instilled genuine fear within her. This is a common ailment among youth. knowing well the impropriety of their actions, yet still proceeding. Lua gently patted Gwen's hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry." Chapter 9. The laser eyes show their might. Amused by the sight of Nico brandishing a small knife, Lua found the scene somewhat humorous. Releasing Gwen's hand, he stepped forward to confront Nico. In Lua's eyes, there was no trace of panic emanating from Nico, rather. It was Nico who now found himself engulfed in trepidation. "Hand over the money," Nico reiterated, but faced with Lua's unwavering demeanor, his words lacked conviction. When one cannot be discerned, it naturally incites wariness in others. Nico was experiencing this sentiment, anxiously observing Lua's hands nestled in his pockets, fearing that Lua might suddenly produce a weapon of truth. Thus, he acted first. "Die." A fierce expression manifested on Nico's face. "Be careful," one exclaimed, witnessing Lua's continued inaction. His hands still lodged in his pockets. In her fright, she regretted her choice of taking these back alleys. Had she not insisted on this route, Lua would not be. As the knife was poised to pierce his abdomen, Lua remained unperturbed, treating the attack as though it were a mere crawl in comparison to his current capabilities. With a sidestep, he effortlessly evaded Nico's assault, subsequently delivering a powerful kick. Thud. Lua, disinterested in further discourse with such a lowly opponent, unleashed a casual kick that was far beyond the endurance of an ordinary individual. Nico was sent hurtling like a cannonball, crumpling under the immense force and soaring several meters away before crashing into a heap of garbage, gasping intermittently from within the refuse. Nico was rendered entirely incapacitated after Lua's singular strike. Observing Nico's struggle to rise, Lua shook his head in disinterest. He had no inclination to search for valuables on this filthy wretch. Rummaging through Nico's belongings was no different from sifting through a trash bin. Patriot template unlock progress increased by 2. Patriot template unlock progress decreased by 32. The system notification re-emerged, indicating a 2 increase in unlock progress. Turning back, Gwen had just emerged from her state of fear, once again astonished by Lua's formidable prowess. Previously, Lua's ability to send Thompson flying with a single punch had already left her in awe. Yet, she realized she had underestimated him. Propelling a person weighing dozens of kilograms a considerable distance with a single kick, was this truly within the realm of normality? At that moment, her mind raced with thoughts of superheroes and valiant figures of the night, conjuring images of Batman and the like. She had seen both Marvel and DC comics, familiar with characters such as Superman and Batman. Just as she was about to utter something, a deep voice resonated from around the corner. "No wonder you can easily defeat Fat Hammer." The boss did not err in his judgment. As the words hung in the air, a brooding white man emerged, flanked by 2 imposing black bodyguards. "Come with me. The boss wants to meet you," he declared, speaking as though the boss were an individual of remarkable significance. Fat Hammer? In an instant, Luya recalled that this newcomer was likely affiliated with the underground boxing arena he had previously encountered. Were they here to exact revenge for the injuries inflicted upon Fat Hammer, or was it a retribution for the money he had taken from them? Admittedly, Luya's actions had been somewhat extreme. Yet, who truly cared? Observing the brooding man and his companions, Luya chuckled lightly. "And what if I refuse to accompany you?" He found it curious that they possessed such confidence, especially after witnessing him effortlessly send the previous thug flying with a single kick. However, the brooding man soon revealed the source of his bravado. "Luya," Gwen's voice called out from behind, as one of the bodyguards trained a handgun on her. Damn. Luya's expression darkened. He had been too careless. Ever since acquiring the template of a native, he had felt as though everything lay within his grasp. Gradually, he had lowered his guard around ordinary people. After all, given his enhanced physique, the attacks of a mere mortal seemed trivial, akin to a mere tickle. Even firearms posed little threat, provided they did not strike a vital area like the eyes. With the unlocking of the native template, even the eyes were no longer Luya's weakness. Yet, he had forgotten that in numerous films and novels, the true vulnerabilities of the protagonist often lay not within themselves, but among their loved ones and friends. "I can't believe I made such a fundamental mistake." Luya chuckled at his own folly, observing Luya's expression. The brooding man wore a smug grin. "So, if you come meet the boss, I assure you that girl will be unharmed." Gwen, realizing she had unwittingly become a pawn to threaten Luya, felt a surge of courage rising within her. She aimed a kick at the black bodyguard's groin, hoping to make her escape. However, unlike the previous thug, this suited bodyguard was clearly a trained fighter. He evaded Gwen's kick and swung the butt of his gun towards her head. Fortunately, Gwen's agility spared her from serious injury. "Heh, do you still intend to struggle?" The brooding man, convinced of his dominance over Luya and Gwen, adopted an increasingly relaxed tone. Luya, witnessing Gwen's near injury, was consumed by a seething anger, seeking to retaliate. He turned and glared at the bodyguard holding Gwen captive. The black bodyguard, dismissive of Luya, scoffed internally. "What is the matter? Is your anger of any consequence? Does glaring at me hold any value? Do you think you can intimidate me to death?" However, his contempt was soon replaced by sheer terror. Luya's eyes glowed with a crimson light as an immense heat began to coalesce. "What is this?" In an instant, everything transpired. The black bodyguard had no time to entertain any other thoughts when two beams of crimson light erupted from Luya's eyes. Zing! In a fit of rage, the laser beam swept mercilessly across the bodyguard's hands, and then his entire form. Thud, thud, thud. Like raindrops, the body of the black bodyguard crumpled to the ground. Patriot template unlock progress increased by 5. Patriot template unlock progress. 37. Ahem. This scene was equally witnessed by Gwen and several others, particularly Gwen, who was in close proximity to the bodyguard, allowing her to feel the sheer power of Luya's laser beams. Could he truly be a superhuman? A myriad of emotions danced in Gwen's eyes: surprise, curiosity, shock, and obsession. Chapter 10. Confusion. It matters not if you are killed. Here. After dispatching the black bodyguard with a piercing gaze, Luya felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Perhaps I truly possess a modicum of the potential to be a patriot? At this moment, witnessing Luya's formidable prowess, the sinister man had long since lost his earlier bravado. The ability to emit laser beams from one's eyes. Was he perhaps a devil? Although the sinister man was aware of the existence of mutants, his understanding was superficial at best. In his perception, the powers of mutants were generally limited to immense strength. The ability to shoot lasers from one's eyes surely transcended the bounds of humanity, did it not? As Luya fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes beginning to flicker with crimson light, the sinister man quickly donned a conciliatory smile, exclaiming that it was all a misunderstanding. Observing Luya's lack of response, he hastened to plead for mercy, proposing that if Luya spared them, they could treat the day's events as if they had never transpired. They had already investigated and discovered that Luya was merely a student from Zhongxing High School. Perhaps he could deceive him. The sinister man thought that once he returned, he would report everything about Luya to his boss. However, Luya showed no sign of yielding to his pleas. Heat began to coalesce in his eyes, and soon 2 beams of red laser light shot forth. The beam swept across the sinister man and his 2 black bodyguards. Confusion. I shall eliminate you. Today, truly. No one shall know what has transpired. Patriot template unlock progress increased by 3. Patriot template unlock progress decreased by 40. What a thrill. Luya could not help but acknowledge the allure of the Patriot's penchant for obliterating everything in sight with laser eyes when provoked. It was indeed exhilarating. The sinister man had mistakenly believed that Luya would show them mercy. How could that be? For individuals who so clearly reeked of malevolence, Luya bore no psychological burden in dispatching them. Wow, that is so cool. At this moment, Gwen seemed to have fully recovered from her earlier fright. She approached Luya and gently leaned against his shoulder. Luya raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid? He recalled that in the original film, after Peter became Spider-Man, he was branded a monster by his classmates merely for showcasing his extraordinary abilities once, having bested Thompson. Why should I be afraid? Gwen countered with a smile. After all, you saved me today, my hero. She then curiously gazed into Luya's eyes. Are you, perchance, the fabled vigilante lurking in the shadows? Or a superhero who quietly combats crime? What is your superhero moniker? Laser eyes? Gwen's barrage of questions reflected her current excitement. Raised in a household governed by a strict police chief, she had developed a rebellious spirit, or so it seemed to her father. Upon hearing Luya assert that he had no intention of becoming a superhero and possessed no such title, a fleeting shadow dimmed Gwen's eyes. However, she soon exclaimed with great enthusiasm, even if you don't wish to become a superhero, you must at least bestow upon yourself a title. Your eyes emit lasers. Why not call yourself Laser Eyes? Observing Gwen's excessive excitement, Ruya realized that if he did not propose a name, she would relentlessly pursue him for one. Naturally, Ruya would not adopt a title like Laser Eyes, as that moniker was already claimed by someone else, Homelander. He uttered that ready-made name. Homelander? Gwen echoed. You claim you don't want to be a superhero, yet your name sounds like that of a quintessential hero. Ruya silently scoffed. Knowing that the true Homelander appeared virtuous but harbored a dark and ruthless heart. Of course, he would not explain this to Gwen. Just then, Ruya's ears perked up. It seems someone is approaching. Unlocking 40 of the Homelander template, he was now exhibiting its full prowess, including super hearing. Ruya could discern every sound within a kilometer radius with absolute clarity. Moreover, beyond that distance, he could still hear many sounds inaudible to ordinary ears, albeit with less detail. For instance, he could hear two individuals approaching from 100 meters away. What's wrong? Gwen inquired, noticing Ruya's sudden focus. Someone is coming. Ruya succinctly revealed his observation. Gwen glanced around but saw nothing amiss. Just then, a man and a woman suddenly peered down from a rusted staircase nearby. Their dark hair and yellow skin were unmistakable. Are they Asian? Ruya thought, somewhat astonished, as he had rarely encountered Asians throughout his life. The pair appeared to be siblings, dressed in worn yet clean clothing. From this, Ruya deduced, you hail from Huaxia? The siblings were evidently startled by Ruya's sudden remark. The older girl stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of her brother, displaying a keen sense of caution. She surveyed the bodies strewn about without showing any sign of shock, as if she were already accustomed to such sights. Instead, upon noticing the two newcomers who clearly did not belong here, she inquired, who are you? I've never seen you in Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen? Ruya was taken aback. Could this be the infamous, darkest region of New York in the Marvel Universe? It was no wonder that the sinister man had dared to openly attack the two of them, likely due to the chaos that pervaded Hell's Kitchen. This is Hell's Kitchen? Gwen seemed to recall something. Her father had told her that Hell's Kitchen was the most perilous area in all of New York, rife with violence, bloodshed, and various dark elements. However, Ruya is aware that within the Marvel Universe, Hell's Kitchen cannot truly be deemed the most perilous of locales. Certainly, the actual underground emperor of crime, Kingpin, wields significant power here. In the original narrative, Spider-Man engages in a prolonged struggle against Kingpin. You should leave. Hell's Kitchen is not a place for individuals like you, the boy behind them cautioned. I understand that those from outside the neighborhood are always seeking thrills, but here. His words were abruptly silenced as his sister covered his mouth, fully aware of the adage that troubles often arise from one's speech. Tap, tap, tap. Ruya's peripheral vision caught sight of new arrivals, and judging by the sounds, it seemed there were quite a few. Chapter 11, The Iron Rod Gang. A cacophony of footsteps echoed through the air, and soon the figures emerged. You little bastards, we've finally found you. 5 black men materialized, each wielding a long stick, seemingly intent on the siblings hiding behind the staircase. It appeared the duo had stirred up some trouble. Yet, in Hell's Kitchen, such occurrences were hardly surprising, as this was a veritable haven for crime. Bray, I've spotted those 2 punks, exclaimed a fierce-looking youth named Bray. I'm not blind. Let us capture them. With that, the 5 men brandished their sticks and charged toward the siblings, swinging their weapons with menacing intent. Run, the sister shouted, grasping her brother's hand as they attempted to flee. However, years of malnutrition had rendered them frail, and just a few steps into their escape, they were nearly overtaken. Strange, why isn't she running outside the block? Gwen pondered, observing the girl's path with her brother. The 5 men had blocked the route into the deeper parts of Hell's Kitchen, yet the girl made no attempt to step beyond its confines. It was as if there was something lurking outside that she feared. Many in Hell's Kitchen lived without proper identification, and it was likely that the siblings were among them. Although Hell's Kitchen is perilous, it accommodates all sorts of people, Ruya elucidated. However, once they step outside, their best outcome might be deportation. Hey, one of the black men noticed Ruya and Gwen, and seeing them linger at the side, Bray threatened, You two better get out of here. In response to Bray's intimidation, Ruya shrugged, then bent down to pick up a fist-sized stone from the ground. Weighing it in his hand, he found it just right. In the next moment, as one of the men lunged to seize the girl, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air. Crack! A look of astonishment flickered across the black man's face as he grasped the edge of the girl's garment, while she was pushing her brother aside. However, a sudden pain shot through his leg, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Groaning in agony as he stared at his twisted right leg, Luya's decisive action drew the attention of the entire scene. And the remaining 4 black men turned their gaze toward him. The siblings, having narrowly escaped, finally found a moment to catch their breath. Yet the path to freedom remained obstructed. They could only remain still, waiting for another chance to flee. The girl looked at her unexpected savior, Luya. Her eyes filled with surprise, gratitude, and wariness. Hell's Kitchen was a den of iniquity. While neighbors often aided one another, there was always a profound caution toward strangers. Gwen glanced at Luya, flicking her hair. What do you intend to do with them, superhero from the homeland? Gwen's handling of the situation was evident. After witnessing the piercing eyes of Luya, she harbored no doubt that the remaining few would pose no challenge to him. Simultaneously, her words reached the ears of the remaining black men, inciting a profound sense of indignation within them. Luya's intervention stemmed not only from the provocation they had initiated, but also from the significant fact that he and his sister hailed from Huaxia. After all, they were compatriots from another world, and Luya felt compelled to extend his assistance. Handling? Gwen's voice did not shy away from the presence of the 4 remaining black men, who heard her words clearly. You have stirred up trouble, dare to meddle in our Iron Rod Gang's affairs, and you shall not escape Hell's Kitchen. Bray was incensed by the disdain Luya and his companions displayed towards him. Though the Iron Rod Gang remained obscure in Hell's Kitchen, it was still a gang, after all. Moreover, one of his subordinates had been ambushed and now lay on the ground, howling in agony. Boss! Boss! At that moment, a trembling subordinate tugged at Bray's sleeve, his voice quavering with trepidation. Look over there. Following the direction his subordinate pointed, Bray's gaze fell upon the corpses of the vicious men slain by Luya. What terrified Bray was not the gruesome sight of the fallen. As a member of Hell's Kitchen, he had witnessed countless gang skirmishes and bloodshed. What lay before him was not the most gruesome he had seen. Yet, as he beheld the blood-soaked visage of the vicious man, a flicker of recognition ignited within him. He vaguely recalled that this man was the leader of South Street in Hell's Kitchen. Bray felt a shiver run down his spine. He was not mistaken. That individual was a subordinate of Jean Bing. Bray's memory surged back to a couple of days prior when he had seen Malin Toynbee. The very man now lifeless before him, collecting gang dues in South Street. He had even followed his boss and encountered him. Little did he expect that such a prominent figure, a veritable tyrant of Hell's Kitchen, would perish here today. And it appeared that Malin Toynbee had met a particularly tragic end. Bray swallowed hard, his throat dry, and then turned his gaze toward Luya, feeling little inclination to trouble himself with the other youths in front of him. The deceased Malin Toynbee was the crux of the matter. Jean Bing was the underground emperor of all New York, and Hell's Kitchen could almost be regarded as his garden. Having laid eyes on Malin Toynbee's corpse, Bray felt as though he had entangled himself in a precarious web of relations. Should any misunderstandings arise, not only would his own life be at stake, but his boss's life would also be insufficient to cover the debt. Hey, kid, did anyone see who killed those men? Bray inquired. His brow furrowed as he looked at Luya. At that moment, he was genuinely disinterested in pursuing trouble with others, given that Malin Toynbee's body still bore warmth. It was likely that the murderer had not strayed far. Perhaps, if he could provide some intelligence, he might yet reap some benefits from this dire situation. As for Lua and Gwen, Bray did not consider himself to be looking down upon them. If Malin Toynbee were indeed slain by those 2 youngsters, he would willingly turn upside down to indulge in a $0 shopping spree at the convenience store. Lua observed Bray's dramatically changing expression with keen interest. Well, if those guys are dead, then so be it. They were nothing but scum anyway. Bray, noticing Lua's reluctance to speak, grew increasingly sullen. Do you have any idea who they are? Malin Toynbee is a man of the esteemed King Ben. Oh, perhaps you are unaware of who King Ben is. Bray believed Lua still did not grasp the gravity of the situation and began to elaborate. King Ben is the head of the New York Mafia, the underground emperor of the city. He could squash you like an ant with the utmost ease. Do you comprehend? In truth, Bray did not possess extensive knowledge about King Bin either, as he himself was merely a small fry. King Bin had fully consolidated the New York Mafia and was poised to extend his reach across the entirety of America. At that point, he would truly be the emperor of the underworld. Chapter 12. The Liu Siblings. In the cruelty of Hell's Kitchen, Luoya reminisced about his memories of Jean Bing. In his recollections, Jean Bing was a quintessential villain, devoid of any superpowers yet endowed with immense strength and considerable intellect. Connecting this to recent events, it seemed likely that his performance in the boxing arena had attracted the attention of this underground emperor. However, Luoya was not overly concerned. He was confident that once he unlocked further abilities from his homeland's templates, he would be capable of confronting any adversary that dared to cross his path. Thus, Luoya felt no inclination to engage in further conversation with the few individuals present. In the midst of the astonished gazes from Burei and his companions, Luoya effortlessly hooked a streetlight at the roadside. With a slight exertion, he uprooted the nearly 3-meter-tall lamp post, severing its connections and causing it to flicker twice before extinguishing. Burei was at a loss for words to express his current feelings. Was this person truly human? He was merely a minor leader of an inconsequential gang, and thus unaware of the existence of extraordinary powers in the world. Luoya refrained from utilizing his laser vision to eliminate the group, as he had his own considerations. Firstly, he was not a murderer. It sufficed to instill fear by showcasing his extraordinary strength, especially since these so-called members of the Iron Rod Gang appeared rather gullible and lacking in intelligence. Simultaneously, Luoya's display of physical prowess served to obscure his other supernatural abilities. The capability of laser vision was too iconic, making it easy to label him, whereas immense strength was a trait possessed by many. For instance, he recalled that Jean Bing was also a formidable powerhouse. The two siblings, who had been observing from the sidelines, were utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them. They had heard tales of superhumans, initially believing them to be mere stories. But now they found themselves face to face with a living example. "Sister, is he a superhero?" the younger sibling inquired. The elder sister shook her head, equally bewildered, for she too was just a child trying to comprehend the extraordinary. On the other hand, Burei, after overcoming his initial shock, quickly regained his composure. Years of survival in Hell's Kitchen had honed his instincts, prompting him to make a decisive choice. With a resounding thud, Burei bent his knees and bowed deeply, adopting the posture of a tiger landing. "My lord, I apologize for my lack of perception in offending you. I beseech your magnanimity, please spare me," Burei implored, kneeling on the ground, his forehead touching the floor. "Boss." The remaining 3 lackeys were taken aback by their leader's sudden submission. What was happening? Why had their boss knelt? What should they do? The 3 exchanged glances, momentarily unsure whether to stand or join their leader in submission. Luoya, with the streetlight still in hand, was momentarily stunned by Burei's audacious act of surrender. To capitulate so shamelessly and decisively, one could not deny that he was indeed a product of Hell's Kitchen. However, this unexpected turn left Luoya in a bit of a quandary. "If you wish to confront me head-on, then I would have no choice but to eliminate you." Yet, as he knelt so promptly and so completely, Luoya could not shake off an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Indeed, it was a peculiar feeling of embarrassment. An embarrassment so profound that it almost compelled him to crush his opponent. Nevertheless, Luoya was not one to waver in indecision. After a brief contemplation, he arrived at a resolution. With a decisive clang, he thrust the streetlight he held back into place and approached Bray, with Gwen trailing closely behind to guard against any potential ambush. "I inquire," you respond. "Yes, esteemed sir, please proceed with your question." Suddenly, Luoya was gripped by an odd sensation, prompting him to shake his head before continuing. "What is your name?" "Bray." "What is your role in Hell's Kitchen?" "I am a member of the Iron Rod Gang, collecting protection fees daily." Bray wore a sycophantic smile, fearful that any dissatisfaction from Luoya might lead to his demise. As for the earlier concern regarding Jean, it had completely slipped his mind. Survival took precedence over all else. At this juncture, Luoya could have demanded that Bray call him father, and Bray would likely have acquiesced. Observing Bray's physique, Luoya regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. "What transpired with the brother and sister you were pursuing earlier?" Luya turned his attention to the siblings still crouched nearby, inching cautiously deeper into the alleyway. Ever ready to flee, Lu Xian had initially intended to take advantage of the situation to escape with her brother, Lu Hao. But Luya's sudden redirection of the conversation forced her to halt. Bray hesitated briefly before continuing. They stole our belongings. The act of thievery was a commonplace occurrence in Hell's Kitchen if one were caught and possessed a modicum of influence. They might only endure a beating before parting with some possessions. However, for those lacking connections, the consequences could be fatal, their fate remaining unknown to all. For siblings like the Lus, capture would likely lead to even graver repercussions. What did they steal from you? 2 slices of pizza. 2 slices of pizza. Gwen echoed incredulously. Was it truly for a mere 2 slices that they would mobilize such force and threaten the lives of 2 children? Luya cast a glance at Gwen, but remained silent. He could somewhat empathize, although Bray claimed allegiance to the Iron Rod Gang. Their ill-fitting attire suggested a lack of financial resources. Such was the nature of Hell's Kitchen, where the law of the jungle reigned supreme. Luya nodded in acknowledgement. And you too, what are your names? I am Lu Xian, and this is my brother, Lu Hao. Lu Xian resolutely stated their names, feeling no need for concealment. She comprehended that her and her brother's fates might very well rest in the hands of the tall, golden-haired youth before them. Yet, unlike Bray, she did not kneel in supplication. Instead, she took a step back, moving closer to her brother. Little brother, if it becomes too much, just run outside. As she spoke, Lu Xian discreetly slipped the crumpled pizza slices into her brother's pocket. It was these 2 slices of pizza that had led her and her brother to their current predicament. Yet even in such dire circumstances, she had no intention of returning them. This was primarily due to the fact that today marked her brother Lu Hao's birthday. It was precisely for this reason that she dared to pilfer the pizza from the gang members, intending it to serve as a birthday gift for her brother. Lu Xian recalled how her brother had been eyeing the pizzas in the hands of others over the past few days, yet he had never voiced his desires, demonstrating remarkable maturity. At this moment, Lu Xian had made up her mind. Should the situation turn perilous, she would rush forward to obstruct any threats, allowing her brother to escape. Although Hell's Kitchen was notoriously unwelcoming to those without status, there still existed other possibilities. Luya remained contemplative, as the world of Marvel bore a striking resemblance to her former reality. She had been raised by her adoptive father, Ben Parker. Though they were not wealthy, they at least had their basic needs met. In stark contrast, in a place like Hell's Kitchen, many struggled just to secure a morsel to eat. Luya reached into her pocket and produced a $100 bill, placing it before Bray. Take this $100 and consider your dealings with them settled. Chapter 13. Who supports and who opposes. A green banknote fluttered gently before Bray, swaying with the breeze. However, upon beholding the $100 bill, Bray appeared as though he had seen a ghost, his entire body trembling with trepidation. What did this mean? Was everything with those siblings settled in one stroke? And what of his own accounts? Would they be reconciled? Bray cast a glance at the impassive Luya, wishing fervently that he could bury his head in the ground like an ostrich. It was merely 2 slices of pizza. After all, it hardly warranted such a sum. He chuckled nervously, recalling how fierce and menacing he had seemed at first. The siblings, Lu Xian and her brother, regarded Bray with a perplexed expression, astonished by the humility of the very person who had nearly taken their lives. Noticing Bray's reluctance to accept the money, Luya did not press the matter further. So, about tonight. Before Luya could finish her sentence, Bray interjected hastily. Nothing happened tonight. As he spoke, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. If you have any further commands, I could be of assistance. Bray's face was a mask of sycophancy, and he naturally referred to himself as a subordinate. Of course, someone with Luya's prowess, capable of uprooting streetlights, was a rarity in Hell's Kitchen. If he could serve under her, it would surely be more promising than his current affiliation with the Iron Rod Gang. The Iron Rod Gang, despite its name, was merely a group of impoverished thugs unable to afford firearms, relying instead on iron rods for protection. Their so-called protection fees were simply extorted from the destitute residents of Hell's Kitchen, many of whom struggled to make ends meet. Luya contemplated refusing, but soon realized that perhaps she could leverage her experience in Hell's Kitchen to refine her own identity. After all, in the Marvel Universe, Hell's Kitchen was a place of chaos where the law was nearly non-existent. This signified that Luya could act with impunity, or rather, could truly showcase her abilities. Thus, having Bray, a native of the area, by her side might save her some trouble. Take me to your base of operations. Luya was uncertain how to articulate it. Calling it a den felt somewhat strange. Yes, boss. Bray's eyes widened with excitement as he eagerly replied. Luya, too fatigued to correct his address, turned her attention to the siblings. You should come with me. In her desire to ensure their safety, Luya feared that Bray might feign compliance and turn against the siblings once she departed. Hence, she resolved to bring them along. Lucian glanced at her brother, then at Luya. She understood that she had no alternative. Perhaps following this young man was the best course of action. When circumstances are stronger than individuals, having a choice is a blessing. More often than not, one is propelled forward, even if the path leads into the abyss. Having grown up in Hell's Kitchen, Lu Xian had long grasped this truth, while her brother, Lu Hao, though still somewhat naive, was very much inclined to heed his sister's counsel. Thus, Bray and his 3 companions led the way, with one of them carrying the previously injured comrade on his back. Luya was accompanied by Gwen, while the Lu siblings trailed closely behind. Along the route, sporadic incidents of robbery and gang confrontations occurred. However, Luya, possessing enhanced vision and hearing, consistently managed to alert them in advance, allowing them to evade such conflicts. This further solidified Bray's conviction that choosing Luya as his leader was an exceedingly wise decision. As for the injured comrade, he could only blame his misfortune. Boss, we've arrived. After traversing various dilapidated neighborhoods, Bray halted before a modest shop. It was termed a shop because it was surrounded by various establishments, repair shops, eateries, clothing stores, bars, and so forth. While the shops here mirrored those found elsewhere, they were all small and rundown. Bray, as a minor leader of the Iron Rod Gang, had his own designated refuge, the Nameless Diner, before him. The bar on the right and the vegetable shop on the left were also properties belonging to the Iron Rod Gang. Bray introduced these to Luya, a hint of pride illuminating his face. After all, he had a territory of his own, unlike the homeless vagabonds. However, Luya was indifferent to this. He was surveying the surrounding layout. They were currently situated in the South District of Hell's Kitchen. As Luya observed, the entire South District seemed to consist of 5 or 6 streets. Naturally, he had no time to delve deeper into this matter. The night was already late. Although Luya was unconcerned, Gwen, being an ordinary person, could not linger here for too long. Upon entering Bray's diner, they found a few tables occupied by patrons enjoying their meals. Upon noticing Luya and Gwen's entrance, they exhibited expressions of ill intent, particularly towards Gwen, for such exquisite beauty was seldom seen in Hell's Kitchen. A balding, rotund man discreetly lowered his head, producing his phone to clandestinely snap a picture of Gwen, subsequently attempting to make a call. In the next moment, boom, a tremendous sound reverberated throughout the street, drawing numerous figures from houses, shops, and various corners, eager to witness the unfolding events. Soon, they beheld a plump figure being hurled from Bray's diner. The sight was utterly pitiful. His already sparse hair was entirely yanked out, revealing a bloody scalp. He struggled to rise, but, after a couple of futile attempts, instead coughed up blood, accompanied by the unsettling sound of teeth falling from his mouth. Wow, it seems we have a tough character on our street. Every street has its formidable figures. Yet few could toss such a hefty individual out and leave him in such a wretched state. It was Matt, the leader of the Iron Rod Gang. As previously mentioned, each street has its own overlord, and Matt was the one reigning here, also the head of the Iron Rod Gang. Inside the diner, Bray stood agape, staring at the writhing, suffering figure outside his establishment. How had he been so careless as to let the boss fly out? Oh, wait. Bray cast a glance at Luya, recognizing that his true superior stood before him in this young man, while the rotund figure outside held no significance to him. Who is this fellow? Luya's voice was tinged with iciness. Daring to lay hands on those close to him had unequivocally breached his limits. In the incredulous gazes of several subordinates, Bray, with an unflinching demeanor, remarked, I have no idea. He is probably just a drunken old fool. Upon hearing this, shock rippled through all, including Mad S onlookers. Was Bray attempting to revolt? However, Luya was indifferent to the unfolding drama. He casually seized the iron rod resting nearby and approached the corpulent Matt. You should know. Matt attempted to interject, but Luya offered him no chance. Bang. From this moment forth, I shall be the one in charge here. Who stands in agreement, and who opposes? Chapter 14. Encountering the Parents. As Luya's voice echoed, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. Who would dare to voice dissent at this moment? Did they not witness the formidable presence of the former leader, Matt, sprawled on the ground, utterly bewildered? One by one, the crowd gradually returned to their original positions. Some resumed their transactions, others indulged in libations, while a few contemplated nefarious acts. However, upon witnessing the new leader's undeniable authority, even a youth who had been attempting to rob in the corner trembled and ceased his actions. By the way, Luya turned to look at Bray. Didn't you mention that your boss was here as well? Bray cast a furtive glance at the deceased leader on the ground, shivering involuntarily. Boss, you jest? He replied, his tone laden with flattery, I only have you as my boss, haha. Luya's observational skills were keen. He had noted Bray's glance towards the corpulent figure on the floor when he had posed his question. Moreover, with his enhanced hearing, he had captured the murmurs of the onlookers surrounding him. Matt, huh? Luya shook his head. If he is dead, then so be it. He brought this upon himself for harboring ill intentions towards Gwen. At that moment, Gwen stood beneath the eaves of the restaurant, gazing at Luya, the silvery moonlight illuminating his face, rendering her momentarily entranced. Upon returning to the restaurant, Luya turned his attention to the siblings, Lu Xian and Lu Hao. His primary purpose for entering Hell's Kitchen was not only to observe the inner workings of this notorious establishment, but also to establish his dominance. This was a realm where strength dictated respect. Having eliminated the former leader, the others would think twice before causing trouble. After all, the Lu siblings could not, nor would they, leave with him. With his newfound authority, they could lead a better existence here. Bray, Luya commanded. You are to look after Lu Xian and Lu Hao while I am away, understood? Luya resolved to offer assistance to these two compatriots, imparting his instructions to Bray. He was confident that as long as Bray was not foolish, having witnessed his prowess on 2 occasions, he would refrain from harboring ulterior motives. Furthermore, it was likely that he would frequent Hell's Kitchen in the future. Upon hearing Luya's instructions to Bray, Lu Xian understood that he was extending a helping hand to her and her brother. After living like a mouse for so long, such warmth was a rarity for her. She looked at Luya, her voice hoarse yet soft as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Her words were barely audible, as if she seldom spoke. Not at all, Luya replied, catching her words and returning her gaze with a smile. After departing from Hell's Kitchen, Luya first escorted Gwen back to her home. Just before parting, Gwen once again intertwined her arm with his, asking, So, would you like to come in for a while? Luya understood the implications of her invitation. At her age in America, Gwen could already be considered quite mature. However, Luoya merely shook his head, not out of any sense of morality, but rather, I had previously mentioned that you were not permitted to return home past midnight, Gwen. A middle-aged man appeared behind Gwen, his expression tinged with anger. Moreover, Luoya sensed that this ire was directed towards him. After all, what father would feel at ease witnessing his daughter willingly embrace another young man? Gwen's father, George, was a man of integrity, serving as the police chief, with a heart brimming with righteousness. In the original narrative, whether in the comic or the film, he met his demise due to his unwavering sense of justice, resembling his adoptive father, Ben Parker, in many ways. Although Luoya did not aspire to emulate such a fate, he held considerable respect for Gwen's father, George. Gwen was taken aback that her father was still awake at such a late hour, presumably waiting for her. Dad, you're still awake? George's expression softened as he cast a fond glance at his daughter. Honestly, if you hadn't returned soon, I would have had to go out looking for you. The thought of his daughter out late at night with a boy he knew nothing about, not returning until midnight, left George understandably concerned. Gwen pouted and lowered her head, aware that she had indeed returned too late. Yet, she harbored no regrets about her decision that evening. Otherwise, how would she have discovered that Luoya was a superhero? A true patriot? Indeed, regardless of Luoya's thoughts, Gwen had already bestowed upon him the label of a superhero. All right, Sweetheart, you should head back to bed. School awaits you tomorrow. George urged his beloved daughter before his expression cooled once more as he turned his gaze towards Luoya. Young man, I hear you are the son of Ben Parker? Oh dear, what a coincidence that the other party was familiar with his parents. Luoya began to feel a twinge of concern. He hoped this wouldn't lead to a complaint to his father, Ben. At the doorway, Gwen glanced back at Luoya before closing the door gently, giving him a look that seemed to express a wish for good fortune. George paid no heed to Luoya's reaction. He could not claim to dislike the young man's appearance. Tall, handsome, and exuding an aura of safety. Yet, that was hardly a justification for running off with his daughter. Indeed, George believed that it was Luoya's dashing looks that had captivated his daughter. Ben and I have been friends for many years. I do not wish for you to stray down a misguided path, understand? In truth, George harbored no ill feelings towards Luoya, as he respected Ben's character and had met Peter on 2 occasions. Peter had struck him as a clever and well-mannered young man, leading George to believe that Luoya was likely to be of similar caliber. However, when it came to his daughter, he felt compelled to exercise greater caution. Consequently, George's tone softened, losing its initial sternness. It's getting late, young man. You should head home as well. And do thank your father for me for ensuring Gwen's safe return. Upon hearing this, Luoya exhaled in relief. He bore no ill will towards George, yet the elder's pedagogical approach was undeniably vexing. Thus, Luoya promptly replied, I will, Uncle George. At this address, a faint smirk tugged at the corners of George's mouth, but Luoya had already distanced himself. That little rascal, devoid of any respect. On the desolate street, Luoya sprinted forth, the world around him blurring in rapid retreat. In a matter of mere minutes, he arrived at his doorstep. Oh, father, you are still awake? Luoya looked up, only to find Ben, his face contorted in anger, blocking his path. What happened to Peter? Wasn't he supposed to concoct an excuse for me? This thought lingered in Luoya's mind as he braced for the impending reprimand. Chapter 15. The Chosen Spider. Ben Parker has recently found himself increasingly concerned about the changes in his son. His son, Lucas, and his nephew, Peter, have always been obedient since childhood, a trait that Ben has taken great pride in. However, in recent days, Lucas has been returning home late, raising Ben's worries that Lucas might be getting involved with unsavory influences. After all, the shadows of society are many, and the world of Marvel is, in many ways, even more chaotic. Ben's concerns are completely justified. Of course, if Ben were to discover that the son he has always regarded as well-behaved was wreaking havoc in Hell's Kitchen, one can only imagine his reaction. Fortunately, Lucas has other excuses. So, you're saying you've been out shopping with your classmate Gwen until now? Is it Gwen from the George family? Ben looked at his son incredulously. What kind of shopping could keep them out until the early hours? Are you sure you were really just shopping? Lucas's excuse was quite convincing. At least Ben believed him and ceased to press Lucas about his whereabouts. Uncle George also asked me to send his regards to you. Lucas conveyed greetings from Gwen's father, George, conveniently omitting other details he had shared. Ben nodded and advised, Son, while I understand that young people often feel restless at your age, you have yet to witness the darker sides of this world. He gazed earnestly at Lucas, aware that his son was likely concealing something, yet he chose to trust him. Promise me you won't go to places you shouldn't. I'll take care of myself, Dad. Lucas could not promise, so he rephrased his response. Fortunately, Ben did not detect the subtlety in Lucas's words. The following morning at Universal Technology Laboratories. Today marks the school's organized field trip, and as Lucas surveyed the noisy environment around him, he was struck by an oddly surreal sensation. His experiences in Hell's Kitchen the night before felt like a dream, starkly contrasting with the current clamor of students. The laboratory staff was explaining their latest biological research achievements, revealing that the silk produced by a certain spider possesses a strength comparable to a 1mm iron wire, yet its diameter is no thicker than that of silk. Lucas observed the row of cultivation chambers behind him, each housing various spiders, knowing that the fateful spider that bit his brother Peter was among them. However, he could not ascertain which one it was. Just as Lucas became lost in thought, Mary Jane approached him. Hey Lucas, good morning. Good morning. Lucas noted Mary Jane's somewhat awkward demeanor and felt puzzled. It seemed they had little in common. Though his younger brother Peter admired her, Lucas himself was indifferent to Mary Jane. In an effort to fit in and avoid exclusion, he found it difficult to understand the dynamics surrounding Thompson's girlfriend. Nonetheless, he refrained from casting judgment, recognizing that everyone has their own unseen struggles. Mary Jane often suffered domestic abuse from her parents, which contributed to the development of her people-pleasing personality. I wish to express my sincerest apologies for Thompson's rudeness that day. I had no idea he would behave so tyrannically. I have since severed ties with him. Does your breakup have any bearing on me? Luya inquired softly, still somewhat puzzled. You need not apologize. Thompson's actions were in no way your fault, especially now that you have parted ways with him. He truly believed there was nothing wrong, and his confrontation with Thompson was merely a response to the insult directed at his father, Ben Parker. Very well, Mary Jane nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Peter spotted Luya and Mary Jane. Morning, Jane, he greeted, holding up a second-hand camera he had purchased with his earnings from a summer job, which he cherished deeply. May I take a picture of you? He asked shyly, shaking the camera slightly. This was the first time he had mustered the courage to make such a request of his crush, and he feared rejection. However, Mary Jane, still feeling guilty about Peter being assaulted by her ex-boyfriend, smiled and consented to his request. Sure, she replied, striking a pose for the photograph. Luya quietly stepped aside. And with his enhanced vision, he noticed that a spider from the cultivation chamber had vanished. Where has it gone? Luya focused intently, perceiving the world around him as if time had slowed, entering a realm of languor. After scanning his surroundings swiftly, he finally spotted a red and blue spider on the ceiling above. This spider appeared to move with remarkable speed, its vibrant patterns dazzling. Found you, chosen spider. Liyua's lips curled into a slight smile. He had contemplated whether to allow this chosen spider to bite him, for while the human template was powerful, he had yet to fully unlock its potential. The strength of Spider-Man was considerable and could serve as an asset in the early stages. However, after some reflection, Luya decided against this notion. Firstly, he could not guarantee that a bite from this spider would truly grant him Spider-Man's abilities. Secondly, he didn't lack strength. Moreover, the so-called spider sense would have limited utility after awakening his superhuman sight and hearing. Most importantly, Luya did not wish to grow barbed spines, as that would be quite unsightly. In contrast, an ordinary person might not hesitate to be bitten by the chosen spider, even if it meant sprouting spider legs, solely for the chance to gain extraordinary power. Meanwhile, Peter was absorbed in adjusting his camera to capture pictures of Mary Jane, his smile unwavering. Unbeknownst to him, a spider that had escaped its confines had landed on his hand. Mary Jane, already somewhat distracted, was startled by Peter's exclamation. What is wrong, Peter? She asked. Nothing. Just a bug, perhaps, he replied. Peter said little, casting his gaze downward, hindered by his severe myopia and the recent neglect in replacing his lenses. Thus failing to discern what appeared to be a colorful spider, he paid it no mind. However, when he lifted his head once more, Mary Jane had vanished. The sight of his beloved goddess departing plunged Peter into a state of melancholy. Luya, unable to bear the scene, shook his head and turned away. Content that his presence had not triggered any repercussions, leaving Peter to continue as Spider-Man. Enjoy the last moments of your ordinary life, dear brother. In the afternoon, as the visiting hours drew to a close, the students began to prepare for their journey home. Luya, by the way, did my father trouble you last night? Gwen inquired, her demeanor lacking vitality, clearly fatigued. Not at all, Luya replied, casting a puzzled glance her way. Are you all right? Yawn. I'm a bit sleepy. Perhaps a nap will do me good. Chapter 16. Return to Hell's Kitchen. Peter felt unwell, his head spinning and his body alternating between chills and warmth. Unbeknownst to him, the cause of his discomfort lay within the laboratory spider. The genetically altered essence of the chosen spider was transforming him, causing his genetic strands to fracture and reassemble. Oh, Peter, are you all right? Luya, do you have any idea what is wrong with Peter? He seemed fine when he left for school this morning. May looked at her nephew with concern, having always regarded Peter and Luya as her own children. Now, Peter appeared to be ailing. It's all right, Aunt May. I'm just a bit tired. A good sleep will set me right. Before Luya could respond, Peter interjected, overwhelmed by fatigue and yearning for the comfort of his bed. All right, but if you feel really unwell, you must tell me. May nodded, reassured by Peter's usual robustness, suspecting he might merely be catching a cold. Lua smiled quietly to himself, anticipating the emergence of their friendly neighborhood Spider-Man after tonight. Observing Peter ascend the staircase unsteadily, Lua gazed out the window. The moon had risen. "Good night, Mom. I'm heading to my room now." With that, Lua retreated to his chamber, closing the door behind him. The sound of the window being flung open echoed in the room. Noticing the lights below had dimmed, Lua made no further delay and leapt into the night. With remarkable muscular control, Lua landed soundlessly, surveying his surroundings before sprinting towards Hell's Kitchen. Before long, a disheveled neighborhood unfolded before him. Enhanced hearing allowed Lua to discern a cacophony of revelry and cries of distress resonating from hundreds of meters around. Without hesitation, Lua made his way to Bray's restaurant. Bray, enjoying a late-night snack outside, stood as he recognized the approaching tall shadow to be Lua. Lua peered into the restaurant, spotting several familiar faces from the previous night, along with two young children busy at work within. Following Lua's recommendation, Bray had offered Lu Xian and Lu Hao part-time positions at the restaurant, which primarily involved clearing tables and serving dishes, with compensation in the form of food. Resources in Hell's Kitchen were scarce, and Bray found it challenging to support the two youngsters. Understanding and thoughtful, upon seeing Lua, Lu Xian presented him with a piece of pie from her plate, which was to be her payment for the evening's work. "Thank you." Lua accepted without refusal, appreciating the arrangement, recognizing that having a job was a step towards self-sufficiency. The adage "what you earn is yours to keep" remains timeless. At that moment, a figure cloaked in a cape stepped into the street under the night sky. After surveying the area, she entered the restaurant. "Boss, I would like an apple pie, a steak, and a bottle of juice." A youthful and alluring voice emanated from the depths of the cloak. As the newcomer removed her cloak, a tantalizing figure was revealed beneath, her striking red attire accentuating vast expanses of sun-kissed skin. Lua raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward the woman. It was not his intention to intrude. He could not deny, however, that her physique was indeed alluring. From Lua's observations, this woman clad in red appeared to be a practitioner of martial arts, her form both athletic and powerfully muscled. Most notably, she bore a steel trident at her waist, a clear indication that she was not to be trifled with. In the presence of such a formidable woman, the other patrons in the restaurant unusually refrained from making lewd remarks. It is worth noting that in this chaotic locale known as Hell's Kitchen, any female with two legs usually found herself the target of some jesting. Yet, this woman's aura was undeniably commanding, reminiscent of an assassin. Lua was perplexed as to why those two words suddenly sprang to his mind. Yet he felt an uncanny alignment between the red-clad woman and his perception of a female assassin. Regrettably, Lua's knowledge of the Marvel Universe from his previous life was rather limited. Otherwise, he might have discerned her identity from her crimson attire and the distinctive trident at her side. Erica seemed largely unfazed by the attention of the numerous men in the establishment, save for Lua, who caught her eye for a moment longer. Having just dealt with a few nefarious individuals that evening, her spirits were relatively high. Erica could be described as a less-than-heroic superhero, known by the moniker Black Angel. This epithet was closely tied to her morally ambiguous approach to matters. Consequently, a palpable silence enveloped the restaurant as Lua propped his head on one hand, pondering how he might rapidly enhance the unlocking of the Homeland template here in Hell's Kitchen. With the current progress at a mere 45%, it was still insufficient. Fortunately, he sensed that as the unlocking progressed, his overall power was multiplying. Lua estimated that he currently possessed an arm strength of several hundred tons, perhaps more, though he had not calculated precisely. His other abilities were formidable, yet still lacking in certain respects, particularly flight, a power of immense potential. Regrettably, despite reaching 45% unlocking, Lua felt he was still far from achieving the ability to soar. Just as Lua was deep in contemplation, a cacophony erupted from outside. What was happening? It was the collection of gang dues. A man donning a white suit and a newsboy cap entered, having taken over the position following the demise of the sinister Malcolm Toynbee. Lua found it rather curious, in his recollection. Would someone like Kingpin truly send representatives to collect so-called gang dues? Especially from a gang as inconsequential as the Iron Fist gang. Bray, I heard your boss has met his end. But fret not, you are still required to pay this month's dues, the man in the white suit remarked. Seemingly familiar with Bray. Hey, Jeremy. Listen, Bray initially trembled, but after exchanging a glance with Leah, he regained his composure. Indeed, with a leader like this, what is there to fear? Thus, Bray asserted confidently that Matt had already paid the gang fees a couple of days ago. Jeremy shrugged indifferently, acknowledging, I am aware. But that fellow seems to have vanished without a trace just days ago. He continued, what does his payment have to do with me? As he spoke, Jeremy's gaze wandered to the patrons within the restaurant, and it was Erica who first captured his attention. Her alluring figure immediately ensnared his gaze, however. Her fierce demeanor instilled a profound sense of caution within him. Reluctantly diverting his eyes, he then noticed Lucien, who was tidying up and preparing to leave. Well, I never anticipated that Bray would have such a remarkable treasure in his establishment. Jeremy's lips curled into a smirk, as gleaming with intrigue. As if he had stumbled upon his prey. How about we use her to settle this month's gang dues? He proposed. Chapter 17, Fury. As is characteristic of Hell's Kitchen, Jamila set his sights on Luxian and demanded that Brulé surrender her immediately. Naturally, Brulé could not comply. He turned his gaze towards Luya, knowing he was no match for Jamila and would require the intervention of their leader. However, quicker than Luya could react, a steel fork was hurled from Erica's hand, striking directly at Jamila's eyes. Clang. In a moment of desperation, Jamila swiftly drew a pistol from his bag, managing to deflect the fork just in time. Remarkably, the fork seemed to possess a life of its own, rebounding and returning to Erica's grasp. Impressive. This maneuver earned Luya's admiration. Madam, may I inquire your name? For reasons unbeknownst to him, the words slipped naturally from Luya's lips, surprising even himself. I must be influenced by the template of my homeland. I am still pure at heart. It must be so. Erica hesitated for a moment, but ultimately revealed her name, Erica. Oh, I am from my homeland. No. I am Luya. Luya awkwardly chuckled, realizing he had let slip his thoughts. He had to concede to himself that he was somewhat drawn to this wild-spirited woman. Erica ceased her chatter. She possessed her own moral compass regarding various criminal acts. For instance, regarding Jamila, she silently rendered her judgment, tongue severed, eyes blinded. With that, Erica leapt from her position and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Jamila, thrusting the steel fork once more towards his eyes. You bastard! Enraged by the relentless assault, Jamila seethed. Despite his greater strength and decent reflexes, Erica was evidently far superior. Realizing he was outmatched and unable to aim accurately at Erica, Jamila resolved to fight back fiercely. At the cost of one eye being punctured, he finally seized a fleeting opportunity. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire reverberated throughout the small restaurant. A few experienced individuals promptly took cover behind nearby obstacles. Only Luxian, due to Jamila's particular attention, found herself the target of most bullets. With no table protecting her, she was entirely exposed to the gunfire. Sister, Lu Hao shouted desperately, attempting to shield her with his frail form. But how could his speed rival that of the bullets? Moreover, even if he succeeded, his slight frame would merely add another corpse to the scene. In Lu Hao's eyes filled with despair, Luxian remained remarkably calm. She closed her eyes, and in that instant, time seemed to slow. Her brother had the protection of that man. Even if she were to perish, he would be able to survive, wouldn't he? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of muffled sounds erupted, akin to bullets piercing flesh, yet not entirely so. Luxian opened her eyes to find a tall figure standing before her. She had no awareness of how Luya had moved to her side in an instant. She merely felt two warm tears slip down her cheeks. Despite having faced death moments ago without fear, Lucien now found her eyes reddening as she frantically reached towards Luya's chest, as if her touch could erase the wound from the gunshot and prevent the man before her from dying. Though Lucien struggled to express herself, her emotions ran deep. She felt immense gratitude towards Luya for saving both her and her brother. With a swift motion, Luya grasped Lucien's flailing hands, reassuring her that a few gunshot wounds were nothing to worry about. While his body was not yet impervious like steel, it was certainly not vulnerable to mere bullets. Lucien gazed at Luya, momentarily bewildered. Despite the multiple bullet holes in his shirt, he appeared entirely unharmed. Should I tell you that I practice hard Qigong? Luya jested lightly. Surprisingly, Lu Xian accepted this claim with a degree of belief. Hard Qigong, she recalled hearing about it in her childhood. In her distant homeland in the east, it was said that such mystical powers existed. Mastery of hard Qigong rendered one impervious to blades and bullets. Yet, she pondered, how could Luya, being an American, have mastered such a skill? But ultimately, it mattered not. As long as he remained safe, that was sufficient. Lu Xian gently punched Luya's shoulder before retreating to the counter to hide with her brother. Meanwhile, Jeremy's rampage was far from over, having exhausted his bullets. He drew forth a laser longsword, swinging it desperately. This weapon, one of the latest creations from Jean Bing's subordinates, had yet to see combat. But from the way Erica was evading it, its power was evidently formidable. Leah stood up, suddenly sensing a slight pain where the bullets had struck. Though it felt akin to a mosquito bite, pain nonetheless. At that moment, Erica was still contemplating how to eliminate the troublesome adversary before her. The laser sword's might was undeniable. Her steel fork had been carelessly severed into 3 useless pieces. Just then, she felt a hand rest upon her shoulder. Let me handle this. Luya's tone was icy, clearly provoked by Jeremy's actions. For the first time since embodying the essence of his homeland's warriors, he felt pain. And he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Erica was astonished by how silently Luya had approached her, despite her focus on evading Jeremy's attacks. She had been aware of her surroundings as well. The answer was simple. In martial arts, speed is paramount. Leah had merely moved to her side with extraordinary swiftness. At that moment, one of Jeremy's eyes was blinded, and as blood flowed, his fury intensified. Ignoring who stood before him, he roared, I will kill you. Beware of his laser sword. Erica hastily warned Luya, fearing he might underestimate its power. Without turning back, Leah regarded the sword advancing towards him. Its speed reminiscent of a tortoise. Too slow, too slow, too slow. With each utterance, Luya struck Jeremy with a powerful fist. After 3 blows, Jeremy was left bleeding from all 7 orifices, his body rendered completely limp, unable to maintain his grip on the lightsaber, which clattered to the ground. Yet, Luya was evidently not inclined to let him off the hook so easily. The fury within him burned intensely, seeking an outlet for release. He grasped Jeremy's head firmly, preventing him from collapsing, and locked his gaze onto Jeremy's eyes. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open and refrain from provoking those you ought not to. At that moment, Jeremy finally emerged from his madness, desperate to plead for mercy. But it was far too late. In his final moments, his remaining eye beheld 2 spheres of crimson light converging, followed by the emergence of 2 beams of red radiance. Ja. Chapter 18. The Strange Unlocking Degree. Unlocking degree for the Patriotic Template increased by 1. Patriotic Template Unlocking Degree 46. The system's voice resonated once more in Luya's mind. Though this time the increase in unlocking degree appeared somewhat minimal. A sense of perplexity washed over him. Perhaps it was merely a normal fluctuation during the system's calculation. He mused. However, what had truly astonished everyone in the restaurant was the laser-like beams emanating from his eyes. What was that? His eyes could actually emit lasers. For ordinary individuals, such an extraordinary ability was difficult to comprehend, leaving them momentarily dumbstruck. Bray, however, quickly regained his composure and felt a surge of relief. His boss must surely be a messenger sent by the divine. Hell's Kitchen would transform under his guidance. How astutely he had chosen to submit earlier. Previously, when Bray had knelt before Luya, his subordinates had expressed their discontent, questioning the bravery of one who was merely afraid for his life. Yet, upon witnessing Luya's godlike prowess, they now accepted him wholeheartedly, filled with profound respect for their leader's foresight. As Lu Xian perceived that the danger had subsided, she and her brother emerged from behind the counter. She had been positioned directly behind Luya and had only vaguely discerned the beams shooting from his eyes. A wave of disappointment washed over her as she lowered her gaze. A man like that must surely be surrounded by formidable allies. Lu Xian had once speculated that if Luya sought to dominate Hell's Kitchen, perhaps she could offer her assistance. However, it now seemed that she was too insignificant. If he is unafraid of bullets and can shoot lasers from his eyes, what could possibly hinder him? Just as Lu Xian wallowed in her dismay, her peripheral vision caught sight of Erica nearby. In an instant, a glimmer of hope sparked within her eyes. At that moment, Erica, having overcome her initial shock, was the first to regain her composure. As a member of the assassin organization, she had witnessed many abilities that transcended human limits. The emergence of bizarre powers in this world, even those akin to comic book superheroes, would not faze her. Indeed, the fact that he was impervious to blades and bullets and possessed laser shooting eyes was quite reminiscent of a superhero, though she wondered if he could fly. Erica gazed at Luya's imposing silhouette, lost in thought. Although her combat prowess had yet to reach its zenith, she stood at the pinnacle of ordinary human capability in terms of practical skills. Her strength, speed, and reaction time had all approached the limits of humanity. Having recently liberated herself from the clutches of her former organization, she had fled to Hell's Kitchen. Under normal circumstances, she would have become one of Jinbin's assassins. However, due to Luya's transformative presence, she had already inflicted severe injuries upon Jinbin's subordinates. Furthermore, her sense of justice would likely prevent her from aligning with Jinbin's faction. Dragging people out and cleaning the floor, what an omen. Perhaps due to dissatisfaction with the unlocking degree of the Homeland template, Luya's spirits were rather low at this moment. It would have been acceptable if the increase was gradual. But there was a lingering fear that the increments in unlocking degree might continue to dwindle. Was there anything beyond murder in the actions of the compatriots? Shaking his head, Luya momentarily set aside his thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, it seemed he would have to play the role of a superhero in Hell's Kitchen for a while. As he surveyed the restaurant, he noticed the few patrons casting fearful glances his way, but there was also a hint of admiration in their eyes. Compatriot template unlocking degree increased by 1. Compatriot template unlocking degree 47. The sudden voice echoing in his mind left Luya momentarily stunned. How is it that, despite not having done anything, his unlocking degree had increased? Nevertheless, it was a fortuitous occurrence. He decided not to dwell on it. Who could fathom the whims of the system? Turning to Erica, he observed her diligently polishing another pristine steel fork, wondering where she had concealed it earlier, as he had not noticed it at all. From Erica's earlier display of skill, it was evident that she was no ordinary person, and her decisive strikes aimed directly at her opponent's vulnerabilities spoke volumes about her extraordinary background. Have you seen enough? What? Luya blinked, taken aback by Erica's slightly flushed demeanor. With a huff, she turned her head away. Who would gaze so intently at another? It was only Luya's striking appearance and formidable prowess that spared him from a possible confrontation with Erica. Luya felt perplexed by Erica's question, oblivious to the fact that he had been staring at her in a daze. Even Lu Xian, who stood nearby, let out a huff and turned to pull her brother away, preparing to head home. What was this sudden shift in atmosphere? Erica had by now composed herself and approached Luya. By the way, are you the owner here? Of course, Luya replied with a wave of his hand. Is there something you need? After all, if Bray had acknowledged him as the boss, it seemed reasonable for him to claim the title as well. Erica nodded. I would like to stay here for a while. Do you have any available rooms? Staying here, Luya could see that Erica, like himself, had only just arrived in Hell's Kitchen, but it's for the best. Having such a skilled ally around means that if I managed to establish a foothold, there would be someone to watch over it. After all, Luya was still a student and could not remain in Hell's Kitchen indefinitely. With Erica around, she could help keep an eye on things. He glanced at Bray, his eyes conveying a question. Bray, perceptive as ever, responded, yes, indeed. There is an empty room behind the restaurant, though it has been occupied in quite some time and might be a bit messy. Erica had no particular demands for the room. After all, she had endured far harsher conditions while being pursued by the Hand. At last, I have freed myself from that group of individuals. It is indeed a blessing to find temporary refuge in Hell's Kitchen. Thank you. Erica sheathed the steel fork in her hand, having damaged one during today's skirmish, and now she must devise a way to forge a new one. As Lua observed that everything in the restaurant was in order and noting the late hour, he prepared to take his leave. Overall, the evening's gains were satisfactory. Without any effort on his part, he had Jeremy offering him experience points. The only regret was the modest increase in his unlock rate tonight. Nevertheless, this is of little concern, for there remains ample time before the true peril of Marvel descends, allowing me sufficient opportunity to develop my skills. Chapter 19. The Renown of the Patriotic Man, the Birth of Peace Street. In the ensuing days, Luya attended classes during the day and ventured into Hell's Kitchen at night to hunt. It was here that the moniker Patriotic Man began to circulate. Some hailed him as a valiant superhero, always appearing at crime scenes to thwart malevolent deeds. However, others labeled him a mere executioner, citing reports that over 100 lives had met their end at his hands in just a few days. Many concurred with this perspective, asserting that true superheroes would not resort to such brutality. In truth, Luya's remarkable achievements stemmed from one fateful night. A violent gang clash erupted in the residential district, spiraling out of control and endangering innocent lives. The bloodthirsty factions disregarded civilian safety, leading some opportunistic individuals to engage in looting. Faced with these soulless beings, Luya unleashed a laser beam that sent them to meet their maker or perhaps to Satan. Consequently, a new street named Peace Street emerged in Hell's Kitchen. It was rumored that as long as one refrained from wrongdoing, assistance could be sought on Peace Street, particularly when cornered by gangsters. Undeterred, some audacious gangs attempted to impose their will on Peace Street, only to meet an inescapable fate. They entered upright but exited in a horizontal position. Whispers suggested that a woman, known as the Black Angel, was responsible for their downfall. Those unfortunate enough to cross paths with the Patriotic Man found themselves disassembled in no time. Since the establishment of Peace Street, many small gangs reportedly enjoyed improved fortunes, always able to feast. In a lavish mansion, a commotion ensued. Bang, bang, bang. 8 diminutive yet agile figures surrounded a colossal figure, relentlessly assaulting him. Though referred to as a fatty, a closer inspection revealed that this giant stood over 2 meters tall, his body a mass of bulging muscle, a veritable devil of strength. With his movements, the very floor trembled beneath him, occasionally yielding to his weight with a resounding crack. The man was none other than the Emperor of New York's underworld, poised to dominate the entire American criminal landscape, Gene Bing. At that moment, he was engaged in his daily warm-up exercises, striving to maintain his combat prowess. The 8 assailants, realizing their futile attempts, exchanged glances and, as if in unison, launched a coordinated strike towards his vital points. However, Gene Bing remained unfazed, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Clenching his right fist, he brought his arm down with the force of a hydraulic press, striking the ground with tremendous power. Boom! The shockwave from Gene Bing's fist erupted upon impact, sending all 8 attackers flying. That is enough for today. Gene casually rotated his wrist, appearing somewhat unsatisfied. The quality of the ninjas recruited by this group is rather subpar. However, there is little to be done. Gene has long surpassed the realm of ordinary humanity. With nearly 400 pounds of his physique comprised of approximately 98% muscle, such inhuman muscle mass allows the strength to be effortlessly measured in tons. Boss. At that moment, an underling presented a series of documents that had long been prepared, placing them in Jin's hands. The documents detailed the various enterprises under Jin's command, as well as recent occurrences. As the most formidable crime lord in America today, Gene, although he is yet to unify all factions, is already recognized as the uncrowned king of the underworld. Consequently, very few matters have captured his attention lately, until one particular document caught his eye. Patriot? Jin's expression remained unchanged. His memory is impeccable. This patriot is a young prodigy who had emerged a few days prior in one of his boxing venues, and he had even dispatched someone to make contact with him. Indeed, Gene referred to him as a young prodigy. At this moment, he is in the midst of an accelerated territorial expansion phase, and to prepare for future circumstances, he is quite eager to recruit some skilled individuals under his wing. However, the intelligence regarding the Patriot in the document from the past few days caused him to furrow his brow. Has he planted his flag in my Hell's Kitchen? As a no-man's land, Hell's Kitchen holds immense significance for Gene, as the transactions conducted here can evade official scrutiny. Thus, Gene would not permit the presence of individuals and affairs beyond his control. Boss, I will send someone to deal with him. An underling beside Gene made a downward slashing gesture. Yet, Gene shook his head. He noted that the document mentioned the opponent's combat capabilities were unclear, tentatively estimated to reach the pinnacle of human potential, and possibly equipped with laser weaponry of formidable power. Gene himself possesses a staff capable of emitting lasers, and he is well aware of the potency of such weaponry. if the opponent indeed possesses the combat prowess described in the documents. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to meet him. If recruitment is feasible, he would pursue it. If not, he could swiftly eliminate such a threat at its inception. At Midtown High School, during dismissal, Peter was conversing with Mary Jane in the hallway. Having successfully acquired spider-like powers, he has finally come to fully accept the changes in his body over the past few days. The only drawback is that due to the immense boost in strength, he has recently struggled to control his limbs effectively, often causing unnecessary destruction. Of course, this extraordinary power has also instilled Peter with greater confidence, to the extent that he has dared to initiate conversations with Mary Jane. Yes, the poor Peter, despite possessing such extraordinary abilities, still approaches Mary Jane like a lovesick puppy, eagerly sharing jokes that are, in truth, rather unamusing. At that moment, a tall figure emerged at the end of the corridor, clutching an American football at his waist. It was none other than Thompson, renowned for his lightning speed. With his significantly enhanced vision, Peter naturally spotted Thompson's silhouette and instinctively sensed that the latter was approaching him. At that instant, Mary Jane also caught sight of her ex-boyfriend. "Peter, we should leave," she urged, concerned that Thompson's formidable strength might put Peter in harm's way due to her presence. "It's all right, Jane. Just watch me," Peter replied with newfound determination. He was no longer the same Peter he once was. Creak. As Peter observed Thompson incessantly kneading the football in his hands, a sudden shiver coursed through his entire being. What? Chapter 20. 3 Spider-Men? Peter, once brimming with confidence, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Based on the experiences of the past few days, he sensed that danger was drawing near. Yet, how could there be peril in the midst of his classmates? Surely, it couldn't be Thompson? Peter dismissed the notion that Thompson could pose any threat at this moment. His strength had grown so formidable that he could shatter iron with ease, far beyond the capabilities of a mere strongman. Before Peter could ponder further, Thompson had already hoisted the football high. Chaos erupted in the hallway as students scattered, creating a clear path for the menacing Thompson. Whoosh! The sound of rushing air filled the space as Peter swiftly pushed Mary Jane aside, extending his hand nonchalantly to catch the football. But in that fleeting moment of contact, Peter's expression shifted dramatically. The kinetic energy imbued in the ball was astonishingly immense. Bang! Despite Peter's timely attempt to catch it with both hands, the overwhelming force sent him crashing against a nearby locker, leaving a massive dent in the metal surface. "Peter, are you all right?" Mary Jane furrowed her brow as she hurried to his side, helping him to his feet. Coughing, Peter stood up, inhaling deeply before waving his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Yet, the concern in Mary Jane's eyes remained unchanged. She longed for a peaceful existence, but why was such a modest wish so elusive? Peter glanced down at the now deflated football in his grasp, a clear testament to the tremendous force Thompson had exerted when throwing it. Peter was astonished, and Thompson was equally taken aback. He had anticipated that his throw would severely injure Peter, yet it had been caught. It was important to note that his own strength had become extraordinarily potent, capable of penetrating steel. It turned out that upon returning from the laboratory that day, Thompson too had been bitten by the fabled spider. Consequently, after undergoing genetic reconfiguration, he had successfully acquired the powers of the chosen spider. As Thompson approached menacingly, Mary Jane could no longer contain herself. Summoning her courage, she positioned herself protectively in front of Peter. With arms outstretched, she declared fiercely, "Enough, Thompson." However, her actions only served to ignite Thompson's fury further. Damn it! In a shocking turn of events, Thompson raised his hand and struck at Mary Jane. With Thompson's newfound strength, such a blow would undoubtedly leave her with a severe concussion. "Watch out." Peter reacted swiftly, instinctively shielding Mary Jane behind him. The consequence of his bravery was that he himself was sent flying by Thompson's strike once more. The enhancements granted by the chosen spider varied in strength. Thompson had possessed greater power even before his genetic mutation, making him significantly stronger than Peter after his own enhancement. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Thompson's face twisted into a grotesque smile. The sensation of wielding such power was utterly intoxicating. Observing Peter's arduous struggle to rise from the ground, Thompson found himself perplexed by Peter's ability to endure his two assaults. Yet, such matters were of little consequence. Just as before he had grown stronger, it remained a certainty that, regardless of Peter's newfound strength, he would still be subjected to his torment. Thompson lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings, when suddenly, enlightenment struck him, and he murmured to himself, "I found you." Amidst the distant crowd, he spotted Luya, standing there with a cold, watchful gaze directed at him. For Thompson, bullying Peter Parker merely constituted a source of amusement. But it was Luya who truly incited his ire. Having endured 2 humiliations at the hands of Luya, resulting in disgrace before their peers, he was now endowed with extraordinary power and resolved to make Luya pay dearly for it. A smirk crept across Thompson's lips as he clenched his fists once more. In truth, Luya had arrived at the scene long before, intending to witness the spectacle of Thompson mercilessly tormenting his hapless younger brother. However, he was taken aback to find that, despite having acquired spider-like abilities, Peter was still being subjected to Thompson's cruelty. Was it the butterfly effect of my presence? Luya swiftly discerned that Thompson had indeed gained similar spider powers, as it was evident that he too had been bitten by a fateful spider in the laboratory. Nevertheless, Luya refrained from intervening immediately, reasoning that even if Peter could not overpower Thompson, he would likely avoid serious injury given his current strength. This provided Luya with an opportune moment to analyze the extent of their respective power enhancements and the disparity between them. Now, as he observed Thompson striding purposefully toward him, Luya shook his head in resignation, wondering if there truly existed a fool rushing headlong into the jaws of death. Meanwhile, having regained his footing, Peter noticed Thompson advancing toward his brother. Unbeknownst to Peter, he was unaware of Luya's true capabilities and merely perceived him as possessing considerable strength. This simply would not do. With Thompson's current might, his brother would surely be unable to withstand the assault. Panic surged through Peter as he recalled how, despite Luya's often indifferent demeanor, he had always appeared in the nick of time to shield him from harm. Now, it was his turn to protect you, brother. Ignoring the lingering pain in his arms, Peter charged swiftly toward Thompson. "Big dumb bear, take this punch." Despite the gravity of the situation, Peter's choice of insult remained innocuous, refusing even to utter a curse. Thompson, aware of the commotion behind him, dismissed Peter's presence with a casual wave of his arm, sending Peter crashing to the ground. As Peter gazed up at the arrogant Thompson, he understood he could not impede him for long and shouted toward Luya, "Brother, run." Observing Peter's anxious demeanor only fueled Thompson's excitement. Ha 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 ha. He turned to Luya, taunting. "Your brother has been bullied again. What's this? You won't stand up for him this time?" TSK. Luya maintained a smile, though his expression had grown cold. Sensing the shift in Luya's emotions, Thompson's arrogance intensified. "Angry, are we? Ha ha ha." Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a shoe print appeared on Thompson's face. Who ambushed me?" As he beheld the sudden appearance of Gwen, Luya widened his eyes in astonishment. "What? 3 Spider-Men?" He was not easily provoked by Thompson's taunts. After all, a mere ant could gain 100-fold or even 1,000-fold strength. Was it not still an ant? However, Gwen's performance piqued Luya's interest even further. This indicated that, as a result of a chain reaction, the chosen spider had simultaneously bitten 3 individuals. Through Luya's enhanced vision, he perceived Gwen's muscles becoming more sculpted, her already alluring figure transforming into something even more spectacular. Luya recalled that in the original Marvel comics, Gwen indeed became Spider-Woman. In that universe, the identities of Gwen and Peter were reversed, where it was Peter who failed to save Gwen, rather than the other way around. How intriguing, truly captivating. Luya could hardly fathom the chaos that would ensue in New York with the simultaneous presence of 3 Spider-Men. How joyous the criminals would be. Oh, it could possibly be just 2, depending on Thompson's subsequent attitude. Chapter 21. The Torment of Vegetables. Observing Gwen standing defiantly before him and Peter rising once more, Thompson let out a derisive chuckle. "Ah, Luya, don't you revel in stepping forward? Are you now resorting to hiding behind your brother and a girl?" His tone dripped with sarcasm, embodying the essence of a petty triumph. Yet, Luya felt an unexpected calmness, as long as his family was untouched. He regarded the provocations of mere insects with indifference. However, Thompson's words ignited fury in both Gwen and Peter. Empowered with extraordinary abilities, Peter, whose heart brimmed with justice, would intervene even for passers-by being bullied, let alone his own brother. In Gwen's eyes, Leah was undoubtedly a figure of a superhero. Having witnessed Leah's formidable prowess in Hell's Kitchen, she understood that, despite her newfound powers, she could not compare to him. For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped them, the murmurs of onlookers seeming to fade into the distance. Then, as if in perfect synchrony, Peter and Gwen charged towards Thompson. Unfazed, Thompson turned to confront them, prepared to face two adversaries at once. Leah meticulously observed the trio's movements, his mind swiftly analyzing the situation. Undoubtedly, Thompson possessed the greatest strength, far surpassing that of Peter and Gwen. Next in line was Peter, followed by Gwen, whose power, while relatively weaker, was still formidable in its own right. Indeed, although their maneuvers were not yet refined, even Gwen, the least powerful among them, surpassed a ton of force in Leah's estimation. This was merely due to their recent awakening. As time progressed, their abilities would undoubtedly continue to escalate. As Leah pondered, the confrontation unfolded before him. Peter lunged at Thompson, attempting to restrain his movements. Though Gwen had just kicked Thompson, his attention was solely on his brother Leah, oblivious to Gwen's transformation, believing she had merely seized an opportunity. Consequently, as he grappled with Thompson, Peter shouted, "He is not someone you can contend with. You must leave." For Peter, one was his brother, and the other a woman he perceived as his sister-in-law. He could discern the unique bond between Gwen and Leah, leading him to regard her as Leah's girlfriend. Thus, he could not allow harm to befall either of them. Gwen, however, was less preoccupied with such thoughts. She yearned to demonstrate her newfound extraordinary abilities to Leah. She aspired to become a superhero, just like him. Yet, the enhancement bestowed upon Thompson by the fated spider exceeded their expectations. With almost no effort, Thompson hooked Peter's shoulder with one hand, while seizing Gwen's punching fist with the other. With a resounding thud, Thompson anchored his feet and unleashed his strength. The force surged forth, sending both Peter and Gwen spiraling uncontrollably away. As they landed, Peter cast a reluctant glance at his brother Leah, then turned his gaze towards Mary Jane. As Mary Jane gazed at him with evident concern, Peter's thoughts drifted far away. Was she truly worried about me? Surely, she must be. A flicker of secret joy ignited within Peter's heart. Surrounding them, students chattered animatedly. Goodness, is Thompson really that strong? It seems he truly lives up to his reputation as the star of our school's football team. Hey, is this really the time for such discussions? We need to find a teacher. While others failed to discern the changes among the trio, they could certainly see Thompson's aggression towards his classmates. Consequently, several students quietly slipped away from the crowd, hastening towards the office. Leah observed the shifting dynamics within the throng, aware that it would not be long before a teacher intervened to put an end to this farce. Thus, he decided not to wait any longer. What now, insignificant Peter? At this moment, Thompson had seized Peter by the collar, still taunting him with the nickname he had previously bestowed. Gwen steadied herself, intending to advance further. Enough. His strength far surpasses yours at this moment. You cannot contend with him now. This spectacle must come to a close. Gently patting Gwen's head, Leah moved swiftly, reaching Thompson's rear in an instant, and grasped his raised fist. What just happened? Am I seeing things? The surrounding students rubbed their eyes in disbelief. How did Leah just appear behind Thompson so swiftly? At that moment, Thompson was poised to deliver a punch to Peter's face, but as he raised his fist, he suddenly felt his wrist being grasped by someone. Thompson whipped around, only to find Leah, who had unwittingly walked into his trap, grinning innocently. Leah, you came right to me? Well, I can't be blamed for what happens next. With that, and to Peter's horror, Thompson released his grip on him while simultaneously swinging a punch towards Leah's face. No. Peter, already aware of Thompson's strength, found even his own extraordinary abilities difficult to bear. How perilous it would be for his ordinary brother. However, the speed of Thompson's punch was overwhelming, and Peter could only stare in despair with wide eyes. Yet, Thompson, still somewhat restrained, unwillingly withheld some of his force as his fist neared its target. He merely intended to teach Leah a lesson, not to cause serious harm. Little did he know that this very action would lead Luya to show him some mercy. Just as Thompson's fist was about to strike Luya's face, bam! Contrary to everyone's expectations of Luya being struck, it was Thompson who found both of his wrists firmly held in Luya's grip. What? Thompson stared incredulously at his restrained hands, straining to pull free, yet utterly unable to do so. Luya's hands were like iron cuffs, tightly binding his wrists. How could this be possible? Even Peter was rendered speechless. He was well aware of Thompson's formidable strength. It would not be an exaggeration to state that the current Thompson resembled a devastatingly powerful bear. Yet, in this state, Thompson found his hands effortlessly restrained by his own brother. Observing the incredulous and struggling Thompson, Luya smiled faintly, while simultaneously exerting force with his palm. Crack. Ah. Thompson gazed at Luya with terror and agony, feeling as though his wrist had been shattered. What manner of monster is this? His physical strength was ostensibly comparable to steel. However, Luya had deftly moderated his own power. As a reward for Thompson's earlier exertion, he merely crushed Thompson's wrist to a fracture, rather than reducing it to dust. Chapter 22. Thompson's Loss of Confidence. Diminishing Abilities. Thompson felt an unmistakable sensation, as if his wrist were ensnared by an iron clamp. No. With his current strength and physical prowess, a mere clamp could not possibly restrain him. Just this morning, the newly empowered Thompson had brimmed with confidence, believing the entire world lay beneath his feet. Naturally flamboyant, he became even more audacious upon acquiring such extraordinary abilities. However, his confidence was shattered once again in the presence of Luya. Like a curse, although Thompson glared defiantly at Luya, a deep-seated fear began to fester within him. As time passed and whispers circulated among his peers, his trepidation only intensified. Peter observed with a sense of relief as Thompson was thoroughly subdued by his brother Luya. He could not fathom why Thompson had suddenly become so formidable. Perhaps he too had been bitten by a spider? If that were the case, did it imply that his brother had also encountered the spider in the laboratory that day? Nonetheless, Peter felt a sense of joy in witnessing Thompson's downfall. Having endured bullying for so long, even becoming the subject of ridicule among classmates, he was acutely aware of the disdain directed at him. Although many students refrained from openly mocking Peter due to Luya's presence, their sensitive hearts could still perceive the contempt lurking beneath the surface. Peter glanced at his brother Luya, silently vowing, "One day, I too shall become as powerful as he." At that moment, Peter remained oblivious to the absurdity of his wish. Luya's might transcended mere appearances. "Thompson, don't you have anything to say about today's events?" Luya released Thompson's injured hand. Intimidated by Luya's strength, Thompson refrained from any further actions. Yet, unwilling to concede entirely, he yearned to utter a few harsh words. However, when he lifted his gaze to meet Luya's eyes, he faltered. The absolute dominance emanating from Luya instilled a psychological terror within him, rendering someone of his temperament prone to fear. He was afraid, truly afraid. Thus, Thompson reluctantly muttered, "I'm sorry." The utterance of those two words signified the surrender of his pride and arrogance, cast aside upon the ground. Surrounding classmates murmured in astonishment. The school's football star, typically a symbol of arrogance, had bowed his head. Yet, he had no choice but to do so. Thompson gazed into Luya's eyes, which held a terrifying intensity, as if murderous intent had solidified into reality. Were it not for Luya's regular attendance at school, Thompson might have believed him to be a ruthless supervillain. In response to Thompson's capitulation, a smile once again graced Luya's face as he gently patted Thompson on the shoulder. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them signifies a good child. Recently, while hunting in Hell's Kitchen, the long silent system unexpectedly issued a notification. It seemed that Luya began to grasp the situation. Perhaps the nameless underlings could no longer provide him with unlocking progress. This was the only plausible explanation. For Thompson was a notable figure within the Marvel Universe. As the unlocking of the patriotic template surpassed 50%, Luya immediately felt a profound transformation. Unlike the steady increase in strength corresponding to previous unlocking levels, this time, he distinctly sensed that his power had seemingly doubled. Even his body felt considerably lighter, a discomfort stemming from the rapid augmentation of strength. Yet Luya was confident he would soon acclimatize. At that moment, Thompson half collapsed on the ground, perceived a sudden surge of formidable energy emanating from Lua. Was he about to strike? Could it be that he intended to kill me? Peter and Gwen, too, sensed the anomaly in Lua's aura through their spider sense. Peter remained indifferent, merely assuming his brother was exerting pressure on Thompson. In contrast, Gwen understood that Lua possessed the capability to emit laser beams from his eyes. Had Lua's strength increased yet again? If this continued, might he one day ascend to a godlike status? Gwen was uncertain, yet she eagerly anticipated that day's arrival. Under the immense pressure, Thompson was drenched in sweat, not daring to wipe the beads from his forehead, fearful that it might attract Lua's attention. Unbeknownst to him, as his mindset shifted, his trepidation towards the powerful and his deep-seated self-doubt caused the minute spider-like hairs on his skin to gradually recede, while his swollen muscles began to shrink at a painfully slow pace. His focus remained solely on Lua, oblivious to his own alterations. Meanwhile, Lua, with the further unlocking of the patriotic template, experienced a significant enhancement in his vision, allowing him to notice Thompson's peculiar state. His abilities were slowly deteriorating. Lua recalled that in a past cinematic portrayal, Peter Parker had faced a similar predicament, his powers waning due to emotional turmoil and wavering faith. Perhaps it was for the best. Granting someone like Thompson such abilities could lead him to become either a Spider-Man or a spider being. In the distance, the Dean was drawing near. Lua cast one last glance at Thompson, shook his head, and turned to depart. He could not afford to truly harm Thompson and expose his own capabilities. The Marvel Universe was rife with formidable entities, though Lua felt little fear towards most. A few required his utmost caution, such as the Ancient One. This was an unavoidable hurdle. Should he attract her attention, his currently feeble magical resistance would render him vulnerable to her whims. Thus, before the Dean arrived, Lua exited the corridor. Gwen skipped along cheerfully, seemingly oblivious to the astonished gazes of those around her. Peter glanced at the despondent Thompson and then turned his attention to Mary Jane. Earlier, Mary Jane had positioned herself protectively in front of Peter, which stirred profound emotions within him, solidifying his belief that she was the woman he wished to cherish for a lifetime. However, when Peter looked at Mary Jane, he found her staring blankly at the departing duo of Lua and Gwen. In her eyes, the sense of loss was unmistakable and utterly unmasked. It was indeed a tragic situation. Being Thompson's girlfriend meant enduring the torment of his high school antics. Moreover, Thompson had repeatedly found himself at odds with Lua, often being subdued, and this time he had even suffered injuries. Despite Peter's affections, he exhibited a certain weakness. Though he had shown some resolve today, he still ended up utterly defeated by Thompson. Mary Jane yearned for a sense of security, but who could possibly provide her with such reassurance? Peter, Mary, are you both well? Suddenly, a voice rich with magnetism resonated behind them. Chapter 23. The emergence of venom on a moonlit night. A disheartened Thompson stumbled home, lost in a haze of despair. Lying in bed, sleep eluded him as the haunting image of Lua's eyes, glowing ominously red, flickered before him. Gradually, Lua's handsome visage materialized in Thompson's mind, taunting him with cruel mockery. You are worthless, nothing but a mere jester. Ha ha ha. No, go away. Thompson's heart raced with terror as he furiously flailed his arms at the void before him. In a moment of distraction, his hand collided with the edge of a nearby cabinet. The sharp corner sliced into his arm, crimson blood beginning to trickle down in steady drops. Drip, drip, drip. Instead of tending to his wound, Thompson stared vacantly at the gash, disbelief etched on his face. How can this be? My arm. How could such a simple wooden cabinet inflict harm? It dawned on him that his physical state was amiss. The fine hairs and barbs that once adorned his skin had vanished entirely. His physique had shrunk significantly, reverting to its form prior to acquiring his abilities. This revelation struck him. His powers seemed to have vanished entirely. No, no, Thompson murmured, his heart sinking. Had he never possessed these abilities, perhaps he would have been indifferent. Yet now, even the insignificant Peter had acquired such powers. If he were to lose his own, would that not mean a descent into a life of being bullied by Peter? As Thompson sat despondently on the edge of his bed, a dark liquid began to materialize outside his window, unnoticed by him. Sensing the profound turmoil within Thompson, this shadowy substance appeared to detect something exhilarating, swiftly crawling towards him. With a soft plop, the black liquid enveloped Thompson's back, and a slender tendril emerged, followed by a second, a third. Countless tendrils weaving a vast net behind him. In the next instant, all the tendrils lunged at Thompson, merging with his flesh upon contact. What is this abomination? Thompson gasped as he witnessed the black liquid assimilating into his body, struggling futilely against it. Stripped of his spider-like powers, he stood defenseless before Venom, the symbiote. Indeed, the dark liquid was a symbiote, Venom, currently in search of a suitable host. It had arrived on Earth with a meteor, landing in the suburbs of New York, America. Venom had been scouting for the perfect host for some time. Initially, Lua had been its prime candidate, possessing a robust physique, immense strength, and a decisive disposition, truly the ideal host tailored for Venom. If it could merge with such a formidable host to become a symbiotic entity of Venom, it harbored a profound confidence that together they could dominate the world. However, as Venom recognized the immense power of Lua, it also sensed the strength of Lua's soul capabilities. This might be the reason for Lua's traversal, yet for Venom, it was far from a favorable circumstance. While it was willing to become a symbiote with a human, the prospect of a host possessing an overly potent soul or formidable willpower posed a risk. It could prevent Venom from establishing dominance in the symbiotic relationship. Consequently, Venom shifted its focus, and Peter emerged as the second candidate in its sight. Although Peter, after acquiring spider-like powers, paled in comparison to Lua, he was still a remarkable specimen relative to ordinary humans. The only drawback was that Venom sensed Peter's excessively benevolent nature and lack of desire. Indeed, in the original narrative, after being possessed by Venom, Peter underwent a significant transformation, with his most ostentatious thought being to purchase discounted designer clothing. He did not resort to theft, but rather chose to spend money. At long last, Venom had resolved to select Thompson, that scoundrel, as its symbiotic host. "Get out of my body," Thompson exclaimed as he observed the black tendrils poised to fully integrate into his being, a wave of terror engulfing him. Yet, his struggles proved futile. With the final tendril vanishing, the Venom symbiote was born. Trembling, Thompson explored his body with quaking hands, seeking any signs of abnormality. Suddenly, a torrent of black liquid surged from his entire being, and in an instant, Venom completed the possession. There was no discomfort in being inhabited by Venom, allowing Thompson to momentarily regain his composure. Conversely, he felt the resurgence of power. No, this power surpassed the spider-like abilities he had previously possessed. Enveloped in Venom, a sinister grin split Thompson's face wide open. Slurp. In that moment, the confidence he thought lost returned to Thompson's form. Approaching the mirror, he gazed at his reflection. His entire body had transformed into black muscle, swelling significantly, as if boundless strength coursed within him. This sensation was exquisite. Thompson's gaze grew increasingly dazed, then frenzied. Those who cannot master power will be consumed by it. Gurgle. "I'm so hungry." Venom Thompson clutched his abdomen. Since arriving on Earth, Venom had yet to feast. Thus, upon taking residence in Thompson's body, it found itself in a weakened state. Thompson stepped to the window, observing the clusters of pedestrians outside, swallowing hard. Culinary delights, he thought. With a smirk. With a clang, the door swung open and shut as the now rejuvenated Thompson staggered outside. On the dimly lit street, Ben Parker strode briskly along the pavement, attentively surveying his surroundings. His nephew Peter had suddenly expressed a desire to take a stroll this evening, yet he had yet to return home. "I initially intended to seek out my son, Luya, to inquire about his situation. However, upon entering the room, I was taken aback to discover that he was not present. These two mischievous lads, once I locate them, I shall have a serious talk with them." At that moment, Peter stood at the entrance of a boxing arena, clad in a spider-themed costume of his own design. Admittedly, the outfit was rather rudimentary. It resembled more of a coat adorned with spider stripes than a true battle suit. Gazing at the address on the newspaper in his hand, Peter raised his head and looked towards the entrance of the arena with eyes brimming with aspiration. A single match could earn $3,000, with just a few bouts. "I could become quite affluent. I yearn to be wealthy. I yearn to be wealthy. If I attain wealth, then Mary Jane would surely agree to be with me. As long as I possess riches. As long as I possess riches." Chapter 24, A Shift in History. Peter has finally embarked on a quest for financial gain. And the catalyst for this change is none other than his dear friend, Harry Osborn. This afternoon, as Peter sought to whisk Mary Jane away, she chose instead to enter Harry's vehicle. The naive Peter believed that wealth would surely win Mary Jane's heart, much like he once envied his brother, Rhea, for his strength. It seems the Marvel Universe adheres to a convergence of timelines. Peter, akin to a character from a film, struggled valiantly to triumph in a match, only to earn a mere $50. Meanwhile, the masked assailant who had fatally shot Ben Parker in the original narrative made his appearance. As he passed by Peter, he simply stepped aside, failing to intervene. "Thank you, dear friend." With that, the masked man produced a wad of cash from his bag and thrust it into Peter's hands. "Wow." Peter gazed at the stack of bills, worth at least $1,000, and a joyful smile spread across his face. This was rightfully his, was it not? Hey, why didn't you stop him? The middle-aged supervisor, still fortunate that Big Hammer remained in ICU, faced no demands for the $100,000 taken by Rhea. When confronted, Peter merely shrugged and uttered the classic retort, "What is it to me?" With that, he chose not to engage further, humming a cheerful tune as he exited the boxing arena, leaving behind a scowling supervisor. After 2 consecutive failures, the supervisor's tenure was likely nearing its end. On the street, Peter clutched the cash in his pocket. Though it was only $1,000, it represented a fortune he had never possessed before. Just as Peter basked in his elation, a cacophony of urgent police sirens jolted him back to reality. He glanced ahead to see a throng gathered, with officers beginning to disperse the crowd, causing his heart to skip a beat. He swiftly maneuvered to the periphery and, leveraging his formidable physique, pushed his way through. Upon seeing a figure sprawled on the ground, Rhea's eyes widened. Was this not the masked man from earlier? In that moment, the masked figure appeared utterly wretched, his body severed in 2, with charred edges suggesting he had been sliced by a searing weapon. A wave of guilt washed over Peter. If he had only intervened, perhaps this fate could have been averted. Just as these thoughts consumed him, a sudden clap. A hand landed on Peter's shoulder. Who? Distracted, Peter spun around with remarkable speed, only to find the familiar silhouette behind him, Uncle Ben. Ben Parker had been searching the street for his son and nephew, and at last, he spotted Peter amidst the crowd. "Peter, can you explain why you've not returned home so late this evening?" Recently, Peter has undergone significant changes, which Ben has certainly noticed. After all, as family members who have lived together for over a decade, it would be impossible for Ben not to observe Peter's sudden physical transformation. Uncle Ben, I merely went out for a stroll," Peter stammered, repeating the word merely thrice before conjuring a clumsy excuse. Ben, clearly unconvinced by Peter's explanation, recognized that Peter was not adept at fabricating lies. Casting a glance at the soon-to-be wrapped body of the masked robber, even Ben couldn't suppress a gasp of shock. He immediately fixed Peter with a stern gaze. "Peter, tell me you are not involved in this. Perhaps there exist extraordinary abilities in this world, and Ben Parker understands all too well the catastrophic consequences that could arise for a young person suddenly endowed with powers beyond their control." He was deeply troubled at the prospect of his nephew Peter possibly straying down a perilous path if he had indeed gained some form of power. Peter, his hands nervously clenching the wad of cash in his pocket, hesitated over whether to confide in Uncle Ben about the situation. However, participating in underground fights felt too rebellious, and after much deliberation, he chose to remain silent. "No, Uncle Ben, I'm just out for a walk," he reiterated, observing Peter's anxious demeanor. Ben sensed that his nephew was concealing something, yet he quickly reminded himself of Peter's inherently good and obedient nature, leading him to conclude that he had no grounds for suspicion against him. Ben, a completely responsible and kind-hearted individual, was willing to place his trust in his nephew. "All right. Peter, do you know where your brother is?" Ben inquired. Peter, of course, had no idea. In fact, he was unaware that his brother, Luya, ventured out nightly under the cover of darkness. "Dad." Luya appeared across the street, hands in his pockets, waving at Ben. To prevent the tragic events depicted in the original movie from unfolding, Luya had been vigilantly monitoring his father Ben with enhanced vision, especially around the fight arena, and indeed, he had spotted the masked robber. At that moment, Luya realized that the masked man was merely a street away from his father, and his mind swiftly calculated the trajectories of both parties, concluding that a tragedy was imminent if he did not intervene. Luya found himself unable to remain calm in the face of a threat to his family, particularly to his father Ben. Acting without a second thought, he unleashed a laser beam that dispatched the masked robber without remorse. Unlike Peter, Luya did not consider himself a good person. He felt no burden in eliminating a potential threat to his family. "I just got back from shopping with Gwen." "Did something happen?" Luya said, his face betraying no color and his heart racing not at all, fabricating an excuse that, combined with his calm demeanor, surprisingly carried a sense of credibility. Gwen, you say?" Ben pondered, realizing that it was quite normal for a young person of that age to have evening outings. After all, he was quite the charming figure in his youth. Thus, he harbored no doubts about his son. He merely patted Luya's shoulder gently and said, "My dear child, your mother and I have no objections to your dating. However, it would be courteous for you to inform us." "All right, Dad, I understand." With this, Luya could now venture out in the evenings with complete transparency. Peter cast a complicated glance at his older brother. Why is there such a vast disparity between people? He felt shy even to utter a word to Mary Jane, while his brother was already able to go out shopping with Gwen every evening. Luya glanced at his younger brother Peter, whose face was etched with envy, and shook his head helplessly. "You truly believe that? Besides, even if I were to date Gwen, would we really spend the entire night shopping?" Chapter 25, The Chaotic Beginning. The Parallel Universe. The Universe of the Extraordinary. On the streets of New York, the Daily Horn. The Spider-Man has not appeared for an entire week. In Queens, New York, the crime rate has surged by 300% due to the Spider-Man's disappearance. Spider-Man, where on earth are you? The latest edition of the Daily Horn devotes 3 entire sections to the Spider-Man. As night descends upon a dilapidated street, the Spider-Man of the Extraordinary Universe has finally cornered you. A towering figure emerges from the shadows, donned in battle attire, his exposed skin an unnatural shade of dark green. Morlun, the totem killer, also known as the Spider Slayer. Across countless multiverses, Morlun hunts down the Spider-Man of each universe. However, in this extraordinary universe, Spider-Man is not named Peter, but Panson. After being bitten by the fated spider, Panson grew 8 spider legs from his back, earning him the title of the Spider-Man. Yet, at this moment, all 8 of the spider legs have been severed, with a foul, green liquid oozing from the wounds. Clearly, the Spider-Man's disappearance reported by the Daily Horn is due to Morlun's actions. Possessing tracking abilities, Morlun has finally driven this universe's Spider-Man, or rather, the Spider-Man, to the brink. At this juncture, Panson is rendered speechless, having exhausted the webbing stored in his navel during his recent escape. Zzz. Morlun's blood-red eyes fixate intently on Panson. As he raises his hands, a tremendous force emanates from his palms. Subsequently, the expression of agony manifests on the face of the Spider-Man, Panson, in mere seconds. As Morlun steps from the street, the Spider-Man has vanished. What remains is a ground littered with fragments of hard shell, saturated in green liquid. Excellent. Let me see which universe I shall visit next. Universe 741, locked in, Spider-Man. Just as Morlun is about to traverse to Universe 741, a faint presence captures his attention. What 3 Spider-Men? Which universe could this be? No matter, I will investigate after dealing with Universe 7311. The dark green figure dissipates, and the extraordinary universe has permanently lost its Spider-Man, the initiating universe after receiving special permission from his father. Luya has gained the privilege of venturing out each night. Over the course of a week, the reputation of the patriotic man has grown increasingly prominent in Hell's Kitchens, even surpassing that of South Street, becoming known throughout all neighborhoods. Simultaneously, throngs of ordinary people have flocked to Peace Street, inundating it like a tide. Previously, Bray had complained to Luya that the influx of visitors had rendered Peace Street somewhat congested. Yet, Luya rejected his proposal to limit ordinary people's access to Peace Street, as he seemed to have uncovered another secret regarding the enhancement of the patriotic man's template unlocking rate. Motherland template unlock progress, 71, a week ago. The unlock progress stood at a mere 50, Yet within this short span, it has ascended to a remarkable 71. The enigma behind this transformation, as speculated by Luyath, lies in the admiration of the masses. The pursuits of the motherland people, aside from their penchant for violence, seem to revolve around flaunting their prowess in public to garner renown. However, it is an undeniable truth that Peace Street can no longer accommodate such a multitude, as it is, after all, merely a thoroughfare. Nevertheless, Luya dedicated an entire day to personally seize control of 3 adjacent streets. Consequently, Peace Street now occupies nearly half of the territory in the southern district of Hell's Kitchen. As for the gang leaders who once dominated this area, they have essentially become the foundation for the street's renovation. Thus, a month has elapsed. During this period, various events, both significant and trivial, have transpired. Firstly, Luya has seen his motherland template unlock progress soar to 80. However, upon reaching this milestone, the rate of progress has noticeably decelerated. In other developments, the crime rate in Queens, New York, has inexplicably surged, accompanied by a mysterious wave of disappearances. Given the area's substantial population and prevailing instability, the vanishing of a few individuals has not garnered much attention. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures emerged, both embodying the spirit of Spider-Man. One donned a vibrant red spider suit, while the other sported a striking black and white ensemble. To distinguish between them, the public has designated them as Spider-Man and Spider-Woman, respectively. The presence of these 2 new heroes has substantially reduced the crime rate throughout Queens. Yet, the mystery of the disappearances persists, with victims increasingly shifting from the elderly to the youth. At the precinct, Police Chief George Stacy perused the reports from his subordinates, his frustration palpable. Today marks the 5th missing persons report filed. Hell's Kitchen, Peace Street, Peace Restaurant. What is going on? Wasn't it said that Peace Street could ensure safety? Why has my brother been missing for so long, and you still have not apprehended the perpetrator? Outside the restaurant, a disheveled middle-aged black man loitered in the doorway, vocally chastising the management of Peace Street for their inaction. The once renovated restaurant now boasts a size at least tenfold greater than before. Observing the ruckus caused by the unruly man, the restaurant manager, Bray, stepped outside. I am investigating your brother's case, and I will certainly inform you once I have any updates. However, the disheveled man remained unconvinced, continuing his tirade. Enough. Suddenly, a girl clad in training attire emerged from the restaurant's rear, raising her voice in reproach. The girl was Lucien, who, after that fateful day, had sought out Erica to learn her combat and assassination techniques. Over the past month, she has undergone a remarkable transformation. Peace Street has become her true home, her demeanor brighter and more sociable than ever before. Her brother, Lu Hao, has also been sent to study under a teacher, preparing for future educational opportunities. At the entrance, witnessing Lu Xian, a young lady, daringly confront him in public, the disheveled man felt profoundly insulted. What does it matter to you? He retorted. Ping and Street assured us of our safety, which is why we are here. Otherwise, why would we gather in this place? Am I right, everyone? He attempted to incite the crowd, seeking to amplify his influence. A subtle unrest began to ripple through the onlookers. Lu Xian, observing his triumphant smile, longed to rush forward and deliver a sound thrashing. Yet, she hesitated, concerned about the impact on Ping and Street's reputation. Look, perhaps the recent disappearances are the doing of Ping and Street. They lured us here for some hidden agenda. With this proclamation, the murmurs among the crowd intensified. Although most rejected this notion, believing Ping and Street to be a rare sanctuary amidst the chaos, a small faction began to echo his sentiments. Just as the disheveled man basked in his perceived victory, a figure descended from above. Boom. Welcome to Ping and Street. The only payment required is your respect, if you act like he does. With that, Leah firmly stepped on the disheveled man's foot and twisted it forcefully. Crack. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 26. Unlocking Flight. As Lua gazed down at the pained and lamenting figure of the disheveled man, a wave of anger surged within him. Why are some individuals never satisfied? If it were not for his safe street, they would still be living precariously day by day. Indeed, the adage of receiving a grain of rice in return for a grain of kindness is timeless. He realized he had been too lenient. Observing the crowd, now enveloped in a heavy silence, Lua spoke with gravity. If you wish to continue residing in my safe street, you must adhere to the rules. From this day forth, every inhabitant of Safe Street must secure their own employment. You show me respect, and I shall provide you with protection." As Lua proclaimed this, he raised his hands, and astonishingly, his body began to levitate gradually off the ground. This was the final ability he attained after surpassing 80 years of age, the power of flight. Although Lua had merely begun to unlock this capability and was not yet able to soar at great speeds, his figure, now floating, appeared divine to the onlookers. Hell's Kitchen was a realm that revered the strong. Here, the law of the jungle prevailed, and only the mighty earned respect. Undoubtedly, Lua had etched a profound impression in the hearts of all present. At that moment, no one paid heed to the earlier lamentations of the disheveled man. Instead, they fervently gazed at Lua, suspended in the air, their eyes reflecting the awe one might reserve for a deity. "Mom, is he a messenger of God?" A little girl, her eyes sparkling with wonder, peered up at Lua from her mother's embrace. In the tale she had heard, only God's messengers possessed the ability to fly. "Perhaps, darling, perhaps he is sent by God to protect us." The girl's mother, equally astonished, found herself grappling with newfound faith. She had never been a believer, yet today, she felt an inexplicable connection to the divine. Oh my heavens! Bray could scarcely maintain his composure. His leader could actually fly? What was happening? Was his leader truly a deity? Did that mean he was a subordinate of the divine? By that logic, he was somewhat divine himself. Of course, Bray was unaware of the mathematical nuances, but the essence of his thoughts remained. He glanced back at the safe restaurant, where two large red lanterns hung at the entrance. Purchased by Lu Xian from Chinatown. No longer was he the aimless drifter he once was. A glimmer of tears welled in Bray's eyes as he pondered his past existence. Had he truly lived? No, he had merely been a walking corpse. Now, he was the manager of the safe restaurant. He was a respectable individual. Thus, anyone who sought to ruin the safe restaurant, to destroy Safe Street, was, in effect, seeking to obliterate him. Bray's gaze became resolute as he fervently looked at Lua, then shouted to those around him, "Have you forgotten who granted you protection? Have you forgotten who rescued you from the darkness?" In response to Bray's fervent outcry, a few voices in the crowd began to resonate. "It is the people of our homeland. The people of our homeland." Amidst the fervent cries of the crowd, the denizens of Hell's Kitchen, though they lead lives akin to that of mice, possess a discernible ability to distinguish right from wrong. They are not blind to the virtues and vices surrounding them. The thunderous shouts of hundreds, perhaps thousands, resonate profoundly, igniting the very essence of Peace Street with the presence of Luya. With the unwavering support of the people, Luya's renown within the neighborhood has soared to unprecedented heights. In Luya's mind, the system's voice reverberated, announcing a remarkable increase of 5% in the unlocking degree. Observing the increasingly fervent gazes of the crowd, Luya cast a perplexed glance at Bray, astonished by this unexpected gift for inciting passion the latter possessed. Starving, utterly famished, Thompson drifted through Hell's Kitchen like a feeble specter. "Good brother, let us hasten to find sustenance." Suddenly, a colossal head emerged from his shoulder. The sight of two heads upon one body would have sent any ordinary person into a state of shock. Yet Thompson displayed an air of nonchalance, merely casting a fleeting glance at the dark visage before turning away once more. In truth, a fierce internal struggle raged within him. The weakness of venom had begun to affect him. The entity's hunger felt like an inferno consuming his insides. However, the sustenance venom craved was none other than human brains. Of course, other living beings or even chocolate could replenish the symbiote's strength, but the yearning for human brains was insatiable. This was a notion Thompson could not abide. Just as he was about to prey upon an innocent passerby, the spider powers that had seemingly faded within him suddenly reawakened, compelling him to halt. Though he recognized his own flaws, the act of consuming another human was something no decent person could ever consider. Initially, when he first acquired the symbiotic abilities, he felt a surge of joy, believing he could reclaim his former glory after losing his spider powers. Yet now, he yearned to escape the clutches of venom. Unbeknownst to him, venom was equally vexed. Having accompanied Thompson for so long, it had yet to feast on a proper meal. Each time it attempted to target a passerby, Thompson thwarted its intentions. It is crucial to understand that while the symbiote could exert some control over its host's actions, the host could likewise impose constraints on the symbiote. Recently, in the Queensboro of New York, Venom sensed the presence of kin among its kind, brazenly hunting humans. To avoid entanglement, Venom had refrained from revealing itself to Thompson. Currently, the situation was one of bittersweet frustration for Venom. It found Thompson an apparent villain, to be a coward at heart, an unsatisfying meal that it could neither fully relish nor discard. Yet, the hidden spider powers within Thompson made it reluctant to sever their bond. Suddenly, the instinct of Venom alerted it to an unusual presence nearby. It was there, just within our vicinity. The symbiotes possessed the ability to devour one another. And rather than seeking sustenance, the venom that had taken residence within Thompson yearned to distance itself from its robust counterpart. A mile away, a formidable man stood before an elderly couple, a sinister grin etched across his face. The husband instinctively shielded his wife behind him, retrieving a handful of scattered bills and coins from his pocket. "This is all the money we have. Please, we implore you to spare us." Such is the survival principle in Hell's Kitchen. To part with wealth is to avert disaster. Yet, the elderly couple remained oblivious to the fact that this encounter was unlike any they had faced before. Chapter 27. The Arrival. Unbeknownst to the two elderly men before him, they stood in the presence of the infamous killer from Hell's Kitchen, Target Eye. What instilled even greater terror in the hearts of these elderly men was the sudden expansion of this robust figure's physique right before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Target Eye's body became enveloped in a massive, crimson liquid. It was the symbiote Venom. Venom had arrived on Earth alongside the venom that resided within Thompson, choosing the merciless Target Eye as its host. The recent spate of disappearances in Queens could largely be attributed to their malevolent handiwork. At this moment, Venom's entire form was blood red, signaling that something significant had transpired. As Venom gazed at the two elderly men, its pale eyes expressed a look of disdain. "Hey, weren't we supposed to feast on younger prey?" The voice of Target Eye echoed within Venom. "Let us make do with what is here. There are plenty of humans around." Upon hearing the exchange between Venom and Target Eye, the two elderly men grasped the gravity of their predicament. "Run," the husband urged, taking a few steps forward, his sense of responsibility propelling him to shout back to his wife, "Head to P Street. Run quickly." The elderly man was acutely aware that he could only delay for a limited time given his frail condition. Yet this was all he could offer his beloved wife in their final moments. A colossal, blood-red tongue slithered from Venom's ghastly teeth as it regarded the elderly couple, one attempting to obstruct its path, the other trembling in flight, wearing a contemptuous smile. In an instant, Venom seized the elderly man, just as it was about to open its maw, when a sudden sensation from a kilometer away caused it to pause. "It's here. It's here. My kin." Consuming it would be equivalent to feasting on countless humans. Venom's body quivered with excitement, casting a disdainful glance at the elderly man, who had resigned himself to fate. Venom flung him aside. With a thud, the elderly man landed amidst a heap of refuse. "Edmund, are you all right?" Suddenly, the elderly man's wife emerged from the shadows, reaching out to steady him. She had not run far. Her age weighed heavily upon her. And with P Street at least a kilometer away, how could she possibly escape? "Why haven't you fled?" The elderly man chastised his wife, though warmth blossomed in his heart at her presence. As he watched the crimson monstrosity inexplicably release him, he couldn't comprehend its sudden mercy. At that moment, the venomous entity residing within Thompson also recognized the peril of its situation. The symbiotic connection was mutual. If it could sense the other, then the other could certainly sense it. "Oh no, I haven't had a proper meal since attaching to Thompson. How could I possibly contend with it?" Yet, the chance to flee was slipping away swiftly. Boom. With a resounding crash, a wall crumbled as a crimson liquid surged perilously close. "My dear brother, at last, I have found you." Venom, having feasted for a month, had grown significantly larger than the symbiote, nearly twice its usual size. "Goodness, your brother is so much stronger than you." Thompson gazed in astonishment at Venom, then cast a glance down at his own frail form. He couldn't help but ponder whether the symbiote race had a notion of stunted development. Venom, sensing Thompson's thoughts, exclaimed in exasperation, "Isn't it because of you? If you hadn't kept me from feeding, would I have become this weak?" Thompson shrugged and muttered, but I've given you plenty of chocolate. Can that serve as a meal? Venom retorted, growing increasingly irate. All right, all right. Do we have an escape plan? Thompson inquired hopefully. Knowing that despite Venom's malevolence and fixation on human brains, he often devised clever strategies in perilous situations. However, this time, Venom weakly replied, "There is no time." Suddenly, Venom's arms transformed into two gigantic spikes. "Good buddy, become my sustenance." With that, the enormous spikes lunged toward Thompson's chest. If the host were eliminated, Venom's power would diminish significantly. At their current state of weakness, neither Thompson nor Venom could evade the impending strike. Just as Thompson was about to be eviscerated, Venom instinctively completed the symbiotic bond. The spikes pierced through Venom, sending a cascade of black droplets flying. Although Venom's attachment saved Thompson's life, it rendered Venom even weaker. What a stroke of bad luck, he lamented as his consciousness began to wane. Am I to perish here? Thompson murmured, having once envisioned how he might confront death. Yet, as it approached, he found an unexpected tranquility. Humph, possessing such a formidable body yet failing to cherish it. No wonder you are so feeble. Venom sensed something unusual within Thompson, a latent power that, if fully harnessed, could rival his own strength. To Venom, it was astounding that such a host would neglect nourishment to enhance himself. Hey, hurry up and consume him. What are you waiting for? The target within felt Venom's covetousness for Thompson's body and urged him on. He knew that Venom lacked humanity, and should he set his sights on another host, he would be in grave danger. Silence, Venom shouted, showing no respect for the target within. You are merely my vessel. Understand your position. Unfazed by the target's darkening expression, he tempted Thompson. Kid, why not join me? If you do, I'll spare your life. However, before Thompson could respond, a figure descended from the heavens. Rhea, having unlocked the heightened auditory capabilities of her ancestral template, had become exceptionally perceptive. As the two elderly individuals mentioned Peace Street, it was fortuitously overheard by the still inexperienced Luya, who had yet to master the art of listening for information. In a mere 2 seconds, he traversed over a kilometer to confront the two manifestations of Venom. It was only after he completed his statement that the sound of a sonic boom erupted behind him. Supersonic. The enormous white eyes of Venom narrowed in alarm. Generally speaking, speed is correlated with power. To move at a velocity surpassing the speed of sound, this individual before him must be quite extraordinary. Luya observed the black and red symbiotes with keen interest. He was certainly familiar with symbiotes, yet he had not anticipated encountering two simultaneously. Moreover, utilizing his superhuman vision, Luya discerned that the person encased within the black venom was none other than Thompson. A moment of contemplation led him to a conclusion. Clearly, while Thompson had become the host of Venom, he had not yet fed. Otherwise, he would not be so weakened. Contrarily, the red entity before him provoked a chilling inquiry. What business do you have on my territory? Luya's voice turned icy. Chapter 28, The Strengthening Serum. Luya gazed at the creature, its entire form a vivid crimson. It bore a striking resemblance to the red symbiote from the Venom film, its physique exceeding that of the symbiote that resided within Thompson by at least twice the size. What a magnificent physique! As Luya descended from above, Venom exhibited no fear. Instead, its eyes gleamed with an insatiable hunger. Compared to your steel-like body, my current form feels akin to that of an infant. Having previously set its sights on Thompson's physique, Venom discovered that humanity never ceased to amaze. It was evident that Lua's body was far more formidable than ordinary tempered steel. Was this truly a trait of humanity? If such a body were to become a symbiote, it would transcend mere earthly dominance. Perhaps they could command a place throughout the cosmos. Venom was now overwhelmed with excitement, gazing at Luya as if it were an unparalleled treasure. The symbiote and its host could share thoughts. Thus Target Eye discerned Venom's renewed desire to abandon its current host. No, you cannot do this. Target Eye bellowed frantically. We agreed to conquer the world together. Have you forgotten? After a month of cohabitation, Target Eye understood Venom's nature all too well. To be precise, Venom was a merciless, cold-blooded killing machine. If it chose to switch hosts, it would undoubtedly not spare such a prime source of sustenance. Target Eye was acutely aware that the moment Venom forsook him would be his demise. With grand ambitions yet unfulfilled, he could not perish here. Ever since the fusion with Venom a month ago, his inner desires had been incessantly expanding. His foremost aspiration was to usurp Kingpin and ascend as the underground emperor of all America. To realize this dream, he had even consented to Venom's demands, relentlessly hunting humans to grow stronger. How could he intend to discard me once I have served my purpose? No longer hesitating. Target, I seized the opportunity while Venom remained entwined with him, harnessing all his muscular strength to unleash Venom's full energy. By eliminating these bothersome entities before him, no one would contest his claim to Venom. In reality, Target, I was even more formidable than Venom had anticipated. As the chief assassin under New York's underground Kingpin, Target, I possessed capabilities that far surpassed the ordinary. A master fighter, a multi-weapon specialist, a throwing weapons savant. These were but a few of his titles. Furthermore, parts of his skeletal structure were infused with adamantium. Thus, when Target I struck unexpectedly, Venom was momentarily caught off guard, allowing Target I to successfully manipulate its body. Within a heartbeat, Venom's form swelled dramatically, transforming into a monstrous figure nearly 5 meters tall. Its colossal body shattered buildings on either side of the street, prompting terrified screams as countless individuals fled from the collapsing structures. Fool, what do you intend to do? Venom's voice was filled with exasperation. It certainly held no regard for human life, but the usurpation of its bodily autonomy by the host was intolerable. Get away from me. Just as Venom attempted to assert control over the body, Target I expelled something from within. A vial filled with a verdant liquid appeared in the hand of Target I. This was a human enhancement serum, soon to be supplied by the Osborn Group to collaborating military forces. However, this serum was still in the developmental stage and possessed significant side effects, such as inducing schizophrenia in its users. Ordinarily, such a serum would not be available to the public, but with Kingpin as a powerful ally, acquiring a sample for the military seemed unremarkable. You are forcing my hand. Before Venom could expel him completely, Target I swiftly consumed the entire contents of the green serum. Regardless of the serum's severe side effects, its efficacy was undeniable. As the liquid coursed down Target I's throat, every muscle in his body began to swell. Veins bulged grotesquely beneath his skin, pulsating with a luminous, eerie fluid. The enhancement serum was designed to amplify the body's functions, achieving a minimum enhancement of 8-fold. Wails of anguish erupted from both Target I and Venom. In that moment, Target I, having surpassed human limits, finally seized control of the symbiote. This meant that Venom had become a mere vassal of Target I, unable to extricate itself from the host's body. Amid Venom's tormenting cries, its crimson skin began to shift in hue, transforming swiftly into a deep green monstrosity. It resembled raw, exposed muscle, with viscous liquid splattering across its surface, only to be absorbed once more. At this moment, Venom truly embodied its name, appearing exceedingly venomous. Gasping in shock, Target I opened his eyes. The last remnants of reason vanished, replaced by utter insanity. Target I, or perhaps at this juncture more aptly named Mad Eye, had consumed an incomplete enhancement serum and lost all semblance of normal human personality, morphing into a complete psychological aberration. Simultaneously, its flesh fused irreversibly with Venom, rendering them inseparable. Hee, I have consumed you. Under Mad Eye's gaze, Thompson felt an icy chill enveloping his core. Meanwhile, the weakened Venom, in a moment of panic, retreated into Thompson's body. What? Thompson stared, dumbfounded, at the cowardly Venom. Brother, hiding now is hardly useful. Faced with a common adversary, Thompson and Venom seemed to reach an understanding. Yet, it appeared to be too late. Venom, in a despondent tone, replied, "Accept your fate. Even a mere pinky of that being could crush us both." With that, Venom glanced at the nearby lure. What a pity for such a fine host specimen. Here, observing the transformation of the venomous creature, Luya finally witnessed a movement. He gradually elevated his body to reach the same height as the colossal head of the frenzied eye. It was truly captivating, akin to watching a blockbuster in a cinema of a past life. No, this visceral sense of face-to-face reality far surpassed the authenticity of any film. Indeed, Luya's fascination with the mutation of the venomous creature stemmed from a desire to witness the spectacle. It has been said that immense strength can also lead to profound solitude. Having unlocked 85% of the template of his homeland's inhabitants, Luya found that apart from his vision, hearing, and flying abilities, His other powers were nearly indistinguishable from those of a true citizen of his homeland. Thus, he possessed the confidence to witness this grand spectacle in its entirety. Chapter 29. Instant Refinement. Clap, clap, clap. Lua gently applauded, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "What a thrilling metamorphosis." There was not a hint of tension or fear of the frenzied creature before him. The creature, known as Frenzied Eye, offered no response, merely repeating, "Eat, eat, eat." Its face then split open to reveal a gaping maw, with jagged, pale teeth gnashing like a relentless grinder aimed at Lua. How absurd. As the creature moved in slow motion, Lua chuckled softly and effortlessly flew back several meters, evading the assault. Nearby, bewildered residents who had not yet fled turned to gaze in shock at the enormous green monstrosity that was Frenzied Eye. "Oh my God, what on earth is that?" Someone gasped. "That thing must be 5 or 6 meters tall. Could it be another failed experiment from our American government's laboratories?" Those escaping internally vowed that today marked the most exhilarating day they had ever experienced in Hell's Kitchen. "Now, what should we do?" one asked. "Run. Let's head to Peace Street. I've heard there are powerful figures known as the Patriotic there." "Oh, why don't you take a look at that flying figure in the sky?" "Who is it?" "Ward. And there's a master? A human capable of flight. This guy is practically Superman." In truth, as the Patriotic template was on the verge of complete unlocking, Lua had ceased to conceal his abilities. In the air, he observed the now-mad green venom and recognized that further communication was futile. "Enough playing. Time to send you on your way." Lua descended slowly, and upon his feet touching the ground, the muscles in his legs coiled with power. Boom! A visible shockwave erupted from the point where Lua's feet met the earth, sending dust scattering in all directions. Moments later, a sharp blast resonated. On the roadside, Thompson rubbed his eyes, searching for the now missing Lua. "Where is he? Idiot. Look at the venom." The venomous creature mocked before urging Thompson to direct his gaze at the head of Frenzied Eye. At that moment, Lua was suspended above the spine of Frenzied Eye. The creature appeared utterly wretched. A significant portion of its left shoulder and half its head had vanished under the impact of Lua, who had used his body as a projectile. "Did your brother just get taken out like that?" A glimmer of hope flickered in Thompson's eyes. Yet, the venom within him doused that hope coldly. "You're thinking too much. First, mere physical damage can hardly be enough to eliminate our symbiote. Second, although we are of the same kind, it is not the brotherly bond you humans perceive." In the eyes of the venom within Thompson, Lua's supersonic attack was indeed formidable. If such a blow were to land on his weakened form, he might truly perish. However, venom was different. After a month of feasting, it was far more powerful than him. It can be said that once it has consumed its own kind, it is likely to become immune to all simple physical attacks. Although reluctant to admit it, Venom understood that, in the eyes of Carnage, he was merely a delectable morsel. "Come on, cheer up. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope." Thompson had loathed Carnage for restraining him thrice at school, yet at this moment, he fervently wished for Carnage to be stronger. Even stronger. How could that be? Stop dreaming. Unless. Venom's thought trailed off abruptly. Unless what? As soon as Thompson uttered his question, his mouth fell agape. In the air, Carnage observed as the gaping wound he had inflicted rapidly healed itself. The green, liquid entity writhed, restoring its damaged form to its original state. Indeed, the regenerative capabilities of symbiotic organisms in the face of physical assaults are unparalleled. Once they bond with their host, they become akin to liquid, nearly impossible to eliminate through physical means. This revelation stirred something within Carnage. Although he was formidable, future adversaries would not be weak either. Having an additional trump card could prove advantageous. Regrettably, it seemed this venom had already fused with the man. Moreover, the green appearance was far too unsightly, prompting Carnage to shake his head in disdain. In the Marvel Universe, many individuals have gone to great lengths to enhance their strength, often rendering themselves unrecognizable, neither human nor beast. Whether voluntarily or involuntarily, figures like Dr. Lizard, Rhino, and the quintessential pinnacle of earthly power, the Hulk, exemplify this. Meanwhile, as his body restored itself, a smile crept across the face of Carnage. Hee, no worries, let's feast. However, Carnage was disinclined to continue entangling himself with it. Off you go to meet the Grim Reaper. Oh, in America, perhaps you should be called Satan. As his words fell, Carnage's eyes began to glow crimson. A tremendous surge of heat coalesced in his gaze, reaching 80% of the unlocked threshold for his ancestral template. Unleashing the full force of his power for the first time. Boom! Two scorching laser beams erupted from Carnage's eyes. The moment the beams made contact with Carnage's surface, an intense reaction ensued. A copious amount of green liquid vaporized, producing plumes of smoke. The exterior defenses of Venom could not withstand even a fraction of the laser beams. In an instant, the rays pierced through Venom's form. Venom emitted a wretched howl of agony, yet Carnage remained undeterred. Descending from above, the laser beams offered no respite to Venom. Its body was subjected to severe evaporation. With the aid of a human enhancement serum, Venom had completely fused with Carnage, rendering him considerably stronger, yet binding his existence to Venom's life force. In no time, the massive silhouette of Venom was reduced to mere dust under the onslaught of Carnage's laser beams. Upon ceasing the output of his laser vision, Carnage felt no tumult within. Rather, he reveled in the transformation of his own body. Not bad. Even with such high-intensity use of laser vision, he felt no discomfort whatsoever, even for one's homeland. The strength is not perpetually boundless. Much like Luya, his abilities are intertwined with his physical stamina. Once exhaustion sets in, he may find himself unable to wield flight or his laser vision. Of course, his fundamental strength and bodily defenses remain intact. On the ground, Venom gazed at the utterly obliterated Carnage, astonished by Luyua's prowess while simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. It seems we have survived? A diminutive black head peeked over Thompson's shoulder, scanning the surroundings until it confirmed that Carnage was indeed unequivocally dead, reduced to mere remnants. Phew. I thought today would be our end. Venom completely relaxed, the elongated white eyes atop his black head stretching in sheer contentment. Thompson, however, was less optimistic. As memories of his conflict with Luya at school resurfaced, he glanced at Venom and chuckled dryly. It may not necessarily be safe after all. Chapter 30. The Plan to Establish a School. Mr. Stark, this is the military's response to us. Happy Hogan placed the document before Tony Stark. Let me see how these incompetent politicians have replied. At this juncture, Tony Stark was still the quintessential playboy. There were always whispers that he changed his model girlfriend every night. As he unsealed the document, he remained preoccupied with the inquiries from the media that morning. Only one a night. Who do they think I am? He scoffed. These unscrupulous journalists, even their slander is so miserly. One day, I shall acquire their outlets and make them dance to my tune. Happy chuckled awkwardly. The humor seemed a tad risky. As Stark's confidant and friend, he had previously urged Tony to be more mindful of his private life, but to no avail. Fortunately, Stark had inherited the brilliance of his family, ensuring that Stark Industries thrived under his stewardship. It was not until Stark perused the document that he discovered the military's correspondence. The file indicated that the military intended to purchase a substantial quantity of weapons from Stark, amounting to approximately 3 months' worth of Stark Industries production. While it may not seem considerable, the scale of Stark Industries' weaponry output was immense. In the Marvel Universe, one could find Stark Industries weapons in nearly every war-torn nation, particularly munitions. Logically, such a massive order should have delighted Stark. Yet, his brow furrowed, and it appeared that an array of expletives was on the verge of escaping his lips. Hey, Tony, what's the matter? With no one else present in the office, Happy addressed Stark more casually. Take a look for yourself. Stark flung the document onto the table, seemingly disinclined to further examine it. Happy scrutinized the document, and, unsurprisingly, his expression also soured. They're offering us a mere half of the profits. Are they robbing us? Happy exclaimed, astonished at the military's pricing, which had been pushed to the brink. There must be another reason. The military has collaborated with us for many years. There is no way they would suddenly act this way. Stark's quick thinking led him to realize that perhaps they had found alternative suppliers. In the Marvel realm, the existence of superhuman powers meant that many aspects of America diverged from reality. However, one truth remained unchanged. Capital wielded control over power. Could it be the Osborn Group? Happy speculated. Not just them. The Osborn Group certainly competes with Stark Industries, but in terms of arms distribution on a global scale, their size is still comparatively insignificant. Happy. Leverage our connections. I need to uncover the truth behind this immediately. Upon realizing that other forces were scheming in the shadows, Tony Stark knew the situation could be addressed. Regardless of who the other party may be, it is inconceivable that they possess greater wealth than oneself. Wealth, indeed, can procure nearly all forms of information. Fortuitously. What I lack the least is money. Stark Industries has been operational for numerous years, establishing an inseparable bond with politicians, or rather, they themselves embody political figures. In less than half an hour, a confidential piece of information materialized before Stark, Wilson Fisk. The truth has emerged. This entire affair was orchestrated by the underground emperor of New York, Wilson Fisk. Within the Marvel Universe, American politicians are often divided among various factions, with Wilson Fisk commanding a significant amount of capital, ranking among them. It appears that Fisk not only seeks to seize Stark Industries' weapon market but also intends to acquire Stark's weaponry at a bargain price, aiming to profit from both ends. After some contemplation, Stark addressed Happy, instructing him to investigate Fisk's enterprises. In Hell's Kitchen, on Peace Street, a week has elapsed since Venom's demise. Lua was toying with several pieces of silver-gray metal, adamantium. This was the sole remnant following the ashes of Venom. Originally, these fragments were integrated within Venom's skeletal structure, but they survived after being incinerated by Lua's laser. Unfortunately, the quantity was too limited. Otherwise, a weapon forged from adamantium could have been created. While Lua was lost in thought, Erica entered. Lua, how have you considered the matter of Peace School? From a distance, Lu Xian, serving dishes to customers, perked up her ears to listen to the ongoing conversation. If a school could indeed be established in Hell's Kitchen, her brother would finally have the opportunity for education. Hell's Kitchen was once a chaotic and hopeless place. Many residents began their days by expressing gratitude for merely being alive, followed by devising ways to procure enough food to satiate their hunger. The notion of education had never crossed anyone's mind, nor had anyone considered the welfare of the children. The safety and future of the children were uncertain. Even if they did survive to adulthood, they were likely to join gangs. Recently, Lua had been struggling with the slow progress of unlocking templates from his homeland, and during casual conversation at the restaurant, he had mentioned his desire to open a school in Hell's Kitchen. Initially, he believed that engaging in such a noble endeavor would significantly enhance his unlocking progress. However, when Erica broached the specifics, Lua found himself in a quandary, not to mention the myriad qualifications and procedures required to establish a school. Even the funds necessary to construct a teaching building were beyond Lua's current means. Presently, he possessed a total of 100,000, a sum accrued from victories in boxing over a month ago. Yet, 100,000 was but a drop in the ocean when it came to building a school. Lua recognized his strength, yet that bore no relation to the swift acquisition of wealth. Lacking a commercial acumen and without any high-tech gifts from the system, how could he earn money? Was he to resort to thievery? It seems that it's not entirely impossible. Lua scratched his head, contemplating that robbery could indeed be a swift means to acquire wealth. Even a mere front desk manager at a small underground boxing venue could carry with him a staggering sum of 100,000 in cash. One can only imagine the immense wealth wielded by the overlords of those murky and even illicit industries. Well, let me ponder this. Robbing. Whose money would be more justifiable for alleviating poverty? Lua understood that he could not merely seize wealth from any affluent individual at random. He might as well aspire to become a president himself. Narrowing his eyes, Lua's exceptional vision allowed him to observe the other districts of Hell's Kitchen. Indeed, it was a classic case of missing the forest for the trees. The gangs within Hell's Kitchen could serve as rather prime targets for his endeavors, couldn't they? Chapter 31. A visit to Hell's Kitchen with Stark. As Lua contemplated which gang to approach first in Hell's Kitchen, an unexpected guest arrived. I had never imagined that the environment here could be so deplorable. Stark emerged from his Audi R8 coupe, accompanied by Happy and several bodyguards. The moment he set foot in Hell's Kitchen, he was taken aback by the squalor surrounding him. Honestly, Happy, Stark remarked, gesturing with his cigar. I had no idea such a dismal place existed in New York. Actually, this isn't even the worst of it, Happy silently scoffed, though he kept this opinion to himself. In his view, this so-called Hell's Kitchen was indeed a chaotic mess. Were it not for the formidable bodyguards Stark had hired, each capable of taking on 10 adversaries, he would never have dared to step foot here. It was hard to believe that the so-called underground emperor, Kingpin, made his home in such a disreputable location. In Stark's estimation, even if Kingpin operated in the shadows, his resources were indisputable. Shouldn't the territory of such a figure exude the same opulence as Stark Industries? In fact, Stark was currently dissatisfied with the headquarters building and was already contemplating the construction of a globally iconic structure. While the two conversed, a brawl erupted between two gangs ahead. This was no mere scuffle. Over disputes regarding the flower trade, both factions had brandished an array of firearms. As a gang member, terrified for his life, fled towards Stark. He was gunned down by one of Stark's bodyguards. "My heavens!" Happy exclaimed, wiping the sweat that had formed on his brow from sheer fright as he observed the gang member just a few meters away. "Mr. Stark, should we consider retreating? Hell's Kitchen seems rather perilous." "Of course, I am not afraid. My primary concern is your safety." If it weren't for Happy's slightly trembling voice, Stark might have actually believed him. Patting Happy's broad, quaking shoulder, Stark smiled faintly. "Buddy, you ought to lose some weight." With that, he strode forward confidently. The men of the Stark family never flinch in the face of danger. Besides, Stark glanced back at his bodyguards. They were equipped with the latest technology from Stark Industries. Mere gang members posed little threat. Thus, as he continued on his path, Stark witnessed a plethora of sights. "Happy, give each of them $100. Stark commanded, turning to indicate the two filthy children nearby. This had become a ritual for him since entering Hell's Kitchen. "Mr. Stark, I must say, I will need to reimburse these expenses when I return." Happy protested, yet he still produced a bill and handed it over. Two children gazed at the $200 bills in Happy's hands, eagerly accepting them. "Thank you, handsome sir." The slightly older boy disowned that Stark was the leader among them, and quickly lavished praise upon him. This compliment brought joy to Stark, who had always been content with his appearance. He then turned to the boy who had spoken to him, inquiring, "Might you share how you make a living here?" As they walked, Stark was surrounded by crime scenes, and he found it hard to believe that children could survive in such an environment. In the past, Mrs. Deus would assist in various tasks at the local shops to exchange for meager food. The boy explained that Deus was their adoptive mother. Noticing the boy's use of the past tense, Stark pressed further, "And what of the present?" The boy lowered his head, speaking somberly. "Mrs. Deus is not well. She can no longer get out of bed." However, he quickly lifted his head, a bright smile returning to his face. "But things are much better now. We have grown up. Moreover, the big man from Peace Street, the patriotic man, provides us with easy work and fresh food. If it weren't for Mrs. Deus's condition, we would have planned to move to Peace Street." "Peace Street? The patriotic man?" Stark exchanged glances with Happy. The initial impression of a place significantly influences one's subsequent judgments. Stark found it difficult to believe that kindness could flourish in such a nefarious locale. Sensing Stark's skepticism, the boy hurriedly asserted, "It's true. The patriotic man said he would offer us shelter in Hell's Kitchen. In return, we only need to show him respect. Many common folks like us have already moved to Peace Street. As for gang members, the patriotic man claims they are too deeply mired in sin to enter Peace Street." This statement left Stark even more perplexed. How could a savior emerge from Hell's Kitchen? With a strong sense of doubt, Stark bid farewell to the boy and proceeded in the direction he had indicated towards Peace Street. In the distance, Stark beheld a most unusual street. Or rather, this street seemed utterly incongruous with Hell's Kitchen. The clean thoroughfare was adorned with eaves strung with red lanterns. Truth be told, it bore a hint of Asian influence, which Stark recognized as the origin of the lanterns. "This must indeed be Peace Street?" "It should be, Mr. Stark," Happy remarked, recalling the boy's earlier assertion that its differences were immediately apparent. Indeed, it was strikingly distinct. The area was peaceful and pristine, with many faces adorned with smiles of contentment. "Perhaps I ought to reconsider my perspective. The proprietor of this place, the patriotic man, might indeed be a figure of salvation?" Stark shook his head. "No. Before encountering the master here, he must preserve his own perspective." At this point, Stark has entirely forgotten the purpose of his visit to Hell's Kitchen. What was intended as a personal reconnaissance of the enemy has inexplicably transformed into a sightseeing excursion. However, at this stage, Tony Stark has yet to endure the tribulations that would later shape him. He has not attained sufficient growth. He is not yet the heroic Iron Man of the future, but merely a playboy featured in the major newspapers. Thus, Their actions do not seem particularly surprising. At the peaceful restaurant, Lewis suddenly hears a report from Bray. Boss, someone mentioned seeing a few strangers enter Peaceful Street. Strangers, referring to those who unmistakably do not resemble the common folk of Hell's Kitchen. Typically, Lua would ensure these individuals never awaken again. Understood. Chapter 32. The Stark Coin. Hell's Kitchen, Peace Street. As Stark and Happy engaged in discussion about the uniqueness of their surroundings, they found their path obstructed by a group of individuals. Unlike the previous confrontations, these individuals merely stood in their way. Gentlemen, this is the domain of Peace Street. Please identify yourselves. Ellis, observing the well-dressed Stark and his companions, felt a surge of wariness. The denizens of Hell's Kitchen were primarily impoverished citizens, their faces gaunt and weary, starkly contrasting with the affluent appearance of the individuals before him. Ellis served as the leader of the Peace Street Patrol, tasked daily with monitoring the area to prevent gang members from other districts from encroaching. Despite the formidable reputation of the Homelanders and the long-standing presence of the Black Angel, Erica, there would always be reckless individuals willing to take risks. Thus, under Bray's suggestion, the patrol team for Peace Street was established. Ellis Buck was the captain of this patrol. Go notify the boss. After halting Stark and his entourage, Ellis discreetly instructed one of his subordinates. With that, he aimed his vintage Beretta pistol at Stark and his companions. As several bodyguards immediately shielded Stark, Ellis's conviction that they were not benign intensified. Stark, however, did not attempt to force his way through, recognizing the antiquated Beretta as little more than a relic from a bygone era. Fortunately, it was not long before the figure of Rua appeared at the edge of the street. Ellis turned around and instantly spotted his idol, the Homelanders. His reference to the boss was not directed at Rua, but rather at Bray, who stood a step behind him. Rua only ventured into Hell's Kitchen during the day, which meant that many on Peace Street had heard his name but had never laid eyes on him. Today marked the first occasion for Ellis to see Rua up close. As a devoted admirer of the Homelanders, his excitement was palpable. Casting a sympathetic glance at Stark, he considered the unfortunate timing if Stark were indeed seeking trouble. Boss. Rua approached, prompting Ellis and the other patrol members to exclaim in excitement. Rua nodded in acknowledgement, turning his gaze towards the unfamiliar individuals reporting behind them. Instantly, Stark's rakish and rebellious visage caught Rua's attention. Is that Stark? Rua easily recognized him by his appearance. Not only was Iron Man a household name in the past, but in this lifetime, many newspapers frequently featured sensational stories about Tony Stark. On the other hand, Stark was equally taken aback upon seeing Rua's youthful countenance. Young, remarkably young. Stark had anticipated that the so-called authority figure of Hell's Kitchen, a Homelander, would be a cold and mature middle-aged or elderly man, an image he associated with the underground underworld. Yet Rua's youthful appearance was striking, and even his robust physique could not conceal his youthfulness. So, this impetuous young man is the ruler of your peaceful street? The saying goes, a youth without facial hair is unreliable. Although Stark has a penchant for youthful and beautiful women, he tends to regard young men as mere children. After all, despite his flirtatious nature, he is now 30 years old. However, his words provoked the ire of those surrounding Luya. The presence of the residents of Peaceful Street represented, in Stark's original conception, a savior. Indeed, rescuing people from peril and promoting justice, could that not be the essence of a savior? Now, to hear their champion referred to as a mere boy was understandably infuriating. As he observed the multitude glaring at him, Stark realized he had misspoken. Moreover, the crowd continued to swell, with many brandishing firearms, instilling a sense of unease within him. Stark regretted his impulsive remark. Should a conflict arise, his subordinates may not be able to safeguard him. After all, the gathering crowd had already exceeded 100. Among them, besides the armed young men, there were also numerous elderly individuals and children. While the elderly and children lacked firearms, they wielded makeshift weapons such as bowls, frying pans, and ladles. Coughing, Stark exchanged a glance with Happy and jested, if only our employees could exhibit such unity, our business would surely thrive. However, Happy was far less optimistic. Noting the ever-increasing throng around them, even obstructing the path they had taken. Tony, I think we should contemplate our escape strategy, he advised. Generally, Titans of industry do not resort to violence upon first encounter, which is why Stark felt emboldened to venture into Hell's Kitchen. For if King dared to strike him, the retaliation he had prepared would be beyond King's capacity to withstand. What concerned him was the possibility of reckless youths, undeterred by fear, rushing in without regard for the consequences. Clearly, Happy feared that the masters of Peaceful Street belonged to that latter category. Do not worry, Stark reassured him softly. Aware that Happy sometimes lacked courage, they do not appear to be the malevolent type. Stark's assessment was influenced by Lu Ya's striking appearance and the palpable support from the residents of Peaceful Street. As an admirer of aesthetics, Stark found it difficult to harbor animosity towards Lu Ya's tall and handsome figure. Stepping forward, he faced the several hundred scrutinizing eyes. Although his heart raced, he maintained a composed tone, declaring, "Hey, we mean no harm." The crowd remained silent, encroaching not to amplify their numbers. Given the strength of their homeland, they did not perceive Stark and his companions as a threat to Peaceful Street. They merely sought to draw closer to prominent figures rarely seen in their daily lives. "Tony Stark, I know you," Lu Ya spoke, instantly revealing Stark's name. The mere mention of his name elicited gasps from the surrounding crowd. Even the most destitute inhabitants of Hell's Kitchen are aware of Stark Industries. Their weapons are renowned worldwide, and numerous products of theirs can be found even in Hell's Kitchen. Those who wield weapons produced by Stark Industries are considered successful figures within this gritty enclave. The majority, however, still rely on second-hand items of indeterminate origin. For instance, the Beretta in Ellis's possession has undoubtedly changed hands multiple times. Upon hearing that Lu Ya had recognized Stark's identity, Happy felt a sudden tightening in his chest. His corpulent form instinctively moved forward a few paces, clearly intent on providing cover for Stark's retreat should the situation demand it. Nevertheless, Lu Ya's thoughts were occupied with something entirely different. Just moments ago, he had been fretting over funding for the school, and now, a potential benefactor had seemingly appeared. Oh no. He should be referred to as a future sponsor. Lu Ya was already contemplating how to extract gold coins from Stark. Chapter 33, Negotiation. At the peaceful restaurant, Stark cast a curious glance around. Compared to other parts of Hell's Kitchen, this place felt like an entirely different realm. Upon spotting Lu Xian serving dishes and helping Lu Hao, who had just returned from the teacher's home, Stark turned his inquisitive gaze towards Lu Ya. "Don't the children here attend school?" he inquired, having observed that none of the children he encountered along the way seemed to be in school. He had anticipated that Peaceful Street would be different, yet it appeared that the children here were also deprived of education. Lu Ya feigned helplessness, shaking his head. "There are simply no schools in Hell's Kitchen." Stark was taken aback by this revelation. Can't one establish a school? What a thought. The patrons of the restaurant turned their attention to this audacious individual. They were unaware of Stark's identity as they had not accompanied Lu Ya before. Lu Ya was somewhat speechless at Stark's suggestion. Establishing a school? Not to mention the myriad of bureaucratic hurdles and the shadows lurking in Hell's Kitchen. Constructing a campus would likely cost at least $1 million. Stark was momentarily stunned by Lu Ya's retort. $1 million? Is that a lot? He wasn't feigning ignorance. He genuinely believed that $1 million was trivial. Fine, Lu Ya rolled his eyes. How about you lend me a little support then? Just a few million would suffice, after all. For you, that's a mere pittance. This time, Stark could only manage a dry chuckle. Although he was wealthy, it was inconceivable for him to simply hand over a few million to someone he had only just met. After a moment's contemplation, Stark did not outright refuse. Instead, he posed a counter-question to Lu Ya. "What kind of return can you offer me?" He had not forgotten his purpose concerning the erosion of his military contracts by Jean Bing, which could lead to losses far exceeding millions. This young man, Lu Ya, who had managed to establish himself in Jean Bing's territory, might possess some capability to counteract him. If Lu Ya could assist him, the investment of $1 million or even tens of millions could be worth considering. Lu Ya was taken aback. He hadn't expected Stark to hesitate before declining. After all, they had known each other for less than half an hour. Without much deliberation, Lu Ya responded to Stark's inquiry. "It's quite simple. In the event of a life-threatening situation, regardless of where you are, I promise to save your life." He had not forgotten that Stark had been kidnapped by the Ten Rings before becoming Iron Man. A pivotal moment that led to the creation of the first generation of his armored suit, the Mark I. As Lu Ya earnestly made his promise, Stark regarded him with skepticism. I always have bodyguards with me, equipped with the latest technology developed by my company. If they cannot protect me, then you. Stark did not continue. Yet the implication was clear. He doubted that Luya could save him in a critical moment. Observing Stark's audacious demeanor, Luya offered a faint smile. Was he questioning his capabilities? Luya rose to his feet. In an instant, a tempest swept through the restaurant, only to cease just as swiftly. By the time Stark regained his composure, the weapons held by his bodyguards had all found their way into Luya's possession. Clang, clang, clang. Various advanced firearms clattered to the floor. Stark's heart raced as he hurriedly patted his pocket. Where's my limited edition Desert Eagle? Turning his gaze back to Luya, he saw him toying with his own Desert Eagle Mark VII, a limited edition. Hey, this is no jest. Stark was bewildered as to how Luya had managed to disarm him and his associates in the blink of an eye. Yet, he was acutely aware of the power of his limited Desert Eagle at such close range. Even a large beast would be instantly felt. Luya examined the Desert Eagle he had retrieved from Stark's pocket. Its entire body gleamed in a garish gold, a fitting reflection of Tony Stark's current persona. Noticing the tension amongst Stark and his companions, Luya's lips curled into a smirk. Do not be anxious. I merely wish to demonstrate whether I possess the capability to save your life. However, Stark remained unconvinced, exclaiming loudly. I thought the dark forces of Peace Street were different from Hell's Kitchen, but it appears they are no different at all. Luya paid no heed to Stark's indignation. Instead, it was the other patrons in the restaurant who felt provoked. Peace Street was their home. And to besmirch it, be it Tony Stark or even God, they would raise a middle finger. Nevertheless, Luya waved his hand again, calming the agitated crowd. He then disengaged the safety on the Desert Eagle. Click. The sound of the safety being released was subtle, yet it resonated profoundly within Stark's heart. It was over. This singular thought consumed him. A shot from such close range would surely be insurmountable, even for an elephant. Although he wore a bulletproof vest, it might as well have been made of paper. Stark's pupils dilated as he witnessed Luya raise the Desert Eagle and aim it at his own head. This left Stark utterly confounded. How could Peace Street, so meticulously managed, be under the control of a madman? Yet, what astonished him more was that the other patrons in the restaurant exhibited no signs of surprise, as if they were utterly unconcerned. Aren't you going to stop your boss? And then, boom, clang. The first sound was the tremendous sonic boom produced by the firing of the Desert Eagle, echoing through the restaurant like an explosion. The second sound, however, was Luya catching the bullet barehanded. Yes, barehanded. Stark, happy, and their bodyguards gazed in astonishment at the incredible scene before them, their eyes wide with disbelief. In unison, they marveled, is this truly within the realm of human capability? The sound of the already flattened bullet dropped from Luya's hand, resonating with a crisp clang as it struck the ground. I say, Luya remarked softly, observing Stark's stunned expression. Do you see now? Am I capable of saving your life? Although his ability to withstand firearms represented merely a fraction of his overall prowess, it was sufficient to impart a valuable lesson to Stark. Indeed, Stark numbly nodded in acknowledgement. The spectacle of a human body enduring the force of a Desert Eagle unfolded before his very eyes, leaving no room for doubt. In that moment, beneath his seemingly dazed facade, Stark contemplated myriad thoughts. Investing several million to cultivate a relationship with such an individual may indeed prove worthwhile. Chapter 34. Graduation Ceremony. Having witnessed Luya's remarkable resilience against the Sand Eagle, Stark was taken aback and simultaneously began to reevaluate his perspective. As one of America's foremost capitalists, Stark was well aware of the existence of extraordinary powers in this world. He had encountered numerous abilities akin to Luya's superhuman physique. A recent example was the Osborn Group, whose laboratories were dedicated to the development of biological enhancement agents. However, Stark had to concede that he had never seen anyone like Luya, who appeared entirely human yet possessed the capacity to withstand the Sand Eagle's onslaught without sustaining any harm. Without hesitation, Stark declared, I agree to this transaction. However, I have one query. If I find myself in peril, how might I seek your assistance? His concerns were not unfounded. With the security forces at his disposal, any danger he encountered would likely be dire, possibly a situation where conventional help would be futile. In such dire circumstances, not only would it be uncertain if Luya could save him, but how would Luya even ascertain his location? In response to Stark's inquiry, Luya smiled and replied, "It's quite simple. When you find yourself in an inescapable predicament, call my name, and I shall appear." This was not mere bravado. Luya was aware that Stark would soon be kidnapped by the Ten Rings, and with this vital information, he could ensure an accurate rescue. Moreover, as his system capabilities advanced, he might even hear Stark's call for help in critical moments. Very well. Stark astonishingly acquiesced to Luya's seemingly unreliable promise. Beside him, Happy, in a state of agitation, tugged at Stark's sleeve, urgently whispering, "Tony, have you lost your mind? Several million is no trivial sum. Just because you have money doesn't mean you should spend it recklessly." Given their friendship, Happy felt compelled to persuade Stark directly, disregarding all else. However, Stark waved him off, stating, "Happy, I believe that investing a few million to ally with someone capable is entirely worthwhile." Stark remained steadfast in his opinion, leaving Happy with no choice but to relent. Time flew by swiftly, and 2 months had passed since Stark finalized the details of the school establishment in Hell's Kitchen, Midtown High School. Today, Midtown High was abuzz with excitement. Despite it still being morning class hours, the campus had transformed from its usual somber atmosphere. From classrooms to the playground, a joyful ambience permeated the air. The cause of this exuberance? It was graduation day for the senior students of Midtown High. The students' excitement stemmed largely from the fact that upon graduation, they would officially be considered adults. Countless fresh experiences awaited them, and an array of novel adventures beckoned their eager exploration. "Peter, my father expresses great admiration for your talents." Harry Osborn found his friend Peter, who was lost in thought. "Are you free to come over for dinner tonight?" Harry's father, Norman Osborn, the head of Oscorp, was himself an exceptionally brilliant scientist. Recently, after meeting Peter, he had shown an unusual appreciation for him. This was hardly surprising. Peter was a top student, and after becoming Spider-Man, his intellect had undergone further enhancement. Consequently, Norman Osborn had long desired to recruit Peter to join his company's laboratory as a researcher. Additionally, Norman was acquainted with Peter's father, the biologist Richard Parker, which further fueled his intention to bring Peter into his lab. After all, a tiger-esque cub is not a dog. However, Peter remained indecisive about his future with Oscorp. After all, he had only just graduated from high school. Moreover, despite his clandestine endeavors as Spider-Man, he felt perplexed about his future. In truth, since Ben Parker had been saved by Rhea, Peter's convictions were not as steadfast as they were in the original narrative. Just as Peter was grappling with uncertainty, Harry boldly made a decision for him. "It's settled then. Oh, and remember to bring your brother along." In his days, Peter found his evening plans unexpectedly arranged. Bring my brother? Peter recalled Rhea's peculiar behavior over the past 2 months. With his newfound spider abilities, he could easily ascertain that Rhea left home every night. This could not simply be explained away by dating Gwen. Though sometimes a bit slow on the uptake, Peter was not foolish. He sensed that Rhea was concealing something from him. Yet, despite his prowess as Spider-Man, he found it perplexing. Whenever he attempted to follow Rhea at night to uncover his secret, he inexplicably lost track of him. Rhea would either vanish around a corner or slip into the shadows. And even his spider sense proved futile. Rhea always seemed to disappear as if into thin air. What Peter did not realize was that Rhea's method of evasion was quite simple, merely speed. "Harry." "Peter?" A girl's voice from a distance pulled Peter from his reverie. "Hi, MJ." Peter reflexively smiled and waved at Mary Jane. However, upon seeing Mary Jane link her arm with Harry's, Peter's smile faltered. Despite becoming Spider-Man, a beacon of justice and a good neighbor in the eyes of many, what Peter truly yearned for was still the affection of Mary Jane. Regrettably, Mary Jane has now become the girlfriend of his close friend Harry, leaving Peter to conceal his feelings deep within. Nevertheless, both Harry and Mary Jane are acutely aware of Peter's affections. One chooses to preserve their friendship, while the other seeks emotional security, both tacitly agreeing to avoid confronting the matter. Peter forced a smile, looking at Harry as he said, "I understand. I will come for dinner tonight. As for my brother, I shall speak to him as well." Peter could not ascertain whether Lugia would be available that evening, hence he refrained from providing a definitive answer. Harry nodded with a smile and replied, "Then I shall await your arrival at home." Chapter 35, The Birth of the Green Goblin. Osborne Corporation Laboratory. What? Are they truly threatening to withdraw their investment? Listening to his assistant's report, Norman Osborn's expression twisted visibly in distress. Just moments ago, his human enhancement serum had failed yet again. Although the serum had proven successful in spiders, enhancing several of them, its application in mammals, such as the laboratory mice, resulted in either madness leading to death or exhaustion leading to demise after injection. To make matters worse, the military, the very investors behind him, had just issued an ultimatum. If the serum was not perfected soon, they would withdraw their funding. The loss of the military as a benefactor would spell imminent doom for the Osborne Corporation. Thus, Norman Osborn found himself in a state of urgency. Was there truly no way to improve it? Even a semi-finished product with milder side effects would suffice. Grabbing his assistant by the collar, Norman Osborn erupted in a fit of rage. The assistant could offer no response. In the research and development of the serum, Norman Osborn was the principal investigator. He was most acutely aware of the serum's potential for success or failure. Observing the helpless expression on his assistant's face, Norman Osborn gradually regained his composure. Gazing at the mouse that had succumbed to madness with bloodshot eyes, a flicker of madness ignited within him. Immediately arranged for me to receive an injection of the serum. The assistant was taken aback, doubting his own hearing. "Sir, are you suggesting?" Norman Osborn's demeanor had turned icy. He coldly reiterated, "Administer the enhancement serum to me. I shall conduct the experiment personally." Perhaps the serum had indeed succeeded, and the failures observed in the mice were merely due to their insufficient size to endure the effects. Norman Osborn continuously reassured himself, overcoming the fear of potential side effects. He realized that he had no path of retreat. Either the serum would succeed, propelling the Osborne Corporation to greatness, or he would face destruction alongside the enhancement serum. Failure was not an option. Driven by such conviction, Norman Osborn injected the serum into his own body. The remainder unfolded like a scene from a film. After a violent struggle, he triumphed. The assistant, witnessing his boss neither succumbing to exhaustion nor spiraling into madness, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. "We did it, boss." Unbeknownst to him, these words would become his final utterance in this life. Indeed, we succeeded. Norman Osborn opened his eyes, and under the serum's influence, his pupils had transformed to a vivid green. He then approached his ecstatic assistant and coldly stated, "Remember to keep this a secret." Hearing this directive, the assistant felt a pang of confusion. Why keep it confidential? Wasn't the purpose of the serum to sell it to the military? Before he could voice his thoughts, Norman Osborn moved with even greater swiftness. His hand shot out with blinding speed, grasping the assistant's head firmly before twisting it violently. A sickening crack echoed through the air. In his final moments, the assistant's eyes dimmed, leaving him bewildered as to why the experiment had succeeded yet his employer sought his demise. Gazing at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, Norman Osborn muttered to himself, "Ha! Collaboration? Now that the human enhancement serum has proven effective, why should I continue to partner with the military?" As he looked down at the fallen assistant, a chilling resolve hardened in his gaze. This man had been dispatched by the military to monitor his research progress. Did they truly believe he was oblivious to their intentions? Eliminating this military spy would pave the way for silencing all dissenting voices within the ranks. With newfound enhanced strength, he might even infiltrate the military from within. At this moment, Norman Osborn was no longer content with mere collaboration. He yearned to seize this opportunity to burrow into the military's inner sanctum. But first, let me stir up some trouble for the politicians in New York. With ambition straddling both military and political realms, Norman Osborn's aspirations began to take shape. Perhaps, due to the unrefined human enhancement serum, the Green Goblin persona was already beginning to awaken within him, though he remained blissfully unaware. Meanwhile, at Midtown High School, the graduation ceremony had commenced. The principal was delivering a fervent speech from the stage, while students and parents stood together in the audience. For this momentous occasion, many prominent figures from New York had gathered. George watched with palpable displeasure as his daughter, Gwen, flirted with her companion, Rhea. This discontent stemmed from the fact that Gwen had been absent from home for most nights over the past 2 months. When George had caught her in the act, Gwen had offered the excuse of going on dates with Rhea. In truth, Gwen had merely been donning her alter ego as Spider-Woman, delivering justice under the cover of darkness. Ignoring her father's disapproving gaze, Gwen animatedly recounted her recent escapades to Rhea. You won't believe it. That night, that thug even tried to rob an old lady. How wicked. Gwen recounted an incident where she had dealt with a robber, fully revealing to Rhea that she was indeed Spider-Woman. Rhea was the only person privy to Gwen's true identity. As Gwen elaborated, she recounted how, faced with an unrepentant criminal, she had shown no mercy, effectively incapacitating him by shattering his legs. It was difficult to ascertain whether Gwen's ruthless methods had been influenced by Rhea. Proudly, she boasted of her accomplishments, distinguishing herself from Peter, the Spider-Man, as she often dealt far more harshly with those who lacked any moral compass. Well done, Rhea acknowledged Gwen's actions with approval. Over the course of their time in Hell's Kitchen, Rhea had developed her own set of principles for judgment. For those who were truly heinous, Rhea would send them straight to meet their maker. Conversely, for lesser offenders, she typically offered them a second chance. As long as they are willing to acknowledge their faults and voluntarily serve their time in Hell's Kitchen as free laborers, Rhea is inclined to offer them a chance. He believes that sometimes, when faced with an overwhelming number of criminals, the methods of his homeland may hold some merit. Just as the two were conversing, Rhea's ears suddenly perked up. An unusual sound of wind turbulence reached him from afar. What could it be? Thanks to the construction of the Peace School in Hell's Kitchen, his reputation has soared to unprecedented heights. Consequently, the unlocking degree of his homeland's template has now reached an impressive 95. With his enhanced vision, he quickly spotted a figure clad in green combat attire standing atop a green flying vessel, approaching the school. How intriguing. So, the Green Goblin has made his appearance already. Chapter 36. Kidnapping. With a 95 unlocking rate, this signifies that Rhea's strength is nearly on par with that of a fully realized native. In other words, the conventional weapons that exist in the world today are almost incapable of inflicting harm upon Rhea. In fact, during his time in the Hell's Kitchen, Rhea has indeed faced assaults from assassins dispatched by Jean Bing. These assassins either possess physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary humans or are equipped with advanced weaponry. However, regardless of their methods of ambush, none have managed to inflict even the slightest injury upon Rhea. Consequently, Jean Bing has hesitated to decisively eliminate this foreign entity from his stronghold. To put it plainly, Jean Bing fears that if he fails to eliminate Rhea, he might himself be vanquished by him. Thus, it becomes evident that Rhea currently stands at an almost invincible status among mortals. Aside from weapons with colossal destructive power, such as hydrogen bombs, it is exceedingly difficult for any armament to breach Rhea's defenses. As he gazed at the Green Goblin soaring towards the school, Rhea contemplated his course of action. Certainly, he could dispatch him in a single strike. That would be quite simple. Yet, it appeared that sparing his life might yield greater rewards. The Osborne Group is not a minor corporation, while it may not rival Stark Industries in the future. It undoubtedly stands as a colossal entity at this juncture. The substantial financial resources it possesses are precisely what Rhea currently requires. Therefore, in an instant, Rhea made his decision. At that moment, Norman Osborn, or rather, the Green Goblin, had already positioned himself on his flying apparatus above the school, perhaps due to this being his inaugural flight. His maneuvers were not particularly adept. Below, on the playground, numerous teachers, students, and parents gazed upwards, catching sight of the Green Goblin. Yet, they remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, instead marveling at the advancements of technology and the impressive appearance of the Green Goblin's vehicle. Students watched in awe as the Green Goblin descended from the heavens, exclaiming, "Is this a performance prepared by the school? How cool is this? Can you believe we have flying vehicles capable of carrying people now?" Meanwhile, on the podium, a group of teachers exchanged bewildered glances. "Is this part of your class's graduation program?" "No, we agreed to just throw together a casual performance. Why is everyone so competitive?" Amidst this confusion stood the principal, Morita, who was particularly puzzled. As Morita beheld the approaching Green Goblin, he felt a growing sense of uncertainty. He was well aware of the program for the graduation ceremony, and was certain that there was no flying act scheduled. On the playground below May, hearing the roar of the Green Goblin's vehicle, felt an unsettling wave of apprehension wash over her. She turned to her husband, Ben, and said, "Ben, I have a troubling feeling that something bad might happen. It must be noted that May's intuition was remarkably accurate. Ben, however, was skeptical of such instincts, attributing his wife's unease to the prolonged exposure to the sun, suspecting she might be feeling faint. It seems you might indeed need to take a seat in a shaded area for a while. As these words lingered in the air, Liao returned to his senses. His hearing was remarkably acute. Although he had been deep in thought, he was attuned to the words of his father and mother. Casting a glance at the approaching Green Goblin, Liao chose to temporarily set him aside. He turned to his mother, May, and expressed his concern. "Mother, are you feeling unwell? Allow me to escort you to a cooler spot for some rest." Despite his unwavering confidence in overcoming the Green Goblin, Liao could not bear the thought of his parents being harmed, even if there were but a minuscule chance, just as in the movies, where Thanos could never have anticipated that singular chance for redemption would be uncovered by Doctor Strange. "Oh, there's no need for that. It would be rather inappropriate for us to leave while everyone is standing here," interjected Peter, offering his counsel. "I concur with my brother. You may indeed need to rest." Aunt May, now of considerable age, her hair shimmering silver, smiled at the concern expressed by her husband and 2 children, half-heartedly acquiescing as she followed them toward the shaded area. "What is going on with Aunt May?" Gwen, who had been dutifully playing the role of the obedient daughter, inquired with genuine concern upon seeing May being supported by Liao and the others. "Hey, Ben, do you need my assistance?" George chimed in, eager to lend a hand. As he and Ben were friends. "It's nothing, really," May replied, waving her hands dismissively as the gathering around her seemed to grow larger, indicating that she was in no grave condition. "Thank you very much." Unexpectedly, Liao responded affirmatively. Ben, observing his son's reckless demeanor, expressed his displeasure. "Son, I believe I have taught you not to trouble others lightly, especially when you are capable of handling matters within your means." Lia's extraordinary strength and invulnerability were merely trivial abilities. In Hell's Kitchen, he commanded respect as the formidable protector of the streets, a nightmare to gangsters. Despite such accomplishments, he could not escape his father's admonitions. Yet, Liao felt a surge of rebellious joy, which is the charming essence of humanity. "Dad, I believe we truly need Uncle George's assistance to disperse the crowd ahead. This is for Mother, is it not?" Liao blinked, revealing a side of him that was in stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor in Hell's Kitchen. If the residents of P Street were to discover that their revered protector was merely a dutiful child in the eyes of his parent, their perception might shatter. Ben, observing the throngs of students and parents, had to concede that his son Liao indeed considered matters more thoroughly than he had anticipated. "Thank you for your help, George." George chuckled, recognizing that opportunities to assist the kind-hearted Ben were few and far between. George's words also illustrate that Ben is inherently a person of great responsibility and a strong sense of justice. When faced with others in need, he unfailingly extends his hand to assist. This is why, upon hearing his daughter mention her nightly rendezvous with Ria, he manages to remain composed. He is inclined to believe that a child raised in such a well-mannered household as Ben's would not engage in any outrageous behavior. Otherwise, had it been a boy from a different family, he might have sought a thorough discussion with the parents. At the podium, the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, maneuvered his aircraft and landed before Principal Morita. He emitted a harsh, mocking laughter from his throat and said, "Good day, Principal." Morita gazed at the Green Goblin with a hint of confusion and inquired, "Do we know each other?" Chapter 37, The Overpowered Green Goblin. Morita was indeed acquainted with Norman Osborn. As the principal of a prestigious school, Morita had connections with numerous tycoons and officials across New York. Naturally, he was familiar with Norman Osborn, the head of the Osborn Corporation. However, at this moment, Norman Osborn was under the sinister influence of the Green Goblin. His voice was hoarse and chilling. Even if Morita were to hear it, he would not recognize it as his own father's voice, nor would Harry, Norman's son. Confronted with Morita's inquiries, the Green Goblin showed no intention of clarifying. Instead, he seized Morita by the collar and yanked him upwards. "Oh my!" Gasps echoed across the playground. What did they witness? The principal of Midtown High was being hoisted into the air by the very individual who had been standing on the flying apparatus. This was no mere jest. At such an altitude, a fall could result in severe injury or even death. Maintaining an outward composure, Morita calmly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" He believed that as long as there was a request, there could be a resolution. For he prided himself on his dedication to his work and had never engaged in significant conflict with anyone. He. The Green Goblin emitted a piercing laugh before continuing, "Mr. Morita, I indeed require your assistance." Morita felt a glimmer of hope. If there was a need, perhaps matters could still be salvaged. However, the Green Goblin's next words sent a jolt of dread through him. "I need you to disappear. That would be the greatest assistance you could provide me. I trust Mr. Morita wouldn't refuse such a trivial favor, would he?" With that, the Green Goblin erupted into maniacal laughter. Two pumpkin-shaped orbs were ejected from the side of the flying device, landing in the Green Goblin's hands. Morita, staring at the glowing green spheres, shouted, "What do you intend to do?" The pumpkin bombs, the Green Goblin's signature weapon, were not ordinary explosives. Their intricate composition represented the latest advancements researched by the Osborn Corporation. Their explosive power was so immense that it could severely injure Spider-Man and Venom alike. Still laughing maniacally, the Green Goblin taunted, "What do I intend to do? Just watch." He aimed the two bombs at the playground. However, upon catching sight of his son Harry and the promising young man Peter, he hesitated. After all, Norman Osborn had only recently started using the enhancement serum, and the Green Goblin's persona had not fully manifested. Thus, after a brief internal struggle, he refrained from recklessly hurling the pumpkin bombs into the crowd. Instead, he chose a clear area and forcefully threw them. Boom, boom. The tremendous sound of explosions resonated. At the moment of detonation, trees surrounding the bombs were obliterated into splinters. Instantly, chaos erupted across the playground. A cacophony of screams and shouts intertwined, reverberating throughout the grounds. "I must stop him." The phrase simultaneously surfaced in the minds of Peter and Gwen. Spider-Man is destiny. It seemed as though they were affirming this statement, embodying the essence of justice. Peter glanced at his bewildered Aunt May and gently pushed aside a reckless youth who had collided with him. He then turned his gaze towards the esteemed principal, who was currently struggling in the clutches of the Green Goblin. Ultimately, Peter made a decision. "Aunt May, I have a stomach ache. I need to step away for a moment." With that, he dashed towards an unoccupied area. Uncle Ben rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he watched his nephew sprint away. Bewildered, a stomach ache at a time like this? And that's not even the direction of the restroom. May, watching Peter's retreating figure, turned to Laya and said, "Good boy. Make sure to keep an eye on your brother. Don't let him wander off." She harbored no doubts about the veracity of Peter's excuse. Her sole concern was that her nephew would be harmed amid the chaos. "Understood, Mom. I'll take you to the side," Laya reassured, entirely unconcerned for his brother Peter. Theoretically, Peter and Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, were evenly matched in strength, both possessing enhanced physical capabilities. However, Peter's spider powers would only grow stronger over time, while the Green Goblin's abilities, reliant on a serum, were relatively fixed. Besides, Laya had just glimpsed Gwen slipping away amidst the turmoil. With the presence of two Spider-Men, the Green Goblin would likely pose no threat, barring any unforeseen circumstances. After escorting the elders off the playground, Laya briefed his father before charging back towards the fray. "Son," Ben called out to Laya, hesitating momentarily before adding, "Be careful." Although he disapproved of Laya's return to the chaos, he felt powerless to prevent it with Peter still inside. If only he were a decade younger, he would not allow his son to take such risks. Alas, time had not been kind, and he lacked the strength to traverse the entire playground in search of his nephew. At the rear mountain of the school, amidst the turmoil, the Green Goblin whisked Principal Morita away, intent on returning to one of his hideouts. The rationale behind abducting Morita was simple. The Green Goblin aimed to sow chaos in New York. He had already devised a plan. After securing Morita, he intended to detonate a military base, effectively giving his Osborn Corporation a much-needed respite. This would buy him sufficient time for his upcoming schemes. However, the Green Goblin was not particularly adept at piloting his craft. As he soared over the school's rear mountain, two figures, one clad in red and the other in white, descended from the sky, blocking his path. Spider-Man and Spider-Woman? What brings you here instead of indulging in your friendly neighborhood antics? The Green Goblin's irritation was palpable, His disdain for Spider-Man was genuine. The kind-hearted nature of Spider-Man deeply pierced Norman Osborn's heart, igniting a desire to break free from the Green Goblin's influence. Yet, after several expressions flickered across his face, Norman Osborn still failed to succeed. This was hardly surprising. The emergence of the Green Goblin is a serendipitous event, birthed from a human enhancement serum. However, it did not materialize out of nothingness. The persona of the Green Goblin is but the dark side of Norman Osborn, an entity that has always existed. Thus, how could Norman Osborn ever hope to escape from himself? Peter cast a glance at the Spider-Woman beside him, oblivious to the fact that the figure clad in white was none other than his brother's girlfriend, Gwen. This moment also marked the inaugural collaboration between the two Spider-Mans. When nodded at Peter, she was aware of his identity as Spider-Man, a deduction not overly challenging to make. In the next instant, twin strands of webbing shot forth towards the Green Goblin. The adhesive silk, potent and tenacious, enveloped the Green Goblin like a vast net. Both Gwen and Peter, concealed behind their masks, beamed with delight at the unexpected ease of their endeavor. However, their smiles were short-lived. The Green Goblin smirked ominously, then exerted force with his arms. Boom, boom, boom. The resilient webs emitted a sound akin to popping popcorn as they snapped apart. It appears that Leah may have underestimated the situation. Given that in this universe, both Peter and Gwen have simultaneously donned the mantle of Spider-Man, it stands to reason that the Green Goblin could diverge from his original narrative. Chapter 38. Justice. In the film, the Green Goblin's physical form was significantly enhanced after consuming human enhancement drugs. However, this enhancement had its limits, being approximately less than 8 times that of an average human. Yet, the Green Goblin standing before Peter and Gwen possessed a physical prowess that far exceeded mere human capabilities. Peter wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, his right arm trembling slightly. During his struggle against the Green Goblin, it was evident that he was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. This is impossible. Peter could not comprehend why this was happening. Over the past few months, his own strength had been steadily increasing. Just days ago, he had even stopped a 10-ton medium-sized truck with his webs to save someone. Gwen, however, quickly regained her composure, her agility surpassing Peter's, although her strength was considerably less. His strength far exceeds ours. Do not engage him in a contest of power. With that, Gwen activated her web shooter, aiming to ensnare the Green Goblin's legs. Unlike Peter, Gwen had not evolved to possess organic web shooters. Thus, the web shooter in her hands was of her own ingenious creation. Upon hearing Gwen's warning, Peter promptly shot another web from his wrist. The Green Goblin, upon witnessing the webs approaching his legs, displayed no hint of panic beneath his mask. How laughable. He first used Morita as a shield to deflect Gwen's webs. Then, the Green Goblin produced 2 daggers adorned with green patterns from his waist. With a swift motion, Peter's webs were severed by the flying blades. Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, the Green Goblin taunted, calling out their monikers. Do you find this childish game of justice amusing? Upholding righteousness? Then tell me, is this fellow in my grasp just? As he spoke, the Green Goblin cackled while lifting Principal Morita into view. He has done so much for us. Of course, he is just. Peter exclaimed without hesitation. In his eyes, Principal Morita was a rare gem of a leader, evident in his dedication to the school and concern for the students. However, the Green Goblin regarded Peter with a piercing gaze, taking note of the inconsistency in his words. Who would directly address Principal Morita as such? And who would use we? So, this Spider-Man is indeed a student of Midtown High? And he must be a recent graduate. The Green Goblin's smile turned ecstatic and sinister. This was an unexpected delight. For him, realizing his ambitions of expanding his commercial empire into the political arena, the greatest obstacles were the recently renowned Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. The duo prided themselves as champions of justice, tirelessly combating crime across New York. Now that he had uncovered Spider-Man's origins from Midtown High, it was highly likely that Spider-Woman was also a graduate of that very institution. This narrowed down the scope, making the pursuit of their information potentially simpler. At this thought, the Green Goblin turned his gaze towards Morita. He, esteemed Principal Morita, do you consider yourself to be just? Morita remained silent, his eyes fixed on the Goblin's mask, as if attempting to see through it to discern his true identity. In the world of adults, Distinguishing between good and evil is rarely straightforward. The term justice is far too noble for Morita to claim for himself. Although he believed he was performing admirably in his role as principal, his very position was a product of political maneuvering. Haha. Observing Morita's silence, the Green Goblin directed a mocking laugh at Peter. See, even he does not perceive himself as just. Is your endeavor to save him truly an act of justice? Can this still be considered just? At that moment, the goblin distorted the definition of just actions, leaving Peter at a loss for how to counter his argument. Peter had always believed his actions to be righteous, earning him the title of a good neighbor. Yet, when faced with one who is unjust, was it indeed correct to save him? In an instant, Peter's expression beneath his Spider-Man suit twisted in turmoil. Humph. Distorting the facts. Gwen scoffed. If we were to follow the Green Goblin's logic, then most people in this world could not be classified as just. Does that mean he can capture or kill whomever he pleases? Unlike Peter, who seemed dazed, Gwen chose to ignore the goblin's fallacies rather than engage in a futile debate. Hee. The Green Goblin sneered once more. He gazed into the distance where several police cars were approaching. Although Spider-Man hesitated at his words, Spider-Woman remained unmoved. The goblin was not inclined to linger any longer. Spider-Man, you should reflect on my words. If you find truth in them, you are always welcome to join me. He sensed that the male spider was relatively easy to manipulate. For the goblin, while a single Spider-Man might not rival him, he nonetheless represented a formidable force. If he could recruit him to his side, it could prove beneficial. Peter, don't listen to his nonsense. Gwen shouted as she noticed Peter deep in thought. Indeed, Peter felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Without experiencing the death of Uncle Ben from the original narrative, he had not solidified the belief that with great power comes great responsibility. While some might argue from an ordinary person's perspective that this notion is a form of moral coercion, it is precisely this belief that defines Peter. Without it, he would no longer be the Spider-Man he was meant to be. Gwen, observing Peter's turmoil, felt a surge of anxiety. Just moments ago, the two of them had struggled to contain each other. If Peter does not take action, then it becomes even less likely for him to retain the other. Upon this realization, Gwen could not help but feel a surge of frustration. They emerged from the same family. Why then? Was there such a stark contrast in the personalities of the two brothers? The Green Goblin turned to Gwen, exclaiming with a sense of triumph, "We shall meet again, Spider-Woman." With that, he piloted his flying apparatus, soaring into the sky with Morita in tow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Gwen's web shooters unleashed a barrage of webs directed at the Green Goblin. Yet, the rapid velocity of the flying vehicle, compounded by Gwen's urgency, meant that the webs failed to ensnare him. Even as he neared the point of vanishing into the heavens, "Where do you intend to go?" At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind the Green Goblin. However, this was a height of 100 meters. Instantly, beads of cold sweat appeared on his brow beneath the mask. Chapter 39. No Way to Escape. At this moment, Morita had succumbed to unconsciousness under the blade of the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin slowly turned his head and beheld a youthful and overly familiar visage. Luya? The Green Goblin called out the name, having come to know Peter, the prodigious young talent, and his family. He was aware of Peter's brother, Luya Parker. Yet, why did it appear as if Luya was soaring through the air without any apparent aid? After all, they were suspended at a height of 100 meters. I ask again, Luya reiterated, "Green Goblin, where do you intend to take Principal Morita?" After ensuring the safety of his parents, he immediately utilized his superhuman vision to pinpoint the whereabouts of the fleeing Green Goblin. With remarkable speed, he intercepted the villain. Observing the malevolent mask of the Green Goblin, Luya felt a twinge of sentimentality. Norman Osborn could be considered a tragic figure, torn between the dualities of good and evil. Had it not been for the immature version of the human enhancement serum, the Green Goblin persona might never have come to fruition. After all, Norman Osborn had initially shown extraordinary care for Peter. Yet, such reflections were now irrelevant. The Green Goblin had emerged, and Luya coldly regarded the mask. Confronted by Luya's intense gaze, the Green Goblin inquired, "Who are you?" He certainly recognized Luya, but the concept of a human flying was utterly unfathomable to him. Norman Osborn was dedicated to scientific research, and today, Luya had shattered his worldview. If superhumans truly existed, what did that render his own studies? A farce? Luya, indifferent to the Green Goblin's feelings, chose not to answer the question and stated coolly, "I offer you a chance. Release Principal Morita, and I shall spare your life." Such confidence flickered in the Green Goblin's eyes. Being the malevolent persona of Norman Osborn, how could he so easily succumb to threats? Suppressing his astonishment, the Green Goblin scoffed. "Very well, I shall let him go." With that, he loosened his grip, and shockingly, he cast Morita directly from the height of 100 meters. With Morita's mortal frame, should Luya fail to intervene, the descent would surely result in a fatal impact. Everyone fancies themselves a hero, do they? The Green Goblin sneered. "Let us see if you will save him or capture me." 100 meters is neither a short distance nor an excessively long one. At this moment, Principal Morita was nearing the ground. Luya observed keenly. Due to the distance, despite Peter and Gwen's valiant efforts to catch Morita with their webs, Luya, with his enhanced intellect, recognized that they would not arrive in time. With a scoff, Luya abruptly changed direction and dove downward. Boom! A thunderous sonic boom resounded. Just before Morita struck the ground, Luya successfully caught him. As Peter and Gwen arrived just in time, Luya casually tossed Morita towards Peter. "Take him back." After catching the principal, Peter stood there momentarily stunned, murmuring, "Oh, all right. You." At this moment, he was overwhelmed with questions for his brother. How had he rescued the principal from the Green Goblin? Why was he able to fly? However, recalling that he too had concealed his identity as Spider-Man, he found himself at a loss for words. Naturally, Peter believed that his secret identity was known only to him, a mere figment of his imagination. At least Gwen had effortlessly discerned his true identity, not to mention Luya, who had witnessed him being bitten by the fateful spider. Gwen gazed at Luya, who was producing sonic booms as he flew, her heart racing. It's been a while. He has grown stronger. Luya, indifferent to their mental turmoil, turned his gaze towards the Green Goblin. At that moment, the Green Goblin, believing he had evaded Luya, maximized his flying power, attempting to escape. Luya remained silent, yet immense energy gathered in his eyes. The temperature in the air surged as laser beams coalesced from his gaze. In the next instant, 2 crimson beams shot forth. The distance of 1,000 meters was traversed in an instant, just as the Green Goblin reveled in his perceived escape. The twin laser beams swept upwards from below. What the hell? Sensing an intense danger from behind, the Green Goblin bellowed in fury. Bang! Due to the considerable distance, the power of the laser beams was somewhat diminished, yet they successfully severed a substantial portion of the craft's thrusters. Consequently, the Green Goblin wobbled unsteadily as he plummeted towards the ground, only stabilizing himself when he was less than 10 meters from the earth. However, within mere seconds, Luya was closing in rapidly behind him. Uncertain of the fate that awaited him if captured, he instinctively knew it would not bode well. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his left leg. Looking down, he discovered that the Green Goblin suit on his left leg had charred into cinders, revealing a severely burned limb beneath. "You won't get away," the Green Goblin roared, a frenzied glint in his eyes. With a swift gesture, a multitude of pumpkin bombs erupted from his suit. Go! Dozens of pumpkin bombs scattered, directly aimed at a nearby office building. "Stop!" Peter shouted urgently as he swung towards the scene with Gwen, their webs firing in rapid succession in an attempt to intercept the bombs. Alas, the distance was too great, and most of their webs fell short, managing to intercept only 2 or 3 of the pumpkin bombs. "Help them, brother!" In a moment of desperation, Peter shouted for Luya. Yet at this juncture, Peter had little time to ponder such matters. Chuckling softly, Luya observed the Green Goblin, who, favoring his left leg, flew away unsteadily. With a surge of strength in his legs, he propelled himself upward. The ground beneath him cracked, resembling a spider's web. Boom, 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 boom. In Peter's terrified gaze, Luya, with his flesh and blood, bravely shielded against all the pumpkin bombs. Brother. Peter's heart seemed to skip a beat. He could scarcely fathom the impact his brother would endure from such a ferocious explosion. Beside him, Gwen maintained a surprisingly calm demeanor. She understood that Luya's physical form was extraordinarily resilient, capable of withstanding gunfire. Furthermore, Luya never undertook actions without certainty. Hence it was highly probable that these bombs would have little effect on him. Indeed, as the smoke cleared, Luya emerged unscathed in midair. Perhaps the only casualty for him was his clothing. At that moment, Rhea harbored a singular thought: how wonderful it would be to possess the legendary biofield. As he watched the Green Goblin retreat into the distance, he shook his head. He found himself increasingly eager for the gathering at Norman Osborn's residence that evening. Could one truly escape? Chapter 40. The Green Goblin's family feast in the confines of his home. Within the secret chamber of his study, the Green Goblin, having narrowly escaped, reclined in a chair. He removed his mask, revealing the pallid visage of Norman Osborn, drained of blood. With a soft click, the Green Goblin mask was placed upon the shelf, and the Goblin persona receded into the recesses of Norman's mind. At this moment, having only recently injected himself with a human enhancement serum, Norman Osborn still retained the ability to control the Goblin persona. A sudden cry of anguish pierced the air as Norman glanced down at his left leg. Beneath the tattered remnants of his goblin suit lay charred flesh. Had it not been for the distance of 1,000 meters and the fact that the flying apparatus had borne the brunt of the damage, he might have irretrievably lost his left leg today. A flicker of fear crossed Norman's eyes as he recalled the two beams of laser light emitted from the eyes of that boy, Luya, which had traversed over 1,000 meters, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He had believed that Spider-Man and Spider-Woman were the obstacles in his path, yet it now appeared that the true threat was that lad named Luya. Fortunately, he remains unaware of my identity, Norman mused self-importantly. With the invitation extended to Peter's family and Mary Jane for tonight's dinner, it was certain that Luya would be in attendance. With this thought, Norman hastened to tend to his injuries. Luya, what do you think of my attire? Surely your father does not harbor any disdain for me? At the entrance, Harry Osborn stood with his girlfriend, Mary Jane, while behind them trailed Luya and Peter. Observing Mary Jane's anxious demeanor, akin to a child meeting her parents, and Harry's despondent expression, Luya shook his head with an impassive face. He felt a sense of incredulity. Perhaps the allure of a crush is indeed potent for a young man. Yet, having already embraced his identity as Spider-Man, was it truly necessary for him to remain so infatuated with matters of the heart? Furthermore, while Peter exhibited evident hesitation in matters of romance, Luya believed that Mary Jane was hardly the epitome of innocence, given her history with two boyfriends. The first, the school bully, Thompson, had been a means for her to fit in and avoid ostracism. As for her second boyfriend, Harry, Luya was convinced that Mary Jane could not possibly be oblivious to the close friendship between Peter and Harry, nor could she overlook Peter's interest in her. Of course, there was nothing inherently wrong with admiring strength, yet the fact that Peter, his own brother, was so enamored with a girl who seemed a poor match left Luya feeling somewhat unsettled. In the original storyline, Mary Jane fell for Spider-Man while still involved with Harry, blissfully unaware that Spider-Man's true identity was Peter. Such fickleness, where one loves the stronger contender, was simply absurd. Never mind, why do I dwell on such matters? Luya sighed, dismissing these troublesome thoughts. Looking up, the door of the Osborn residence swung open. It was none other than Harry's father, Norman Osborn, who had taken it upon himself to greet them. Luya noticed that Norman walked with the same ease as any ordinary person, betraying no signs of the severe injury to his left leg. X-ray vision. Luya focused intently, causing Norman's trousers to vanish entirely from his sight. Of course, Luya was not some sort of deviant. Since unlocking the ability of X-ray vision, he had seldom employed it, but it was fortuitously utilized on Norman's injured leg this time. Through his enhanced vision, Luya could see that the charred remnants of flesh on Norman's left leg had completely disappeared, as if violently excised by a blade. The new flesh was swathed in copious bandages, with visible granulation tissue burgeoning at the wound site. It must be due to the enhancement serum, he mused, surprised by the serum's remarkable efficacy, bestowing such extraordinary regenerative capabilities upon an ordinary man like Norman. Nevertheless, this kind of self-healing ability seemed quite prevalent in the Marvel Universe. Suddenly, Luya inexplicably thought of Captain America, who similarly gained formidable physical attributes after being injected with the super soldier serum. At that moment, Norman's voice disrupted Luya's reverie. "You're back," he remarked, gazing at his son as Harry clasped Mary Jane's arm, a fleeting flicker of displeasure passing across his face. He then turned his attention warmly to Peter, enveloping him in a gentle embrace. "Hi, Peter," How was today's graduation ceremony? Harry observed his father's cordiality towards Peter with a resigned sigh, turning to glance at his girlfriend, Mary Jane. To an outsider, the stark contrast between Norman's indifference towards his own son, Harry, and his warmth towards Peter would suggest that Peter was indeed Norman's true son, while Harry was merely an adopted child. Norman exhibited an unparalleled kindness towards Peter, always inquiring after him with genuine concern. Peter, reciprocating Norman's enthusiasm, replied respectfully, "Uncle Norman, there was a minor incident at the graduation ceremony today. You'll see it in the news." He offered a brief explanation. Norman then shifted his gaze to Luya, the young man who had inadvertently thwarted his plans and injured him. Observing Luya's towering stature, Norman wore a smile akin to the one he had displayed towards Peter. "Luya, I've heard Harry speak of you. Are your parents not here today?" Norman's tone remained warm, reminiscent of a caring elder inquiring after a younger relative. Were Luya unaware of his true identity, he might have been utterly convinced by Norman's performance. Chuckling softly, Luya responded, "Well, there is still plenty of time this evening to enjoy yourselves. There was a bit of a scare during the graduation. My mother is resting at home, and my father is keeping her company." "All right, as long as she is all right," Norman nodded, before turning to lead the group inside. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning away, his brows twitched violently twice. Just moments ago, when Laura lightly chuckled, she almost believed that the other party had recognized her. "Dad," Harry began, clasping Mary Jane's arm as he took a step forward. "This is Mary Jane." With that, he fixed his gaze intently upon his father. Mary Jane had hoped to make a good impression in front of Norman, yet the formidable aura he exuded in the presence of ordinary people had rendered her speechless until now, finally managing to utter, "Hello, Uncle." Although Norman initially intended to feign ignorance of Mary Jane's presence, the mention by his son and her greeting left him with little choice but to nod in acknowledgement. "Come in. Do not linger at the door," he replied. Observing Mary Jane's vibrant red hair, her attire of crimson, and her somewhat unrefined demeanor while greeting him, Norman felt an increasing discomfort. In reality, contrary to Harry's belief that his father was excessively aloof, Norman genuinely cared for his son. It was merely his stringent expectations and inability to express himself that had fostered an awkward dynamic between them. At that moment, Mary Jane, perceiving Norman's indifferent attitude, felt her anxiety intensify. Chapter 41. Who do you wish to resolve? Speak. The incessant clattering of cutlery echoed around the dining table. Harry, Mary Jane, and Peter turned their gazes towards the source of the noise, Rua. Only Norman refrained from looking over. He felt guilty and was too apprehensive to meet Rua's eyes. Rua was presently engrossed in tackling a substantial steak on his plate. Although he couldn't discern the quality of the meat, he found its flavor quite delightful. As for his somewhat ungentlemanly manner of eating, Rua was utterly indifferent. He was living quite freely. Harry cast an envious glance at Rua. If he dared to make such loud noises while dining, his father would undoubtedly reprimand him. Yet, to dine in complete silence seemed rather monotonous, akin to a machine merely lubricating itself. Beside Harry, Mary Jane also felt a twinge of envy. In truth, she was not well versed in dining etiquette. During her time as Thompson's girlfriend, she had visited a few upscale restaurants. However, Thompson himself was rather uncouth, thus he paid little heed to table manners. As for her family background, it was better left unspoken. Any day she wasn't berated by her drunken father was a blessing. Consequently, while dining, she could only strive to minimize noise and eat sparingly. Mary Jane contemplated that perhaps this would prevent her from appearing timid in front of Harry's father. She sensed the disapproval Harry's father had towards her. Mary Jane found it perplexing. Why was Harry's father amiable towards Peter and Rua, who hailed from similar humble beginnings, yet cold towards her? The answer was rather simple. The primary distinction between Mary Jane and Peter was that she was, at present, merely a decorative figure. Meanwhile, Peter was a genuine prodigy. As a billionaire capitalist, Norman could hardly be pleased with his son's choice of a completely ineffectual ornament like Mary Jane. Peter, on the other hand, captivated Norman with his intellect and virtuous character. As for Rua, the reasons were entirely different. Nevertheless, despite Harry and Mary Jane's silence, and Norman's lack of comments on Rua's eating habits, Peter hesitantly spoke up. Leaning towards Rua, he quietly advised, "Brother, We are guests in someone else's home. Rua chuckled softly. Mr. Norman doesn't he mind, does he? His words held a double meaning. Norman, feeling guilty himself, chuckled in response, ha ha ha. Really? Dining involves far fewer rules than what high society would have us believe. They are merely the doctrines established by so-called aristocrats. He uttered this with a hint of insincerity. Harry looked at his father in astonishment. You haven't taught me this way. Observing his father treating Peter and Lua with greater kindness than himself, Harry descended into a melancholic state. Lua smiled at Norman, remarking, I hope I did not offend you. Yet, there was no trace of amusement upon Lua's countenance. By the way, Lua suddenly interjected, Mr. Norman, is your leg injured? What? Dad, are you hurt? Harry was the first to voice his concern. Despite their often strained relationship, the news of his father's injury stirred genuine worry within him. Norman felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Yet his long-standing position of authority allowed him to maintain a composed facade. Nonsense, he replied dismissively, but Lua was not easily deterred. However, I noticed a stain of what appears to be blood seeping through your left trouser leg. Are you truly unhurt? Norman hastily glanced down and indeed, a small patch of dark liquid had emerged on his calf. Dad, you really are injured. Listening to Harry's concern and the scrutinizing gazes of Peter and Mary Jane, a bead of sweat formed on Norman's brow. He then turned to Lua, who displayed no outward emotions, seemingly genuinely concerned for his well-being. This eased Norman's mind slightly. He must not have recognized me, he thought. Ahem. It might be that I accidentally got some on myself while cooking today. Thank you for your concern, Lua. Norman forced an explanation before rising from his seat. You all continue eating. I shall change my trousers. With that, he strode confidently, his left leg appearing robust and uninjured. I see, Harry sighed in relief. Lua indeed watched Norman's performance with keen interest, utilizing his enhanced vision. He could see that with Norman's forceful strides, the wound had reopened. I need to use the restroom, Lua said casually, standing and departing from the dining table. In the study, within the secret chamber, Norman slumped into a chair, gazing at the green goblin mask that faced him, breathing heavily. He could scarcely imagine the chaos that would ensue had Lua recognized him on the spot. Fortunately, judging by Lua's demeanor, he likely remained oblivious to Norman's true identity. As he regained his composure, Norman's gaze fell upon the green goblin mask, which seemed to writhe, as if animated. Of course, this was merely an illusion, a manifestation of his goblin persona emerging during a moment of mental relaxation. Do you believe you can evade me? The goblin persona spoke. As long as you aspire to fulfill those dreams, you must confront him. No, he is far too powerful. We stand no chance against him. That is your dilemma. If you surrender complete control of your consciousness to me, I will assist you in vanquishing him. Within the confined space of the chamber, Norman's voice echoed, curiously embodying two distinct characters. Moreover, it appears that the Green Goblin's persona has gained the upper hand. Eliminate him? Who is he? Suddenly, a second voice emerged within the room. Who? Norman, who had already switched to the Green Goblin persona, abruptly turned around. There he saw Leah, standing behind him with a faint, enigmatic smile and arms crossed. How did you get in here? The Green Goblin's voice quivered slightly. He had boasted before Norman in a bid to seize control of his body. In truth, he had no confidence in his ability to confront Leah. I say. Leah retracted his smile. Who do you wish to eliminate? Look at me and repeat that. Speak. As he spoke, energy began to coalesce within Leah's eyes. Two blinding beams of red light materialized, poised to unleash their fury. Clang. The Green Goblin was so startled that he staggered backward. What an overwhelming surge of energy. He finally comprehended why the opponent's laser beams could traverse miles and still inflict grievous wounds upon him. I do not wish to eliminate anyone. Feeling an immense threat to his very existence, the Green Goblin faltered. Chapter 42. The Green Goblin's Submission and the Birth of Parker Industries. Although the Green Goblin is the malevolent persona of Norman Osborn, this does not imply he is fearless in the face of death. On the contrary, the Green Goblin embodies Osborn's darkest traits, rendering him profoundly selfish. Consequently, he is also exceedingly fearful of demise. In his mind, Norman's persona incredulously observes the Green Goblin's demeanor. So, after all that bravado, You now cower before the true master? However, the Green Goblin remains indifferent to Norman's thoughts. In the fleeting moments that transpired, he has come to a realization. With someone like Leah around, it is utterly impossible for him to dominate New York City alone. Thus, it would be far wiser to simply concede. The moment the idea of surrender took root, a sense of liberation washed over him. Amidst Norman's astonishment, the Green Goblin unhesitatingly weakened in resolve and knelt before Leah. Thud. His knees struck the ground with a resounding thump. You stole my body just to kneel to another? Are you even human? Norman's persona silently protested within his mind. Observing the Green Goblin's abrupt capitulation, Leah felt a twinge of surprise. In the cinematic realm, the Green Goblin, even when cornered against Peter, still sought to fight to the death. Why then does he submit so readily in this instance? Leah remained oblivious to the Green Goblin's psychological state. When faced with an evenly matched adversary, the Green Goblin would undoubtedly entertain a flicker of hope. Yet, when confronted with someone like Leah, whose power transcends human comprehension, what is the point in struggling? The heat in Leah's eyes gradually dissipated, and the crimson glow extinguished. As he sensed the ominous aura of death recede, the Green Goblin exhaled a long sigh of relief. However, Leah had no intention of letting him off so easily. A reprieve could be granted. But what would he offer in return? To speak of exchange is, in essence, to discuss a ransom for his life. Faced with Leah's menacing ultimatum, the Green Goblin hesitated for a brief moment. As Leah's gaze turned icy once more, panic surged through him, prompting him to declare loudly, I am willing to offer the Osborne Corporation. Excellent. A satisfied smile finally graced Leah's cold visage. While money may not hold significant value for him, the Osborne Corporation is no ordinary enterprise. Its advancements in biotechnology are remarkably cutting-edge. In the Marvel Universe, anything is possible, given the current state of affairs. Leah remains uncertain about the foes he may encounter in the future. For now, the capabilities of his compatriots are manageable, but the future is unpredictable. Not to mention, a single Infinity Stone could easily overpower his allies. It can be asserted that his compatriots are invincible on Earth, yet beyond its confines, their prowess may prove insufficient. Leah is uncertain whether, upon fully unlocking the template of his compatriots, he will acquire even more formidable templates, or if he will be able to obtain other templates at all. Therefore, a biotechnology firm like the Osborne Corporation holds even greater significance for Leah than the future Stark Industries. In the Marvel Universe, although humanity may appear feeble, its creativity knows no bounds. Individuals such as Captain America, Red Skull, and Green Goblin have all attained extraordinary powers through enhancement serums. Among them, the most renowned is undoubtedly the Sentinel, one of Earth's pinnacle combatants. The Sentinel is reputed to possess the force of 1,000,000 stellar explosions, with its strength ultimately reaching the level of a singular universe. What does this imply? Even Thanos, when wielding all 5 Infinity Stones, only temporarily harnessed such universe-level power to execute that fateful snap. The immense strength of the Sentinel originates from a certain laboratory serum. If memory serves, Norman Osborn, or the Green Goblin, had previously been in contact with the Sentinel and attempted to create the Sentinel serum himself. At this moment, Leah is preparing for the future. Regardless of whether the system will provide him with other templates, the Osborne Corporation remains a potential fallback. It is indeed perplexing how chaotic the Marvel Universe is. With countless parallel dimensions, Leah finds it impossible to discern the specific circumstances of his current universe. Should he one day acquire the power of the Sentinel, he would at least secure an invincible position within this reality. Observing the Green Goblin's respectful demeanor, Leah nodded. Remember what you said to me today. I despise betrayal above all else. If you ever betray me, zing. The heat in Leah's eyes rapidly coalesced, piercing towards the Green Goblin's mask. Bang. Under Leah's precise control, the hard surface of the Green Goblin's mask was reduced to nothingness by the laser beam. You certainly do not wish to share the same fate as that mask. Gulp. The Green Goblin swallowed hard, his expression growing even more deferential. Within his mind, a voice was vehemently protesting. That is my company, my life's work. How dare you transfer it to another without my consent? Sensing Norman's persona's furious outrage, the Green Goblin's persona retorted, if you are so resolute, then you go and refuse him. without waiting for Norman to react. The Green Goblin abruptly relinquished control of the body. What? Regaining control of his body, Norman was momentarily taken aback. Looking up, Luya's reminder seemed to echo in his ears. At this juncture, Luya also discerned the difference in Norman. To be precise, Norman's eyes appeared somewhat clearer. Mr. Osborne, do you have any further inquiries? Luya regarded Norman with a smile that was neither wholly genuine nor entirely mocking. Norman chuckled awkwardly. I just feel. Before he could finish, Luya interrupted. By the way, do not forget to sign the share transfer agreement for your stake in the Osborne Corporation. While the Osborne Corporation was indeed the subject of envy from various parties, the shares remained firmly in Osborne's grasp. Norman sought to make one final plea. Luya, may I address you as such? He felt compelled to invoke his elder status in hopes of eliciting sympathy. You see, I too am a victim. The actions I undertook were not of my own volition, but rather orchestrated by the Green Goblin. Is that so? Luya replied ambiguously. He was well aware that Norman had been manipulated by the Green Goblin, yet what did that matter? Are you implying that absolves you of blame? To cast all responsibility upon the Green Goblin, does he not originate from you? Luya harbored a flicker of ire towards Norman. During today's graduation ceremony, his mother, May, had been momentarily startled by the Green Goblin's presence. Fortunately, her health had remained unscathed. Otherwise, Norman would have had no opportunity to negotiate with Luya here. He would have been dealt with long ago by a swift blast from his laser vision. One must own their mistakes, Luya asserted with gravitas. Unless you possess absolute power, you are accountable for every decision you make. Chapter 43, The Disappearance of Gwen. I understand. Through Luya's words, Norman comprehended the magnitude of the trouble he had caused. Most importantly, having angered Luya, he must extend a sincere apology. Moreover, Norman recalled that his Osborne group was precariously positioned under scrutiny from various parties. If he aligned himself with Luya, would not these troubles dissipate? With this thought, Norman felt a wave of relief wash over him. Often, individuals remain unaware of their own resilience until they challenge themselves. Thus, Norman humbly bowed his head to Luya, stating, I understand, boss. Well, Luya responded, there's no need for such formality. From now on, focus on developing the enhancement serum. Norman was, after all, an exceptionally skilled biologist, and relieving him of mundane worries could indeed allow him to create the Sentinel serum in the future. However, boss, there is something I must discuss with you. Norman swiftly adopted the role of a subordinate. What is it? Luya nodded, encouraging him to continue. It's this. A flash of anger crossed Norman's eyes. Recently, our group has been targeted by other external forces, and I find myself quite overwhelmed. Seizing this opportunity, Norman intended to voice his grievances directly to Luya. Do you know who is behind this? Luya inquired. After a brief contemplation, Norman replied, it must be Kingpin. I've discovered that he has been quite active in both military and political spheres these past few months. He is likely eyeing our group due to the enhancement serum I have developed. Although, at this stage, the serum might seem insignificant to Luya for the average individual. An enhancement of nearly 8-fold in physical capabilities is indeed remarkable, especially when this serum matures and can be mass-produced. Its potential impact on a faction would be monumental. However, the Marvel Universe is not one of the mundane. Even possessing the power to dominate Earth is trivial, for Earth is but a mere speck in the vast cosmos. In response to the challenges facing the Osborne group, Luya calmly remarked, all right, I understand. I will deal with Kingpin. No wonder he has managed to maintain control over such a substantial territory in Hell's Kitchen without directly confronting me. He has been preoccupied with his ambitions to engulf the Osborne group and penetrate the military and political arenas. In the original narrative, Kingpin had manipulated numerous officials and engaged in shadowy dealings with high-ranking authorities. It remains uncertain just how far Kingpin has progressed now. Nevertheless, these issues are trivial. Any problem that can be resolved through force is hardly a problem at all. A few days later, the Horn of Judgment Daily. Shocking. Significant changes at Osborne Group. Osborne Industries officially renamed Parker Industries as the local behemoth second only to Stark Industries. The renaming of Oscorp has sparked a tremendous debate across New York and indeed the entirety of America. In a certain government office, whispers abound. What on earth is Norman up to? The transformation of Oscorp into Parker Industries is unmistakably significant. This indicates that individuals bearing the Parker surname have taken the reins of Norman Osborn's company. Yet, this is precisely what perplexes him. The overall valuation of Osborn Enterprises exceeds billions. How could such a colossal industrial entity be surrendered so readily? Moreover, this is a company coveted by Kingpin. In an underground boxing ring, Kingpin seethes at the news relayed through the phone. So you're telling me that the Osborn group I've been tracking for months has now been snatched away by someone else? His voice brims with murderous intent. In his quest to absorb the Osborn group, he undertook immense risks, pressuring them with forces from within his own ranks. Now, someone dares to inform him that the prize he was about to seize has flown the coop. Absolutely not. No matter who you are, you shall pay the price. Kingpin is genuinely enraged this time. He bellows into the phone at any cost. Find out who has taken over the Osborn group. With that, he slams the phone down with such force that it shatters into pieces along with the table beneath it. At home, the Parker family gathers around the dining table. Just that morning, Ben Parker's son and nephew receive their college acceptance letters simultaneously. Ben harbors no concerns for his nephew Peter's future, as Peter has consistently exhibited unparalleled academic talent since childhood. Sure enough, Peter presents his acceptance letter from Empire State University. Although Peter is more inclined towards MIT, he ultimately opts for the academically robust Empire State University, located in New York, due to his Spider-Man identity. Ben then turns his hopeful gaze towards his son, Lua. Although his academic performance has never been stellar, Ben wishes for Lua to have a university to attend. Lua then reveals his acceptance letter, also from Empire State University. Goodness! May exclaims, her excitement palpable as she looks at Lua. You were accepted to Empire State University too. Realizing her words may have been misconstrued, she quickly apologizes. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. You know that's not what I meant. Lua chuckles and shakes his head. It's all right, Mom. My academic record isn't the best, but the school decided to admit me due to my athletic prowess. This, of course, is merely a convenient excuse Lua concocts. In reality, the reason Empire State University extended an acceptance to Lua is solely due to his financial contributions. Nevertheless, both May and Ben nod in sincere belief of Lua's explanation. Lua possesses a remarkable physique among ordinary individuals. In fact, numerous high school students, due to their extraordinary talent in football, are often recruited by prestigious universities upon graduation. In the eyes of May and Ben, their son Luoya is precisely such a case, having been accepted by Empire State University. Splendid, absolutely splendid. Ben Parker nodded with a beaming expression. It seems we ought to celebrate this occasion. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang from outside. I'll get the door, Peter volunteered, rising to his feet first. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Gwen's father, George. Hello, Uncle George, Peter greeted him politely. He soon noticed the anxious expression on George's face. Peter, is your brother at home? Yes, Peter replied, turning to shout, Brother, Uncle George is looking for you. Seeing an old friend had come to visit, Ben hastily urged Luoya to get up. Quickly go see what Uncle George wants. Luoya nodded and approached the doorway. What is it, Uncle George? Observing George's anxious demeanor, Luoya felt an unsettling premonition. Luoya, have you seen Gwen? She hasn't returned home since last night. And we can't reach her. Chapter 44. Destiny? Initially, George presumed that Gwen was spending the night with Luoya, for after all, they had graduated. It was only natural for some romantic entanglements to emerge between young men and women. However, when Gwen failed to return that night and did not send any messages the following morning, George began to sense that something was amiss. Unbeknownst to him, the daughter he believed to be merely experiencing a phase of teenage rebellion was, in fact, the renowned Spider-Woman of New York City. George was a man who placed great importance on rules. In the films, he had never been particularly fond of Spider-Man, believing that while the hero fought crime, he was simultaneously undermining the very fabric of the law. To George, such behavior was little different from criminality itself. Upon hearing George's plea for help, the previously joyful expression on his face vanished. He comforted the visibly anxious George while instructing Luya and Peter. Luya, Peter, do not just stand there. Let us venture out together to search. Without needing further encouragement from their father, Luya was determined to find Gwen. At this stage, despite Gwen possessing the extraordinary powers of a chosen spider, she was by no means among the strongest in New York City. However, she was sufficiently capable of ensuring her own safety. Uncle George, do not worry. I will certainly find Gwen, Leo assured him. George nodded, though his unease was palpable. He was troubled by the fact that, since the emergence of Spider-Man and Spider-Woman, while the overall crime rate had significantly decreased, high-tech and superpowered crimes had escalated alarmingly. In simple terms, the number of criminals had diminished, yet their capabilities had surged. The group exited the house, having agreed upon a direction for their search before dispersing. Being the eldest, George rode in his police car heading north. After Peter dashed into an alley, Spider-Man swung out from the opposite side using his web. Leah, however, did not leave immediately. New York is neither excessively large nor insignificantly small. The fact that Uncle George had already come in search indicated that the police surveillance system was unable to accurately locate Gwen. Taking a deep breath, Leah concentrated his attention. Buzzing. A cacophony of sounds surged into Leah's ears like a thunderclap, reverberating within a radius of several kilometers. Ugh, Leah groaned softly, overwhelmed by the deluge of information flooding his mind, which felt as though it might explode. This marked Leah's first experience of employing his superhearing over such an extensive range. Although the template from his homeland endowed him with extraordinary auditory abilities, it did not come with a correspondingly advanced brain. While Leah's mind had indeed undergone significant enhancement, it was still far from being termed super. Typically, Leah would set specific keywords for his hearing, such as his name or the names of his parents. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After 5 seconds, Leah shut off his super hearing. Found it. Simultaneously, he felt 2 streams of blood trickle from his nose. A manifestation of his mental strain. Nonchalantly, she wiped away the trickle of blood from her nose, her eyes narrowing as she gazed intently in a particular direction. Indeed, that was the way. A thunderous boom reverberated, and she launched herself into the air. At the American military training camp, the once bustling site was now desolate, devoid of any personnel, leaving the new recruits' whereabouts a mystery. Gwen crouched on the ground, gasping for breath as she observed 2 figures, a stark white and a dark green, over 100 meters away, her eyes wide with astonishment. Ever since she had embraced her identity as Spider-Woman, Gwen had held unwavering confidence in her abilities. However, the power emanating from the white figure was astonishingly formidable, nearly on par with her own. Moreover, the staff wielded by this individual could emit lasers, rendering Gwen's left-handed web shooter into mere fragments. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The true concern lay with the figure alongside the white one, the dark green-skinned being who identified himself as Morlun. Intent on ending her life, Gwen was perplexed by the animosity directed at her, yet the uncanny strength of her adversaries was undeniable. Coughing violently, Gwen turned to her companion, inquiring if he could hold on. I'm fine, Thompson gasped, spitting out a bloodied tooth. After enduring a severe beating from Luya in Hell's Kitchen, he had finally come to terms with his situation. With the release of his inner turmoil, his spider powers had returned to him. Thompson reflected on his tumultuous high school days, which had culminated in his enlistment post-graduation. Equipped with the dual powers of spider venom, he had swiftly risen from a novice to the rookie king of his squad within mere days. That very morning, the camp's commander had received orders to relocate. Thompson, having forgotten something, returned to the camp, only to find Gwen being pursued by the 2 ominous figures. Gurgle, the voice of venom echoed within him. My energy is waning. The green figure exuded an eerie aura. Whenever Gwen and Thompson drew near, their spider powers inexplicably dissipated. Thus, their survival thus far relied heavily on Thompson's venomous strength. Hey, Morlun, the white figure spoke. What are we waiting for? Jean looked at Morlun with confusion. This extraordinarily powerful entity had inexplicably sought him out, proposing an alliance to eliminate Spider-Man. Although uncertain of Morlun's true intentions, it was undeniable that the presence of Spider-Man and Spider-Woman in New York had significantly complicated his plans. Therefore, Jean readily acquiesced to Morlun's request. Morlun stood still, neither advancing nor permitting Gwen and Thompson to escape. We shall await the arrival of the third Spider-Man. His destiny was to hunt down every Spider-Man across the multiverse. And here, in this universe known as Earth 616, there existed 3 individuals endowed with spider powers. The third one? Jean queried, perplexed. But it's so remote here. Can he truly find us? Yes, of course he can. Malone gazed into the vast expanse before him. Fate had destined their encounter here, where he would ultimately hunt them down. His voice resonated with unwavering confidence. As the Spider Slayer among the Totem Killers, he possessed an unparalleled ability to nullify Spider-Man's powers with ease. This prowess was the reason behind his consistent success in traversing multiple universes to eliminate Spider-Man time and again. As for the Spider-Man before him, endowed with Venom's abilities, Thompson, Malone regarded him with disdain. He had traversed dozens of universes, witnessing a myriad of Spider-Men, including the once grotesque Spider-Thing. Yet, the prey that brought him the most pride was none other than the Hulk Spider from the realm of the Green Goliath. Chapter 45. Not killing? Who said that? The Hulk Spider, known as the Green Hulk, is the Spider-Man of the universe. In this realm, Spider-Man has been irradiated by gamma rays, transforming into the Hulk Spider-Man, or the Green Hulk. Before the Hulk Spider-Man could fully mature, Malin directly hunted and devoured him. Soon, feeling Peter's approach, Malin was filled with excitement. After consuming all 3 Spider-Men of this universe, his power would ascend to the level of a demigod. In the general hierarchy of strength, the levels can be roughly classified as follows: ordinary beings, regular humans, super beings, Iron Man, planetary level, ultimate Venom, demigod level, Thanos, god level Dimension Lords, old Odin Mephisto, universal level super demigod level, Sentinel Emperor Thanos, multiverse level, the creator god, super universe level, the god of stories. Loki, omniversal level, one above all. Although the demigod level may not rank highly in the multiverse, within a single universe, it represents one of the most formidable powers. Even someone as strong as Thanos, before acquiring the Infinity Stones, was merely at the demigod level. Boom! A red figure descended from the sky, swinging on webs, landing before Gwen and Thompson. Hey Gwen, and upon noticing Thompson standing beside Gwen, Peter felt a chill run down his spine. Thompson. The shadow from high school still lingered in Peter's heart. After a brief explanation from Gwen, Peter calmed down, understanding their current predicament. Splendid. With all 3 Spider-Men finally gathered, Malin could no longer contain his excitement. Stepping forward, he leaped high into the air, landing before the trio. In the distance, Gold watched Malin's figure with a complex gaze, remaining motionless. Step back. Aware of Gwen and Thompson's exhaustion, Peter positioned himself in front of them. Wait. Gwen attempted to warn Peter about the other's ability to suppress spider powers. However, before she could voice her concern, Peter's expression changed, his face paling. My strength. Why is it gradually fading? Gwen explained with a wry smile. This guy is peculiar. The closer we get to him, the weaker we become. Peculiar? Malin laughed, proclaiming loudly, this is destiny. This is fate. You are destined to perish at my hands. Oh, destiny. A discordant voice of skepticism arose, followed by boom. The sound of an explosion accompanied by a fierce wind. Liu floated in midair, looking down at Malin, who bore the unmistakable visage of a villain. What is destiny? What is fate? I say, a character like you, who screams villainy, is destined to die by my hand today. Would you not agree that this is your fate? Observing the young man floating before him, Malowan's expression darkened, engaging in tricks and illusions. With that, Malowan summoned all his strength, his muscles bulging to the point of nearly tearing his combat suit. He raised his left hand, slicing downwards with a knife-like motion, startling Peter and his companions. They could sense that Malowan's raw physical power far surpassed their own, even with their spider-like abilities. TSK. Loya, feeling the intensity of his opponent's strength, tilted his head but neither dodged nor resisted. He merely regarded Malowan with an air of indifference. Clang. The collision of flesh produced a sound akin to metal striking metal. In the next moment, Malowan's pupils constricted, as if he had witnessed something truly astonishing. Crack, crack, crack. Before he could retract his arms, Loya seized him, the sound of bones grinding echoing. as though they were on the brink of snapping. With his strength dissipated, Malouin's legs buckled. Gritting his teeth, he exhaled a cloud of white vapor from his nostrils, exerting every ounce of force to escape Loya's grasp, but to no avail. Malouin lifted his gaze, staring at Loya's nonchalant face. Before he could comprehend the situation, Loya yanked him closer and delivered a headbutt. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 strikes, Malouin's vision darkened. Though it may seem lengthy, this entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Strike first, suffer later. It could be said that both Malouin and Loya possessed planetary-level strength. However, there were distinctions even within planetary-level prowess. Malouin was not particularly exceptional among his peers. He only exhibited absolute dominance when facing Spider-Man. Moreover, against Loya, having lost the initiative, he stood no chance of victory. In the face of such a tactically astute adversary, Loya would not grant him another opportunity. Grasping Malouin's head, he drew him closer. I foretold your fate. Death awaits you today. With that, 2 beams of crimson light coalesced. Intense heat radiating from Loya's eyes. Zing! A laser beam shot forth, piercing through Malouin's eyes and obliterating his brain. Bang! The lifeless body collapsed, still twitching. In that instant of death, Peter and his companions felt the return of their own powers. The oppressive sensation that had weighed upon them vanished without a trace upon Malouin's fall. Incredible! 3. The astonishment in their hearts was immeasurable, even in sheer strength. Malouin had been vastly superior, yet he met such an abrupt demise, particularly for Thompson, who had dared to provoke Loya multiple times. Reflecting on it now, he felt fortunate for Loya's mercy. Aware that the 3 were unharmed, Loya turned away. Gulp. A hint of panic flickered in Kingpin's eyes. He could not comprehend how the situation had unfolded this way. The man named Malouin had seemed terrifyingly powerful, yet he had swiftly perished at the hands of a compatriot. Indeed, Kingpin recognized Loya's visage, but he had not anticipated confronting a compatriot today. Fortunately, many of his subordinates remained nearby. At Jinbing's command, a portion of his men swiftly encircled Luya, while others positioned themselves around him. Amused, Luya regarded Jinbing and remarked, Mr. Jinbing, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. No, I am far from pleased. Jinbing replied, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. What? Luya surveyed the hundreds of Jinbing's men surrounding him and casually remarked, do you truly believe they can halt me? Or do you think they can protect you? Jinbing wiped his face, forcing himself to remain composed, and stated, I have over 100 loyal men here. They are merely ordinary individuals. I refuse to believe you would eliminate them all. It became clear that Jinbing harbored such thoughts. He had discerned the superhero's character, convinced that he would not resort to violence against ordinary people, as long as he could reach the city. He doubted anyone would dare to act against him in broad daylight. TSK. Luya chuckled, shaking his head. Not kill. Who said that? Chapter 46. Mephisto? As Luya surveyed the crowd, every pair of eyes was fixated upon him, their expressions devoid of emotion, just as Jinbing had articulated. They were merely a cadre of the dead. Upon hearing Luya's indifference towards the lives of his subordinates, Jinbing found himself bereft of alternatives. If only he were dealing with someone like Peter, perhaps there might have been a chance for mercy. Yet Jinbing misjudged Luya's character, mistakenly believing he would share the same empathy as Peter or Gwen. In truth, Luya was utterly unconcerned with the fates of these antagonists. Nevertheless, Jinbing refused to surrender so easily. Having dominated the underworld for so long, he was unwilling to meet his demise here. Perhaps after vanquishing Morlun, he too would be left weakened? Yes, indeed. Morlun was formidable. He could not possibly emerge unscathed. Jinbing reassured himself with this thought. As if attempting to convince his own mind, he silently raised his staff to his chest, pressing his hands firmly upon it. This was his final gambit. If this failed, then a fierce and resolute glint flickered in Jinbing's eyes. As long as he could survive, he would not hesitate to barter his very soul. His staff was not merely ornamental. It concealed laser pulses, sleeping gas, and electric shock devices. In moments of necessity, the staff could serve as his unexpected trump card. Jinbing fancied that his actions were subtle and inconspicuous. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Luya had observed every slight movement. Now, with a thunderous roar, Jinbing commanded, and over 100 death warriors surged toward Lu Ya simultaneously. Ah! A crimson light gathered, and a laser beam shot forth, slicing through everything in its path. Pop! 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 The sound of countless watermelons bursting echoed around. With a single strike, every last death warrior fell, leaving not a single soul alive. How amusing it is to threaten me with the lives of your subordinates. Jean Bing's hands trembled slightly as he gripped the staff, feeling the cold sweat saturate his back. Yet, he had no path of retreat. Click! The button on the staff was pressed. Seizing the moment while Lu Ya reveled in his victory, Jean Bing aimed the laser pulse directly at him. Die! A grotesque grimace twisted Jean Bing's mouth as his eyes widened in terror. His voice erupted as if clawing its way from the depths of hell. Die! Just die for me. However, before the laser pulse could be unleashed, Jean Bing was horrified to discover that Lu Ya, who had once hovered in front of him, had vanished. In the blink of an eye, his pupils constricted in alarm. Lu Ya now stood before him, the sound of a sonic boom reverberating in the air. With a single hand, Lu Ya seized the staff from Jean Bing, arching an eyebrow. Your abilities may be lacking, but your wishes are quite audacious. For the moment, Lu Ya refrained from any further action against Jean Bing, merely confiscating the staff from his grip. Having surveyed the surroundings, it is evident that the power of a cane is indeed lethal to an ordinary individual. However, for my current self, it bears no more significance than a mere tickle. Gripping it tightly with one hand, I casually rendered the cane, which Jean Bing regarded as his trump card, into mere fragments. Thud. The sound of a heavy object meeting the ground echoed. Jean Bing collapsed to his knees, desperately attempting one final struggle. Spare me. I am willing to offer all my assets. Truly, my assets are immense. I possess numerous weapon factories. I command thousands of personnel. Yes. Moreover, I have a cadre of politicians at my disposal. They can be of service to you. Faced with the specter of death, Jean Bing laid bare his entire fortune. Generally, Lu Ya would extend an opportunity to those pleading for mercy. For instance, during the tumultuous times in Hell's Kitchen, he had shown some leniency. As long as one sincerely sought forgiveness, crimes were not beyond redemption, and Lu Ya would grant the chance to live. Yet, Jean Bing was different. He had crossed Lu Ya's line, family. Observing Jean Bing's abject demeanor, Lu Ya wearily shook his head, disinterested in uttering another word. Buzz. A crimson light began to coalesce in Lu Ya's eyes. My lord. Save me. Just as the laser beam was about to be unleashed, an unexpected transformation occurred. With Jean Bing's desperate cry, a subtle shift transpired around them. Lu Ya felt a shiver run through his body, an inexplicable chill rising from the depths of his heart. What was happening? This was a sensation he had never experienced since unlocking the template of his homeland. Meanwhile, Peter and his companions were in no better condition. At that moment, Peter and Gwen, relying solely on their spider abilities, could no longer withstand the malevolence emanating from the void, collapsing into unconsciousness. Thompson, in a state of Venom's influence, fared little better. Although conscious, he was racked with tremors. How is it possible that such formidable power exists on Earth? Venom exclaimed in astonishment. This power, I have only felt from my father. Venom's words piqued Lu Ya's attention. If he was correct, Venom's father likely referred to the god of symbiotes, Null. The strength of the god of symbiotes would not be inferior to that of a celestial. If this were the case, how formidable must be the master that Jean Bing spoke of? Lu Ya furrowed his brow, disregarding the strain on his mind, activating his superhuman vision and hearing. However, after scanning the area thoroughly for several seconds, he could not find even a trace of the entity. Just then, Jean Bing underwent a transformation. Lu Ya noticed an orange-red flame igniting from the void, instantly engulfing Jean Bing. Ah, Aya. Jean Bing's anguished screams reverberated from within the flames. His flesh began to dissolve, and endless flames erupted from his very bones. Mephisto. Lu Ya's expression darkened as he uttered this name. Clearly, Jean Bing's transformation signified his impending metamorphosis into a ghost rider. Indeed, Mephisto seeks out those of considerable prowess, individuals capable of assisting him in his endeavors to procure their souls. The fact that Kingpin has ascended to his current stature attests to his formidable abilities. As a mere mortal, however, he is destined to lack the capacity for defiance once he becomes a covenanter of Mephisto. Who would have thought that there still existed a mortal on Earth capable of recognizing me? In the air, flames coalesce into a spectral figure draped in a robe, its entire being suffused with a crimson hue. Mephisto bears numerous titles: Lord of Hell, Dark Lord, Satan, among others, each emblematic of his immense power. Beside him, Kingpin, having relinquished his soul, has finally transformed into the Ghost Rider. At this moment, his eyes blaze with an inferno, even in the absence of eyeballs. One can sense the profound malice that emanates from him. Chapter 47, The Prophecy of the Ancient One. Damn it. You shall perish. Jean Bing roared madly within. He had sacrificed far too much to survive. By selling his soul, he had condemned himself to eternal servitude. However, Luya did not focus on him. Instead, he contemplated the ethereal figure of Mephisto. Young man, let today's events cease here. Strangely, Mephisto positioned himself as a mediator between Luya and Jean Bing. Could it be that Mephisto favored peace? That was undoubtedly impossible. Luya realized that perhaps Mephisto, who seemed inclined to verbal sparring, was utterly incapable of physically manifesting on Earth at this moment. Indeed, Luya's speculation was accurate. In the Himalayas, a wisp of infernal fire burned in the air, manifesting Mephisto's appearance, the flames swirling undisturbed by the cold atmosphere of the mountains. Before him stood a bald figure draped in a brown robe. Had Luya been present, he would have recognized this bald figure as the Ancient One. Supreme Sorcerer, do you intend to obstruct me from avenging my followers' attempted murder by this mortal? Mephisto's voice bore a weighty tone. Although he was the lord of his dimension, on par with the Ancient One in terms of power, the Ancient One, as a top-tier sorcerer, possessed strength that approached the level of a transcendent being. At times, she could even reach that celestial threshold. Therefore, Mephisto lacked the courage to confront her. He was even hesitant to raise his voice. Return to your hell. The Ancient One gazed coldly at Mephisto, her tone frigid. She saw no need to explain her reasons for stopping him. It was simply unnecessary. In truth, the gap in strength between her and Mephisto was even greater than he imagined. As such, she faced him with considerable confidence. Despite Mephisto's palpable resentment, he dared not defy the Ancient One at this moment. As he departed, he left behind a few words. Supreme Sorcerer, how much longer can you sustain your life? You may protect him for now, but once you are gone, we shall see what becomes of him. Listening to the lingering echoes in the void, the Ancient One felt no anger. She merely whispered, he is the sole hope of this world. A glimmer of hope flickered across her face. In the multiverse, where countless universes existed, destruction occurred daily. Without the presence of a savior, the annihilation of worlds would be inevitable. Young man, Mephisto glared fiercely at Luya and declared, if you dare to lay a hand on him again, I shall not spare you. Withdraw now, and we shall consider today's events forgotten. Although Jean Bing was merely a slave to Mephisto, he symbolized his pride. Yet, Mephisto's repeated threats revealed his inner cowardice to Luya. With a smirk, Luya unleashed a beam of laser light in an instant. Forgotten? Who agrees to such terms? Upon witnessing Luya's blatant disregard for his presence, Mephisto's heart ignited with boundless fury. Yet, under the watchful gaze of the Ancient One, he dared not manifest his true form in the mortal realm. A searing beam of laser light pierced through the infernal flames engulfing Jean Bing. Upon collision, both the laser and hellfire erupted, boiling in a fierce conflagration. The hum resonated as the laser beam proved utterly ineffective against Jean Bing, prompting Luya to cease his assault. A mocking sound, akin to metal grinding, emanated from within the skeletal frame of Jean Bing. Realizing that the laser posed no threat, Jean Bing's spirit soared with exhilaration. At least the power he had traded his soul for proved to be remarkably reliable, though speech was beyond his capacity at this moment. The hellfire within his white bones blazed even more fiercely. Simultaneously, he raised his arms, launching a powerful strike towards Luya. With the strength of dozens of tons in his ordinary form, his current might surpass 100 tons. Yet again, he underestimated his foe. A mysterious glimmer flickered in Luya's eyes. In truth, one's own kin understands their essence. With his current 95 template unlock of his ancestral heritage, the laser, while formidable, was inconsequential in the grand scheme of his overall prowess. The sole reason for employing the laser was sheer convenience. As the malevolent spirit, Jin Bing, unleashed his bone-crushing fists. Luya remained unfazed. He raised his hands. Boom. A jarring collision echoed. The violent clash between their hands stirred a ferocious wind. Ugh. Thompson, ensnared by venom. Contorted in agony, his ebony form nearly collapsing, retreating back within him. This clash bore a force of several hundred tons. Jin Bing gazed in disbelief at Luya, whose expression was one of ease, as the flames in his eye sockets flickered violently. How could this be? The power acquired through a soul's sacrifice. A weight exceeding 100 tons. To be so effortlessly repelled. Luya squinted, sensing that his current strength had reached levels in the thousands of tons, perhaps even beyond. Without further ado, he cast a final glance at the gradually dissipating Mephisto. Gripping Jin Bing's fist tightly, Luya summoned his leg muscles. Boom. The sound of a sonic explosion resonated as he seized Jin Bing and soared into the sky. In midair, Luya's fists rained down relentlessly upon Jin Bing's form. Boom. 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 Thunderous roars echoed through the heavens. Even from afar, the inhabitants of New York City could faintly hear the ominous rumblings above. Is it thundering? Time to gather the laundry. Here, thousands of tons of force struck Jin Bing. In his incredulous gaze, his body began to splinter. First, his arms shattered into dust. Then, his torso. Although the skeletal structure of the chest was more dense, it could not withstand the force of Lua's strike, shattering into countless fragments. In the end, with a look of unwillingness in Jin's eyes, Lua aimed at his skull and struck down. Boom. Jin fell. As for whether he could be resurrected, that would depend on Mephisto. However, given the significant humiliation Mephisto suffered before Gui today, it is unlikely that he would resurrect Jin. Humph. In the void, an angry grunt echoed. With Mephisto's departure, the inexplicable chill in the surroundings also dissipated. What is happening? Upon awakening, Peter immediately surveyed his surroundings. Lua, is something wrong? Gwen noticed that Lua's expression seemed quite grave. You all should return first. After giving his instructions, Lua soared into the sky once more, heading eastward. There, a bald figure emerged. Chapter 48. The template of the motherland is complete. With a soft thud, Luya descended from the sky. Before him sat a bald figure draped in a brown robe. Although his appearance diverged somewhat from cinematic portrayals, Luya readily recognized him as the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One. Fine preaching dragon, while tea was offered to Luya, as Ancient One pushed the teacup towards him. At that moment, the Ancient One did not exude the ethereal aura depicted in films. Rather, she appeared quite aged, her skin lined with wrinkles and her eyes devoid of luster, all of which hinted at significant ailments afflicting her body. Luya, maintaining his composure, accepted the teacup from the most formidable being on this planet. His lack of knowledge regarding tea, whether from his past or present life, was evident. Observing Luya's impassive demeanor, the Ancient One smiled softly, inquiring, "Is it not to your taste?" Her smile held an enigmatic quality, and Luya felt as though every facet of his being, including his very soul, had been laid bare before her. However, he was no longer the ordinary person he once was. The trials of the past few months had fortified his spirit. Meeting the Ancient One's gaze, Luya spoke in a hushed tone, "Is it your intent to eliminate me, the outsider?" Luya was certain that the Ancient One had discerned his true identity. Regrettably, his current strength was still woefully inadequate, though he possessed planetary-level power, which could withstand the force of a nuclear bomb. Such might appear minuscule within the vast cosmos. In response to Luya's inquiry, the Ancient One shook her head. "Why refer to yourself as an outsider? You have lived here for over a decade, have you not?" Indeed. Luya felt a surge of conviction that the Ancient One had penetrated the depths of his soul. She chose not to pursue the topic of his identity further, but instead shifted the conversation. "Are you aware that our world does not have much time left?" "Not much time left. What does that mean? Does it imply that the apocalypse is imminent?" Describing it as an apocalypse is rather fitting. To be precise, it is the end of the universe. The Ancient One seemed to have grasped Luya's innermost thoughts. Could a bald figure truly read the minds of others? Such a notion was not mentioned in the original text. As Luya unabashedly referred to her as bald, the Ancient One's expression darkened, as the supreme sorcerer. She had never been addressed in such a manner before. Nevertheless, she reined in her emotions and continued, as one from another realm. "You should understand that parallel universes can interfere with one another. This was a concept Luya was indeed familiar with. In the Marvel Universe, traversing parallel realms was not an extraordinary feat. For instance, the recently vanquished Malekith, as a totem killer, although possessing only planetary-level strength, could traverse various parallel universes to hunt down Spider-Man. The Marvel Universe, you say? The Ancient One mused, contemplating Luya's inner thoughts. This was indeed the first time he had heard the name of the universe he inhabited. Although Ancient One was a unique entity among the celestial beings of immense power, she lacked the ability to breach the fourth wall, only harboring vague suspicions. Now, however, she had definitively confirmed the existence of the fourth wall through the thoughts of Luya. In this realm, Ancient One's frail appearance was intricately linked to the Dark Dimension's sovereign, Dormammu. Unlike her portrayal in the cinematic universe, this version of Ancient One had absorbed an excessive amount of dark attributes, her body and soul entirely tainted by darkness, thus manifesting an extreme state of age. Yet, this also rendered her extraordinarily powerful. Should she choose to embrace the darkness, Ancient One could unleash a power surpassing even that of the celestial beings for a limited duration. This was also the reason she possessed the ability to perceive Luya's innermost thoughts, causing Mephisto to hesitate at her mere words. Observing Luya deep in thought, Ancient One silently resolved within herself, "I have glimpsed the future of our universe's annihilation." Gazing at Luya, it was as if she were confiding her final wishes, her tone weighed down by gravity. "I have deduced countless possibilities, yet none offer salvation for our universe." Luya pondered. "You are not about to proclaim that I am some sort of savior, are you?" Ancient One shook her head. "I merely perceive a different potential within you. Its nature eludes me, but at the very least, it represents hope, does it not?" Luya remained ambivalent regarding Ancient One's regard. If the universe were indeed on the brink of destruction, whether he could avert it was a matter of speculation. After all, relying solely on the strength of the template from his homeland, he was hardly equipped to prevent the annihilation of the universe, let alone the Earth. Moreover, his homeland template had yet to reach full potential. Ancient One discerned Luya's thoughts and replied, "That is precisely why I sought you out today." Luya's brow twitched. It was disconcerting to have his every thought laid bare. "Very well. If you wish to refrain from prying into my mind, I shall allow you to do so from this moment onward." Ancient One's aged visage broke into a smile once more. "I was already aware of your concerns. As long as you promise to act when our universe faces destruction, I can lend you my support now." Her primary worry was that, based on her understanding of Luya's character, he might abandon the universe should circumstances turn dire. In truth, if the annihilation of the universe were to come and Luya's strength proved insufficient, he might indeed choose to do just that, fleeing with his family. What concern was it of his if this universe were to perish? Ancient One recognized this trait, and thus sought a commitment from Luya today. "Are you not worried that I might renege on my promise after you agree? It matters not. You need only do your utmost. Should the universe truly face destruction, there may not be many options available." Ancient One believed she had devoted everything for the sake of this universe. Destruction, after all, is the ultimate fate of this realm. In the throes of annihilation, she had procured alternative possibilities. Upon hearing Ancient One's response, Rian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I pledge that if my strength is sufficient in the future, I shall intervene when this universe is in peril." With Ria's assurance, a glimmer of light sparked in Ancient One's eyes, and she pointed a finger towards Ria. At her fingertip, a profound point of light materialized. Ria sensed an energy coursing into his being. Patriot Template Unlock Progress increased by 5. Patriot Template Unlock Progress decreased by 100. Patriot Template fully unlocked. Acquiring second template. The long-absent system notification chimed. With Ancient One's assistance, Ria's long-stagnant Patriot Template had astonishingly surpassed the final unlocking threshold, reaching a full 100%. Ria fixed his gaze on the system template, while Ancient One continued to channel energy into him. Chapter 49. Unlocking the Superman Template. Luoya did not have to wait long before the system's prompt sounded again. Second template acquisition successful. Officially unlocked. Superman Template, Steel Body. PS. 1. Steel, Ultimate Father. 2. Silver, 3. Supreme, 4. Golden Supreme, Fusion of Thought God. To better differentiate strength, the power of Silver Superman is categorized after Golden Supreme. Although theoretically, Silver Superman possesses infinite potential. Superman template unlock progress. 0. Superman template, indeed. Luoya recalled the Superman from his memories. The strength of Superman is divided into stages. In his supreme form, that of Golden Supreme Superman, his power grows infinitely, even possessing the ability to break the fourth wall. It can be said that Golden Supreme Superman is an existence of boundless possibilities. Even a cosmic-level being cannot adequately describe his ultimate form. Of course, at this moment, what Luoya had unlocked was merely the initial template of Superman, Steel Body. Nevertheless, based on his recollection, he estimated that although Steel Superman predominantly operated on Earth, his power ceiling should reach the level of the Ultimate Father, or even the Super Ultimate Father. Certainly, in the films, there are instances where ordinary Superman possesses the ability to reverse time. That is somewhat outrageous. Luoya was uncertain if Steel Superman could attain such a level, but it seemed unlikely. After all, reversing time would entail confronting the karmic repercussions of altering causality. Such a force of causality alteration could likely only be endured by Supreme Superman. The moment he acquired the Superman template, Luoya felt as though something within him had shifted. Bathed in the warmth of the sun outside, an instinctual urge to draw nearer emerged. In fact, he felt an impulsive desire to soar directly into the sun. Luoya understood this was likely due to his newfound Kryptonian bloodline. However, although Superman could enhance his power by absorbing the radiation of a yellow sun, diving directly into it before reaching a certain threshold would be tantamount to courting death. Compared to Luoya, Superman's advantage lies in having the Book of Creation. Yet, with the existence of the system, Luoya too could become infinitely stronger. Moreover, the Marvel Universe lacks kryptonite. This signifies that in the early stages, Luoya is without a nemesis. As for the later stages of Silver Superman, he would hardly fear kryptonite anymore. When Luoya returned to his senses and glanced towards the other side of the table, the aged figure had vanished. Had she departed? Or a lingering feeling told him that Ancient One had likely succumbed. At the very least, her physical form should be in a state of death. In the void, witnessing Luoya's sudden loss of power, Ancient One's phantom widened her eyes in disbelief. Her ethereal visage was etched with incredulity. How could it be that after transferring most of her power to Luoya, he instead became weaker? Then, in her astonished gaze, Luoya suddenly regained his original form, embodying the complete essence of his ancestral lineage. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Luoya's aura shifted once more, as if he were transforming from a human into an entirely different race. However, this time, Gui noticed that beneath the sunlight, there seemed to be a force within Luoya that was gradually intensifying. Moreover, the potential of this power appeared to be far greater than that of Luoya's previous capabilities. At this juncture, I have done all I can, Gui sighed. Regardless of the transformations occurring within Luoya at this moment, she no longer possessed the ability to alter them. In her endeavor to assist Luoya, she had expended the vast majority of her magical energy. The remaining strength was reserved for severing Dormammu's gaze. It could be said that in the realm of reality, Gui was effectively akin to a specter. Meanwhile, Luoya could distinctly perceive that under the rays of the yellow sun, his powers were steadily augmenting. Perhaps before long, the enhancements bestowed by the Superman template would surpass those of the Patriotic template. After all, even the mightiest Superman's peak prowess far exceeded that of the Patriotic variant. Thus, the initial accumulation of the Patriotic strength might indeed transcend the limits of mere steel. However, the Patriotic variant also possessed a tremendous advantage that Superman could scarcely fathom. That advantage was the absence of a nurturing heart. Superman, undoubtedly, embodied the ideals of justice and kindness. Yet, at times, his benevolence became his undeniable weakness. Even during the era of Supreme Superman, he retained an instinct for justice. While this was a testament to Superman's might, it also represented a vulnerability. Closing the system panel, Luoya rose to his feet. Gazing at the towering skyscrapers, he bent his legs slightly and leaped down. In the dim cavern, Tony Stark slowly opened his eyes. Before he could fully recall what had transpired, a sharp pain surged through his chest. "You're awake?" Ethan remarked with concern as he observed the revived Stark. "You've sustained severe injuries from the explosion, especially with a shard of shrapnel still lodged near your heart. However, There is no need for alarm. I've installed an electromagnetic device in your chest to secure the shard. Stark furrowed his brow. A flicker of recognition for Ethan stirring within him. Had they met at some gathering before? His gaze fell to his chest, and he was immediately astonished by the metallic contraption affixed there. What is this? Have I become a monster? No, Ethan interjected. This is your source of life. However, your lifeline may not endure for long. He gestured to their surroundings. This place is remote and may lose power at any moment. Stark swiftly grasped the implication while recalling his current predicament. Subsequently, the narrative unfolded as members of the Ten Rings gang entered, threatening Stark. Yet, in this reality, unlike the cinematic universe, the influence of the Ten Rings was considerably more formidable. Nevertheless, Stark resolved to craft a handmade arc reactor. This device could power a medium-sized mech for 50 minutes. Stark installed the miniature reactor within his chest, effectively alleviating his concerns regarding insufficient power. I understand the rationale, but I wish to know. Ethan gazed at Stark in bewilderment, questioning the whereabouts of the medium-sized mech. While he acknowledged Stark's brilliance as an inventor, the sight of scattered scrap metal and artillery shells left him utterly perplexed about the location of the mech. Just wait and see. Even in such dire circumstances, Stark remained optimistic. However, he remained unaware of the formidable adversary he was about to confront. Hell's Kitchen. Today, the entirety of Hell's Kitchen buzzed with excitement. For after a long wait, they finally had their very first school. Boss, we still haven't been able to reach Mr. Stark. Bracy, impeccably dressed, stood beside Lua, reporting the inability to contact Stark. Lua lounged atop the school's administrative building, basking in the sun. Unable to reach him, Lua removed his sunglasses. Chapter 50. 10 times the speed of sound. The establishment of the Peace Street School saw considerable contributions from Stark. The financial expenditure was trivial compared to the bureaucratic hurdles involved in setting up an academy in a place as tumultuous as Hell's Kitchen. At that moment, a broad figure hurriedly approached the school. Happy was in a particularly foul mood today, having not received even the slightest word from Tony for the past 2 days. Tony, you had better be lost in the embrace of some woman, Happy muttered anxiously. Yet, he was acutely aware that such a scenario was nearly impossible. Although Tony often displayed a carefree demeanor, he was discerning when it came to significant matters. This time, Tony had traveled abroad to showcase Stark Industries' new missile technology, and by Happy's calculations, he should have been on his way back by now. Unknown to Happy, the news of Stark's captivity had yet to surface due to the temporary information blockade imposed by the Ten Rings. However, the prolonged silence from Tony led Happy to suspect that something had gone awry. As a close confidant and a vital subordinate of Tony Stark, he felt compelled to devise a plan. Yet, as he sought assistance from the company, he encountered formidable obstacles. He knew that Obadiah, another shareholder of the company, was behind it, but knowing this did little to empower him. As a relatively powerless employee, what could he possibly do? Thus, Lua became his last glimmer of hope. Are you suggesting that Stark might have been kidnapped? Lua gazed at Happy with a curious expression. You've guessed quite accurately. Indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be unable to reach him for such an extended period. Happy responded emphatically. Lua nodded. Since his encounter with the Ancient One, he had been preoccupied with sunbathing, neglecting the happenings in the outside world. The assets left by Kingpin had largely been managed by Osborn. Naturally, other forces were also vying for a share. After all, the wealth and political resources left by Kingpin were immense. Lua was indifferent to the contention of other factions. His primary concern was enjoying the sun, and he felt that it mattered little who held those external possessions, as they all ultimately served to safeguard his interests. Superman, Iron Body, unlock progress increased. 1. Superman, Iron Body, unlock progress. 3. The splendid weather had allowed Lua to bask in the sun to the extent that his template's unlock progress reached 3%. Ceasing the motion of his lounge chair, Lua rose and addressed Happy. Very well, I will find Stark. You should return and await my news in peace. The Ten Rings sought to abduct Stark to acquire the advanced weaponry concepts residing in his mind. Therefore, Stark's current situation was undoubtedly secure. In the film, Stark ultimately escaped, utilizing the original Mark I to break free and survive. However, The reality of this world diverges significantly from that depicted in films. Thus, Ryuya would not gamble on Stark's ability to overcome his challenges alone. Observing Ryuya's nonchalant demeanor, beads of sweat began to form on Happy's smooth forehead. How can I possibly feel reassured with you acting like this? Happy pondered, beginning to question his own sanity for seeking assistance from such a young man. Noticing the skepticism in Happy's eyes, Ryuya felt no need to elaborate further. He summoned Erika and Brea, stating, "I shall venture out to search for Stark. Await my return." His tone suggested a casual errand to the neighboring room. In reality, however, the distance to Afghanistan, where Stark was kidnapped, exceeded 10,000 kilometers from New York. Seeing Ryuya genuinely intent on locating Tony, Happy hurriedly approached him, asking, is there any way I can assist? Just remain calm." Ryuya waved his hand dismissively and proceeded to stretch his body. Observing Ryuya's legs slightly bent and his hands crossed upon his forehead, Happy displayed a look of confusion. What is this? A pose before departing? Suddenly, a deafening roar accompanied by a sonic boom erupted as Ryuya launched himself into the air. Ward F. Happy stood dumbfounded, watching as Ryuya became nothing more than a black dot in the sky, murmuring to himself, uncertain of what to say. In the atmosphere, Ryuya soared through the skies, feeling the exhilarating rush of wind enveloping him. Upon achieving 100% compatibility with his homeland's template, his overall attributes surged dramatically, particularly his speed of flight. Let us test the limits of my velocity now. A faint biological force field surrounded him, extending approximately half a meter around his body. Then he accelerated. Faster, faster. 1, 5 Mach, 3 Mach, 10 Mach. It was only upon reaching 10 Mach, or 10 times the speed of sound, that Ryuya sensed the edge of his limits. Simultaneously, that delicate biological force field began to waver precariously. Is this truly my limit? Ryuya attempted to push for more speed. Yet, both the strain on his body and the constraints of the force field thwarted his progress. Nevertheless, achieving a speed of 10 Mach was undeniably formidable. In just an hour, Ryuya had arrived at his destination. Activating his X-ray vision and super sight, he began scanning the area in search of Stark's presence. Meanwhile, in a cave, Ethan gazed in awe at the ironclad exosuit before him, exclaiming, "Tony, you are truly a genius." He could hardly believe that, under such rudimentary conditions, Tony Stark had managed to assemble such an impressive piece of machinery from various scraps. "I have decided, its name shall be Mark I." In that moment, the birth of Mark I signified that Tony Stark was embarking on the path to becoming Iron Man, though Ethan referred to the materials of Mark I as scrap. In truth, it was composed of alloys capable of withstanding small arms fire with ease. Are you ready? At this moment, the miniature nuclear reactor within Mark I radiated a brilliant glow. Stark had a mere 50 minutes at his disposal. Should he fail to break free from the Ten Rings gang within that time, the reactor would face an imminent energy deficiency, and he himself would succumb to the shrapnel lodged in his chest. He reminded himself, straight ahead, 41 steps. Suddenly, the illumination within the cavern extinguished entirely, and Mark I took its inaugural step. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding clang of metal reverberated through the cave, intensifying the panic among the blinded members of the Ten Rings. Moments later, the cavern's entrance began to contort, with countless massive fistprints appearing upon it. Following this, the door shattered outward under the tremendous impact of Mark I. "Ethan, stay behind me," Stark commanded as he maneuvered Mark I. However, upon once again witnessing the light of day, the first sight to greet him was a line of gang members from the Ten Rings, armed with rocket launchers. This was perilous. Chapter 51. Mercy. The Mark I could withstand the assaults of small to medium firearms, yet it struggled to endure the onslaught of rocket fire. Most crucially, the explosive pressure of the rockets was far beyond what Stark's physical form could withstand. However, as Stark gazed at the row of rocket launchers, he found himself devoid of any viable solutions. Not to mention that Ethan was right behind him. Should he attempt to evade, Ethan would undoubtedly perish. Faced with the life of his savior, Stark could never permit himself such an act. Furthermore, the cumbersome Mark I could hardly facilitate any evasive maneuvers against close-range rockets. Click, click. One rocket after another, trailing fiery tails, were launched in an instant. The Mark I was engulfed in a tremendous explosion. Boom, boom. Under the immense impact of the blasts, the Mark I staggered backward. Stark felt the world spin around him, a cacophony of roaring deafening his ears, rendering him immobile. Ethan fared somewhat better, but without the protection of the Mark I, what would they do against the next wave of attacks? Lying on the ground, Stark surveyed the mounds of ammunition boxes surrounding him, most emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo. Regret washed over him. Opposite him, a new round of rockets was being loaded. Stark's eyes widened in despair. Boom. Like a tempest, Luya descended from the heavens. A colossal whirlwind of dust swept everything away, sparing only the hefty Mark I and the concealed Ethan. All the minions of the 10 rings, along with a plethora of ammunition boxes, were sent scattering far and wide. Moments later, a thunderous sonic boom resonated from the horizon, erupting in the sky above Luya. This was still Luya's deliberate deceleration to avoid harming Stark as he approached. As the dust settled, Stark stood in awe, gazing at Luya, who appeared as if a deity had descended from the sky, a surreal sensation washing over him. He suddenly recalled Luya's words, that as long as he called his name, he would appear in times of peril. Yet, he had not uttered his name aloud. In this moment, Stark felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment regarding his investment in the Peace Street School. Observing Stark, who remained in a daze, Luya stepped closer and inquired, "How are you? Can you still move?" Upon hearing Luya's voice, Stark snapped back to reality. He attempted to reactivate the Mark I, but to no avail. Struggling to extricate himself from the armor, he appeared somewhat comical. "Well, Mr. Stark, if someone were to capture your current state on film, it would likely fetch a handsome price," Luya teased. In response to Luya's jest, Stark retorted, "Then, young Luya, if I were to photograph you in this moment, it would surely stir quite a commotion, wouldn't it?" Luya smiled faintly, his eyes suddenly glowing red. "Zzz. Hey, hey, hey," Stark exclaimed. Feeling the destructive force and heat of the laser beams, his body bristling with tension. Immediately, the alloy joints of Mark I were successfully disassembled under the precise laser beams emitted by Luya. Once Luya ceased the output of light, Stark managed to regain a semblance of composure. "Mr. Stark, one must often be acutely aware of their circumstances," Luya remarked. Stark paid no heed to Luya's taunts. Instead, he gazed at him with an insatiable curiosity. At this juncture, Stark was a dandy, yet to forge a close alliance with S.H.I.E.L.D. Consequently, he was oblivious to the existence of mutants, let alone other supernatural abilities. "Hey," Stark exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "What was that light you just emitted?" He gestured towards Luya's eyes. "How powerful is it? Is it based on the same principles as traditional laser weaponry?" However, he quickly dismissed his own inquiry. "Oh no. That's impossible. I must be foolish." In response to Stark's curiosity, Luya replied, "Well, it can effortlessly slice through 100 Mr. Starks in an instant." What do you mean? What does it mean to slice through 100 Mr. Starks?" Stark questioned. Yet, before any further explanation could be provided, Luya demonstrated with action. As the dust settled, the members of the 10 Rings gang gathered, nearly 100 strong, all heavily armed, even accompanied by an armored vehicle. The first wave of gang members who had faced Luya's onslaught was utterly decimated, and the remaining 100 seemed unaware of the recent turmoil. Observing the array of weapons aimed at him, Luya glanced at Stark and Ethan, then lowered his head. "What?" Stark queried, bewildered. Ethan shared a look of confusion. But in the next moment, they instinctively ducked. In Luya's eyes, an immense concentration of heat was accumulating. As terror gripped the gang members, Luya slowly levitated into the air. Contemplating how to deal with the multitude before him, Luya's character, perhaps influenced by his superhuman template, bore a trace of mercy. They might not deserve death after all. A minor reprimand would suffice. Then, the laser beams erupted. Wherever they touched, the legs of the standing gang members were severed. In a mere second, over 100 individuals suddenly found themselves reduced in stature, collapsing to the ground. Those unfortunate enough to be in armored vehicles might have met their fate instantaneously. In an instant, the ground was stained crimson, and the air was filled with anguished cries. Remarkably, Luya had finely tuned the output power of his laser beams, managing to stem their bleeding, thus preventing fatalities. Witnessing the gruesome scene, even Stark, the victim, felt a pang of compassion. This is unnecessary torture, isn't it? He stammered, swallowing hard. This is too extreme. Hearing Stark's murmurs, Liao pondered. You're right, this is too cruel for them. I apologize for my lack of consideration. The energy for his laser eyes began to gather once more. Boom. The sudden surge of heat even triggered an explosion. This time, Liao exerted all his might, granting them liberation. At last, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Stark. Is this the devil incarnate? Liao turned around and noticed Stark's body trembling slightly. What's the matter, Mr. Stark? On such a sweltering day, are you feeling cold? Haha. All right, Mr. Stark. The inauguration ceremony of the new school awaits us today. You haven't forgotten, have you? Stark glanced at the sky, forcing a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. I fear we may not make it in time today. That remains to be seen. With that, Liao soared before Stark, embracing him and Ethan. Do not move. If you exceed half a meter from me, I cannot guarantee your safety. Subsequently, Liao bent his legs slightly and shot into the sky. What is the principle behind this? Chapter 52. The Transformation of Stark. Director, perhaps you might want to take a look at this. Phil Coulson produced an envelope from his person and gently placed it before Nick Fury. Upon opening the envelope, Fury discovered 2 photographs within. The first image depicted a blurry figure soaring through the sky alongside Stark and Ethan, the indistinct shape barely discernible as a dark spot. It was evident that this obscured figure was the result of the individual's choice not to conceal themselves. In truth, the decision to fully reveal oneself was a consequence of influences that even the individual, Liao, could not fully comprehend. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had reached a level of prowess that could be deemed planetary. There were scarcely any on Earth capable of challenging him. Fury, studying the photograph, cast a puzzled glance at Coulson. What is this? Just a mere dark spot. It reveals nothing. Before Coulson could respond, Fury retrieved the second photograph. This one was significantly clearer. Liao held Stark and Ethan, one in each hand. Notably, Ethan's complexion appeared somewhat green, likely due to his fear of heights. Is this Stark? Fury's attention was immediately drawn to Stark, who was positioned beside Liao. Given Stark Industries' colossal stature and its unique role in weapon manufacturing, Fury had always kept a watchful eye on Stark. Of course, these were merely superficial reasons. The very establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. had roots in Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father. At this moment, Fury seemed to grasp the implications. Are they flying through the sky? Coulson nodded in affirmation. Indeed. And they reached a speed of 10 Mach. That is impossible, Fury exclaimed upon hearing Coulson's confirmation. The shockwave generated at 10 Mach could instantly raise the temperature of the air to hundreds, if not thousands, of degrees. Although Fury was aware of enhanced individuals, he questioned whether such velocity was exaggerated. Judging by the speed, the young man in the photograph possessed a physical resilience akin to that of nickel-based superalloys. Furthermore, could he truly orbit the Earth within mere hours? Unaware of Liao's biological force field, Fury formulated his speculations based on his own understanding. Coulson, observing his superior's stunned demeanor, felt a sense of shared astonishment upon viewing the photograph, especially with the agent who captured it asserting the speed achieved. However, the truth remained. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents were far too occupied to fabricate an extraordinary being merely to intimidate their superior. Recognizing Coulson's serious expression, Fury understood that the events depicted in the photograph were indeed genuine. Then I must ascertain why Tony Stark is in the company of such a superhuman. Fury contemplated, using the term superhuman to characterize Liao. The enormity of Stark Industries was unparalleled, and Tony Stark himself was an exceptionally brilliant scientist. Fury was primarily concerned that if Stark were to be swayed and join forces with such a superhuman entity, it could potentially lead to the outright subversion of America. In truth, Fury was merely overthinking. If Ruaya truly desired it, dominating not just America, but even the Earth and the entire universe would merely require a bit of time basking in the sun. Concerning this young man, we have conducted our investigations. Here lies the report about him. Prior to high school, he exhibited no extraordinary traits, save for his robust physique. However, as graduation approached, the Patriot? At this stage, was operating with remarkable efficiency, and Ruoya's unhidden tracks were fully laid out in the documents. Thus, the death of Jin Bing was indeed related to him. In recent days, Jin Bing's demise had also burdened Fury with considerable work. He had only just uncovered the existence of the Patriot when the main subject was caught on camera. Indeed, Coulson remarked with a hint of astonishment. It was unexpected that someone like Jin Bing would meet his end at the hands of this youth. Following Jin Bing's death, not only did his assets attract scrutiny from various parties, but more crucially, the abrupt severance of ties between him and numerous high-ranking officials led to disputes over interests. Huff. Fury exhaled, pondering, and suddenly a thought struck him. Could we perhaps recruit him for our cause? Given that S.H.I.E.L.D. was currently short-staffed, Fury began to consider the feasibility of enlisting Ruya. Perhaps? Coulson scratched his head, following Fury's line of thought. The more Fury contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. The title he bestowed upon himself was the Patriot. Perhaps he was simply a youth harboring dreams of being a superhero? Such a young man, if treated with respect and offered some honor, could easily be swayed to our side. Unbeknownst to Fury, had he approached Ruoya earlier with the proposition of prestige, Ruoya might have indeed acquiesced. However, now that the Patriot template had been fully established, the allure of prestige had diminished significantly. Furthermore, since they had decided to engage with the Patriot, it would be prudent to plan ahead and also send someone to connect with Tony Stark. What Fury referred to as contact actually meant dispatching Natasha Romanoff, also known as Black Widow, to meet with Tony Stark. Hell's Kitchen. Has the school really been completed so swiftly? Finally free from the nightmare of the Ten Rings, Tony Stark mused as he gazed upon the school. Despite nearly perishing abroad, his mindset at this moment was markedly different. Having witnessed the fine line between life and death, and having seen firsthand the immense harm his own weapons had inflicted upon the world, Stark couldn't help but reflect on himself. Perhaps upon returning, I should close the weapons development and sales divisions. Yes, that is precisely what I shall do. Tony Stark's gaze grew resolute. This was also the reason Ruoya had initially refrained from warning him about the dangers posed by the Ten Rings. Without this experience, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Tony Stark to become the esteemed Iron Man, willing to sacrifice himself for the entirety of humanity. However, at this moment, upon hearing Stark's resolute determination, Luya couldn't help but chuckle and inquire, "Do you feel a twinge of guilt in your heart? Or do you believe that Stark Industries' cessation of arms sales could truly diminish the wars plaguing our world? Surely, you are aware of who the world's largest arms dealer is. Are you not? War is an indelible melody in the Marvel Universe, resonating through both Earth and the cosmos." "No," Stark replied, his gaze flickering, "at the very least. I cannot be the executioner." Having witnessed the devastation wrought upon civilians by his own weapons, Stark had already resolved within his heart. "Luya." Stark turned to face Luya. "Let us collaborate. With your strength and my creativity, together we can undoubtedly transform this world." Chapter 53. The Awakening of Captain America. After conversing with Luya, Stark turned his attention to Ethan. "Ethan, you should join us. You are my savior. I can offer you 5% of Stark Industries shares. Let us collaborate." Thanks to Luya, not only did Tony Stark evade peril, but Ethan also escaped the grim fate he faced in the original film, surviving against all odds. 5% of Stark Industries is no trifling amount, especially considering that Stark Industries is not solely under Tony Stark's dominion. Ethan, being an esteemed scientist himself, had played a significant role in the creation of the Markai suit. Stark Industries is affluent, boasting its own extensive laboratories and research facilities. For Ethan, this opportunity is nothing short of ideal. Observing Ethan's acceptance of Stark's offer, Luya speculated that perhaps Stark's Mark armor would evolve at a pace even swifter than depicted in the film. Meanwhile, Tony Stark gazed at Luya with fervent intensity. "Luya, what say you? If you are willing to join, I am prepared to share half of my remaining shares with you." For Stark, this promise carried substantial weight. Both Stark and Ethan regarded this proposition as exceedingly fair. Luya, meeting Tony Stark's earnest gaze, refrained from hastily declining. Although the mechanical technology might offer limited enhancement to him at present, no one would ever scoff at the prospect of additional wealth. especially considering Stark Industries' boundless potential for the future. Very well, Mr. Stark, Luya nodded in agreement. It almost seemed as though Tony Stark was pleading to bestow his shares upon him. Splendid. However, Tony paused thoughtfully. You may simply call me Tony. Referring to me as Mr. Stark feels rather formal. All right, Tony, Luya chuckled, recalling the humorous quips netizens had made about the name Stark in his previous life. Meanwhile, in Times Square, a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, stood in a daze, absorbing his surroundings. He remembered his name, Steve Rogers. Yet, surrounded by towering skyscrapers and a myriad of pedestrians, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Why did the sounds around him feel so familiar? While everything he saw appeared so foreign, why were cars ubiquitous on the streets? Why did everyone's attire seem so peculiar? Had the war truly ended? Was the world at peace? Shaking his head, Steve pondered the state of this world. Just then, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Who? Startled, Steve spun around only to find a one-eyed man with a dark demeanor standing before him. It was none other than Nick Fury. Mr. Rogers. Isn't it astonishing how beautiful this society has become? Steve murmured softly. In stark contrast to the tumultuous era he once knew, everything around him now radiated an exquisite charm. Could you enlighten me about the current time? Steve felt as though he had been in a deep slumber for an eternity, yet he could not ascertain its exact duration. It is the 21st century. The war-torn days of your time have long since passed. Fury elucidated the present moment for Steve. What? Have I truly slumbered for over half a century? Realizing he no longer needed to perform or uplift spirits, Steve's expression remained anything but relaxed. Instead, he murmured, I missed an appointment. I missed an appointment. His voice trembled, burdened by the weight of a date that was 70 years overdue. Observing Steve's despondent demeanor, Fury, despite his intention to establish the Avengers and include Captain America, understood that this matter could not be rushed. Captain, perhaps you could explore this world anew and rediscover the beauty of life, he suggested. However, upon hearing the familiar title of Captain, Steve found it laced with irony. He was merely a figure from 70 years past, an emblem of hope for a nation, yet in essence, he was nothing more than a mascot for morale. Now, with 70 years gone by, he was nearing a century in age. He had even failed to keep a date with his beloved Peggy, without ever having professed his feelings to her formally. In that moment, devoid of national expectations and the shadows of war, Steve confronted his own heart. Yet there was no way to return to the past. Perhaps I should have perished 70 years ago, or remained forever encased in ice, he pondered sorrowfully. A love spanning nearly a century sounded wondrous, yet it was tinged with profound melancholy. At that moment, Steve remained unaware that Peggy was indeed alive, albeit approaching 90 years of age. He wandered aimlessly in a single direction, still feeling the surging strength within him, even growing stronger as he revived. It was the super serum at work. It was the reason he had survived the freeze. Me as the principal? Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Lua was momentarily taken aback. After glancing at Stark, Erica addressed Lua. Indeed, who else, besides Mr. Stark, could be more suited for the role of principal? Yes. Stark chimed in hastily. You know I have research to conduct. I simply cannot devote time to being the principal. Should Stark assume the role, the institution would likely be renamed Stark Academy. Very well, Lua nodded. Although the original intention behind establishing the school in Hell's Kitchen was not entirely altruistic, as it was primarily driven by a desire for prestige to elevate his homeland's standing. In terms of outcome, although the school has yet to be completed, the reputation of the protagonist in Hell's Kitchen has already reached its zenith. This reputation is not one of fear, but rather of profound respect from the populace. Consequently, even with the national framework fully established, Luya has resolved to manage this institution effectively. He understands that his power will inevitably grow stronger. However, what is the essence of living? Clearly, social interaction plays a vital role. As for whether his identity as a university student qualifies him to assume the role of principal, Luya has never given it much thought. It seems unnecessary. Thus, rather hastily, Parker Academy was born. The common residents of Hell's Kitchen were elated, for they knew that from this moment forth, the prevailing narrative would no longer be one of sin and darkness. On the very first day of Parker Academy's establishment, Hell's Kitchen witnessed Luya's grand sweep. All irredeemable gangs, along with the die-hard remnants of Jean Bing's faction, were sent to meet their fate. Chapter 54, The Predicament of Tony Stark as the leisurely days of basking in the sun drifted by. Ben Parker set down his newspaper and uttered a thought that had been carefully considered. Perhaps I should seek another part-time job? With the impending start of college, Ben was increasingly concerned about the financial situation of his son and nephew. Generally, he believed that young individuals ought to be self-sufficient. However, the tuition fees for college were undeniably steep, not to mention the additional expenses incurred during their studies. Ben was aware that his nephew Peter had a part-time job delivering pizzas, yet he had heard that Peter often had his wages docked due to meal breaks. Recently, Peter had even been dismissed by his employer following a complaint from a customer. "Dad, you need not worry about the tuition. We will manage it ourselves," Luke replied softly. He had refrained from sharing his own circumstances with Ben and had attempted to offer him some financial assistance. However, Ben had gently declined, stating, "Young man, I believe I am not yet at the stage of life where I must rely on my children for support." Ben's life, though ordinary, had been remarkable in its own right, which contributed to his resilient character. "Luke," he said, his profound gaze fixed upon his son, "you seem to be quite busy lately. Would you care to share what has been occupying your time?" It appeared that Ben had developed some suspicion regarding Luke's recent activities, much like how he had sensed changes in his nephew Peter. Luke pondered. Using Gwen as an excuse has become less effective. He refrained from confiding in Ben, knowing that his methods of handling matters could sometimes be rather extreme, potentially clashing with Ben's principles. Observing the delicate atmosphere, May did not wish for these issues to further create a rift between father and son. She suspected that Luke, like many young individuals, was simply navigating a rebellious phase. However, this was perhaps an overestimation on May's part. "Luke, you know," she said, casting a fond glance at her son, "your father merely wishes for you to avoid unnecessary detours. In our youth, the temptations of society were overwhelming." Luke smiled slightly. "I understand, Mom. But I assure you, I will uphold my inner sense of justice." Of course, this sense of justice was defined solely by Luke himself. He still withheld the truth. For someone like Ben, the concept of extraordinary powers was far too advanced. "Very well, Luke, I trust you," Ben nodded, choosing not to press the matter further. Nearby, Peter exhaled in relief. He had been genuinely worried that his recent erratic behavior might attract his uncle's scrutiny. Fortunately, with his brother Luke standing in the way, it seemed that Ben was not inclined to delve deeper into the issue. Recently, crime rates in New York had surged, and often. Even with both Peter and Gwen, the Spider-Man duo, active, it was challenging to completely quell criminal activities. At times, when faced with particularly formidable adversaries, Peter would also seek Luke's assistance. He is well aware that Luya often resides in Hell's Kitchen and manages it quite effectively. However, when confronted with his brother Peter's pleas for help, Luya typically declines under the pretext of feeling unwell. He is not a firefighter. If he were to intervene in every minor crime, it would become excessively burdensome. If he happens to encounter a situation along the way, he may resolve it. But for now, Luya primarily focuses on basking in the sun to enhance his strength. The words of the Ancient One still echo in Luya's mind. If even the Ancient One lacks confidence in confronting potential crises in the universe, it signifies that merely possessing powers on a celestial level may not suffice. At the very least, one must attain the apex of a single universe's capabilities, or even reach the multiverse level to ensure absolute certainty. Luya has contemplated the Infinity Stones, those extraordinary artifacts within the universe. However, he has no inkling of their whereabouts. Moreover, he suspects that the Infinity Stones may not be adequate. Otherwise, the Ancient One would have entrusted him with the Time Stone. Luya accessed the system panel. Superman, Steel Body, Template Unlock Progress. 15. Regarding the current unlock progress, Luya feels relatively satisfied. The only regret is that he once soared into space using the flight abilities of the Patriot template. Unfortunately, the Patriot template lacks the capacity to absorb solar radiation from yellow suns. During Superman's developmental phase, he cannot withstand excessive radiation energy at once, or else absorption would become difficult. This might also explain why Superman in the original narrative did not plunge directly into the sun in the early stages. In the external world, some events have transpired in New York during this period. The most noteworthy is undoubtedly Tony Stark's announcement to shut down Stark Industries' weapon research and sales divisions. This news, upon release, resulted in a significant drop in Stark Industries stock prices. Concurrently, internal divisions began to emerge within the company. Shareholders led by Obadiah were preparing to fracture the company. However, this time, due to Luya's intervention, Obadiah did not even have the opportunity to clandestinely create Ironmonger before meeting his demise. Luya increasingly feels that, when faced with trouble, it is far simpler to eliminate the source of the problem directly. Subsequently, Stark Industries did not languish for long. With Ethan's assistance, coupled with Luya's integration of Parker Group resources with Stark Industries, the Mark III developed at an astonishing pace. Featuring the classic red and yellow color scheme and a formidable electromagnetic pulse cannon, the only remaining hurdle to the Mark III's emergence lies in the core reactor issue. This is a challenge that Tony Stark must inevitably overcome. One day, Luya received an invitation from Stark. In Stark's private office, various virtual projection technologies were being extensively employed. However, in light of Stark Industries' current technological advancements, Luya remains rather unimpressed. Perhaps only the future Iron Man, capable of confronting the formidable father-level Thanos, could truly possess remarkable strength within the entire singular universe. At that moment, a woman appeared before Luya, clad in a shirt and a short skirt, with a cascade of crimson curls framing her face. "Greetings, I am Natasha Rushman. You must be the gentleman referred to by Tony as the captain," she said. "Tony has just completed his experiment documentation and will be here shortly." As she spoke, Natasha licked her lips, hinting at a playful undertone. Natasha Rushman was, in fact, the disguise of the infamous Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. She was aware that Luya was indeed the captain. A month prior, a colleague had attempted to recruit the captain, but the endeavor had ended in failure. The notorious captain, surprisingly, was so youthful. Chapter 55, Arranging for the Future. Despite having seen some information about Luya from Fury, Black Widow was still somewhat taken aback by Luya's youthful appearance upon their first meeting. It was difficult to fathom that someone so young could exhibit such ruthlessness in the face of adversaries. Nonetheless, SHIELD was in dire need of such talent. Black Widow contemplated that, although her mission was to remain close to Tony Stark, bringing Luya back to SHIELD might indeed delight Director Fury. At this moment, Black Widow was already aware of the existence of extraterrestrial forces and the ever-looming danger that could expose Earth. Who wouldn't desire a powerful and reliable ally? She believed she had formulated a plan to recruit Luya. In the presence of such a spirited young man, her beauty could very well be her greatest asset. Despite her slight disguise, Luya immediately recognized her striking appearance. Black Widow, indeed, was quite remarkable in her youth. Noticing her apparent intent to employ her charms, Luya's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Miss Natasha, would you care for a drink?" he inquired, taking a seat on the sofa without hesitation. "Coffee?" "Certainly." As she prepared the coffee, Natasha felt a burning gaze from behind her. While she secretly rejoiced at the plan's progress, a hint of embarrassment crept in. However, her training as an agent and past experiences allowed her to swiftly regain her composure. After a moment of observation, Luya suddenly noticed a red glow coalescing before his eyes. Was this the precursor to unlocking thermal vision? Yet, the timing for such an unveiling was hardly opportune, especially since he prided himself on being a respectable individual. Damn it! This must be the lingering influence of the template from my homeland. Indeed, Natasha could sense the intensity of Luya's gaze for good reason. With a faint blush, uncertain of how much was feigned, Natasha handed the coffee to Luya. As she leaned over, her shirt subtly revealed more than intended. Clearly, it was a deliberate maneuver. Luya, seizing the opportunity, took in the view, thinking it foolish not to indulge, even if he couldn't see everything. "I don't know, Mr. Homeland," he began, interrupting her. "Just call me Luya." "Ah, the pretense continues. Let us see who falters first," he mused. "All right, Luya," Natasha replied, playfully tossing her red curls. "I wonder if you might be free this afternoon?" Perhaps we could share a meal together. Luya raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, is this a date? Natasha appeared somewhat bashful. However, before she could respond, Luya pressed on. But aren't you Tony's assistant? With a proud posture, Natasha replied, well, employees should have their own time. Shuntive? Tony Stark's time is limited. Natasha was acutely aware that his body was ensnared in the depths of palladium poisoning due to the microreactor. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. had no effective remedies for this affliction. Norman Osborn, however, had proposed the use of a human enhancement serum. Yet, considering the concerns raised by Luya and Stark regarding the Green Goblin persona, Stark ultimately resolved against its use, given the significant side effects involved. It is worth noting that the Green Goblin persona was intrinsically linked to the Osborn lineage. The ability of the enhancement serum to amplify one's emotions was indeed a genuine concern, much akin to the super soldier serum. Nevertheless, the enhancement serum potentially harbored even greater side effects. Thus, substituting Luya for Stark within the Avengers seemed to be a viable alternative. At that moment, Fury was already in the midst of assembling the Avengers. Natasha pondered that having the more formidable Luya lead the Avengers might also be a prudent choice. Just as Natasha contemplated further, a voice resonated from outside the office. What are you discussing? I believe I heard my secretary lamenting about work hours. Am I correct? Stark pushed open the office door and entered. He was impeccably dressed, yet his countenance betrayed a profound weariness. Boss, Natasha promptly positioned herself beside Stark, as she was still nominally his secretary. Meanwhile, behind Stark, Natasha cast a seductive glance at Luya, confident that Luya would refrain from divulging her actions to Stark. However, her estimation proved flawed. Tony, a faint smile graced Luya's face, and this smile unexpectedly stirred a sense of unease within Natasha. Luya continued to smile and remarked, your secretary seems somewhat off. She was just inquiring about a date with me for the evening. Upon hearing Luya's words, Stark initially regarded Natasha with confusion. At this juncture, Stark had begun to harbor suspicions about Natasha's true identity, yet he remained captivated by her beauty. Soon, however, he regained his composure. Luya, you know, Stark said with a dismissive curl of his lip, if you wish to go out, I have no objections. In Stark's eyes, no allure could eclipse the importance of Luya. In matters such as these, Stark was quite discerning. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of his severe palladium poisoning, which was nearing a breaking point, prompting thoughts of arranging his affairs. Luya contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. Perhaps it's best to refrain. If it were anyone else, it might be different. But the Black Widow holds significant weight within the Avengers. She later willingly sacrificed herself to obtain the Soul Stone to save those obliterated by Thanos' snap. For this, Luya expressed his respect. Very well, Stark shrugged. He then shifted the conversation to the matter at hand. In truth, I summoned you today primarily regarding other matters. Stark carefully chose his words, striving to mask his frailty from Luya. If, Luya, would you be willing to assume the role of CEO of the company? In the film, Stark was initially prepared to appoint Pepper as CEO. However, at that moment, Stark completely abandoned this notion. He believed that should he meet his demise, appointing Luya as the CEO of Stark Industries might indeed be the wisest choice. After all, while Pepper possessed the requisite abilities, she lacked the gravitas to command respect. In contrast, Luya required no such prestige to garner authority. Observing Stark's feigned nonchalance, Luya deliberately replied, what is the matter, Tony? You seem to be preparing for your last rites. Can you really perceive that? He remarked, disregarding Natasha who stood nearby. Then, Luya uttered a statement that sent Stark into a fervor. It's merely palladium poisoning. There's no need to prepare for a farewell, is there? What if I have a solution? Chapter 56. Little Pepper. The reason for Tony Stark's impending demise is simply his inability to find an alternative element to replace palladium. Furthermore, due to his reluctance to relinquish his Iron Man identity, Stark is equally unwilling to cease using the palladium-powered reactor. Luya recalls that a potential solution may lie among the relics left behind by his father, Howard. In the film, Stark discovers clues within these artifacts that ultimately lead him to a new energy source capable of substituting palladium. As for Howard's remnants, Luya glances at Natasha, sensing that this clue may originate from S.H. I-E-L-D. Fury later prompts Stark to seek hints from Howard's possessions, thereby affirming this notion. Whether Fury's intentions are tinged with ulterior motives remains uncertain. Upon hearing Luya mention a possible remedy for his palladium poisoning, Stark initially feels a flicker of hope, only to be engulfed by despondency shortly thereafter. He trusts Liyua's prowess, yet understands that finding a substitute for palladium cannot be achieved solely through brute strength. It necessitates intellectual endeavor and scientific inquiry. Stark is confident that his own capabilities in scientific research rank among the finest in the world. With this thought, Stark offers a wry smile to Luya, saying, "Luya, though I am unsure how you came to know of my palladium poisoning, I appreciate your concern. However, replacing palladium is no simple task." Observing Stark's evident disheartenment, Luya inquires, "Why not cease using the palladium reactor? Is the Iron Man persona truly more precious than your very life?" The reactor not only powers the magnetic device that keeps the shrapnel from reaching Stark's heart, but it also energizes the Mark suits. After pondering Luyua's question, Stark replies, "Luya, I must confess, I envy you. Your physical prowess surpasses that of ordinary humans. And even as Iron Man, I am no match for you. More importantly, your abilities come without adverse effects." Since becoming Iron Man, Stark has perceived himself as a superhero, perhaps partly as atonement for the destruction wrought by the weapons produced by Stark Industries. After a brief pause, Stark continues, "If I were to cease using the reactor from this moment on, I might indeed extend my life for a few more years. Yet, the price would be the loss of my Iron Man identity, and I might even struggle to maintain normal mobility. Without the miniature nuclear reactor, Stark would require alternative devices to power the magnetic apparatus." Luya nods in understanding, recognizing that perceptions of life vary greatly among individuals. Some prioritize the quality of life over its duration. Clinging to existence while beset by illness pales in comparison to perishing in the guise of Iron Man. Perhaps it is at this moment that Stark's awareness of the impending sacrifice he would make, snapping his fingers, began to take form. As he speaks, he loosens his tie and shirt, revealing a chest marred by dark veins. In the center, there was a circular luminous device, the micronuclear reactor. Its existence not only brought forth Iron Man, but also inflicted suffering upon Tony Stark. Natasha, observing the black veins protruding from Stark's chest, gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend the extent of palladium's corrosive effects on him. Tony. At that moment, the door to Stark's office was suddenly flung open. A woman in high heels strode in with purpose. "Tony, why have you transferred 10% of the shares to me?" She was aware that Stark had already divided his own shares among others, including a portion to Ethan, leaving him with a diminished stake. Yet, he had unreservedly allocated 10% of his shares to her, especially during a period when they were at odds. This left Pepper perplexed regarding Stark's true intentions. If it was meant as an apology, the gesture seemed excessively extravagant, particularly as they had yet to confirm their romantic relationship. Despite Stark's transformation into Iron Man and significant character growth, a remnant of his playboy persona lingered, particularly evident in his close rapport with Natasha, which stirred jealousy within Pepper. Luya watched as Pepper marched in with an air of indignation, shaking her head with a smile. The scene resembled one where Stark had usurped her shares. Upon hearing Pepper's voice, Stark's expression betrayed a moment of panic. He had chosen to entrust the company to Luya rather than appoint Pepper as CEO, opting instead to bestow her with a mere 10% stake. Thus, it was clear that Stark's affection for Pepper was genuine, as even Ethan and Happy, who had saved his life, received only a fraction of shares. After hastily donning his clothing, Stark composed himself, adopting a neutral expression as he turned to her. "Well, it's my company, and I can allocate shares as I please, can't I?" Tony was aware of Pepper's feelings for him and sought to downplay the impact of his near-death experience on her. "You are always so arrogant, Tony." Observing Stark's indifferent demeanor softened Pepper's expression. Despite his experience in romantic affairs, Stark found it challenging to feign indifference in the presence of his beloved. Suddenly, Pepper noticed a small segment of black vein peeking out from Stark's disheveled clothing. "Tony, what is this?" she exclaimed, reaching out to unfasten his shirt. She was aware that his health had deteriorated but was oblivious to the severity of his condition. As the petite figure of Pepper approached, Stark was evidently flustered. he exclaimed. "Pepper, please don't do this. There are others present." However, his plea fell on deaf ears. Pepper's gaze fell upon the grave condition of his chest. "Oh no," she gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with sorrow. "You never told me your illness had progressed to this extent." As Pepper threw herself into his arms, Stark's expression shifted to one of helplessness. Initially, with Loya's presence at the company, he had intended to keep his condition from Pepper. Regrettably, the truth had come to light today. "Tony, you need not feel this way. As I mentioned earlier, there are alternatives to palladium. Perhaps you should examine the relics left behind by your father. You may uncover the solution you seek." Loya spoke softly, seemingly mindful not to intrude upon the embrace shared by the two. Chapter 57. The Arrival of Thor. In truth, the Superman template has endowed Loya with a more astute intellect. However, relying solely on Loya to discover a clean energy substitute for palladium would be an arduous and uncertain endeavor. After all, Loya has yet to fully harness the complete potential of his steel physique. On the other hand, should he attain the full power of the Superman-like form, he might uncover alternative solutions. Upon hearing Loya mention the potential existence of new elemental clues within his father's old possessions that could replace palladium, Stark's spirits were once again invigorated. It seemed that the director of SHIELD was also aware of this matter, was he not? Loya was uncertain whether Fury knew of the new elemental clues hidden among Stark's father's artifacts. Nonetheless, in the films, Fury indeed guided Stark. Loya mentioned this merely to caution Stark against being ensnared by falsehoods. Thus, Loya turned once more to Natasha, smiling as he asked, "Isn't that right, Ms. Natasha? Or should I say Ms. Black Widow?" At that moment, Stark failed to recognize Natasha's true identity. Consequently, when he heard Loya refer to her as Black Widow, he gazed at her with astonishment. "So, you are with SHIELD. He could hardly believe that his secretary was, in fact, an embedded agent of SHIELD. The notion of betrayal by someone so close was particularly intolerable for Stark, regardless of her alluring appearance. Faced with her identity being unveiled, Natasha's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. According to the intelligence from the agency, Loya should have been completely oblivious to her true self. Yet, contemplating this was futile. She understood that Director Fury's plan to recruit Stark was likely on the verge of collapse. "Tony," Natasha said, meeting Stark's furious gaze, "the director means no harm. He merely wishes to invite you to join us." Loya found it challenging to assess Natasha's words. It was undeniable that Fury had made significant contributions to the safety of Earth and was, in fact, a relatively dependable leader. However, he also collected weaknesses from his subordinates to maintain a balance of power. Loya could not definitively state that such behavior was wrong, but he certainly could not accept it. Tony exhaled deeply. "Very well. You may leave now, Ms. Natasha. I am officially terminating your employment." Stark had no desire to prolong the entanglement with Natasha. He simply hoped to discover the clues to the new element from his father's old possessions, just as Loya had suggested. Observing Stark's resolute demeanor, Natasha could only sigh and prepare to depart. Before leaving, she cast a lingering glance at Loya, as if attempting to decipher the secret that lay within him. Yet, Loya maintained a smiling expression, revealing nothing. In New Mexico, a man wearing sunglasses was driving a car. In the back seat, a tall, blond man dressed in a hospital gown was peacefully asleep. The man in sunglasses is an agent of SHIELD, and the individual seated in the back of the car is none other than Thor, the god of thunder, who has recently descended upon Earth. However, at this moment, Thor is temporarily sealed due to Odin's decree, and he has lost the privilege to wield his mighty hammer. Originally, it was Agent Coulson who was dispatched to assess Thor's situation, but due to unforeseen circumstances, another agent has taken his place. As the agent in sunglasses drives towards New York, bound for SHIELD, Thor awakens suddenly as the effects of the sedative wear off. Upon recognizing the one who has wronged him, Thor bellows with fury, "Mortal, do you know whom you are facing? I am Thor, son of Odin. How dare you treat me this way?" In Thor's eyes, the inhabitants of Earth are subjects under divine rule. The audacity of these mortals to provoke a god fills him with righteous indignation. With that, he swings his fist toward the car door, but despite exerting all his strength, he finds himself unable to break it open, hindered by the seal placed upon him. The agent, still driving, casts a mocking glance at Thor, clearly regarding him as a deranged lunatic. Odin? Isn't that merely a mythological figure? The agent's dismissive attitude serves only to further inflame Thor's rage. He retorts, "Mortal, you are bringing calamity upon Midgard." Determined to deliver punishment upon this backward and barbaric planet upon his return to Asgard, Thor, filled with the pride that befits a god, resolves to take action. Unable to open the door, he turns his wrath upon the agent. Although he has lost his divine powers, his combat instincts and physical prowess are far beyond that of an ordinary human. Seizing the moment when the agent is unprepared, Thor delivers a powerful punch, knocking him down. With a swift motion, he flings open the door and bolts out. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury is on the phone, attempting to persuade Stark on the other end. However, Stark's response is less than receptive. "If there's a visitor from the skies, let your agents handle it." With that, he hangs up, clearly still troubled by Natasha's situation. After a moment's contemplation, he resolves to intervene with this so-called celestial visitor. Though he is currently disinclined to heed Fury, he does believe in the existence of extraterrestrial forces. "Tony, you cannot go out. The new element is not yet fully developed. You must not overexert the armor." Pepper, anxious to prevent her boyfriend from donning the suit, grabs him firmly. Just days prior, the two had finally resolved their misunderstandings and established their relationship. Glancing at the bystander, Loya, Pepper urges, "Loya, you must talk some sense into him." Stark, unyielding in his resolve, insisted on personally addressing the matter. "I am Iron Man. I cannot simply turn a blind eye to this." With a sigh of exasperation, Lua observed the two entangled in their dispute. Having endured an excessive amount of romantic displays during his stay in Stark's office, enough with the pretense, "I shall handle it myself." Upon hearing Lua's intention to intervene, the bickering duo abruptly ceased their actions. Stark chuckled and remarked, "Return swiftly, we shall continue our festivities tonight. Daytime for research, nighttime for revelry." Indeed, a perfect balance. Lua raised an eyebrow, contemplating the beauty of such a life, a descent into decadence. Activating his superhuman vision, he pinpointed a figure in a photograph on Stark's phone, sent by Fury. Could it be Thor? With a resounding boom, Lua vanished from the window. Chapter 58, Odin's Gaze. At this juncture, Thor had yet to forge connections on Earth, known as Midgard. In his eyes, the mortals of Midgard appeared pitiably weak and remarkably primitive. The agent from S.H.I.E.L.D., clad in sunglasses, was not particularly formidable. Although Thor's divine powers were curtailed by Odin, his physical prowess remained extraordinarily high. Despite his relatively late arrival, Thor had already endured numerous battles. Thus, the agent's defeat was quite inevitable. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance system was tracking Thor's location but refrained from sending anyone to provoke him further. Outside a burger joint, Thor held a bag containing approximately a dozen hamburgers. Suddenly, a female employee dashed out. "Hey, handsome, you forgot to pay." If not for Thor's towering and striking presence, she might have suspected he intended to dine and dash. "Money?" Thor awkwardly scratched his head, clad in ill-fitting attire. His muscles strained against the fabric, a shirt he had taken from the subdued agent. The female employee observed the flustered Thor, regretting that she was already committed and lacked funds. Otherwise, if time could rewind a decade, she would gladly treat this handsome stranger, hoping for a delightful story to unfold. Thor, in contrast to his earlier demeanor towards the agent, treated the female employee with kindness. Just as the situation became slightly awkward, another tall figure emerged from behind Thor. "How much?" "I'll cover it." Leah brandished a handful of cash, handing it all to the female employee without hesitation. "Wow, another blonde hunk." The employee's face lit up with admiration as she beheld Leah, who was not only comparable to Thor, but possessed an even colder demeanor. Thor, witnessing someone willing to pay for him, felt a surge of happiness. It seemed that not all mortals of Midgard were as rude as the previous fellow. "Thank you." Though grateful, Thor's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of his hammer. At that moment, Mjolnir still symbolized his identity and divine power. He fantasized about returning to Asgard upon reclaiming his hammer. Observing Thor's ill-fitting shirt and trousers, Luyua's expression turned slightly bemused. If memory served him correctly, the agent who had escorted Thor back to Shield in a photograph sent to Tony by Fury seemed to be wearing that very outfit. At this moment, Thor suddenly halted after taking a few steps. He realized he had no idea where he was in Midgard. During his unconsciousness, he had been brought to New York by the agent, leaving him oblivious to his original arrival point on Earth. Come. Thor extended a hand, murmuring Mjolnir's name, attempting to summon it forth. Alas, he has once again met with failure. Devoid of divine power and under the decree of Odin, the All-Father, this phase of Thor stands no chance of connecting with Mjolnir. Cursed be the circumstances. With a profane exclamation, Thor's expression grew increasingly agitated. Without divine strength, he could not summon the hammer, and without the hammer, how could he hope to regain his power? As articulated in the original film, Thor did not yet comprehend that the existence of the god of thunder is contingent upon the essence of the thunder god himself, rather than merely wielding the hammer to attain the title. Brother, Loya called out, observing Thor's aimless wandering. If you do not mind, I can arrange a place for you to rest. The refuge Loya proposed was certainly not the Shield facility. Rather, he intended to take the god of thunder to Stark's domain. With his divine abilities, Thor's strength surpassed planetary levels. Moreover, with the passage of time, Thor's power would continue to escalate. For instance, in the film, he was capable of contending with Thanos, indicating that his prowess had nearly ascended to the level of a demigod. However, upon hearing Loya's suggestion, Thor cast a wary glance in his direction. Previously, an agent in sunglasses had deceived him with a similar rationale, planting seeds of doubt in Thor's heart regarding such propositions. Thus, he promptly declined Loya's offer. Very well. Loya waved his hand, but what if I were to assist you in reclaiming your hammer? Were it anyone else, Loya would have forcibly taken them back by now. But Thor was a different matter. He was the son of Odin. The might of the old king was at its zenith, a level of authority far beyond Loya's current reach. In truth, Odin was watching over his son, also observing Loya. However, due to the peculiarities of Midgard and his prior discussions with the Ancient One, Odin was curious to see just how much potential lay within Midgard, a realm that had once birthed a being as powerful as the Ancient One. Thus, Loya's concerns were entirely unwarranted. Mjolnir held immense significance for Thor, and upon hearing Loya's willingness to help him retrieve the hammer, he readily acquiesced. But how do you know I am seeking Mjolnir? That is of little consequence. Simply tell me whether you wish to proceed. Very well. Yet, in Thor's mind, he pondered that if he could obtain Mjolnir, he would be able to summon the Bifrost and return home. Upon hearing Thor's agreement, Loya swiftly grasped him, preparing to fly away. You? Thor was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of fury, clearly suspecting that Loya was attempting to deceive him. Cunning mortal. He reached out to push Loya away. However, overly reliant on his divine power and the hammer, while physically stronger than an average man, his speed was akin to that of an infant before Loya. With a gust of wind, Loya deftly sidestepped Thor's arm and placed his hand on the latter's shoulder. You? Feeling as though Luyua's arm were branded onto his shoulder, Thor's face flushed crimson, yet he did not dare to displace Luyua's arm. This only fueled his ire and left him questioning his own worth. Even devoid of divine power and with Mjolnir absent, his mortal form ought not to be inferior to that of a mere human, should it? Beyond the confines of the planet, in Asgard, Odin observed Thor's disheartening demeanor with a mixture of resignation and concern. He sensed that Luya had yet to ascend beyond the planetary level, remaining at a tier comparable to that of a celestial being. Thus, it was evident that his son Thor's strength was likely on par with Luyua's. Chapter 59. Am I too innocent? Yet, despite being of planetary caliber, Luyua's physical prowess evidently overshadowed that of Thor. Odin gazed at his son with a gaze filled with complexity. He felt an immense relief for having recognized this issue in time and sending Thor to Midgard for refinement. The problem with Thor was his excessive reliance on divine power and his enchanted Mjolnir, neglecting the inherent strength that resided within him as the god of thunder. How could a deity, rendered feeble after the loss of divine power, ever assume the monumental responsibilities of Asgard? Odin was acutely aware that his lifespan was dwindling, leaving Thor precious little time to grow. The universe was teeming with formidable beings. In the depths of space, Thanos was ruthlessly slaughtering, preparing to gather the Infinity Stones. At this juncture, he had ascended to a near-atom level of power but dared not approach Earth or the Nine Realms due to the presence of Ancient One and King Odin. Now, with the Ancient One deceased and Odin's days numbered, once the latter's time came to an end, Thanos would be free of all constraints. On Earth, while Thor remained stunned by Luya's overwhelming strength, he soon felt the shockwaves emanating from the Midgardians. Grasping Thor's shoulder, Luya bent his knees slightly. The biofield expanded, enveloping both himself and Thor. Following that, a surge of speed erupted at 10 Mach. Boom. In the deserts of New Mexico, Luya swiftly arrived at the location of the God of Thunder's hammer, guided by the coordinates sent by Tony. Thud. Descending with Thor, Luya released his grip. Cough. After experiencing the dizzying flight, Thor exhaled deeply, calming his wildly racing heart. Although Asgardians were divine beings, their race did not possess the capability of flight. Thor looked at Luya with a complex expression. Luya, is it? You are the strongest mortal I have ever encountered. Based on Luya's earlier display, even the proud Thor had to acknowledge in his heart that the other's strength might rival, if not exceed, his own peak. Yet, Thor was reluctant to accept that he, the mighty god of thunder and son of King Odin, could possibly be outmatched by a mere mortal. As he cast his gaze towards Mjolnir, encased within a transparent shield, his thoughts began to stir once more. At the very least, he had located Mjolnir, hadn't he? Thus, Thor extended a hand once more. Come on, Mjolnir. Come here. Mjolnir. Mjolnir? His voice shifted from deep longing to confusion, then to heartbreak. He had to admit that his inability to summon Mjolnir was not due to distance. It was a complete sealing of his powers, leaving him utterly powerless. Why, father? The light in Thor's eyes gradually dimmed. He could endure many things, but the inability to resonate with Mjolnir was truly unbearable. Nearby, several onlookers, intrigued by the commotion, turned to observe the scene. As the lure descended, despite its reduced velocity, the sound of sonic booms persisted. However, with the swirling dust of the desert, once it settled, a young woman approached. Hello, are you here for an exploration as well? She inquired. That hammer seems peculiar. I wonder what material it is made from. It's so small, yet we cannot even move it with a vehicle. This was Jane Foster, the girlfriend of Thor in the film. At this moment, she, as an astrophysicist, was drawn to this place by the phenomena surrounding the god of Thunder's hammer. Thor, still engulfed in sorrow over his inability to summon Mjolnir, suddenly found a flicker of hope upon hearing Jane's words. If he could not summon it, he could still take it as its rightful owner. With this thought, hope reignited in Thor's eyes as he approached the hammer. As he walked, he declared, Mjolnir is the symbol of the thunder god. Only I possess the strength to wield her. You mere mortals could never lift her. As he spoke, his gaze brimmed with affection, leaving Jane Foster momentarily entranced. To those who understood, it was merely a hammer. To the uninitiated, one might think Mjolnir was a beauty. She then glanced at the man accompanying Thor, Loya. Ahem. His mind seems a bit clouded, you see, Loya remarked with a smirk. Oh, is that so? What a shame for such a handsome man. Jane Foster replied, her expression one of realization. Ahead, upon overhearing Loya's light-hearted jest, Thor's lips twitched in irritation. Had he not known Loya was beyond his capabilities, he would have surely engaged him in a contest. Upon reaching Mjolnir, Jane's companions parted to allow her passage. Come on, Meow Meow, let me take you home. Behind them, Loya's wristwatch suddenly beeped. Upon answering, Stark's voice came through. Loya, how's it going? Encountered someone interesting? Loya glanced at the somewhat dazed Thor and replied, Tony. I'll introduce you later. You'll definitely like him. Thor, despite his vast experience in battle, remained terrifyingly innocent, still very much a child at heart. Loya was curious about how Thor would react upon meeting Stark during his Playboy days. Meanwhile, Thor lifted the glass cover and grasped Mjolnir with determination. With all my might, he exclaimed. Yet, as he felt the hammer remain utterly unmoved, his heart shattered completely. Just then, Jane Foster approached him, unable to suppress her laughter. "So, how is it? Oh, mighty god of thunder?" Jane perceived the hammer's weight to be several tons. Otherwise, it would not remain completely still under the force of a vehicle. In Asgard, Odin observed his son with an inscrutable gaze. He cast a magical curse upon the hammer, rendering the powerless Thor incapable of lifting it through mere physical strength. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Lua approached Thor and gently patted his shoulder. Then, with a swift motion, he effortlessly lifted the hammer from the ground. HM? Gazing at the hammer in his hand, Lua was, to be honest, somewhat taken aback. Firstly, he was certain that he did not lift the hammer through physical prowess alone. Lua recalled that the curse upon the god of thunder's hammer did not merely augment its weight. To wield it, one must possess a strength akin to that of Odin, or alternatively, rely on an indomitable spirit and unwavering conviction. Much like Captain America and Vision in the films, one embodying righteousness and strength, while the other possesses a pure heart. Ah, does the hammer deem me a person of righteous spirit and innocence? Lua introspected, unable to quell his doubts. Chapter 60. The Gathering of the Team. The fact that Lua could lift Mjolnir already attests to the strength of his spirit. However, standing beside Lua, Thor remained oblivious to this truth. To him, Mjolnir was not merely a symbol of his identity as the god of thunder, it embodied the essence of his beloved. It was disheartening enough that his divine powers had been sealed by his father, Odin. What was worse, even Mjolnir had ceased to acknowledge him. The thought that it could be wielded by another shattered Thor's heart, leaving him feeling as though his entire world had crumbled. He muttered, "Meow meow? No. Well?" Although it was indeed astonishing that Lua could lift such an unusual hammer, Thor's sorrow was palpable. At that moment, Jane Foster approached. Naturally, she was astounded that Lua could wield the peculiar hammer, especially since she and her companions had tried various means to move it without success. Yet, she found Thor's downcast expression rather perplexing. Why was he so affected? He was a grown man. The hammer did not belong to him. Why mourn over something he could not lift? Unbeknownst to Jane was Thor's true identity, and thus she failed to comprehend the significance of Mjolnir to him. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such heart-wrenching words. Indeed, upon hearing Jane's insensitive remark, Thor's expression grew even more sorrowful, as if tears were on the verge of spilling from his eyes. Asgard. The All-Father Odin continued to gaze upon Midgard, observing Lua's ability to lift Mjolnir. His single eye narrowed slightly. He sensed that the aura emanating from Lua was far from that of righteousness. However, having endured the passage of time, he had long ceased to judge individuals solely based on notions of good and evil. Regarding his son Thor, Odin felt a tinge of disappointment. Thor's excessive reliance on his divine powers and Mjolnir was detrimental to his future growth. For instance, should he lose his divine power, Thor would find himself stripped of most of his strength. This vulnerability could prove perilous in the face of forthcoming challenges, be it magic, divine power, or physical strength. There existed the potential for counteraction. A diverse development was essential to garner sufficient strength against various adversaries and trials. Midgard. After acquiring the hammer of the god of thunder, Lua returned to New York with Thor. Naturally, they did not head to S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather directly to Stark Tower. Lua held his own thoughts about the Avengers depicted in the films. Firstly, Thanos' strength should lie somewhere between the level of a celestial and that of a god, though this could not be definitively ascertained until they met face to face. The crux of the matter hinged upon whether Thanos donned the Infinity Stones upon his arrival. Otherwise, even with just one Infinity Stone, Thanos' power would undoubtedly reach the level of a god. Moreover, when Thanos amassed all 6 stones and snapped his fingers, the devastation unleashed would escalate to a terrifying, universe-level magnitude. Luoyu possesses a profound awareness of his current strength, which he perceives to be at the planetary level. However, the transition from planetary to subdivine status appears to be even more arduous than the leap from divine level to a singular universe level. Much like Superman at various stages, during his time as the Man of Steel, he required substantial exposure to yellow sun radiation to enhance his abilities. Yet once he attained the power of thought, his strength expanded rapidly and boundlessly. Therefore, he is uncertain whether he can elevate his Man of Steel progress to its zenith before the arrival of Thanos. Hence, Enlisting some allies becomes essential. Moreover, Luoya harbors serious doubts regarding the luck that seems to accompany the Avengers. The quintessential example being the evenly matched Captain America. Theoretically, Captain America in the film should only possess the strength of a super soldier. The fact that he needs to catch his breath after leaping from a tall building with his vibranium shield indicates that he is far from the planetary level. In contrast, Thanos has long since roamed the cosmos, having ravaged numerous planets. The ability to effortlessly annihilate planets is a testament to his power, which undeniably surpasses that of subdivine beings. Yet, Captain America manages to hold his ground against such a formidable foe. At Stark Industries, a voice inquired, "Oh, Luoya, who is this handsome fellow?" It was Happy. Gazing enviously at Thor's physique, his admiration almost palpable. "A friend of mine. By the way, where's Tony?" At this juncture, Happy and Luoya had grown somewhat familiar, and, in truth, Luoya was technically Happy's superior. After Stark allocated a portion of his shares to Pepper Potts, Luoya's shareholding had even surpassed Stark's own. "Oh, Tony? He was just in the office." Indicating his awareness, Luoya led the somewhat dazed Thor toward Tony's private office. At the office entrance, a green light scanned the door frame, which then automatically swung open. This was a facial skin unlock system designed by Stark to prevent unauthorized personnel from entering his office. As for Luoya, Stark had long ago recorded his facial and fingerprint data, granting him unrestricted access. However, after today, Stark would come to regret having entered Luoya's details. Upon pushing the door open, Luoya discovered two figures nestled together on the sofa. It appeared that Stark was resting on Pepper's chest, seemingly seeking solace. "Oh, S." Recognizing the intrusion, Stark sprang to his feet, hastily wiping the remnants of tears from his eyes. Luoya clearly discerned the tear stains. In contrast to Stark, Pepper exhibited a greater degree of composure, remaining unfazed. During Luoya's absence, Stark had successfully identified a new element to replace palladium. All that remained was to upgrade the reactor with it. This joyous revelation was the reason for Stark and Pepper's embrace. Surviving meant Stark could continue to revel in life, brimming with creativity yet to be unveiled. Upon recognizing that the newcomer was Luoya, Stark exhaled a sigh of relief, simultaneously attempting to divert the conversation. He then directed his gaze towards Thor, pondering whether this blonde giant was indeed the individual Fury sought. With his innocent eyes and clumsy demeanor, Thor certainly resembled a simpleton at that moment. However, as Luoya ran his fingers through his hair and glanced at his well-defined muscles, he couldn't help but question the validity of Stark's characterization. Was it possible that Stark, feeling thwarted by Luoya's interruption of his plans, was deliberately mocking him? Ahem. Stark cleared his throat, his gaze slightly evasive. "Surely not, Luoya. We are like brothers." Chapter 61. Tony's gift. Upon hearing Stark refer to himself as a fool, Thor regained his composure. His heart was merely heavy with sorrow. He was not truly foolish. He bellowed, "Hey, mortal, mind your words. I am Thor, son of Odin, Prince of Asgard, God of Thunder." After declaring his grand titles, Thor glared fiercely at Stark. However, he refrained from resorting to violence this time, primarily due to the immense pressure exerted by Luoya, which made him wary of underestimating others. Stark had merely intended to jest, poking fun at Luoya. Yet upon hearing Thor's extensive list of titles, he began to genuinely question Thor's intellect. "Are you serious?" Stark asked, casting a doubtful glance at Luoya. "I recall a saying from a certain insignificant territory of our nation, something about H&W?" Noticing Stark's bewilderment, Luoya chuckled and shook his head. "Tony, what if I told you that what he just said is true?" "Really? How is that possible?" Stark turned to Pepper, who wore an equally incredulous expression. Consequently, Stark patted Luoya's shoulder, stating, "Luoya, that joke was rather cold." Nevertheless, beneath his jest, Stark felt an unsettling apprehension brewing within him. After his fallout with Black Widow, Fury had reached out to Stark, sharing his predicaments and expressing a desire for Stark to join the Avengers. One of the reasons for the invitation was the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. Initially, Stark had dismissed the notion. However, observing Luoya's earnest demeanor compelled him to reconsider the possibility of alien life. Yet, Thor's current appearance did not resemble that of the legendary God of Thunder. Stark found himself perplexed by this self-proclaimed Thor, who, despite exuding a modicum of presence, appeared somewhat intimidated by Rhea. Tony, Rhea pulled out a chair and sat down, explaining, "Deities do indeed exist." Indeed. Thor nodded in agreement. It seems there are indeed intelligent beings in this backward realm of Midgard. Of course, Rhea shot Thor a glance. But I am not referring to such weaklings as you. In Rhea's view, true deities in the Marvel Universe should encompass entities akin to the 5 primordial beings or the legendary Gaia, who was said to have created Asgard. However, Rhea harbored doubts regarding humanity's creation by Gaia. Regardless, upon hearing Rhea dismiss his divine status, Thor was eager to retort. "If you acknowledge my identity as the god of thunder, why then do you dispute my status as a deity?" At this stage, Thor placed immense importance on his identity. Being the god of thunder was the source of his pride, though he did not consider himself a mere deity. Luoya shook his head, asserting that, aside from other considerations, there were many in Midgard who could easily vanquish him. "Do you truly believe that a deity could be as feeble as you and be defeated by so-called mortals?" He then turned to Stark and Pepper, elucidating that Midgard was the term Asgardians used to refer to Earth. Upon hearing Luoya's claim that many in Midgard surpassed him, a look of skepticism deepened on Thor's face. In his estimation, Luoya was the pinnacle of Midgard's combat prowess, a guardian, a god of war. The notion that others might be stronger than him seemed utterly implausible. Luoya chuckled, fully aware of Thor's perspective. Yet, the reality was as such. For instance, comparing Ancient One to Thor was undoubtedly an unfair match. Take the Hulk, for example. His feats in comics, such as the Green Scar shattering a planet with a single punch, were mere trifles compared to the indomitable Hulk. Even in the films, the Hulk's sheer strength was extraordinary, epitomizing raw power. As for the Asgardians, their longevity granted them an advantage, and their physical attributes were indeed superior to those of Midgardians. However, beyond that, most Asgardians were not overwhelmingly strong, were they? After all, one's strength was contingent upon lineage. If Thor doubted that many in Midgard could defeat him, that was perfectly acceptable. He would witness it in due time. Alternatively, once he regained his divine powers, they could engage in battle again. Thor, inheriting Odin's bloodline, was, in Luoya's view, destined to be a key player in the fight against Thanos. Although Luoya claimed that Thor was not a true deity, it was undeniable that divine blood flowed through his veins. "All right, Luoya," Stark said, still struggling to accept the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. However, upon reflection, the emergence of someone like Luoya, who resembled a superhuman, made the existence of alien civilizations seem less far-fetched. "By the way, I have prepared a gift for you over the past few days." With that, Stark rose and led Luoya to his laboratory. "Come along, you too, God of Thunder." Thor emphasized his title as he followed suit. In the laboratory, surrounded by an array of metallic components, Luoya realized this was where Stark developed the Iron Man suits. Indeed, Stark soon spoke, "Jarvis, is there anything you require assistance with?" The elegant and resonant voice of Stark's artificial intelligence filled the room. "Please bring forth the gift I prepared for Luoya." "Certainly, sir," Jarvis responded. As the words fell, numerous mechanical arms extended, swiftly assembling parts in a red, yellow, and silver palette. Thanks to Luoya's insights, the Mark VI armor had come to fruition ahead of schedule. However, as a result, it bore various limitations and issues compared to its cinematic counterpart, leading to some discrepancies in appearance. However, the most pivotal alteration lies in the inverted triangular reactor at the chest, the third-generation reactor, which remains undeniably impressive. In a mere span of a minute, the armor was fully assembled. What do you think? The Mark VI, complemented by my third-generation reactor, has replaced palladium with a new element. Of course, Luoya is not particularly fearful of radiation. Observing the classic color scheme of the Mark VI, a smile graced Luoya's lips as he sincerely expressed his gratitude to Stark. "Thank you, Tony. I truly appreciate this gift." The earlier generations of armor were overly cumbersome, while the subsequent nanomaterial armor lost the metallic essence of the suit. In the original film, Luoya's favorite armor was indeed the Mark VI. "As long as you like it," Stark chuckled with pride. Who wouldn't feel elated when their invention is acknowledged by others? Chapter 62, Hulk and Abomination. Time gradually passed. In the span of a month, notable events unfolded in New York. First, there were rumors circulating about Iron Man, Stark, due to his work on the third-generation reactor and the Mark VI. Iron Man had faded from public view for a while. Just as speculation arose regarding Stark's well-being, he made a grand appearance at a press conference, fully donned in the complete Mark VI armor. Boldly declaring the return of Iron Man. Stark's safe return elicited mixed emotions among the populace. Some rejoiced while others were troubled. Next, the esteemed physicist Banner underwent significant bodily transformations due to excessive gamma radiation. Additionally, stemming from childhood trauma, another persona within Banner, Hulk, was triggered. Hulk's inaugural emergence wreaked havoc, nearly demolishing an Air Force Base laboratory located in the desert with his bare hands. At the edge of a classroom, Lua languidly leaned against the wall. The sunlight streamed in perfectly through the window, and Lua relished this serene moment. Superman, Steel Body, Unlock Progress, 24. Superman, Steel Body, Unlock Progress, 25. As the unlock progress increased by 1%, Lua sensed an indescribable energy reacting within him, enhancing his physical strength in tandem. At that moment, the watch he wore on his wrist suddenly emitted a call alert. Upon answering, Stark's voice came through. "Hey, Lua, perhaps?" "Yes, I need your help." The chaos in Stark's voice, accompanied by his labored breathing and coughing, indicated he was entangled in a troublesome situation. Lua promptly replied, "Understood, I'll be there shortly." With that, he ended the call. On the other side of New York, Stark stared at the disconnected line, muttering, "But I haven't even explained what happened yet." "Sir," the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. resonated from the Mark VI. "Your friend, Mr. Lua, is en route. Estimated time of arrival, 1 minute." J.A.R.V.I.S. deduced this based on real-time positioning from Lua's watch. 1 minute. Very well. Stark sighed in relief. As long as Lua arrived, the crisis here would likely be resolved. With that thought, he cast a disdainful glance at Thor, who lay unconscious nearby. His eyes betrayed his contempt. Is this truly the god of thunder? He had assumed this extraterrestrial being was formidable. Instead, he had been easily subdued by a few tackles. Merely a source of chaos. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Lua rose and exited the classroom. In a matter of 2 seconds, he activated his super hearing and supervision. Subsequently, he pinpointed Stark's location. In the eyes of Lua, Stark was currently being relentlessly pummeled by a green, muscular behemoth. The Hulk, perhaps? The Hulk has always held a unique position within the Marvel Universe, primarily due to the multitude of traits attributed to him. Even in his ordinary form, his strength theoretically has no limits, escalating with his anger. Of course, this remains a theoretical notion. On the streets, behind the Hulk, another green, muscular figure emerged from the ruins. Unlike the Hulk, this creature was adorned with numerous reptilian scales. Abomination, though its growth potential could not compare to that of the Hulk. In terms of initial strength, it was certainly on par with the newly emerged Hulk. Noticing Stark's struggle, Lua decided it was time to intervene. With a thunderous roar, he accelerated to a velocity of 10 Mach. Was that thunder? Surely not, as the sky was scarcely dotted with clouds. Peter gazed enviously out the window, knowing that the commotion was undoubtedly caused by his brother. Yet, Peter was a good boy, even if he was no longer a child. "Sir, Lua is approaching." Jarvis calculated the arrival time with precision, relaying the information to Stark in real time. 3, 2, 1. Boom. A powerful shockwave surged forth, followed by an explosive clap of thunder. In the sky, pilots of helicopters hovering above felt an intense gust of wind. "Oh, what the FK?" General Ross, observing the battle, witnessed Lua emerging from the dust. Slowing down the footage captured by high-speed cameras, he finally saw Lua descending from above. What was happening? First Banner, then Emil, and now another who could fly. Emil, known as Abomination, was yet another product of gamma radiation. At that moment, Stark's channel suddenly connected. "Evacuate your men. We will handle the situation from here." In truth, it was Lua who would be taking charge, but Stark felt it more impressive to phrase it thus. Upon hearing Stark's directive, Ross did not hesitate. He promptly ordered the helicopters and tanks to retreat, understanding that while modern weaponry was formidable, It was far too slow for the likes of the Hulk and Abomination. However, the genesis of this situation primarily stemmed from Abomination. The Hulk's emergence was influenced by Banner's benevolent persona, leading him to intervene. As for whether General Ross harbored intentions of capturing both the Hulk and Abomination, that remains uncertain. Gazing at the frenzied Abomination and the evidently enraged Hulk, Luya took a decisive step, rescuing the battered Stark. At that moment, Stark's Mark VI armor lay in tatters, clearly unable to withstand the combined onslaught of the Hulk and Abomination. Tony, how did it come to this? If memory serves me correctly, the clash involved Hulk and Abomination. Hulk was supposed to be the one to save the day, wasn't he? How is it that Stark ended up taking the blows? Upon hearing Ruya's bewilderment, Stark hastily tore off his tattered mask. Subsequently, he cast a resigned glance at Thor, exclaiming, "It's all because of this guy." He started with the taunts, only to be knocked out in an instant. Now, I'm left to face these two behemoths alone. Stark felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. When he received Fury's call for assistance, it was merely to deal with Abomination. Yet, the very ally who was meant to assist him, Hulk, had turned on him as well. What is this? Am I now caught in the crossfire? After listening to Stark's lamentations, Rhea chuckled and shook her head. All right, Tony. Perhaps it's time for you to rest. Chapter 63, Making Headlines. Positioned between Hulk and Abomination, Lua gazed up at their colossal forms, feeling an inexplicable discomfort within. With his legs slightly bent, Lua levitated until he was able to look down upon the two. This was a relief, observing Lua's unexpected ability to fly. Abomination's eyes widened in disbelief. Unlike Hulk, Abomination retained his intellect. What are you? He questioned, incredulously. This is illogical, isn't it? TSK, Lua's eyes twitched. Perhaps you should ponder your own identity? Neither human nor ghost. Are you? An eyesore. The so-called lie is not a sharp blade. It is the truth that cuts deep. Abomination was furious. He was genuinely enraged, for he knew all too well that he was indeed hideous. I will crush you. Abomination's eyes turned crimson, his feet pounding the ground in rage as his palms came together, striking towards Lua. Given Abomination's current strength, even a tank would struggle to withstand his might. As Lua floated in midair, making no attempt to evade, General Ross wore a puzzled expression. What is he? Waiting for death? His thoughts were not unfounded. Even Stark's armor could not endure the might of Abomination and Hulk. Nevertheless, Stark remained unperturbed. Having already faced Hulk and Abomination directly, he believed Lua could manage them without significant trouble. And so it proved. As Abomination's palms descended, Lua merely spread his arms wide. In an instant, his hands plunged into Abomination's palms. Roar. The intense pain radiating from his palms elicited a cry of anguish from Abomination. Yet before he could react further, he felt an immense force yanking at his arms. Whistle. The sound of wind surged past his ears as Abomination looked down, realizing the ground was receding from him. Moments later, Lua halted their ascent, and a more ferocious force propelled Abomination towards the earth. Upon impact, the air around them shattered with a sonic boom. Boom. Abomination was the first to be driven into the ground by Lua. A tremendous shockwave rippled through the streets, causing nearby buildings to tremble. Lua rose. Abomination, now deeply embedded in the earth, lay limp, entirely unconscious. General Ross observed the scene before him, his lips twitching. Yet no words escaped. He glanced at the invincible Lua, then at Hulk, who clearly regarded Lua with trepidation. This world has changed dramatically. Perhaps I should align with their plans. General Ross understood well that conventional methods were insufficient to threaten these superhumans. Unable to defeat them, he pondered the prospect of joining them, his mind tipping towards harnessing gamma rays to enhance himself. The Horn Daily. Oh, Peter, you consistently bring me countless surprises. Editor Jameson received several photographs from Peter depicting the recent clash between Hulk and Abomination that transpired in the neighboring district. In pursuit of tuition funds, Peter has recently taken on a part-time role at the Daily Bugle. As for how he secured this position, it naturally involved capturing images of himself in his Spider-Man guise. Yesterday, after Loya departed, Peter, after much contemplation, ultimately chose to leave the classroom. It can be said that Loya misjudged Peter's character to some extent. This time, he did not perish, and coupled with Loya's subtle influence, Peter has evolved from the bully that merely threw dust into your eyes, even in his darker days. Well, at least not entirely. Meanwhile, Thompson is understandably thrilled that Peter consistently manages to obtain first-hand photographs of Spider-Man. Of course, during this period, Jameson holds a disdain for Spider-Man, believing his actions to be criminal. Observing the stack of photos in his hands, although Jameson's heart is brimming with joy, he maintains an impassive exterior. The battle between Iron Man and the Hulk against Abomination. What an electrifying topic. However, Jameson notices that while Iron Man is present in the photos, the imagery is misrepresentative. Instead, a figure whose face remains obscured, alongside Hulk and Abomination, dominates the majority of the frames. This silhouette, of course, belongs to Loya. Peter's decision to submit these photographs was made with Loya's consent. The arrival of Thanos is fast approaching. Particularly, Loya remains uncertain about the progress Thanos has made in collecting the Infinity Stones in this universe. Thus, before Odin's demise, he must either acquire the power to overpower Thanos or assemble a team to collectively confront him. Consequently, Loya has resolved to pursue both options simultaneously. Hence, he tacitly permitted Peter to publish his silhouette in the Daily Bugle. Perhaps it is time for Homelander to emerge into the public eye. Moreover, one cannot afford to develop quietly. If Thanos were to gather all the Infinity Stones with a mere snap of his fingers, Loya cannot gamble on whether he would survive among the half of the universe that perishes. Thus, under the auspices of the Daily Bugle, the mysterious figure teaming up with Iron Man to battle Hulk and Abomination occupies the entire front page. Simultaneously, Iron Man issued a statement, consequently introducing the name Patriot to the public for the very first time. At home, Ben Parker continues his daily ritual of reading the newspaper. The transformation of New York over the past few months has exceeded his imagination. Superpowered beings such as Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, and Hulk are emerging in droves. Recently, yet another figure known as Patriot has appeared. Ben furrows his brow, intently scrutinizing the photograph on the front page. The lead story features Loya hovering in the air, confronting Hulk and Abomination. Although Loya's face is not captured in full view, Ben remains profoundly perplexed. Strangely, this person from the homeland. His silhouette bears an uncanny resemblance to Loya. I rubbed my eyes and found that the likeness only grew stronger. Particularly, the attire of this individual. I distinctly recall seeing Loya donned in an identical outfit just yesterday. A tall and robust physique, golden hair, the same clothing. Given these numerous attributes, I, being well acquainted with my son, could ascertain that this so-called person from the homeland must indeed be my son, Loya. Yet, it is precisely due to my familiarity with my son that I find myself perplexed. This lad has never exhibited any extraordinary traits since childhood, has he? Even if he possesses a sturdy build, it falls well within the realm of normalcy. Now, he appears almost unrecognizable as a human being. Why not simply wait for Loya to return and inquire directly? What is the purpose of this speculation? May, on the other hand, harbors no objections regarding her son's identity. To her, if Loya truly is the person from the homeland, she would undoubtedly take immense pride in her son. Chapter 64. Peter's predicament in the office of the Daily Bugle. Jameson, with a cigar nestled between his fingers, squinted his eyes, his expression reflecting a rare moment of enjoyment. It was no surprise, for after publishing the photo Peter had sent him, Stark had unexpectedly released a statement of his own. Consequently, the figure of Captain America had overnight transformed into a sensation across New York and the entirety of America. Naturally, the Daily Bugle's circulation soared as a result. At that moment, the office door creaked open gently, and a somewhat daft-looking young man entered. This young man was none other than Peter Parker, the unsung hero of the Daily Bugle. As a recent intern, Peter had already made substantial contributions, providing numerous close-up shots of Spider-Man and the photograph of Captain America's silhouette from the previous day. Oh, little Peter. Jameson, unusually, bestowed a rare smile upon Peter, leaving him momentarily flabbergasted. It was this smile that bolstered Peter's confidence for his forthcoming request. Good morning, Mr. Jameson. Peter replied, a hint of bashfulness gracing his features. The people of New York would never suspect that their dependable Spider-Man was, in fact, a shy young man by nature. Do you have any new photographs to share today? Jameson inquired, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he gazed at Peter. Peter scratched his head awkwardly while looking at Jameson. Well, Mr. Jameson? Regarding the photographs of Captain America, if I get the chance to capture any, I will certainly bring them to you first, Peter earnestly promised. However, he was currently filled with trepidation about confronting Captain America. This was not a fear born from weakness in the face of strength, but rather a lack of confidence when standing before someone of immense inner strength. Furthermore, Peter knew the importance of discretion. Without Captain America's consent, he would never publicly share his brother's photograph. Yet, upon hearing that Peter had brought no new photos, the smile on Jameson's face gradually faded. So, Peter, you have come here empty-handed? His emotionless tone sent a cold sweat down Peter's brow. Yes, Mr. Jameson, he could only admit, feeling the weight of disappointment. Then why are you still standing here, Peter? Jameson issued a subtle dismissal. In truth, Jameson harbored no particular dislike for Peter. His cool demeanor stemmed entirely from the obscure connection between Peter and Spider-Man, which fueled Jameson's disdain for the latter. Various complex reasons had led Jameson to harbor a profound aversion towards Spider-Man, including his disbelief in the hero's identity, believing that only public officials could embody true heroism, and personal experiences that made him wary of masked individuals. These factors contributed to his prejudice against Spider-Man, which, in turn, colored his interactions with Peter. However, Peter, reminded of his purpose for the day, mustered his courage and reluctantly addressed Jameson. Mr. Jameson, I would like to request an advance on this month's salary. Finally, Peter found his voice. The truth was, although the semester had just commenced, the expenses of university life were indeed substantial. Reluctant to ask his brother, Luya, for financial assistance, and even less inclined to approach Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Peter felt trapped. The root of his financial woes lay in the recent breakup between Mary Jane and Harry. The reasons for their separation were rather intricate. Apart from Harry's father's disapproval, the personalities of Jane and Harry simply clashed. Their impoverished circumstances coupled with a strained family dynamic made it exceedingly difficult for Mary Jane to maintain a relationship with the affluent Harry. This situation, however, sparked a glimmer of hope for Peter. To be honest, had Peter sought money from Luya for this reason, Luya would have surely refused. Were there truly no other women in the world? Did he have to fixate on Mary Jane alone? Yet, the innocent Peter found himself inexplicably drawn to her, leaving him with no alternative. Thus, it was with this resolve that Peter approached Jameson today to request an advance on his salary. Upon hearing Peter's plea, Jameson's eyes widened as if he had received an astonishing revelation. Leaning slightly forward, he replied, "Young man, are you jesting with me? If everyone approached me for salary advances as you have, this newspaper would inevitably face ruin." Jameson's refusal was anticipated by Peter. He had mentally prepared for this outcome before arriving. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to press on, stating, "But Mr. Jameson, I believe I have made significant contributions to the newspaper over the past 2 weeks." Peter's gaze was resolute. In pursuit of a rendezvous with the enchanting Mary Jane, he was willing to take risks. Observing Peter's determination softened Jameson's demeanor. Firstly, Peter was correct. The photographs he had taken in the past fortnight had garnered attention equal to that of all other reporters combined. Furthermore, Jameson recognized that while he harbored a dislike for Spider-Man, it was unjust to extend that animosity towards a young man like Peter. Thus, after scrutinizing Peter for a good 10 seconds, Jameson finally spoke slowly. "Very well, young Peter. Today, I shall make an exception and grant you an advance on a month's salary. However, you must remember to capture more photographs of our fellow countrymen." Jameson was indifferent to whether Peter could actually photograph his fellow citizens or the challenges involved. In his eyes, if Peter could capture one image of them, he could surely capture countless more. On Peter's end, hearing that Jameson had acquiesced to his request left him momentarily stunned. Then, curiosity piqued, he inquired of Jameson, "By the way, Mr. Jameson, do you also believe that our fellow countrymen are the superheroes who rescue us in times of peril?" Jameson's expression momentarily froze, as if he had just heard an exceedingly amusing joke, and he burst into laughter. "A superhero? Are you suggesting that the individual who wreaked havoc on an entire street, destroying numerous buildings, is a superhero? Do not jest." He continued, "He is akin to Spider-Man. And that Spider-Woman, No, wait. Jameson leapt from his office chair, exclaiming, "He is more malevolent than Spider-Man. The greater the power, the greater the destruction." His words rained down like gunfire, rendering the somewhat tongue-tied Peter momentarily speechless. Even as he exited the office with his meager paycheck, he remained bewildered. Is my brother, like me, a disruptor of social order? Impossible. Peter shook his head. How could I, who has always fought against crime, be considered a menace to societal structure? Chapter 65, The Love of Family. As Peter walked along the path leading home, he found himself reflecting on Editor Jameson's words. In truth, Peter was aware that public opinion regarding himself and Gwen was sharply divided, just as Jameson had articulated. Many perceived Spider-Man's presence as a force that, while combating crime, also inflicted considerable damage. Peter acknowledged this reality, recognizing that, at times, saving lives inevitably led to the destruction of buildings. This contemplation led him to think of his brother, Rhea. Peter had been avoiding a particular dilemma: Rhea's tendency to resort to lethal measures in the face of crime, a notion Peter himself held. This mindset was in stark contrast to Uncle Ben's teachings. Recalling this inconsistency only deepened Peter's inner turmoil. To kill in the name of saving lives, how should one reconcile that? Is it justice or merely another form of wrongdoing? If Rhea were in his position, such doubts would never cross his mind. To him, justice and power were synonymous. Those who fell by his hand were merely villains. Enveloped in his distress, Peter gradually made his way home. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Aunt May, who immediately sensed that something was amiss. "Dear Peter, you seem rather downcast," she remarked gently, linking her arm with his and guiding him inside. Uncle Ben, having just finished his tasks outdoors, was seated with a cup of tea. Noticing Peter's glum demeanor, he sat up slightly and said, "Peter, at your age, it's common to grapple with numerous worries. This is entirely normal. Issues of friendship, love. I recall my own experiences." He faltered, glancing at his wife, May, who was watching him intently, and quickly amended, "Well, since we're all here, why not share your concerns with us? We are family, after all." Meanwhile, Rhea, lounging in the sun, lazily opened one eye before closing it again. "It's probably about love or some such thing, right, little brother?" Rhea was also aware of the breakup between Mary Jane and Harry, given that Harry was one of Peter's few friends, and they often spent time together. Recognizing that his brother had discerned his secret worries, Peter temporarily set aside his earlier distress, a shy smile gracing his face. "Oh, is that how it is? Peter, there's no shame in liking a girl," Uncle Ben said with a hint of a smile. "Let me guess, is it the girl next door, Mary Jane?" Peter was taken aback to discover that Uncle Ben could exhibit such curiosity. Yet, as Ben had indicated, he too had once been a charming young man. Having navigated through many experiences, he cast a loving glance at May, acknowledging their shared history. In her youth, May was indeed a stunning beauty. Peter, feeling somewhat exasperated, shrugged his shoulders after being fed a mouthful of dog food. Yet, in his heart, he harbored a certain skepticism about the love of the older generation. It was not a lack of respect for his uncle and aunt, but rather a reflection of a restless society that magnified the significance of wealth. To Peter, the question lingered: how could one pursue romance without financial means? This was precisely why he was contemplating the idea of advancing his salary today. He had made plans with Mary Jane to attend an opera performance that evening, and both the ticket and attire required funds. As these thoughts weighed heavily on him, Peter's spirits sank further. May seemed to sense his distress and gently offered words of comfort. "Of course, dear, dating a girl can indeed entail considerable expenses." With that, she retrieved her wallet and counted out 500 yuan. After a moment's reflection, she decided to take out all 900 yuan from her wallet. With a smile, she handed over 450 yuan to Peter, saying, "It may not be enough, but I hope it can provide you with some assistance." The family's financial situation was not particularly favorable. Although Liu Ya was affluent, whenever he expressed a desire to support the family, he was met with resolute refusals. Peter was also reluctant to use money to jeopardize familial bonds. Thus, he quietly arranged for his father's boss to assign some light, yet respectable work for his father. Accepting the 450 yuan from his Aunt May, Peter felt a profound sense of shame, yet for the sake of the evening's date, he accepted it. I promise I will earn a great deal of money in the future to honor my uncle and aunt. After handing the money to Peter, May smiled and walked over to Luya. Mother, you know I'm not in dire need of money, Luya said, rising from his sunlit lounge chair. Bemused as he looked at his mother May, he recognized her meticulous nature, always striving to equally distribute her affection within the household without causing harm to any family member. Therefore, after offering Peter over 400 yuan, she would undoubtedly insist that Luya accept some of these funds as well. May affectionately patted Luya's broad shoulders, which were much larger than her own, and said, I understand, Luya, but this is a mother's love for her child. Must you also refuse it? With a playful sternness, she feigned a serious demeanor, as if to suggest that any further rejection would provoke her ire. Love you, Mom, Luya replied, gently embracing his mother. At that moment, a faint voice of complaint echoed, Goodness, I don't receive such treatment. May turned to see her husband, Ben, earnestly sipping tea. Naturally, Ben could never harbor jealousy towards his nephew or son. Although life could be quite challenging at times, he was inherently strong-willed and refused to ask his wife for money. Even during difficult times, laughter and joy resonated from their home, drifting far and wide. Yet, despite the smiles adorning Peter's face, a trace of bitterness lingered in his expression. Next door, the Mary Jane family was busy preparing lunch. Indeed, although they referred to themselves as a family, it was merely Mary Jane and her mother, Madeline. Due to the frequent domestic violence inflicted by Mary Jane's father during her childhood, Madeline decided to divorce him. While the sounds of laughter and merriment echoed from the neighboring house, a hint of sorrow clouded the faces of Mary Jane and Madeline. The source of their distress was none other than Watson, Mary Jane's father and Madeline's estranged husband, who sat across from them. Reeking of alcohol, Watson bellowed at his wife and daughter, I only need $20,000. Give it to me, and I will leave at once. A compulsive gambler, Watson had accrued insurmountable debts, prompting him to turn to his ex-wife for assistance. As they beheld their inebriated father, Mary Jane and Madeline were once again engulfed by memories of their past fears. Chapter 66. Withdrawal and Truth. Watson's presence here to demand money was entirely unfounded, for Madeline had long ceased to be his wife. Soon, the commotion reached the neighboring household. It was known that Mary Jane's father had tendencies towards domestic violence. After all, this was not the first time Watson had caused a disturbance at his ex-wife's residence. Wait here, I shall return shortly. Ben's sense of justice would not allow him to remain indifferent to the situation. Dad, I will accompany you. This time, before Luya could utter a word, Peter sprang to his feet. In the past, he felt powerless to assist Mary Jane against such bullying, but now, as Spider-Man, he was resolute in his intention to intervene. Moreover, Uncle Ben was growing older. The thought of Watson, a drunken brute, causing him harm was unbearable. Of course, such a scenario was highly improbable. With Luya present, should Watson exhibit even a hint of hostility towards Ben, Luya would swiftly neutralize him. Observing Peter's eagerness to defend the mother and daughter next door, Ben and May exchanged knowing smiles. They had noticed Peter's transformation. He believed his Spider-Man persona was flawless. Yet, the physical changes and subtle nuances in his everyday behavior had stirred uncertain suspicions in Ben and May's hearts. They chose to trust Peter and refrained from questioning him. At Jane's home, Madeline's steadfast refusal to pay Watson the $20,000 had only fueled his rage. Fueled by alcohol, Watson dared not assert himself in front of others. But when it came to his ex-wife, who had long been accustomed to his bullying, he was exceedingly domineering. Madeline, Watson slammed his fist onto the table, producing a resounding bang. You know that unless I receive the money today, I will not leave. So, it would be in our best interest for you to hand over the cash sooner rather than later. After his outburst, Watson pulled a chair and sat down. Madeline gazed at her ex-husband's brazen demeanor, her expression increasingly helpless. As for Mary Jane, the childhood traumas resurfaced, causing her to tremble slightly. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Madam Madeline, are you home? Upon hearing Ben's voice from next door, both Madeline and Jane felt an inexplicable sense of relief. They were well aware of Ben's character. As long as he was present, he would undoubtedly intervene on their behalf. Conversely, Watson's expression darkened further. The door opened, revealing Ben and Peter standing at the threshold. "Madam Madeline, may I inquire if you are facing any difficulties?" As he spoke, Ben's gaze shifted towards Watson, who sat in the back, clutching a beer bottle and glaring menacingly. Peter, noticing Jane nestled beside Madeline, exchanged a knowing wink with her. He was no longer the insignificant Peter of old. In the eyes of all, though they remained unaware of his secret identity as Spider-Man. However, merely managing to confront Thompson, the former college football player, was enough to validate his strength. Furthermore, Peter's physique had become quite robust. Thus, Watson, recognizing the situation, conceded. "Who are you? How dare you enter someone's home uninvited?" he remarked, placing the bottle he had been holding aside. Resorting to reason when unable to overpower someone was Watson's survival strategy. Otherwise, he would not have conceived the poor idea of soliciting money from his ex-wife. "Is that so?" Ben interjected, preventing Peter, who was eager to step forward, from doing so. For Ben, his preferred method of conflict resolution was certainly not violence, whether it involved injuring others or being injured himself. Especially since Peter was his own nephew, he was even less inclined to resort to aggression. Ben, observing Watson's tense demeanor, turned to Madeline and continued, "Mrs. Madeline, may I inquire who this gentleman is?" Ben was fully aware that Watson was Madeline's ex-husband. He deliberately posed the question. Madeline instantly grasped Ben's intention and resolutely replied, "I have no idea. He suddenly barged into my home and attempted to rob us." Echoing Madeline's sentiments, Ben regarded Watson with a serious expression. "Sir, I believe you are the one who should be leaving this premises. Trespassing into someone else's home is a grave offense." Faced with Ben's threat, Watson cast a cold glance at his ex-wife and daughter before surveying Ben and Peter. He was weighing whether he could still extort money from his ex-wife. However, it was evident that, due to his prolonged alcohol abuse, Watson stood no chance against the robust Peter, let alone Ben, who was already aging. "Humph." With this thought, Watson reluctantly scoffed, "Mr. Ben, right? You should focus on your own wife instead of meddling in other people's affairs." With that, he prepared to leave, since he could not acquire money here. It was better to depart early, perhaps devising a plan to obtain funds elsewhere. Yet, Peter, unable to tolerate Watson's insult towards Ben, stepped forward. Had Ben not restrained him, he might have revealed his long-hidden identity and unleashed a furious assault on Watson. "Peter." Ben firmly grasped Peter's shoulder, astonished by his strength. He nearly lost his balance when Peter moved. Casting a glance at Watson, Ben earnestly advised, "Engaging in a brawl is not a trivial matter. You are still a student." Peter, in his youth, even Ben himself would have been unable to resist the urge to confront Watson. However, he was no longer a young man. He was now the head of a family of 4 and could not afford to act impulsively. "Fine, Uncle Ben." Peter sighed, watching Watson retreat into the distance, reluctantly unclenching his fists. As Watson's figure gradually faded into the distance, Madeline slowly emerged from her state of fear. She gratefully looked at Ben, exclaiming, "Mr. Ben, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for your assistance, I would have been at a loss." Ben waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was merely a trifling effort. He mused that after this incident, that fellow would likely not dare to approach again. Ben resolved to keep a vigilant eye on the neighbor, for if Watson dared to return, he would certainly not hold back next time. Upon returning home, his wife, May, was preparing some refreshments. However, the once sunbathing Luya had mysteriously vanished, leaving only the rocking chair creaking back and forth. "May, where has Luya gone?" he inquired. "Oh, he mentioned he stepped out to buy something and will be back shortly," she replied. Chapter 67, I Have Not Forgiven You. After departing from his ex-wife's residence, Watson's anger intensified. Curse it. Instead of acquiring any money, he now had to compensate for the travel expenses. It was all that wretched fool's fault, along with that meddling old man. As he muttered curses under his breath, Watson suddenly noticed a shadow looming before him. Who is it? Not watching where they're going. Upon raising his gaze, he found himself face to face with a tall, blond young man. The youth's physique was imposing and robust, causing Watson to abandon his intent to hurl further insults. Clearing his throat, Watson feigned nonchalance and stepped aside, attempting to evade the blond young man. However, no matter whether Watson moved left or right, the young man consistently positioned himself in Watson's path. At this moment, Watson realized that the individual was indeed approaching him with purpose. Watson, the young man, Luya, squinted his eyes, looking down at Watson from his towering height. I should have struck you dead with a single blow, but I've changed my mind. Having insulted his father, he could not simply let Watson off the hook. Indeed, Luya believed that delivering a fatal punch to Watson would be a painless form of liberation. Do you know who I am? Luya's voice was frigid, as if the very air around them was about to freeze. Watson shook his head in confusion. Luya continued, I am Ben Parker's son, Luya Parker. Now, do you comprehend? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Watson's forehead as he sensed the overwhelming aura and murderous intent emanating from the young man before him, far more potent than that of any underground casino owner he had encountered. I'm sorry. Watson's innate cowardice surfaced as he trembled and apologized to Luya. Without hesitation, he bent his knees and knelt before Luya. Watson was acutely aware that being cornered in this desolate alleyway meant the other party harbored lethal intentions. He pleaded with Luya, I'm sorry. I will leave New York immediately and never return. Yes, I promise, I will never come back. Clearly, Luya's display of menace had triggered some unpleasant memories for Watson from the casino. Observing Luya's continued indifference, Watson felt that his words might still fall short. So he pressed on, your father also believes that violence isn't the best solution to problems, right? Grant me this one chance. At this moment, while begging for mercy, Watson couldn't help but feel a sense of smugness at his own cleverness, recognizing the threat and swiftly seeking forgiveness. Luya's lips curled slightly in a smirk. You are correct. Violence is indeed not the most effective means of resolution. Just then, a passerby appeared at the alley's entrance, glanced at the scene, and hurriedly departed. I shall grant you one pardon on behalf of my father. Luya murmured softly, you may leave now. With that, he stepped aside to allow Watson to pass. Seeing that Luya was genuinely willing to let him go, Watson felt a surge of joy within him. He hurriedly circled around Luya, keeping a safe distance to avoid any contact. Thud, thud, thud. Just a few steps ahead, the crimson glow in Luya's eyes intensified, gathering a significant amount of thermal energy. Zing! In the alley, two beams of red light flashed past. Watson continued to run forward, when suddenly, the world around him began to spin uncontrollably. Then, there was nothing more. Luya extinguished his laser-like gaze and quietly turned away. I never claimed to have forgiven you. While it is true that violence is not the most effective means of resolving issues for Luya, it is indeed a swift and effortless solution. Upon passing a pizzeria, Luya came to a halt, ordering 2 pizzas, one with sausage and the other with pineapple, to take away. This pizzeria was a place where Peter had once worked. It was modest in size and not particularly renowned. Its sole advantage lay in the rapidity with which they prepared their pizzas. Carrying the 2 pizzas under the warm sunlight, Luya returned home. I'm back, he announced, placing the steaming pizzas on the table. Oh, Luya, my apple pie is nearly ready. You need not spend so much, May said, feeling a bit of sympathy for Luya's expenses. In her eyes, her handsome son, Luya, surely incurred substantial costs at university, given his involvement in various clubs and his relationship with his girlfriend. May understood the significant impact her dashing son had on the young ladies around him. Thus, there were indeed ways to economize at home. Of course, she felt delighted by her son's filial piety. Ben, stop gawking and come help divide the pizzas. I'll check on my apple pie. I'm coming. Can't you allow me a moment's respite? Despite his words, Ben's face bore a smile. I'll help you, Mom, Luya offered as he made his way towards the kitchen. Luya, just sit tight. There's no need for 2 of us to fuss over a mere apple pie, May chuckled, declining her son's assistance. Everyone was joyful, except for Peter, who sat nearby with a conflicted expression. Young man, what troubles you? Ben noticed Peter's demeanor and sat beside him. You seemed a bit down since your brother arrived. Feeling the concern from his uncle, Peter forced a smile. It's nothing, Uncle Ben. I'm just feeling a bit unwell. With that, Peter glanced at Luya. Brother, could you help me back to my room? Peter's excuse was as flimsy as ever, yet May believed him. Peering from the kitchen with concern, Peter, if you're feeling unwell, I think it would be best to see a doctor. Peter scratched his head and replied, it's nothing serious. I might just be a bit tired. I'll go rest in my room for a while. After speaking, he turned to Luya and asked, Brother, Could you lend me a hand? May wished to add something further, but Ben interjected, Peter, do take care of yourself. If you feel excessively unwell, please do inform us. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with May, clearly understanding that as a young man, Peter harbored thoughts he preferred to keep from his elders. Observing Peter's troubled demeanor, Leah nodded and said, let us go. Inside the room, Peter's gaze flickered, as if contemplating how to broach the subject. Speak your mind, Leah urged. Seated comfortably by the sunlit window, watching his brother appear unfazed, Peter hesitated but finally uttered, I can smell the scent of blood on you, brother. Did you kill that man? Chapter 68. Breaking down. Observing Peter's conflicted demeanor, Leah couldn't help but reflect. Has Peter not yet matured during this phase of his life? As his brother, Leah had subtly influenced Peter since childhood. Yet, it was evidently in vain. If only Peter could assertively question him due to his own methods. Perhaps Leah would feel a sense of joy. Instead, at this moment, Peter, despite recognizing the flaws in his brother's actions from his own value system, hesitated and found himself incapable of voicing his concerns. Peter, Leah's tone was flat, concealing his current thoughts. Is this hesitation truly the extent of your growth since becoming Spider-Man? Do you not realize that your indecision has caused you to miss countless opportunities? Leah resolved to employ a distinctive approach to catalyze Peter's development. Even if it resulted in some undesirable consequences, he possessed the confidence in his own strength to catch any fallout. Truth be told, Peter should have matured significantly by now. However, the fact that their father had been saved by a mint Spider-Man lost the most pivotal experience in his life. Upon hearing his brother's initial skepticism, Peter finally looked up and replied, thinking things through can't be wrong, can it? This was indeed Peter's initial belief. When faced with a dilemma, he would ponder extensively, striving to avoid mistakes. Ironically, the more he deliberated, the more prone he became to errors. Leaning towards Peter with a hint of mockery, Leah remarked, really? Just like how your overthinking led to Mary Jane becoming Thompson's girlfriend? Mind you, Jane lives right next door. This statement struck a nerve, and Peter began to stammer, she. After much hesitation, he could not articulate a single coherent response. Nevertheless, Leah was undeterred by Peter's retreat. Instead, he intensified his inquiry. So, after Mary Jane and Thompson broke up, did you ponder extensively again? Then she ended up with your good friend Harry? Peter felt as though Leah's words were like countless blades piercing his mind. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Stop it, brother. I beg you. Peter cradled his head, his tone pleading. The questions he initially wanted to pose to Leah had long been cast aside. At this moment, all Peter wished for was for his brother to relent and cease discussing these matters. However, observing his younger brother, who dared not meet his gaze, Leah's lips curled into a smirk. To be honest, Peter, you are truly weak. Look around our household. Is there anyone who resembles you in this regard? Leah's assertion held truth. Whether it was Ben or May, despite their age, their resilience of character was undeniably strong. Leah did not relent, with a playful tone. He drew ever closer to Peter. Tell me, how long would it take to win over Jane? A week? Or perhaps just a day? Upon hearing this question, Peter was momentarily taken aback. He then raised his head in disbelief. No, brother, you wouldn't do that, would you? Hearing the near-pleading tone in Peter's voice, Leah's smile deepened. Why not? Perhaps you should ponder it a bit longer. Peter's expression shifted dramatically. He had already made plans to go on a date with Jane that evening. If his brother intervened, Leah, you cannot do this. Peter nearly shouted the words. Downstairs, Ben and May had also heard the commotion from above. May looked anxiously at the ceiling, which was Peter's room. Ben, do you think they will come to blows? Upon hearing his wife's concern, Ben reassured her by gently adjusting her arm. Do not worry. Young people often go through phases of temperamental behavior. Both Leah and Peter are good boys. We should trust them. Ben was inclined to believe that his son and nephew would resolve their differences amicably, owing to Leah's calm demeanor since childhood and Peter's inherent kindness. Meanwhile, the argument continued upstairs. You already have so much. I only have Jane. You cannot take her away from me. Peter had risen to his feet, his fists clenched tightly, visibly agitated. Yet, Leah's smile grew even more exaggerated. And what of it, Peter? What is Jane to you? Why can't I take her? Give me one good reason. Although Peter was seething with anger, exhibiting a forcefulness he had never shown before, Luoya appeared rather pleased. In the world of Marvel, indecisiveness is decidedly not a virtue. Even recklessness is preferable to hesitation in critical moments that could lead to missed opportunities. Upon realizing that his brother seemed genuinely intent on competing for Jane rather than jesting, Peter took action. With tremendous force, he swung a punch at Luoya. Aware that his strength was vastly inferior to his brother's, he could no longer contain himself. Thud. In midair, Peter's fist was caught firmly by Luoya, making no progress whatsoever. Brother, you know, setting aside strength, I possess considerable assets. Do you have any of those? How could a weakling without wealth expect Jane to look at you? Peter abruptly retracted his fist, his gaze turning cold. Luoya, I have extraordinary abilities as well. I will prove to you that I am not inferior. It seemed that Peter had made up his mind. Then I await your demonstration. Luoya replied nonchalantly. Peter turned to glance out the window towards the neighboring room, directly facing Jane's quarters. With his newfound spider abilities, his vision was remarkably keen. Even though he couldn't perceive the room with the same extraordinary clarity as Luoya, there was no issue at all. At that moment, Peter observed Jane selecting various dresses, seemingly preparing for an evening rendezvous. With a long sigh, Peter formulated a plan. He seized a coat from the bed. As he slipped on one sleeve, a look of distaste crossed his face, and he promptly discarded the coat onto the floor. This solid-colored coat, once cherished and worn for 2 years, now appeared utterly outdated. I can procure something far superior. Peter recalled his friend Harry and his father. Perhaps I should acquire a tailored suit for my date with Jane. With this thought in mind, Peter swiftly set out to prepare for his departure. As he descended the stairs with an air of confidence, Luoya could no longer contain himself and let out a laugh, exclaiming, "Well done, brother." Chapter 69. The bully Peter descended the stairs from the second floor with a resounding thud, and without uttering a word, he dashed out the door. Bang! The loud sound of the door slamming shut made Ben and May exchange puzzled glances. May then cast a mildly reproachful look at her husband, remarking that they should have gone upstairs to check on him. Ben felt a twinge of awkwardness at that moment. Fortunately, his peripheral vision caught sight of Luca leisurely descending the stairs. "Luca," he inquired, "did you and Peter have an argument upstairs just now?" Ben had initially assumed that the two brothers had quarreled, but Luca's smile left him uncertain. "Of course not, Dad. Peter just had some matters to attend to." Luca reassured them, walking over to the dining table. He picked up a steaming slice of apple pie, blew on it, and took a bite. "Mom, your apple pie is still the best." Hearing Luca's words dispelled the couple's worries. May, observing her son's delight, playfully pushed the plate of pie closer to him. "Eat slowly. Be careful, it's hot. It's too far for me to reach from here." Ben muttered softly. Yet, upon catching May's glance, he cheerfully scampered into the kitchen. "There's another slice of apple pie, right? I'll get it." After enjoying their afternoon tea, Luca activated his supervision and hearing to locate Peter. After all, should Peter be overly provoked and act rashly, it would be prudent for him to intervene. The Daily Horn? Luca pondered. What could Peter possibly be doing at the Daily Horn? The Daily Horn, editor's office. Jameson was engrossed in writing an article when suddenly the office door swung open, and Peter sauntered in with an air of nonchalance. He plopped down into the chair opposite Jameson, comfortably propping his legs on the desk. "Peter, what brings you here today?" Jameson stammered, taken aback by Peter's casual demeanor, which contrasted sharply with his usual self-assured tone. With his head resting on his arms, Peter asked, "Boss, what do you think of the photos I've sent you recently? Not bad, right?" Jameson quickly grasped Peter's intention. It was merely a bid for recognition. Yet, Peter had never before displayed such behavior during his time there. "What do you wish to convey, Peter?" Jameson inquired. Peter pointed to a newspaper resting on the desk, featuring Luca's silhouette alongside a frontal image of Stark. Firstly, Peter cleared his throat. "I have contributed significantly to the newspaper. Almost every close-up shot of Spider-Man has been captured by me. I am the one who can photograph Spider-Man first." Jameson regarded Peter calmly and asked, Thus, I believe I should be promoted from intern to full-time staff. Moreover, I believe my salary should be increased. That is all Peter desires." In a distant CAF, Lua withdrew his gaze, feeling somewhat perplexed. How curious. Venom should have been with Thompson, right? Lua once again directed his attention towards Peter, this time employing his X-ray vision. Under this extraordinary ability, he discerned something amiss with Peter. A small patch of black liquid writhed, as if gradually awakening. Venom, or perhaps another symbiote decomposed from Venom. Staring at the dark symbiote, Lua contemplated seizing the opportunity to obliterate it with his laser vision. Yet, prior to that, perhaps this was also a chance to alter Peter's circumstances, was it not? In the office, after hearing Peter's request, Jameson firmly rejected him, stating, "Peter, you are still a student. How could you possibly be promoted so soon?" While promotion was not a significant matter, Jameson was reluctant to open that door, fearing it would complicate future rules. "Then you may never receive another close-up photograph of Spider-Man." Peter's eyes gleamed with a hint of menace. Occasionally, he had witnessed his brother Lua display a similar glare towards certain individuals, and now, imitating it, he found it quite exhilarating. Unbeknownst to Peter, in addition to Lua's prior verbal influence, the awakening symbiote was amplifying his desires. Jameson observed Peter's eyes, which seemed to protrude unnaturally, though he could not ascertain whether they were afflicted by some ailment. Nevertheless, it did not seem an opportune moment for concern. "Very well, Peter." Jameson acquiesced with a resigned nod. "You have won." Recently, the Daily Bugle had been thriving, largely due to the close-up photographs of Spider-Man taken by Peter. Since Peter had resorted to threatening him, Jameson found himself unable to refuse. On the street, Peter clutched a handful of cash, roughly $400 to $500. He excitedly swayed his shoulders, resembling a proud stallion. Observing this scene, Lua could not help but admit it was rather painful to watch. Even as a temporary villain, Peter seemed incapable of playing the role well. Passers-by regarded Peter's slightly deranged demeanor with trepidation, opting to steer clear of him. Yet, in Peter's eyes, these individuals were merely captivated by his robust physique and radiant charm. At that moment, a nearby store caught Peter's attention. Suits, massive sale, cheap prices. Grasping the cash in his hand, Peter flashed a confident smile and promptly entered. "Oh no, Peter, this is too." Lua covered his forehead. This was simply unbearable to witness, stimulated by his own antics. His brother Peter remained nothing more than a bully demanding a promotion and salary increase while purchasing cheap suits. Exiting the store, Peter was clad in a brand new black suit. However, due to his exceptionally muscular build, the jacket appeared somewhat snug. Nevertheless, Peter was quite pleased with his new attire. Observing the throngs of pedestrians on the street, Peter felt an undeniable sense of well-being. With each woman who passed by, he sensed her gaze upon him. Consequently, Peter's body began to sway involuntarily, as if performing a brazen dance. Ahem. In the distance, Lua cleared his throat, pondering whether he ought to consider keeping that symbiote close to Peter. Honestly, even when compared to the current Peter, Lua felt he resembled more of a villain. Which villain? Upon embracing darkness, first seeks a promotion and raise from their boss? And the justification for such an audacious demand is the threat of resignation. He was even reluctant to display any semblance of force. Was there truly a need to observe him? Lua found it difficult to conceive of any nefarious deeds Peter might commit. The most heinous, heartless act he could imagine was perhaps snatching a child's lollipop. Chapter 70. The Fire Ignites in the Night. Peter approached the opera house, gazing at the attendant before him. He produced his ticket from his pocket and, with a gentle toss, it floated into the attendant's hand. Peter was in high spirits, for this marked his first official date with Mary Jane. As he entered the auditorium, the curtain had already fallen. In the dim, romantic lighting, Peter located Jane's seat and settled beside her. Oh my! Jane regarded Peter with a sense of unfamiliarity. Clad in a suit and tie, his hair appeared to have been styled meticulously. "Peter, what is this transformation?" In truth, Jane was well aware of Peter's feelings towards her. Initially, she felt a profound sense of insecurity about everything around her. However, now that she had agreed to date Peter, she had come to realize that she was merely an ordinary girl. Her breakup with Harry had illuminated the fact that wealthy individuals would hardly notice someone of her stature. Yet, at this moment, she felt that Peter was indeed a suitable match for her. As Peter observed Jane's radiant smile directed at him, his heart soared with excitement. Soon, the opera commenced. A performer draped in a flowing white gown descended gracefully from above, her voice captivatingly melodious. Mary Jane was wholly engrossed in the actress's performance. Becoming a star had always been her cherished dream. Perhaps, in Mary Jane's eyes, achieving stardom in opera would grant her access to high society. Peter, too, was thoroughly entertained. Though not by the opera, rather, he was captivated by Jane. In the past, he would never have dared to gaze so openly at her. "Jane, I believe you will surely achieve fame and become a great star," he encouraged, noticing the sparkle in her eyes. "Thank you, Peter," Jane replied, turning to face him. At that moment, the soft lighting cast an enchanting ambience, deepening the atmosphere. Suddenly, in a fit of impulsiveness, Peter leaned closer to the near proximity of Mary Jane. "Peter." She did not resist, but rather narrowed her eyes slightly. Just as they were about to draw near, an unexpected voice erupted from Peter's right. "Haha. That actress is quite something. Once the show is over, I want her in my bed." "Indeed, boss." This abrupt exchange shattered the romantic tension between Peter and Jane. Peter turned to confront the source of the voice. A portly, middle-aged man, the owner of the opera house, stood there. For reasons unknown. A scene flashed in Peter's mind, the future Mary Jane, having finally become the star she aspired to be, being noticed by such a man. "Silence!" Peter exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat, glaring fiercely at the middle-aged man. In that instant, the actress on stage halted her singing, and all eyes in the auditorium turned towards Peter. "Peter." Mary Jane tugged at his sleeve, feeling the weight of the sudden attention. In such an elegant setting as the opera house, such an impolite act would likely be scorned by all present. Unfortunately, a server approached them. "I apologize, sir, but you must leave." Ultimately, Peter and Mary Jane were expelled. Notably, it was initially only Peter who was to be ejected. However, given the circumstances, Mary Jane could not possibly remain inside alone. "Jane, I am truly sorry." Peter had contemplated resorting to violence, yet each time this thought arose, he forcibly suppressed it. "It's all right. A stroll outside can be pleasant," Jane replied, shaking her head with a smile. Initially, she found Peter's behavior a bit rude, inconsistent with his usual demeanor. Yet, reflecting on the reasons for Peter's anger, she felt a sense of joy. Was this not the very security she desired? Just as they were about to depart, a sudden commotion erupted within the opera house. Peter's eyes widened as he perceived flickering red lights. No, that appeared to be flames. Within moments, his suspicion was confirmed as a throng of patrons began to surge toward the exit, thick smoke trailing behind them. The fire spread rapidly, soon engulfing the entire opera house in flames. How could this happen so suddenly? Peter wondered. Is everyone out? Has everyone escaped? What about the owner? Where is he? I think I saw him fall while I was running outside. Amidst the discussions regarding the cause of the fire, it became apparent that the opera house's owner had not yet emerged. Gazing at the inferno and hearing that someone remained trapped inside, Peter instinctively lifted his suit jacket, revealing his Spider-Man costume. Yet, recalling the owner's disrespect towards the actresses, he hesitated, lowering his hand once more. "Peter, is something wrong?" Mary Jane noticed his unusual behavior and turned to inquire. Peter adjusted his clothing, flicked his bangs aside, and replied with a carefree smile, "It's nothing. Let us go. After all, that owner isn't a good person. Perhaps he deserves to perish in there." Peter was oblivious to the significant shift in his mindset. Jane gazed at Peter in astonishment, unable to believe that such words had escaped his lips. "Peter, are you ill?" she asked, reaching out to touch his forehead. "Oh, I'm fine." Peter gently lowered her hand. "I feel splendid. In fact, I have never felt this good." With that, Peter felt increasingly exhilarated. Without hesitation, he grasped Mary Jane's arm and strode confidently toward the street. The sirens of fire trucks wailed in the distance. Peter glanced back. The flames were fierce, and he surmised that by the time the fire was extinguished, the opera house would be nothing but ashes. High above, Luya hovered silently in midair. He paid no heed to his own masterpiece. The opera house owner was merely a contemptible wretch, unworthy of his attention. Instead, Luya's gaze was fixed upon a bank, where a cash transport vehicle had come to a halt at its entrance. Through Luya's eyes, the scene unfolded clearly. The sewer grate behind the cash truck was suddenly flung open, and a torrent of sand erupted forth. Let me think. What was his name? Marco. Never mind. I shall refer to him as the Sandman. Luya was taken aback to witness the Sandman's audacious heist in progress. Yet, he harbored no intention of thwarting the Sandman's actions, regardless of the morality of the Sandman's deeds. It was evident that this act of robbery was driven by a desire to provide for his family, particularly his daughter. Chapter 71. Good and Evil? Peter was late. While he had been leisurely strolling through the streets with Mary Jane, he became transfixed by the sight of a police car in pursuit of the Sandman, who had just committed a robbery. Unconsciously, he concocted an excuse to slip away from Jane and gave chase. The Sandman possessed a rather unique ability. He could transmute his body entirely into sand. As a result, bullets and other physical assaults posed little threat to him. At that moment, Marco was recklessly speeding through the streets in a stolen vehicle, with a massive travel bag in the passenger seat, bulging with cash. Behind him, several police cars struggled to keep up. However, with his sand-manipulating powers, the Sandman was unperturbed by collisions, allowing him to accelerate with abandon. "Chief, our cars can't catch up to him." Outside a vehicle on the roadside, Chief George Stacy received this report from his subordinate, his brow furrowed in concern. It was evident that the suspect was a superhuman, indifferent to injury. His officers, mere mortals, were no match for him. Moreover, with so many civilians on the streets, they could not disregard the safety of these ordinary lives. Just as George was brooding over the situation, a sudden rush of wind swept overhead. He looked up to see a figure clad in a black, white, and pink spider suit soaring between the streetlights and adjacent buildings. It was Spider-Woman. The pedestrians on the street erupted into cheers. Although Iron Man's fame overshadowed others, Spider-Man and Spider-Woman resonated more deeply with the lives of the common people. Just as the officers were about to join in the celebration, they caught sight of Chief Stacy standing among them, and a hush fell over the crowd. Everyone was acutely aware that the chief despised criminals, but he held equal disdain for Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. In his eyes, their vigilantism was also a form of crime. Little did he know that the Spider-Woman who had long been a thorn in his side was, in fact, his beloved daughter, Gwen Stacy. Observing the silence among his subordinates, George understood their thoughts. Yet, there was little he could do. The criminals plaguing New York had become increasingly outrageous, rendering them nearly impossible to manage with their limited resources. Thus, with a resigned tone, he instructed, "Why are you all staring at me? Prepare to wrap things up." Barely had he finished speaking when another figure, clad in black and red, streaked past him. Spider-Man, Peter, had arrived at the scene. Gwen, being more agile and faster, had already reached a position above the Sandman. With a flick of her wrist, she deployed her web shooter toward a nearby road sign, swinging gracefully to descend upon the Sandman's vehicle. Clang! The Sandman, startled by the noise on his car's roof, was met with the sight of Gwen hanging upside down from the window. "Stop the car," she commanded. Yet, the Sandman, fully prepared for a confrontation with the two spider heroes of New York, had no intention of surrendering. As the vehicle turned a corner, it arrived at a construction site. The figure of Sandman began to morph, and a multitude of sand particles emerged. With a resounding thud, the car was suddenly expanded, revealing the form of Sandman. A vast quantity of sand coalesced into a humanoid shape, materializing into the likeness of Marco. With a gentle flick, a travel bag filled with copious amounts of cash was engulfed by his sandy body. In this form, Marco was nearly impervious to any physical assault. However, at that moment, he had just been released from prison and was genuinely contemplating a path of redemption. Thus, gazing at the vigilant Spider-Woman, he lowered his head and pleaded, "I do not wish to harm anyone. My daughter is ill and requires a substantial sum for her treatment. I beg of you." Marco's past was hardly commendable. Yet in this instant, he truly embodied a father risking everything for his daughter. Gwen's heart softened as she listened to Marco's entreaty, leaving her momentarily paralyzed in place. She was torn, uncertain whether to apprehend him or to let him go. True to her usual disposition, she would not allow a criminal to escape. Yet, capturing Marco would effectively condemn his daughter to a dire fate. Frankly, this decision proved exceedingly challenging for Gwen. Observing the apparent effect of his words on Gwen, Marco expressed his gratitude with a nod. "Thank you." If it were avoidable, Marco genuinely wished to avert any conflict with Gwen. "Wonderful. With this money, wait for me, my dear." A smile graced Marco's sandy visage as he prepared to hasten to his daughter's side. It was at that moment that Peter arrived. Seeing Sandman on the verge of departure, Peter, though bewildered by Gwen's inaction, instinctively shot out a web. A stone pillar positioned by the roadside was ensnared and expertly hurled toward Sandman's head. Such a minor physical assault had no effect on the fully sandy Marco. The stone embedded itself in Sandman's body, only to be ejected from the other side. Marco turned around to see another Spider-Man. However, he noticed that this male Spider-Man appeared different from the one he had seen on television. Peter's spider suit, which should have featured a red top with black accents, was now predominantly black. Clearly, the black symbiote had begun to bond with Peter, albeit he remained unaware of this development. "I have no intention of being your adversary," Marco declared, observing the visibly more robust Spider-Man and hastily clarifying his motives for the robbery. Yet, Peter was unfazed by these explanations. "And what of it? You want to save your daughter, so you resort to stealing from others? Perhaps some of this money could be meant for someone else's life. Of course, the funds belonged to the bank and would not directly affect any individual, but at that moment, Peter was hardly concerned with such nuances. In other words, he has transformed from a previously mindless benevolence to a state where he has begun to comprehend the intricacies of thought." Listening to Peter's words, Marco fell silent for a few moments, finding no grounds to refute. "Then we have nothing further to discuss," he uttered in a low voice. Regardless of the circumstances, even at the expense of others' interests, he must protect his daughter at all costs. He would spare no sacrifice to achieve this. Marco raised his colossal sandy fist, striking down towards Peter. To ensure the successful retrieval of the money, he must first eliminate the immediate obstacle. As Peter beheld the enormous fist descending upon him, he swiftly extended his right hand, ensnaring a nearby wall with his web. Just as Peter prepared to pull himself away, a surge of sand erupted from the ground, ensnaring him from below. With a resounding crash, Peter was sent crashing to the ground, producing a deafening roar. Chapter 72. The conclusion at this juncture. Peter's strength had not yet reached its zenith. Consequently, in a state where the Sandman possessed near invulnerability due to his sandy physique, it was exceedingly challenging for Peter to inflict any meaningful harm upon him. Nevertheless, Peter's physical prowess was equally formidable. Emerging from a mound of sand, he forcefully expelled the grains from his mouth. Tui. Tui. This strike ignited a fire of rage within Peter. A dark liquid began to spread across his body, and soon, his spider suit was entirely enveloped in black. Swoosh. A strand of black webbing shot forth from Peter's wrist, evidently infused with the power of the black symbiote. However, as previously mentioned, ordinary physical attacks had little effect on the Sandman. The black webbing, after slicing through the Sandman's form, adhered to the wall behind him. "I do not wish to be your enemy. Do not force my hand." Marco's tone had grown increasingly impatient. Ever since his release from prison, he had sworn to return to a path of righteousness. After rescuing his daughter this time, he intended to cease all wrongdoing. Peter and Gwen were suspended by webs, with Gwen at a loss for what to do, simply observing. However, she clearly noticed the anomaly surrounding Peter. "Something is amiss with you. What is that? Is it venom?" Gwen recalled how Ryu had once referred to this dark liquid. In truth, the symbiote enveloping Peter originated from the venom that had once belonged to Thompson. During that period, Venom had endured starvation alongside Thompson, nearly succumbing to hunger. Thus, it had split, resulting in the entity now residing within Peter. Yet, Peter appeared to dismiss Gwen's concerns, exclaiming, "No, I am fine. I can feel the strength it grants me." He seemed acutely aware of his actions. Suddenly, a grotesque black head emerged from his shoulder. "Indeed, this woman is sowing discord between us. I, Shadow Venom, and you, Peter. We are the most compatible beings." With that proclamation, Shadow Venom's head vanished, morphing back into a black liquid that coated the surface of Peter's spider suit. Peter swung his arms, feeling as though Shadow Venom had more than doubled his strength. Turning his gaze toward the Sandman, he smirked charmingly, "Submit to justice." As he spoke, strands of webbing shot forth from his hands, propelling him with great force. Utilizing the elasticity of the webbing, Peter launched himself like a cannonball toward the Sandman. As Peter resumed his confrontation with the Sandman, Gwen found herself perplexed. If he were indeed influenced by Shadow Venom, why did he persist in combating criminals? Yet, If he were unaffected, his actions were undeniably peculiar. Just as Gwen pondered this, a shadowy figure darted past her with astonishing speed. Amidst the debris of the construction site, Peter coughed as he regained his footing, having perhaps overestimated the augmentation provided by shadow venom. Having gone far too long without sustenance, even devoid of chocolate, Peter felt exceedingly weak. As he lifted his gaze, a shadow loomed over him. The Sandman had coalesced the sand from his body into a formidable form, amplifying his strength. Should that punch land squarely, Peter would undoubtedly sustain injuries. However, midway through the descent of the massive hardened sand fist, Marco sensed something amiss. His fist was suspended in midair. What is happening? Turning his head, he beheld a young man with golden hair. The appearance of this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the superhumans he had meticulously analyzed in New York, aligning perfectly with the characteristics of his compatriots. Enough. Loya raised his head and, with a gentle push, sent Marco's colossal sandy form staggering backward, thudding to the ground after several steps. Casting a glance at his brother Peter, Loya declared the evening's skirmish concluded. Sighing in relief at Loya's arrival, Gwen felt assured that she need not concern herself with the ensuing events. The only regret was casting a sympathetic glance at the Sandman. It seemed unlikely that he would emerge from this ordeal unscathed. You needn't worry about it. I can handle this myself. The defiant Peter remained on the ground, reluctant to admit that his brother surpassed Loya. Meanwhile, Marco, feeling a tremor in his arm, realized that matters had escalated beyond his control. I merely wish to secure treatment for my daughter. You all. Before he could finish, Loya shot him a glance, stating, Did I ever prohibit you from seeking treatment for your daughter? Huh? Marco found himself confused. Let us go, before I change my mind. To Loya. The decision to release or restrain was merely a fleeting thought. Marco should consider himself fortunate that his motivation stemmed from a desire to aid his daughter, for otherwise he might have already become a shattered being. Peter longed to retort, but the profound sense of reverence he harbored for his brother silenced him. Indeed, Peter now recognized that he held a significant offer Loya. As Loya had proclaimed, this farce had come to an end. Peter's failure to keep his appointment left Mary Jane to return home alone, now bearing an impression of Peter as someone rather unreliable. Arriving at his doorstep, Peter had donned his coat, concealing his black Spider-Man suit. Oh, Peter, you have finally returned. Your Aunt May and I were quite worried about you. Upon opening the door and seeing her nephew, May inquired with genuine concern about Peter's afternoon. However, Peter's mood was far from pleasant. Thus, he refrained from responding to Aunt May's inquiries, eager to retreat to his room. Peter, Ben interjected, I believe you should share with us what transpired today. Clearly, Peter was not himself, prompting Ben to intend a heartfelt conversation. No, I am quite well, and I have nothing much to express to you. In the past, Peter would undoubtedly never have uttered such words. However, at this moment, his emotional instability, compounded by the influence of the shadow poison, compelled him to speak as he did. After leaving those words behind, Peter ascended the stairs without looking back, leaving May and Ben in stunned silence. My heavens! I can hardly believe such words came from Peter's lips. May, feeling a twinge of sadness, gently stroked her silvery hair. This was the first time Peter had spoken so harshly. Do not take it too much to heart, Ben said, trying to comfort his wife. Though he too felt the weight of Peter's transformation, he reassured her, every young person goes through a rebellious phase, does he not? I shall have a proper discussion with him. Having soothed his wife, Ben made his way toward Peter's room. Chapter 73. The Arrival of the God of Trickery, I Have Returned. As Lua pushed open the door, he discerned that his parents bore expressions tinged with concern. Through a brief account from his mother, May, Lua grasped the unfolding events in their apprehensions. Very well, I shall have a serious conversation with him. In truth, Lua merely desired Peter to act with more decisiveness and to reach conclusions more swiftly. It appears that this objective has been achieved. Thus, it is time for him to awaken to reality. The following morning, Peter resumed his customary humility. However, in comparison to before, his inner turmoil seemed to have lessened. Son, I never imagined you possessed such skill in heartfelt conversations. Thank you for the compliment. Lua feigned a self-satisfied demeanor as he accepted his father's praise. Indeed, he had a knack for it. Last night, Peter had been thoroughly beaten. Even the shadow poison had begged for mercy, promising not to unduly affect Peter. Would he dare to share such matters? With green eyes glinting, adorned in battle armor of deep green and gold, he wielded a scepter set with a yellow gemstone. Loki, the god of trickery, gazed at the Chitauri scepter in his grasp, his smile utterly uncontainable. He understood that Thanos had ulterior motives in entrusting the scepter to him. Yet, Loki remained indifferent. What did it matter? He merely sought to prove his worth before his biased father, Odin. His gaze drifted towards the distant depths of the cosmos. Where Earth lay? Are you implying that Fury still wishes to persuade me to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Lua chuckled at the sight of the well-built man before him. To his surprise, in Stark's absence from the Avengers, Captain America had emerged as a founding member. After a period of initial disorientation, swayed by Fury's counsel, Steve Rogers chose to continue the fight. However, this time, his motives were not for politicians, but for the future of humanity. He patted Rogers' chest. The feel is indeed quite nice. But, Lua countered, why not reverse the proposition and have you join me? Captain Rogers? In response to Lua's inquiry, Rogers pondered briefly before continuing. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is the professional entity, is it not? Here, we have specialists who can devise various effective strategies. You are not mistaken, Lua persisted in his skepticism, but according to your own assertion, can formulating plans truly vanquish an alien invasion? Lua steadfastly believed that strength determined all. For instance, when faced with a being of celestial caliber like Thanos, humanity possessed no weapons capable of restraining him. As depicted in films, successfully executing a series of plans to triumph over the odds might only occur once in a lifetime. Yet, with countless multiverses, would he gamble on that pitifully slim chance? Absolutely not. Nevertheless, Lua did not entirely dismiss the prospect of collaborating with S.H.I.E.L.D. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. currently faces internal and external troubles, particularly from Hydra, Rogers makes a valid point. The organization's various technologies are still invaluable, especially the surveillance systems. Until the superhuman template reaches a certain level, his mind cannot endure the overwhelming feedback from enhanced vision and hearing for extended periods. Collaboration may be essential when the need arises, suggested Lua. As the representative of S.H.I.E.L.D., Rogers recognized that this might be the best outcome he could negotiate. Thus, they agreed to cooperate amicably. Just as their consensus was reached, Rogers' phone unexpectedly rang. Simultaneously, Lua's communicator received a call from Stark. A staff in hand and clad in green and gold armor. Loki? Stark recounted recent events. Had the Tesseract been stolen? Rogers was also in communication with Fury. Suddenly, Lua realized he had overlooked something significant. The Tesseract. Wasn't he that the Space Stone? The vessel containing the Space Gem. How could he have forgotten such a crucial detail? Loki's arrival on Earth indicated he had acquired the scepter bestowed upon him by Thanos. The Mind Stone was embedded in the Chitauri scepter, and coupled with the Space Stone from the Tesseract, it meant Loki had now gathered 2 Infinity Stones. At this stage, Loki's power alone was already planetary level, and with the augmentation of 2 Infinity Stones. Fortunately, Loki was likely inexperienced in wielding the Infinity Stones. Otherwise, he would have already attained a godlike status, possessing the power to annihilate stars. Observing Lua's stoic expression, Rogers remarked, "It seems we now have an opportunity for collaboration." According to prior intelligence, the self-proclaimed god Loki displayed formidable strength, capable of easily manipulating hearts, leaving even S.H.I.E.L.D. agents utterly defenseless. Rogers remained unaware that what they referred to as the Tesseract was, in fact, a container for the Space Gem. Moreover, Loki's intention to steal the Tesseract was to facilitate a spatial teleportation, bringing the Chitauri army to Earth. Had he known this, Rogers would likely not have been smiling. However, for Lua, the Chitauri army was not particularly daunting. Easily dispatched by conventional firearms, he hardly regarded them as a threat. The real challenge lay with Loki himself. Setting Thanos aside, with Odin safeguarding the 9 realms, he was unlikely to personally descend upon Earth for the time being. Yet, Loki was already formidable in his own right, particularly with the Mind Stone in his possession. If Luya were to recklessly engage, he could very well find himself at Loki's mercy. Whether it be the people of his homeland or Superman's indomitable physique, their resistance to magical influence was relatively weak. Luya did not believe he could withstand the Mind Stone's manipulation. This was indeed a predicament. Within the communicator, Stark sensed the emotional turmoil of Ruya and promptly inquired, "Ruya, what troubles you?" After a moment's contemplation, he added, "By the way, Thor mentioned that Loki is his brother. If Thor is so weak, then surely his brother cannot be much stronger, can he?" Upon finishing his statement, Ruya felt as though he could hear Thor's indignant protest resonating from afar. However, that was not the crux of the matter. In a grave tone, Ruya cautioned, "Tony, listen carefully. Do not approach Loki under any circumstances. It would be wise to keep your distance. This individual possesses formidable power, and I must deliberate on this further." Hearing Ruya's earnest warning, Stark's tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Even you lack confidence in confronting him? Understood. I shall refrain from drawing near." Chapter 74, Sir. Loki is approaching. Stark concluded the call with a rather grave expression. Beside him, Pepper looked at her boyfriend with curiosity. "Tony, what is the matter?" Stark had not concealed the impending alien invasion from her. While she was astonished by the actual existence of Loki, the legendary god of mischief, Stark's initial confidence had somewhat eased her worries. However, after making a call to Luya, her boyfriend's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness, as if the world were on the brink of apocalypse. The last time she witnessed such an expression was due to the palladium poisoning. This was troublesome. Stark did not hold back in sharing Luya's warning with Pepper. "Is that so? Yet, even if Luya feels helpless, I am confident you possess the capability to safeguard everyone." Pepper was aware that Stark would never allow Earth to come to harm. However, this time, the usually self-assured Stark shook his head. Their adversary did not come with good intentions, and Luya had even expressed uncertainty about victory. In a moment of anxiety, Stark tugged at a small tuft of his beard. He could scarcely believe that there existed someone whom Luya felt incapable of confronting. At that moment, a disheveled man with golden hair stepped out behind him. "What? Were you speaking of Loki? My brother has come to Midgard." Thor appeared elated, disregarding the beer in his hand and the remnants of food at the corners of his mouth. Stark cast a resigned glance at him. "Do you really see yourself as the god of thunder?" Truthfully, it was difficult for Stark to believe that this man, who seemed perpetually consumed by junk food, was indeed Loki's brother. The disparity in their abilities was simply too great. Currently, Stark did not look down upon Thor, in the suit of Mark VI. He could undoubtedly hold his own. Thor, noticing the hint of disdain in Stark's gaze, felt a profound insult. "What is that look, Tony?" he protested loudly. "I am merely temporarily stripped of my divine powers. If I could wield Mjolnir, you would stand no chance against me." Thor was eager to prove himself, to demonstrate his strength. Yet, all he received in return were sympathetic glances from Stark and Pepper. All right, you're impressive. Is that sufficient?" Stark replied dismissively. However, Thor was undeterred. "Let me go? I will confront Loki directly." Though he was frustrated by his experiences in Midgard, after some time living here, he had developed a certain affection for Earth, especially since that female physicist, Jane Foster, had visited him. Coupled with Stark's hospitality and Luya's unexpected camaraderie, Thor had begun to forge preliminary bonds on Earth. Moreover, in Thor's eyes, Father Odin surveyed the 9 realms, with Midgard being one of the territories belonging to their divine lineage. Now, his brother Loki audaciously sought to open the portal, aiding the Chitauri army in their invasion. Such actions were tantamount to inviting a wolf into the fold. Nevertheless, Thor still believed that his brother might have fallen under some enchantment. He was convinced that if he personally intervened, he could guide Loki back to the right path. Stark did not dismiss Thor's proposal. Although he was reluctant to accept that Thor was indeed the brother of the treacherous Loki, he had confirmed Thor's identity through Loya. He was undoubtedly the god of thunder. On board the flying aircraft carrier, Fury listened intently to Agent Phil Coulson's report, his expression grave. "So, Barton is now under Loki's control? Barton, or Hawkeye, as a master archer?" His defection greatly unsettled Fury, especially since, due to Loya's circumstances, Iron Man was not part of the Avengers at this critical juncture. This added to Fury's unease. Fortunately, he glanced at Banner. At least I still have the Hulk. The Hulk's power surged with his anger, although Banner would be overshadowed by the Hulk's persona. In a dire situation, Fury was not averse to utilizing the Hulk against Loki. At that moment, due to the betrayal of Hawkeye and others, Fury and his team had boarded the aircraft carrier prematurely. At Stark Tower, Stark received another intelligence briefing from Fury. Are you saying this character has stolen the Iridium? The virtual screen flickered to life with Fury's voice. Yes, he took control of Dr. Selvig during his gala. The only aspect that puzzled me was why he would want to seize the Iridium. What purpose does it serve? Upon hearing Fury's description, Stark's mind raced back to relevant knowledge. Stabilizer. This element could serve as a stabilizer. Loya had mentioned that Loki intended to use the Tesseract to open a spatial portal. Perhaps this was part of his preparation. As the two conversed, Jarvis's voice abruptly interrupted them. Sir, I have detected the individual of importance, Loki, approaching your location. Estimated time of arrival, 1 minute. Stark had marked Loki's name as a priority on the list, ensuring that Jarvis would monitor him whenever he appeared within surveillance range. However, due to Loki's previous elusiveness, it was only as he neared Stark Tower that Jarvis identified him through the corner cameras and promptly alerted them. Sir, I recommend you relocate immediately. At that moment, Fury faintly heard Jarvis's voice from the other end of the line and quickly inquired, Tony, what is happening over there? Trouble? That character has arrived here. It is hardly surprising that Stark Tower, as the tallest building in the vicinity, was chosen by Loki as the base for opening the portal to another realm. Oh no, Tony, you must leave immediately. Do not succumb to Loki's scepter. At the same time, Jarvis's voice resonated once more, urging, Sir, please make haste to depart. Nevertheless, Stark merely cast a glance at his girlfriend before issuing an order to Jarvis to find Pepper the optimal escape route. With that, Stark firmly restrained the determined Pepper, insisting that someone must remain behind to buy time. You wouldn't want me to be distracted by your presence at such a critical moment, would you? His intent was unmistakable. He wished to stay and delay the inevitable. Despite her sorrow, Pepper understood that her presence would only serve as a hindrance. Meanwhile, Thor, standing nearby, blustered, Do not fret. I know my brother all too well. I shall persuade him. Chapter 75. The plan succeeds. Ignoring Thor, Stark picked up a bracelet from the nearby workbench. It was the locator for Mark 7. Although it was still under development, he could not afford to dwell on that now. Soon, Loki arrived at Stark Tower and spotted his brother, Thor. A wicked smile crept across Loki's face. Brother, it has been a long time. He was aware that their father had temporarily sealed Thor's divine powers to test him, which meant that Thor posed no real threat at this moment. Stark, standing beside Thor, was entirely disregarded. Since his arrival on Earth, Loki had not encountered any formidable resistance, leading him to look down upon Earth's civilization. Brother, Thor said, his expression a blend of complexity as he gazed at Loki. Why do this? The annihilation of Midgard proves nothing. However, Thor's words did not sway Loki. Instead, they ignited his fury. Brother? Thor, have you truly ever regarded me as your brother? I may be Odin's son, but I know. At this moment, Loki's demeanor was somewhat deranged and tinged with sorrow. I am a descendant of the frost giants. I am not an Asgardian. You have never considered me one of your own. Neither you nor our father. The more Loki spoke, the more agitated he became, brandishing the uniquely designed scepter in his hand. Stark narrowed his eyes. Is this the scepter that can manipulate minds? In truth, the Chidari scepter possessed no inherent power. The true source of mind control lay within the Mind Stone embedded in it. As Loki's voice rose in fury, Thor appeared considerably shocked. Brother, my father and I have always regarded you as family. Regardless of your lineage, that will never change. In response to Thor's Navi assertion, Loki laughed even more heartily. And so, for so many years, I have done countless things to earn our father's recognition. Am I not worthy to be the heir of Asgard? Yet, our father would rather seal your powers to temper you than bestow the throne of Asgard upon me. Loki saw clearly that their father merely wished for him to support Thor. No matter how hard he tried, or how flawed Thor might be, he had never appeared on the list of heirs. Thus, he was determined to prove their father's judgment wrong. With this thought, Loki, increasingly infuriated, seized Thor by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Hey, Loki, what do you intend to do? I'm your brother. Even Thor was now enraged. Yet, it was worth noting that Loki possessed 2 Infinity Stones at this moment. In terms of sheer strength, Loki is undeniably beyond comparison to his power-restricted self. At this moment, Loki had no desire to continue conversing with his brother Thor. Just watch as Midgard meets its demise. With that, he exerted force, sending Thor hurtling through the air like a cannonball, shattering the building's glass and plummeting downward. Thor. Stark's heart raced, instinctively wanting to pursue. Insect. Loki cast a disdainful glance at Stark, swiftly striking his right arm to knock Stark to the ground. Do you, a mere mortal, dare to utter the name of the god of thunder? Loki was engulfed in inner conflict. On one hand, he resented that his foolish brother was favored by the old man. On the other hand, years of shared emotions rendered him unable to sever ties completely. His decision to assist Thanos stemmed partly from a desire for the Chitauri scepter in Thanos' possession, and partly as an expression of his dissatisfaction towards Odin. As for mortals like Stark, he currently held them in contempt. However, I can offer you the opportunity to serve as my slave. With that, Loki revealed his signature mischievous grin. Ha ha ha. Brother, watch closely. He gently pressed the Chitauri scepter against Stark's chest. Do you not wish to protect your Earth? Previously, using the scepter, Loki had manipulated many individuals. He intended to employ the same tactic on Stark, turning the guardian of his homeland into its destroyer. He was aware that the people of Midgard were on their way to thwart him. Thus, he coldly remarked, "Go stop your fellow countrymen. Do not let them approach." The yellow Mind Stone seemed to shimmer under the sunlight. Stark, observing Loki's self-talk, displayed a mocking expression. It appears your scepter is not as effective as you thought. What is happening? Loki glanced at the Chitauri scepter in confusion. Since arriving in Midgard, this was his first failure. Yet it made no sense. How could a mere mortal withstand the scepter's control? At this juncture, Loki remained oblivious to the true value of the Chitauri scepter, mistakenly believing it to be merely a powerful staff bestowed upon him by Thanos. Upon realizing that the scepter might be malfunctioning, he angrily hurled it to the ground. Clang! The Chitauri staff rattled before coming to rest beside the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. Meanwhile, Stark sensed an opportunity to add fuel to the fire. You know, performance failures are not uncommon. After all, every 5 men. Before he could finish, Stark felt himself lifted into the air. As he watched Stark plummet from the building, Loki averted his gaze. Listening to the rush of wind, Stark activated his suit. After a scan, Jarvis's voice echoed. Mark 7 has launched. Boom. Leg armor, chest plate, arm guards, and helmet flew out from the Stark Tower, converging upon Stark's form. Come on. Stark's gaze was resolute, bracing himself for the inaugural battle of his Mark 7. However, as the ground loomed ever closer, a despairing sound echoed ominously behind him. After a cacophony of metal clashing, Stark struggled to turn his head. Due to incomplete technology, the various components of the Mark 7 collided chaotically, each losing power. In a moment of silence, Stark, buffeted by the howling winds, struggled to utter, "Road." Yeah. Crack, crack, crack. A series of slicing winds surged past him, causing Stark to feel an overwhelming disorientation as he became ensnared in a multitude of black webs. Raising his gaze, a dark figure materialized before him. "Hello, Mr. Stark," Peter greeted, awkwardly waving. Chapter 76. Unlocking Heat Vision. Atop Stark Tower, a colossal blue beam ascended into the heavens. Soon, the sky was rent asunder, revealing a vast portal to another realm. Within the ominous aperture loomed a gargantuan biological mothership, an entity that could not possibly belong to Earth. Against the backdrop of the profound cosmos, the mothership appeared both eerie and resplendent. Observing the Chitauri legions emerging from the portal, Loki could not suppress a grin. The scepter of the Chitauri? A splendid artifact. A voice resounded from behind him. Turning, Loki beheld a human remarkably resembling his brother. Noting the scepter clutched in Luya's grasp, Loki shrugged. "First, I detest blonde imbeciles. Second, return my scepter to me." Since his arrival on Earth, Loki had encountered little in the way of formidable opposition. Thus he regarded the locals, including Luya, with disdain. Naturally, Luya had no intention of relinquishing the Chitauri scepter. Instead, captivated by the yellow gem embedded at its apex, Luya extended 3 fingers and twisted forcefully. With a sharp click, he mused, is this the legendary Mind Stone? One of the 6 infinity stones of the universe. The moment Luya's hand made contact, invisible tendrils of yellow light streamed from the Mind Stone, coursing into his being. Intriguing. Luya could sense the immense power contained within the gem, capable of annihilating the entire planet. This was, of course, a perfectly ordinary notion. Mastering even a single infinity stone conferred a power level akin to that of a celestial being. Should all 6 stones converge, the resultant force of destruction and creation would reach a minimum of a universal scale. Within the Superman template, the unlocking degree was indicated as follows. Superman template unlock level, Superman, steel body, template unlock level 40. Luya felt the Mind Stone rapidly infusing him with a certain energy, reminiscent of the radiation from a yellow sun. In mere seconds, the unlock level for the Superman, steel body, template surged to 40. At that moment, Luya experienced a tingling sensation in his eyes as a hotter, more destructive energy coalesced before him. Turning to Loki, he felt an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent. Zing! 2 beams of crimson light erupted forth, sweeping horizontally with ferocious precision. Wherever the red beams traversed, they left behind ripples of invisible disturbance in the air. This floor of the building was brutally sheared away. Countless shards of glass and pieces of furniture disintegrated into liquid and ash, subsequently evaporating into the ether. Whoosh! A fleeting green apparition darted past, revealing Loki's form. Gulp! Witnessing the devastation wrought by Luya, Loki struggled to swallow his trepidation. What kind of destructive power is this? Loki observed with clarity as the 2 red beams sliced through thousands of meters before finally dissipating. In the air above, the newly arrived Chitauri forces found themselves among the unfortunate, having barely begun their descent into chaos. The remnants of the crimson beams severed the surroundings in twain. Instantly, the sky resembled a chaotic downpour, as an array of grotesque corpses and aerial war machines plummeted to the ground. As the red glow dissipated from his gaze, Luya exhaled deeply. Was this the might of heat vision? With a 40% unlocking rate, the Superman template had granted him access to heat vision. After a prolonged absence, Luya felt a wave of weakness wash over him. The immense power of that previous heat vision, capable of reaching thousands of meters, stemmed from the overexertion of his energy reserves. For reasons unknown, upon achieving a 40% enhancement of the Superman template and unlocking heat vision, a savage emotion surged within Luya, compelling him to unleash heat vision beyond his limits. Casting a glance at the still-shaken Loki, Luya's gaze fell upon the Mind Stone in his possession. Is it influencing my psyche? Luya's mind raced with thoughts. With a 40% unlocking rate, he had already begun to manifest the essence of a super-intellect. Soon, an epiphany struck him. His current planetary-level strength felt somewhat inadequate when wielding the Infinity Stones, particularly the Mind Stone. Should he become overly reliant on its power, his sanity would waver. Just like now, Luya found himself unable to suppress the murderous intent directed at Loki. Is this truly a human from Earth? A chill ran down Loki's spine under Luya's scrutinizing gaze. He prepared to use magic to teleport himself away. It would be disgraceful for a mortal to flee without a fight, yet Loki was not his brother Thor. If it were Thor, pride would compel him to engage. Currently, Loki, the god of mischief, only contemplated the most advantageous course of action. Aiming his left hand at Luya, Loki began to chant incantations. His magical prowess was formidable. He intended to momentarily restrain Luya with his sorcery before executing a secure teleportation. However, in the blink of an eye, Loki was horrified to find Luya's form had vanished. Damn it! With no time to ponder further, a diminutive portal opened, and Loki leaped backward. In less than a second, the portal snapped shut. Just before it closed, Loki seemed to hear a tremendous sonic boom erupt from outside. On the streets, a multitude of police vehicles surged forth, including agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., all engaged in thwarting the relentless onslaught of the Chitauri forces descending from the sky. That one. Peter, right? Go help the civilians catch the debris raining down from above. Stark instructed everyone present. He recognized the identity of the Spider-Man who had saved him. Peter, Luya's younger brother. Although today's Spider-Man suit was black, contrasting with Stark's memory of him in red, he still deduced the truth through J.A.R.V.I.S. analysis. All right, Mr. Stark. Peter could hardly concern himself with how Stark knew his name, as black webs continuously shot forth, intercepting the falling wreckage. Yet, he was left pondering. In the face of such perilous occurrences, it was customary for Gwen to be present alongside Peter. Yet, today, her absence was conspicuous. More critically, his brother, Liu-Ya, was also nowhere to be found. Peter could not fathom that Liu-Ya would harbor any fear of these extraterrestrial beings, for he was well aware of the strength his brother exhibited during their altercations. In truth, Gwen was currently in Hell's Kitchen. Liu-Ya was momentarily dismissive of the Chitauri forces. Once the planet-level threat of Loki was neutralized, the Chitauri would pose a far lesser challenge. Thus, Gwen was diligently maintaining order in the streets, for amidst the chaos, there were certainly those who sought to exploit the situation for their own gain. In the skies above, colossal Chitauri beasts began their descent. However, reinforcements from the Avengers had also arrived. Hulk, with a furious roar, Banner transformed, his form swelling and turning a vibrant green. Chapter 77. While you still possess the deceptive powers. The immense figure of Hulk materialized at the scene, unleashing a ferocious strength that shattered even the formidable Chitauri beast with a single blow. In terms of sheer physical prowess, Hulk undeniably overshadowed all others, even surpassing Peter, who was fortified by the venomous shadows. "What an evil force!" exclaimed a blackened head that emerged from Peter's shoulder, gazing intently at Hulk's retreating silhouette. It lamented the situation, reflecting on how its prior plea for mercy had spared it from being obliterated by Liu-Ya's laser-like wrath. Yet, whether this leniency stemmed from a desire to amplify Peter's potential remained uncertain. Peter, however, was well acquainted with Hulk, having witnessed firsthand his brother Liu-Ya's overwhelming prowess against both Hulk and Abomination. Upon returning, he had even taken the time to study Hulk further. Was it not a result of some kind of radiation-induced genetic mutation? Moreover, Peter cast a sidelong glance at the shadowy figure beside him, who had the audacity to label others as wicked while clearly embodying the essence of a villain himself. Noticing Peter's skepticism, the shadowy entity chose not to elaborate. After all, it merely harbored an inkling of suspicion regarding the source of Hulk's power, lacking definitive proof. As the situation grew tense, the arrival of Hawkeye and Captain America, who had broken free from their control, alleviated the strain somewhat. Meanwhile, Thor was diligently gathering rubble from the ground to hurl at the airborne battle vehicle above. Though stripped of divine power, his physical form still surpassed that of an ordinary man, rendering him relatively unscathed after being cast down from a great height by his brother Loki. Asgard. Observing the turmoil in Midgard, Odin's singular I remained devoid of fluctuation. He understood that beneath the facade of mortal beings, the depths ran profound. Leaving aside Liu-Ya, the mere involvement of the sorcerers from Kamar-Taj would suffice to give the Chitauri a run for their money. As for Loki's antics, Odin dismissed them as mere manifestations of youthful rebellion. His true concern lay in the cosmos, where Thanos was tirelessly amassing the Infinity Stones. Though he held the rank of a godly patriarch, his advancing age and the burgeoning magical energy within him necessitated that he seek a period of slumber, known as Odin's sleep. Yet, this was but a paltry measure. When the inevitable hour arrives, even a being of Odin's caliber would find it impossible to evade fate. This was the underlying reason for his reluctance to intervene in the affairs of Midgard. Even without Liu-Ya's presence, he would not lend his aid directly. If the Chitauri army summoned by Loki could not be repelled, then the devastation of Midgard's inhabitants seemed an unavoidable outcome. For Thanos, when it came to the extermination of cosmic life, his heart was far colder. Casting a glance at his son Thor, Odin could not help but smile faintly. At the very least, even in the absence of divine power and Mjolnir, he had the courage to confront the battle. Furthermore, it appeared he had made strides in tempering his arrogance. "Thor, you have passed the test." Odin's voice faded into the distance. On Earth, with a single shot, Rogers eliminated the Chitauri aboard their flying war machine, effortlessly hurling his shield. The astonishing strength behind his throw sent the shield whistling through the air, soaring for 100 meters. After dispatching a dozen Chitauri, the shield returned to Rogers as if guided by an unseen hand. Unlike the portrayal in the film's opening, this was not the Captain America who relied on his shield to cushion his falls from great heights or needed a moment to catch his breath. Since awakening from his icy slumber, Rogers had felt his body rejuvenating day by day, continually surpassing its former limits. He had been diligently practicing control over his strength. Otherwise, every object he grasped would either shatter or be launched away with excessive force. At that moment, a translucent halo materialized before him, and a miniature portal opened. Loki, visibly shaken, emerged from within. He had been terrified by the vanishing of Loya, leaving him no time to conjure a more substantial spell, resulting in a meager distance of teleportation. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, a chilling presence enveloped him from behind. He sensed a menacing intent looming over him. However, sensing it did not equate to evading it, Loki struggled to turn his head, trying to locate Loya. Yet, the booming sound from afar grew increasingly closer. At 3 times the speed of sound, Loya had already reached Loki's rear. Let me see how much strength a god possesses. Loya unleashed a punch, channeling nearly 20,000 tons of force into a singular point. Even if Loki was a descendant of frost giants and the god of mischief, this blow would undoubtedly inflict severe injury. Brother, at that critical moment, a hammer enveloped in lightning flew forth. Mjolnir's might was substantial, and Loya did not wish to risk injury. Thus, he had no choice but to change his trajectory. Clang! The tremendous metallic clash resonated as Loya's body, suspended in the air, staggered backward. Shaking his right hand, the residual lightning dissipated instantly. In contrast, Mjolnir was sent crashing downward by the force of Loya's punch, resulting in a colossal explosion at their point of impact. The deafening sound drew the attention of everyone present. Are you all engaging in infighting? Natasha, the Black Widow, cast a puzzled glance at Stark. The battlefield was supposed to be divided into 2 factions, the Chitauri army and the Earthlings. At most, it could be further divided between the Avengers and Stark's team. Thor, initially aligned with Stark, now appeared to be in conflict with Loya, standing alongside him. Loya, he is my brother. Thor positioned himself protectively in front of Loki, summoning Mjolnir back into his grasp. Generally speaking, the might of Mjolnir, when confronted with beings beneath the semi-divine level, can manifest an overwhelming force. After all, it has been imbued with magic by Odin. However, due to Loya's acknowledgement by Mjolnir, the hammer inflicts not much harm upon him. With a faint red light flickering in his eyes, Loya slowly ascends. Thor, take a look around. Can Loki's transgressions be erased merely by calling him your brother? Although the invasion of the Chitauri army did not result in significant casualties, the destruction in the vicinity is undeniably real. Furthermore, aside from this, Loya harbors his own ulterior motives. If I do not take the opportunity to torment you while you are still the god of trickery, when you become the god of stories, the chance will be lost. Chapter 78. What about my brother? Luoya expressed sympathy for Loki's future plight, yet acknowledged the tangible mistakes he was making at that very moment. Had it not been for Stark's audacity, Loki would not have recklessly relinquished the scepter. Even Luoya himself would not dare approach so easily. Within the Mind Stone, a continuous flow of energy surged into Luoya's body, rapidly replenishing the powers he had previously expended through his heat vision. Upon hearing Luoya's rebuke, Thor, having regained his divine strength, glanced at his brother and then at his surroundings. He was fully aware that his brother had indeed caused a grave calamity. Summoning external foes to confront Midgard had crossed the bounds of tolerability. Nevertheless, Thor was a man of deep sentiment. Observing Stark and others still engaged in fending off the Chitauri forces, he gritted his teeth and declared, "My brother, I shall report to father upon my return and ensure he is punished." In Thor's eyes, despite his brother's transgressions, Loki remained his kin, the son of Odin, the All-Father. How could he allow Loki to face judgment from others? Behind Thor, Loki felt profoundly moved by his brother's willingness to defend him against all odds. Yet, recalling the unjust treatment from their father Odin and the hardships of his own lineage, his gaze dimmed once more. Since you say so, Luoya nodded in agreement. If it were him, he would never permit outsiders to impose judgment on family, regardless of their faults. However, this did not mean Luoya was inclined to let Loki off the hook so easily, Thor included. Although both of them had learned a modicum of humility due to their current predicament, the pride ingrained in the Asgardian spirit had not been entirely extinguished. This was troubling indeed. Very troubling. Perhaps one day in the future, he might require their assistance. Thus, before the brothers matured, Luoya was determined to subdue them. The most effective method to tame the proud Thor and Loki was undoubtedly through a thorough thrashing. Recalling the film where Loki was repeatedly smashed by the Hulk, leaving him with lasting trepidation, Luoya considered the destruction caused in New York due to Loki's actions. This justification held little weight in Luoya's eyes. As long as family and friends remained unharmed, everything else was negotiable. However, since Loki posed a threat to Stark, Luoya felt compelled to administer punishment regardless. With this thought, a smirk graced Luoya's lips, his eyes flashing with a menacing glint as he turned his gaze toward Loki, who stood behind Thor. What? Feeling the murderous intent in Luoya's stare, Loki felt a chill ascend his spine. Even hiding behind his brother Thor offered him no semblance of safety. Yet, the pride of an Asgardian and the identity of a frost giant forbade him from showing weakness before a mere mortal. Thus, he could only feign indifference, casting a nonchalant glance aside. Then, casually murmuring to his brother Thor, "Who asked you to help me?" Upon hearing his brother's words, Thor's hand, clutching the hammer, trembled slightly. He could not fathom how his brother, who had once fought by his side, could suddenly seem like a completely different person. Yet, despite this bewilderment, he did not step away from in front of his brother. Compared to Loki, he possessed a deeper understanding of Ruya's capabilities. During their time on Earth, Thor had not spent every moment indulging in beer, junk food, and video games. At least, not all the time. Throughout his time with Stark, he had gleaned some knowledge. For instance, Stark had once instructed Jarvis to analyze the combat footage of Ruya, roughly estimating his combat prowess. The results were staggering: speed exceeding 12 Mach, strength surpassing 10,000 tons, an extraordinary resilience that rendered accurate conclusions elusive. Preliminary estimations suggested he could withstand nuclear and hydrogen bombs, among other weapons of mass destruction. The conclusion was clear. Ruya overwhelmingly outclassed humanity, rendering human weaponry nearly ineffective against him. This conclusion stemmed from Ruya's amalgamation of two templates. Furthermore, Jarvis had warned that the target's power was still rapidly escalating. Thus, the assessment was only valid at present. Thor was well aware of Jarvis's evaluations of Ruya. Stark might not grasp the full implications of this, merely recognizing Ruya's formidable strength. However, as an Asgardian, Thor possessed a clearer understanding of power hierarchies. Based on Ruya's previous displays, he was already among the elite on a planetary scale. Not to mention, his strength was still on the rise. For example, the devastating ray Ruya had just unleashed was evidently far more potent than the initial laser beam. Fortunately, merely augmenting raw power was still somewhat challenging to reach the level of a demigod. Hence, Thor found the courage to stand before Ruya. Otherwise, he would have long since summoned his father, the All-Father Odin. Moreover, he and his brother were both of planetary caliber. United, they need not fear Ruya. After contemplating for a moment, Thor's confidence in confronting Ruya surged. He turned to his brother Loki, saying, "Do not fear, Loki." Thor glanced back, only to find no trace of his brother Loki. When cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Now, Thor was genuinely sweating. Loki. Thor could scarcely believe that, while he stood in front of his brother, Loki had abandoned him and fled alone. Turning back, Thor shot a glance at Ruya. Noticing the crimson light in Ruya's eyes had yet to fade, he felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. What now? With a brother like this? Do you still wish to protect him? Ruya taunted. However, he could perceive that Loki had not truly departed. As the god of deception, Loki's mastery of magic was indeed formidable. The reason for his sudden disappearance right under his very eyes led Ruya to speculate that some form of illusionary magic had been employed. As for Sol, despite his brother's retreat at the critical moment, he harbored no intention of fleeing himself. The mistakes made by his brother would undoubtedly fall upon his shoulders as the elder sibling. One cannot deny that Sol's pride is, at times, an endearing quality. Since you have put it that way. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Ruya vanished before Sol's eyes. The piercing sound of a violent roar echoed in the vicinity, a fleeting shadow stretching from the ground to the heavens. As for the Chitauri army above, any that obstructed Ruya's path was engulfed in a burst of crimson mist. Here it comes. Soul's instincts alerted him that Liu Ya's assault was imminent above him. Whirling rapidly, his right hand wielded Mjolnir with fervor. The ground cracked beneath the force of Soul's counteraction. At a certain threshold, the hammer, charged with countless blue and white currents, soared into the sky as Soul gritted his teeth. Come forth. Chapter 79. Thunderous clash. A howl descended upon Thor's head. He realized that while he could clearly see the figure of Liu Ya, his body could not react in time. Thus, he decided to swing Mjolnir preemptively. This decision proved astute. Just as his hammer passed overhead, Liu Ya's fist arrived with great force. Boom! A violent storm erupted around the two, radiating outward from the point of impact. The sound of the collision resonated in the hearts of all present. Natasha, Hawkeye, and the others, mere mortals, clutched their chests and gasped in discomfort. An indescribable unease welled in their chests, a result of Liu Ya's deliberate control, guiding the shockwave away from them, pushing aside the lifeless Chitauri that lay before her. Natasha was taken aback by the strange blood oozing from its mouth and nose. Turning her gaze toward Liu Ya and Thor, she saw both figures enveloped in a thick cloud of dust. Could the mere dispersal of a shockwave possess such potency? Is this the power of a deity? As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha was acutely aware that Thor claimed to be the god of thunder, a divine being from Norse mythology who wielded control over lightning. Therefore, what manner of existence was Liu Ya, who could contend with and even suppress the god of thunder? Natasha had never possessed a clear understanding of Liu Ya's strength until today, when she finally witnessed it firsthand. Stark, too, was struck by astonishment. He had never anticipated that the god who spent his days drinking beer, playing games, and indulging in junk food could wield such formidable power. Indeed, if Stark were to place himself in that situation, he would likely lack the confidence to withstand a single punch from Liu Ya. Contemplating this, he felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy wash over him. With Liu Ya's presence in this world, was there still a need for Iron Man? As Liu Ya's friend, Stark was all too aware of the rapid ascension of Liu Ya's strength. According to Jarvis's analysis, Liu Ya's power was initially quantified at around 10,000 units. Yet, Jarvis's current assessment indicated that it had already surpassed 20,000. Moreover, this might not even reflect Liu Ya's true limits. In that moment, Stark found himself engulfed in confusion before Liu Ya's overwhelming might. He began to doubt himself. For so long, he had reveled in pleasure, pursued fame and fortune, and basked in the adoration of the masses. Iron Man. Perhaps, in the eyes of the divine, he was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Liu Ya's power was simply too immense, too far removed from that of a mere human. Little did he know that his current predicament had plunged Stark into a profound existential crisis. As the dust began to settle in the heart of the battlefield, the true state of the conflict was revealed. Liu Ya floated half a meter above the ground, his form enveloped in a tempest of lightning. Yet, this degree of electricity had no effect on him. The once smooth street beneath had been utterly obliterated. In its place, a vast, gaping chasm emerged. Brown soil splattered everywhere. And at the very center of the abyss knelt a figure. Struggling to rise, Thor braced himself against his trembling right arm. He could sense that Lua had finally tempered his strength. Otherwise, the sheer force of 20,000 tons would have been unbearable. Nevertheless, Thor's condition was far from ideal. His resilience is commendable, Lua remarked, though merely commendable. After enduring that blow, Thor had largely lost the capability to continue fighting. Were he not the master of Mjolnir, he would likely be unable to lift the hammer at this moment. As the dust settled, the air shimmered and distorted. A figure clad in green armor gradually materialized, a hand first emerged. Loki's left hand radiated immense magical energy as a sphere of power swiftly took shape. With a portal opening, he instantaneously appeared behind Lua. Wait, Thor cried out, hastily trying to intervene upon seeing his brother's arrival. He understood the formidable physical defense of Lua and presumed that his magical resistance was equally formidable. After all, powerful beings typically exhibit balanced development. Hence, he feared that Loki's attack might provoke Lua further. However, Loki was evidently unwilling to forfeit the opportunity for a surprise attack. While voicing his grievances against their adoptive father Odin and his brother Thor, the sight of Thor injured on his behalf ignited an impulsive desire within him to strike Lua. Sensing the surge of magical energy behind him, Lua felt the impending danger draw near. His skin prickled with alarm. Danger. It was clear that Loki, as a planet-level sorcerer, was a considerable threat to the currently vulnerable Lua. Regardless of whether he was utilizing the template of his homeland or that of Superman, magical resistance was an inherent weakness. Yet, Lua's figure flickered, leaving behind only the echo of his laughter. What good is powerful magic? What does it matter if one lacks sufficient magical resistance? Although Loki posed a certain threat, his speed was a glaring flaw. No warrior would foolishly remain stationary to absorb a sorcerer's attack. Just as Loki blinked again, Lua vanished from sight. The magical sphere radiating a cutting aura lost its target, and cold sweat instantly drenched Loki's back. Behind you. Thor's voice rang out once more, this time as a warning to his brother. In an instant, Loki reacted, dispersing the magical sphere in his left hand. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand to conjure another miniature portal. However, just as his right hand was lifted, a large hand surged from the side, gripping his arm tightly. Got you. Lua grinned, not allowing Loki the luxury of response. With a sudden forceful pull of his arm, in an instant, Loki felt the world spin around him. Everything swirling incessantly. The magic in his grasp was forcibly severed, and then he beheld the ground looming perilously close. Thud. A resounding crash. Loki's face met the earth first, followed by his entire body. Subsequently, Rhea vanished from before Loki and reappeared at his feet. No. Loki's pupils constricted. At that moment, he yearned for mercy more than ever. Yet it was too late. Rhea granted him no such opportunity. With a firm grip on Loki's ankle, thud, 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 thud. The incessant sound of pounding reverberated throughout the street. Everything around them trembled in response. Poor Loki. He narrowly escaped Hulk's devastating throw, only to encounter the even more ferocious Rhea. Chapter 80. Mind in Space, How Dare You? Initially, Loki intended to hurl a few harsh words at Rhea. However, when Rhea observed that he could still utter words, he intensified the force of his arm swings. The sheer velocity generated a cacophony of whistling in the air, drowning out Loki's taunts, which may have resembled wails of anguish. Nevertheless, Rhea did not strike with lethal intent. Furthermore, such a degree of physical assault was hardly sufficient to extinguish the life of Loki, a demigod possessed of the essence of frost giants. At most, he would be left with a few bruises, an unpleasant experience indeed. In the deep pit, Thor successfully leaped to the surface with the aid of Mjolnir. Observing his suffering brother, he fell into silence. Perhaps it was beneficial for Rhea to vent his frustrations. Soon enough, Rhea sensed Loki's gaze beginning to fade. Thud. With one final blow, Loki lay serenely on the ground, the earth around him resembling a field that had been plowed countless times. That would suffice for today. Rhea glanced skyward. The Chitauri army continued to pour forth ceaselessly from the portal. Next time, it would not merely involve a few falls. Without closing the portal, there was no way to thwart the invasion of this extraterrestrial civilization. I understand what you're saying. But the question remains, how do we close it? Who will do the closing? Let us use a nuclear bomb to obliterate their mothership. Agreed. Beep. Beep. Rhea, think of a solution. Stark's voice was filled with urgency. As time passed, the Chitauri forces multiplied, seemingly endless. Moreover, his Iron Man suit's ammunition was not infinite, and the armor had sustained significant damage. Glimpsing the rooftop of Stark Tower, where a brilliant beam of light still radiated, he thought, wait. No sooner had he spoken than Rhea's figure gradually vanished. In the next moment, he materialized atop the building, gazing at the infinitely powerful Tesseract. Even Rhea's heart raced slightly at that moment. In comparison to the Mind Stone, the Space Stone exhibited far superior capabilities. With eyes aglow, he unleashed a concentrated beam of energy, obliterating the energy conduit completely. The Tesseract ceased its energy output, reverting to its cubic form and tumbling to the ground. However, while the connection between the Tesseract and the portal in the sky had been severed, the passage did not close immediately. Rather, it began to close slowly. To resolve the situation entirely, it was imperative to destroy the Chitauri mothership. At that moment, Stark's voice echoed once more through the communicator. Rhea, I can transport a nuclear bomb into the portal. Wish me luck. Rhea activated his enhanced vision, locking onto Stark in the distance. He saw Stark carrying a half-length nuclear warhead, soaring directly towards the portal. However, his speed of flight seemed rather sluggish, did it not? The lure floated silently in the air, observing without uttering a word. After a moment, Stark could no longer contain himself. Were it not for the presence of the lure, he would have unhesitatingly propelled himself into the wormhole with a nuclear bomb. However, now that the lure was here, he had no desire to court death. He was acutely aware that the lure was far swifter than he. More importantly, through Jarvis's analysis, he understood that the lure was entirely unperturbed by the impending nuclear explosion. Lure, surely you do not wish to witness your friend perish? Stark mused with a wry smile. Suddenly, he felt a lightness behind him. Turning around, he saw the nuclear warhead had found its way into the lure's grasp. Be careful, the wormhole is closing. Without further ado, the lure morphed into a fleeting shadow and darted toward the threshold of the wormhole. Beyond lay the colossal Chitauri mothership. With 40% of Superman-S, Iron Man-S, unlocking potential, the lure possessed a mind that far exceeded that of an ordinary human. In mere seconds, it calculated the trajectory and, with a powerful thrust of its arm, hurled the nuclear warhead towards the mothership. The lure did not intend to take risks by venturing into the unknown expanse of space. After all, should an unforeseen mishap occur, it could find itself trapped in the cosmos, which would spell disaster. Heat began to coalesce once more in its eyes. This time, 2 crimson points solidified before its gaze. The Mind Stone radiated even more energy. With a crackle, a surge of energy surged across vast distances, accompanied by the explosion of the nuclear device. 2 beams of red light sliced through the Chitauri mothership. Just before the wormhole sealed shut, the lure's final sight was that of an endless conflagration. Meanwhile, the remnants of Chitauri flying vehicles that remained tethered to Earth suddenly lost their propulsion, severed from their mothership. In Stark's office, as the wormhole closed, the Chitauri invasion came to an end. At that moment, Loki stood with his hands shackled, a look of dismay etched on his face as he lingered behind Thor. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused, Thor earnestly expressed. His brother had erred, and he felt a sense of responsibility as the elder sibling. Of course, the act of restraining Loki was also intended for the audience present, particularly for the lure, indicating that Loki would indeed face consequences upon their return. Yet, the lure, seated on the sofa, appeared unfazed. It was preoccupied with a yellow gem and a dull cube, its greatest acquisitions from the ordeal. The Mind Stone spoke for itself. With its capabilities to emit energy beams, manipulate minds, provide energy, and create sentient life. Arguably, the most beneficial aspect for the lure was the provision of energy. Given its lack of magical prowess and insufficient strength, the lure discovered that the energy beams emitted by the Mind Stone were less effective than its own heat vision. As for the creation of sentient life, the lure cast a glance at Stark, who was enjoying a tranquil moment with Pepper Potts. Since the Mind Stone has come into his possession, it is likely that Ultron will not manifest. This also signifies that Vision will never be brought into existence. If we consider that Ruya can only make preliminary use of the Mind Stone at present, the Space Stone remains entirely elusive. At this juncture, the Space Stone is still encased within the Tesseract. Aside from violently extracting it, much like Thanos did by crushing the Tesseract to obtain the Space Stone, Ruya has no other means to retrieve it. However, should he shatter the Tesseract, a tremendous surge of energy would be unleashed. Ruya remains uncertain whether he can withstand such a force. After all, it embodies one of the 6 fundamental powers of the universe, and he feels it prudent to exercise caution. With matters resolved, and seeing that the others no longer pursue his brother Loki's transgressions, Thor proposed their departure. Having regained his divine powers, he realized that his mission in Midgard had effectively reached its conclusion. Chapter 81. Visiting Asgard. Heimdall stood before the Bifrost, wielding the guardian sword. Gyllenhaal. At that moment, he sensed the approach of someone behind him. My king. Heimdall immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. As the sentinel of the Bifrost and the protector of Asgard, he held Odin in high esteem. Heimdall, we are expecting a guest in Asgard today. When Thor returns, instruct him to bring the individual to me. Glancing at the starry sky, Heimdall inquired, is it the one from Midgard? Unlike Thor and Loki, whose pride he often observed, Heimdall had always held a curious attitude towards the planet of Midgard. He exhibited a keen interest in the development of Earth's civilizations and the emotions of mortals. Following his observations of the recent Chitauri invasion through the all-seeing eye, he acknowledged the emergence of Earth's super beings, particularly the prowess displayed by the individual known as Loya. In Heimdall's estimation, aside from the sorceress, the Ancient One, Loya's demonstrated strength could be ranked second, just a step away from the level of his celestial father, Odin. However, did not express much regarding Heimdall's clandestine observations of Midgard. It is he. Prophecy speaks of him as the savior of our universe. Thus, I feel compelled to meet him. With Odin's slumber imminent, he wished to witness firsthand the extraordinary potential of this earthling, as articulated by the Ancient One. Of course, Odin harbored personal motives. His son Thor was destined to inherit his throne, yet he also had concerns for his firstborn child, Hela. The cosmic threat was too distant for him to confront, but the peril posed by Hela to Asgard was immediate. Having sealed away his daughter, Odin was acutely aware of her formidable power. As he aged, his own strength waned, while Hela's might could potentially surpass his own. Once he departed from this life, the seal would dissipate, and the goddess of death, Hela, would reign unchallenged over Asgard. Odin's apprehensions were well-founded. Upon her awakening, Hela's power would surely ascend to celestial heights. In contrast, Thor lagged significantly behind. Even with the inheritance of Odin's abilities, reaching a standard celestial level would require considerable time. Meanwhile, on Earth, Loya observed as Thor escorted Loki to an open space, preparing to wield Mjolnir to summon the Bifrost for their departure. At that moment, an ancient and formidable force descended. The sensation was indescribable, not merely a crushing display of power, but an air of authority. This force unmistakably targeted Loya, leaving the others, including Stark, unaware of any anomaly. With the exception of Thor and Loki, Thor's eyes gleamed with excitement as he regained his divine power, eager to bask in his father's praises. In stark contrast, Loki appeared utterly despondent. He had opened the portal to summon the Chitauri army to Earth. If successful, it would have been one thing. But he could not even accomplish that. He had previously sought to prove himself to his adoptive father Odin. As for Ruya, although Odin had merely exerted his authority, it remained a formidable force for someone of his planetary stature. Nevertheless, Ruya could withstand such pressure. His expression remained unchanged as he stood quietly in place. Odin had no intention of putting Ruya in a difficult position, and the oppressive aura was soon withdrawn. Truly, he was someone favored by the Ancient One. Odin's voice resonated in Ruya's ear. As a celestial being of immense power, projecting his voice was an effortless task. Odin was acutely aware of the magnitude of his own pressure. To speak frankly, any typical super being subjected to his full force would surely face a grim fate, death by obliteration. It seems you are not far from reaching the subcelestial tier. Odin also harbored apprehensions regarding Thanos lurking in the depths of the cosmos, or more accurately, the Thanos that would emerge after his own demise. At least one stable subcelestial being must exist within the 9 realms to grant him a sense of security. Guardian of Midgard, I invite you to converse. Without hesitation, Odin extended an invitation to Ruya. Guardian of Midgard? Ruya felt a peculiar sensation. It was the first time he had heard such a title, and it was astonishingly bestowed upon himself. However, this confirmed his suspicion that the Ancient One had indeed passed away or departed. Otherwise, the title of Earth's Guardian could not possibly have fallen upon him. Ruya nodded discreetly, signaling his agreement to journey to Asgard. Simultaneously, Thor received a directive from his father Odin, instructing him to summon the Bifrost. Yes, father. Although he was puzzled by the inclusion of Ruya, an outsider, in this trip to Asgard, he believed it prudent to heed his father's words. Meanwhile, Ruya exchanged a few words with Stark before standing beside Thor. Though he possessed the ability to fly, traversing from Earth to Asgard directly seemed absurd. Thus, he gladly accepted the free lift offered by Thor. Thor held Loki down with one hand while Ruya supported him on the other shoulder, the mighty Mjolnir pointing skyward. In Asgard, Heimdall sensed Thor's call for the Bifrost. A hum resonated. A radiant column of color descended upon the trio. Wow! Stark exclaimed in awe, expressing admiration for the Bifrost. As the light dissipated, Ruya and the other 2 vanished from the spot, leaving behind a complex circular pattern etched upon the ground. Truly, Stark couldn't help but muse that after spending time with Ruya, the world felt increasingly surreal. No, sir. Jarvis's voice interjected at the opportune moment. According to my calculations, you are indeed inching closer to uncovering the truth of the world. But what is the truth of the world? Extraterrestrial beings? Apologies, sir. The parameters are insufficient to draw any conclusions at this time. A sudden transformation of brilliance enveloped the surroundings, and Luya felt as though he had firmly planted his feet on solid ground. As the radiance dissipated, he glanced downward to behold a magnificent rainbow bridge extending towards a grand palace. Within the palace stood a figure clad in resplendent golden armor, wielding a colossal sword at its center. Is this Heimdall? The image of this golden war god perfectly aligned with Luya's perception of Heimdall. How do you know about Heimdall? Thor gazed at Luya in astonishment, his mind racing with absurd conjectures. Possessing unparalleled strength, the ability to fly, energy beams, and so forth. Could he possibly be Father's illegitimate son in Midgard? Chapter 82. The King of Gods, Odin in response to why he knew of Heimdall. Luya offered a rather tenuous explanation, suggesting that these tales stemmed from Norse mythology. Nevertheless, what significance did it hold? The two companions guided Loki towards the Golden Palace, while Heimdall continued to observe Luya intently. As they approached, Heimdall was the first to nod slightly at Thor. Your Highness, the king awaits you and your friend in the palace. He then regarded Luya with the same respectful gaze. Greetings to you, the guardian of Midgard. His luminous eyes, known as Heimdall's eyes, reflected Luya's imposing figure, revealing his genuine admiration for him. On one hand, Luya was a guest appointed by the King of Gods, Odin, and a friend of Prince Thor. Although Heimdall had witnessed Thor being bested by Luya on Earth, this did not diminish his perception of their camaraderie. Moreover, he had discreetly observed the encounter between the Ancient One and Luya, overhearing fragments of their conversation, wherein even the Supreme Sorcerer prophesied that Luya would be the savior of the universe's future. Of course, Heimdall's ability to eavesdrop on such matters was facilitated by the Ancient One's intention for him to hear. Otherwise, not even Odin could have uncovered such secrets. Lastly, Luya's own formidable strength warranted Heimdall's respect. Heimdall naturally held a degree of reverence for the powerful. Although he served as Asgard's sentinel, his primary duty was to listen and relay information. In terms of combat prowess, Heimdall's abilities were not excessively formidable, which reflects the nature of the Asgardians. Aside from those of royal lineage, it was challenging for the other members of their race to surpass planetary levels of strength. Greetings, Mr. Heimdall, guardian of Asgard. Acknowledging the respect shown by others, Luya reciprocated with courtesy. However, he found himself perplexed by the title of Guardian of Earth. Earth, Midgard. They essentially refer to the same realm. I am merely curious. I have not claimed any title of a guardian myself. Heimdall gazed at the starry sky and elucidated. You are designated as the strongest in Midgard by the Supreme Sorcerer. Naturally, this renders you the guardian of Earth as well. To outsiders, it appeared that since Luya was entrusted as the last resort by the Ancient One before her disappearance, he had automatically assumed her responsibilities. Yet, Luya remained uncertain about the extent of the assistance the Ancient One had provided him. No longer dwelling on this, Luya nodded in understanding. Finally, Heimdall cast a complex glance towards Loki. Loki, you have caused trouble again. The distinction in Heimdall's address towards Thor and Loki revealed the disparity in his attitudes towards the two brothers. Thor, being Odin's son, possessed the rightful royal blood of Asgard. Conversely, although Loki was nominally also Odin's son, his lineage traced back to the frost giants, making him, in essence, an adopted son. Heimdall may not have realized it himself, but deep within him, possessing the blood of the Asgardian demigods, there resided a certain pride. Naturally, Loki, having grown up in Asgard, bore an indelible bond with the realm. However, the true reason for Heimdall's current aloofness towards Loki stemmed from Loki's penchant for mischief. As the god of deception, Loki's antics sometimes jeopardized the interests of Asgard, an affront that Heimdall, the guardian of the realm, found intolerable. Yet, despite Heimdall's reproach, Loki remained silent. His every action was, in fact, a bid for Odin's attention and an expression of his discontent. In his eyes, he was capable of achieving far greater feats. Yet his father's gaze consistently lingered upon his brother, Thor. Observing Loki's apparent defiance, Heimdall shook his head and stepped aside, guiding the trio towards the palace. Before long, a magnificent palace, steeped in classical elegance, came into view. Beneath the grand dome, towering columns and an expansive portico stood proudly. Thor, Loki, welcome home, greeted an elderly figure clad in a gray-blue robe, turning to face them. It was Odin. Luya felt a flicker of trepidation in the presence of the All-Father. He experienced a long-lost sensation of being utterly subdued. The aura emanating from Odin was, indeed, more potent than that of the Ancient One. Yet, this was to be expected. The Ancient One possessed an aura of tranquility and refinement. Although formidable in her own right, she exuded a gentler presence. Odin, on the other hand, was a figure of war, his reputation forged through countless battles. His inspections of the 9 realms were not mere sightseeing excursions. He personally quelled any insurrections that arose. However, due to his current physical condition, he rarely intervened directly. Otherwise, his presence would be even more formidable. Odin's gaze fell squarely upon Luya. This was his first opportunity to observe the young man spoken of by the Ancient One up close, and indeed, he was strikingly different. Odin could sense something akin to a son residing within Luya. If this were an Asgardian, it would signify the blood of the divine. Thus, Luya possessed a lineage distinct from that of the Midgardians, or perhaps a coexistence of 2 bloodlines? Odin was uncertain. He had previously studied Luya and noted his affinity for basking in the sun, each time drawing energy that enhanced his abilities. Much like Asgardians did while on their home soil. Youth, welcome to Asgard. I wonder how you find this place? Odin inquired. His voice surprisingly devoid of the typical divine resonance, resembling that of an ordinary elder from Earth. This gentleness was reserved for Luya, a young man whom Odin regarded with favor. Had he been addressing an ordinary mortal, Odin would have showcased his formidable majesty. It was indeed a spectacular sight. Everywhere around me, the surroundings shimmered with a golden radiance and a luminous glow. I wondered what Mr. Odin had summoned me for. Luya did not address him as Your Majesty, but rather used the term Mr. since they claimed to be the guardians of Earth. It was only fitting that I maintain the dignity of our planet. Nevertheless, Odin seemed unconcerned. He did not equate the length of his lifespan with the transient disparity in strength as a source of pride. Although Luya's power still paled in comparison to his own, it did not hinder their ability to engage in an equal exchange. Odin turned to his 2 sons, saying, Your mother is still waiting for you. You should hurry. It appeared he had no intention of meting out severe punishment to Loki. In contrast, while Loki breathed a sigh of relief, a sense of discontent brewed within him. Chapter 83. Breakthrough. What truly concerns Loki is Odin's attention, not merely praise, but also punishment. Whenever his brother Thor errs, he invariably faces their father's wrath. In Loki's eyes, this is a form of affection. This time, having caused such chaos in Midgard, he finds it perplexing that his father has chosen not to chastise him. Instead, Odin appears to be enjoying a delightful conversation with an outsider. In this regard, Loki would prefer a stern reprimand over a lenient dismissal. At least it would signify that his father values him. Alas, it seems Odin remains oblivious to Loki's emotional turmoil. Perhaps he is aware but chooses not to acknowledge it. After all, Loki is but an adopted son. His veins pulse with the blood of frost giants, not that of Asgard, in a realm that places such importance on lineage. How could they accept a foreigner as their king? Not to mention, Thor, a son of commendable stature, is present. Thus, while Odin's affection for Loki is not insignificant, his love for Thor undoubtedly prevails. After Thor and his brother Loki depart, Odin approaches Rua. To Rua's astonishment, Odin expresses a desire to witness Rua's prowess. Are you suggesting that I engage in combat with you? Rua glances at himself, grappling with the thought that perhaps following Thor to Asgard was a reckless choice. The situation feels reminiscent of a trap laid for a hapless creature. Of course, it is rather ludicrous to liken himself to a mere dog. Yet the analogy holds some truth. Rua is acutely aware of his own power. In certain respects, he is formidable, but it all depends on the frame of reference. Odin, the illustrious king of Asgard, embodies an existence of divine might. The notion that he wishes to spar with Rua raises doubts in his mind. Could Odin be seeking to eliminate him? When have I ever wronged this old man? Rua ponders, questioning himself. Well, it was only a few light blows to Thor and a couple of tumbles for Loki. These two are tough and resilient, aren't they? Observing Rua's conflicted expression, Odin realizes his intention has been misconstrued. With a resigned smile, he wonders if he truly appears to be a fearsome figure or one who preys upon the young. Indeed, Odin regards Rua as a junior. As one of the rare beings of divine caliber, Odin, though not frequently communicating with the Ancient One, shares an unspoken understanding, a bond forged among the strong, a mutual respect. Fear not, it is merely a casual exchange of skills. Odin strives to present himself not as a bully exploiting the weak. However, Rua's gaze settles on the spear in Odin's grasp. If memory serves him correctly, that weapon is called Gungnir, is it not? Gungnir, or the Spear of Eternity, is said to be a branch of the World Tree. Once unleashed, it is guaranteed to strike its target. While such a description may be an exaggeration, it is not far from the truth for most. The formidable power of Odin, the All-Father, combined with such weaponry left Luya in uncertainty regarding whether his semi-finished steel body, complemented by the flawless template of the people from his homeland, could withstand it. Sensing Luya's gaze, Odin discerned his apprehension. With a casual gesture, Gungnir was sent flying to the side. Do not worry, you may attack me freely. Upon hearing Odin's words, Luya nodded in agreement. It appeared that the opponent merely wished to gauge his strength. The reason behind this inclination might stem from the words of the Ancient One. Thus, Luya's pride was rekindled. He lifted his head, and crimson light began to coalesce before his eyes. Odin's expression grew grave, not underestimating Luya despite their disparity in power. He squinted, observing intently. The two crimson beams in Luya's eyes exhibited a subtle distinction. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that each red beam was divided into two circles. This indicated that within each crimson glow, an additional slender beam of red light was gathering. This marked Luya's inaugural full-force display, with both laser and thermal beams converging within his gaze. In the pocket of his right leg, the yellow mind gem seemed to respond to some stimulus, a faint radiance beginning to flow into Luya's being. With the mind gem's assistance, the energy amassed grew exponentially. Soon, the space before Luya's eyes began to ripple, as if the very fabric of reality could scarcely endure this wave of annihilation. Now, in a state of utmost intensity, just as the energy within the red light threatened to erupt, Luya unleashed it with a powerful shout. Instantly, the crimson beams on either side intertwined and surged toward Odin. Their velocity was so immense that they reached Odin almost simultaneously with Luya's vocalization. What a destructive force! Odin's eyes widened in astonishment as an invisible wave materialized before him. With telekinetic control and an energy barrier from the cosmos, he demonstrated why he was a being of All-Father caliber. Had Luya's strike been directed at an ordinary planetary-level opponent, it might have been utterly insurmountable. However, Luya's offensive capabilities extended far beyond this singular attack. Boom! As the sonic boom reverberated, Luya had vanished from the palace. Outside, Odin sensed that Luya had appeared above the rainbow bridge connecting the palace. In a flash, Odin found himself standing on the bridge. The urgent cacophony surged overhead. Yet Odin did not raise his gaze. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing his telekinetic power to radiate like flowing water. Trouble. In the sky, Luya soared at breakneck speed, intent on disrupting Odin's perception. Yet, it seemed this endeavor had faltered. What was happening over there? Soon, residents of Asgard began to take note of the unfolding situation. Primarily, Luya had been flying at nearly 20 Mach to obscure Odin's line of sight, covering an extensive distance. The palace? How audacious of someone to act with such impunity before the royal residence. The existence of Odin is revered as divine in the hearts of all Asgardians, embodying an immense and invincible presence. However, it is audacious that someone dared to act with impunity before the royal palace, provoking the discontent of onlookers. Yet, upon their arrival near the palace, they discovered their sovereign, the god King Odin himself. Simultaneously, the thunderous roar from the heavens intensified, growing ever closer to the ground. The energy from the Mind Stone surged forth in a nearly continuous line. Superman template, steel body. Unlock progress, 49, unbeknownst to them. The unlocking progress surged once more. This slight advancement propelled Lua's speed to new heights. Boom, boom, boom. With the cacophony of thunder, Lua's velocity soared to 25 Mach. In an instant, Lua's figure flashed by, gritting his teeth and channeling all his strength from above. Chapter 84. Take a step back. This punch encapsulated all of Lua's strength. Odin, with his profound mastery of magic, easily deflected it using the heat vision from Cyclops. It became apparent that Lua's ranged attacks were utterly ineffective. The only possible breakthrough lay in a physical assault. After all, Odin had entered the twilight of his years. His body, already straining under the weight of divine power, might just offer Lua a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. However, this was merely Lua's conjecture. In reality, it was nearly impossible for a planetary-level being to inflict harm on a cosmic-level entity. Indeed, a mere difference of one tier in strength often resulted in a crushing disparity. This became increasingly evident as battles progressed. Much like in the movies, where Stark injured Thanos, a scenario that could only exist in this universe. In others, such a feat would be utterly unattainable. The more likely outcome would be Thanos dispatching Stark with a mere flick of his wrist. In the air, Lua's muscles tensed, and the exposed skin of his arms transformed into a silver-black hue, gleaming like metal. Odin gazed upward, divine energy swirling in his palms. Two golden discs materialized instantaneously, shielding his head. Crack! In the next instant, Lua's fist collided with the magical discs. Although Odin was immensely powerful, it seemed that age had truly begun to take its toll on him. The magical discs withstood Lua's frontal assault, yet they too had to bear an immense backlash. Lua exerted himself to the utmost, transforming into a meteor of sheer force. Under this tremendous pressure, Odin found himself unable to maintain his footing, staggering backward a step. Here stood a cosmic-level powerhouse, capable of annihilating worlds. Despite being 2 tiers lower in strength, Lua managed to unsettle Odin's stance. Frankly, this astonished Odin greatly. While he had wished to gauge Lua's strength, he had not anticipated experiencing such a setback himself. Boom. At last. The magical discs could no longer withstand the combined force and shattered into fragments, gradually dissipating. Your strength surpasses my expectations, Odin remarked, gazing at Lua with an expression of unexpected admiration. The battle had come to an end. For Lua, this was never a fight he needed to win. Having repelled Odin, he had already achieved his objective. In the courtyard, Frigga was conversing with her 2 sons. In contrast to Odin, she was undeniably a nurturing mother. Regarding Loki's transgressions on Earth, Frigga discerned his underlying intentions. She understood that Loki's actions stemmed from his insecurities and yearning for love. However, unlike Odin, who disregarded Loki's mistakes, Frigga, while loving her children, could also tolerate minor faults. Yet, orchestrating the Chitauri army's invasion of Earth was clearly no trivial matter. Moreover, from her recent inquiries, she had learned that the one manipulating Loki was none other than Thanos. The existence of Thanos had been a persistent source of concern for her husband of late. Even the Ancient One from Midgard reminded us of this point. It can be said that Loki's actions this time are akin to betraying Asgard and the 9 realms. This is also the source of Frigga's inner turmoil. She feels compelled to punish Loki. Thor, of course, understands his mother's intentions throughout his life. Although she has shown great affection, she firmly believes that grave mistakes must be met with consequences. This is a principle that even their father Odin struggles to alter. Mother. Thor approached Frigga with a pleading smile, like a child yearning for approval, as he interceded for Loki. My brother has already faced punishment on Earth. He was punished by Lua. He wanted to say more, but Frigga had no intention of heeding her eldest son's plea. A grave mistake must be punished, otherwise, how could one uphold the dignity of an Asgardian prince? Meanwhile, Loki observed the exchange between his brother and mother with a complex expression. On one hand, he envied Thor's ability to speak to their mother in such an affectionate manner, for Thor is her biological son, a true member of the Asgardian pantheon, while he himself is merely a frost giant, an adopted child. Yet, at the same time, Loki's love and reliance on Frigga are undeniably genuine. Though he is known as the god of mischief, he still yearns for affection. Just as Frigga was about to speak further, a commotion erupted at the Rainbow Bridge. What is happening? That is your father's presence. Frigga sensed her husband's divine energy being exerted, and significantly so. However, Odin's body was no longer capable of sustaining intense combat. This reality remained known only to Frigga to prevent exposing Asgard's vulnerabilities, leaving her puzzled about who could provoke her husband into action within Asgard's domain. Father. Thor was taken aback, thinking that aside from Lua, there should be no other outsiders in Asgard today. Soon, the three of them reached the Rainbow Bridge, where the confrontation between Lua and Odin was nearing its conclusion. With the shattering of the magical disc, Odin ended the battle at the cost of a minor retreat. In the palace, Heimdall stood sword in hand, watching the aftermath of the clash between Lua and Odin with a solemn expression. He felt a sense of unease, fully aware that Odin's step back signified something significant. Yet, what could he do? He was merely an observer. Combat was not his forte. Is this the friend you made on Earth? Frigga inquired with interest as she gazed at Lua. At that moment, she understood that her husband was merely engaging in a spar with the young man. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind Odin risking the potential loss of control over his divine powers, she trusted that there must be a purpose behind his actions. Listening to his mother-esque question, Thor awkwardly scratched his head. A friend, perhaps? He reminisced about his encounters with Lua, which seemed to oscillate between enduring beatings and enduring beatings. As for Loki, he instinctively recoiled, his body trembling momentarily. He vowed never to experience the sensation of being ruthlessly thrown by Lua again. It felt akin to having one's dignity stripped away and carelessly discarded, only to be trampled upon with disdain. What astonished Loki even more was Lua's audacity to confront his father head-on. This revelation exceeded Loki's comprehension. Though he had contemplated schemes against his father, it was always with the intent to employ cunning tactics. Engaging in direct confrontation was something he would never dare to undertake. Thus, it appeared that the adversary had indeed held back during their time in Midgard. Strangely, Loki felt a cold sweat trickle down his back.